Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. Rias Gremory, Himejima Aceno. Demon High School. It's been more than 2 months since I came to this world, but Goldfinger has never been seen. Am I really the one-of-a-kind traverser? How does this allow me to survive in this dangerous world? Ugh. I saw that in a classroom, a teacher was talking about something seriously on the podium. Our protagonist, Suhai, looked at a red figure on his left and a black figure in front of him, and muttered helplessly. It turned out that 2 months ago, when Suhai woke up, he found himself in the world of Demon High School. And he became a third-year student at Kawang College in Kawang Town. Coincidentally, he happened to be in the same class as Himejima Aceno and Rias. And Rias was sitting next to Suhai, and the two were only separated by an aisle. And Himejima Aceno was sitting in front of Suhai, so close Suhai could even smell the body fragrance emanating from Himejima Aceno. This should have been a very happy thing, but Suhai is really not happy because it has been 2 months since he came to this dangerous world. However, Suhai still did not find the gold finger, which is necessary for traversers. In this world, Suhai's setting is a mainland student who has lost both parents and is too ordinary to be ordinary. As an ordinary person, it is obviously a very difficult thing to survive in this world full of gods and demons, and it is still in Kawang Town, where accidents are frequent. Faced with his current situation, Suhai didn't even dare to go out at night. For fear of meeting some lost demon, he ate him as a late-night snack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the new world for 2 months, the system is successfully loaded. Super Golden Egg system is here to serve you wholeheartedly. However, just as Suhai sighed and looked unlovable, a long-awaited mechanical sound suddenly sounded in Suhai's mind. I go. Facing this sudden surprise, Suhai stood up directly from his position, and his beautiful native dialect burst out from his mouth. This made the teachers on the podium, as well as all the students including Himejima Aceno and Rias, fix their eyes on Suhai. Aceno, Himejima and Rias looked at Suhai with some interest. As for the teacher on the podium, his expression was naturally a little gloomy. He broke the chalk in his hand with one hand, and was on the verge of eruption. Suhai-kun, do you have any questions? But fortunately, as a teacher in a noble school, this teacher's cultivation is still in place. Although he was a little angry at Suhai's behavior, he finally put up with it. Seemingly calmly asked. Teacher, my stomach hurts. Maybe I had a bad stomach this morning. As a former women's academy, Kuo Academy has now become a co-ed academy, but the number of female students is still much higher than that of men. In Suhai's class, it was especially obvious. Except for one boy in Suhai, the entire class was actually full of girls. Even the teachers are women. In the face of so many female gazes, and these girls are basically all beautiful girls. Even with the thickness of Suhai's face, he couldn't help blushing. However, in order to figure out the role of Goldfinger as soon as possible, Suhai couldn't take too much into account. He directly covered his stomach, showed a painful expression with his actor-level acting skills, and slowly looked at the people on the high platform. Teacher Oni-san said. If that's the case, then Suhai-kun, you can go. Facing Suhai's expression that didn't seem like a fake, Teacher Oni-san's expression on the high platform finally softened. Appearing to be somewhat easygoing, he said. Thank you, teacher. After getting the teacher's approval, Suhai immediately ran out of the classroom in a hurry. Facing Suhai's somewhat embarrassed back, many girls in the classroom couldn't help covering their faces and chuckling. I find it very funny. Only Himejima Aceno and Rias had a thoughtful look on their faces. After all, with the strength of their 2 superior demons, it was natural to see at a glance that Suhai's stomach pain was just fake. Fortunately, the two just thought that Suhai had something to worry about, and didn't think much about it. System, let's talk about it, what role do you have? After coming to the men's room, Suhai seemed a little anxious and asked the system in his mind. Faced with Suhai's question, the system naturally knew everything and said everything. Made a detailed introduction. It turned out that the so-called Super Golden Egg system mainly has these 2 functions. The first function is the shuttle function. It can help the host, that is, Suhai today randomly selects a world to travel through every month. And the shuttle opportunities cannot be superimposed. If Suhai's shuttle opportunities this month are useless, then there will still be only one chance next month. Of course, in order to ensure that the host can grow safely, the selected world level will not exceed the host too much. As for the second function, it is the most core function, and it is also a function that can help Suhai grow rapidly. As the system's name suggests, the system will spawn golden eggs on the world characters that Suhai travels through. As long as the corresponding conditions are fulfilled, Suhai will be able to get these golden eggs, which can be opened randomly to get the rewards in them. Some rewards may be magical weapons, various powerful skills, or even characters. Anyway, there are everything, only unexpected ones, and nothing that cannot be opened. After learning about the function of the system, Suhai had an unspeakable smile on his face. After a full cup of tea, Suhai calmed down, walked out of the toilet again, and walked back towards the direction of the classroom. Sure enough, Aceno, Jima and Rias, as the two heroines of the demon high school world, must have the existence of golden eggs. After calming down, I returned to the classroom. Suhai found 2 golden eggs on the heads of Aceno, Jima and Rias that only he could see, radiating dazzling light. In fact, after understanding the mechanism for the appearance of golden eggs, Suhai has already guessed that golden eggs will inevitably appear on Aceno, Jima and Rias. So when they found the golden egg on their bodies, although Suhai was very happy, he didn't look surprised. But the system, why does the golden egg on the heads of Jima, Aceno and Rias still have these 3 stars? And what the hell is this activation condition? D. Chapter 2. It turned out that when he returned to his seat, Suhai discovered that in this classroom, Aceno, Jima and Rias had a bright golden egg on their heads. However, Suhai discovered that there are 3 bright stars on the golden egg. It turns out that the golden egg also has levels. The more stars on the golden egg, the higher the level and the higher the probability of being able to get good things. Big. The most important thing is that the conditions for opening are clearly written on the golden egg. To get the golden egg on Jima Aceno, Suhai had to put his hand on Jima Akeno's head and stay for a second. As for Rias, it was even more excessive, and even asked Suhai to confess to Rias. Delta. You must know that Aceno, Jima and Rias are both high-level demons, and even in this world with an explosive power system, they can be regarded as little masters. Suhai had already anticipated what would happen when he touched Jima Akeno's head. I'm going, don't care, I'm seeking wealth and wealth at risk, are you still afraid that 2 women will fail today? But after thinking about the upcoming battle, Suhai knew very well that if he didn't have the strength, he might soon become cannon fodder and died in the aftermath of the battle. Anyway, both sides are dead, it is better to give it a try, maybe you can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. In the moment of making a decision, Suhai stretched out his sinful hand to Jima Aceno who was sitting in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Breath of Thunder, a sunwheel knife. Just like that, after Suhai's fingertips touched the top of Jima Akeno's head, after a 1-second pause, the system's voice sounded in Suhai's mind again. I felt the breath of thunder that I had cultivated for more than 10 years in my mind, the body that was many times stronger, and the golden sun blade in the system space. An incomparably happy smile appeared on Suhai's face involuntarily. Suhai-kun, although I don't mind, but you're acting like a lunatic. But in the next instant, the smile on Suhai's face stopped abruptly, and the whole face stiffened. Because of the joy of success, Suhai forgot to take back his hand. Facing such a situation, Jima Aceno turned his head slowly, squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Satyr. Idiot. Social scum. Damn it, even I didn't have a chance at Jima Akeno-senpai's head. Most importantly, this scene was also seen by other students in the class and the teacher. You must know that Jima Akeno's popularity in the entire Kuo Academy is second only to Rias. So all of a sudden, Suhai became a maddened, lust-driven pornography fanatic in everyone's eyes. On the contrary, Rias next to her was looking at Jima Aceno and Suhai with interest. Jima-san, would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it? Faced with the current situation, Suhai quickly retracted his right hand, and said with a wry smile with a very dodgy look in his eyes. Since Suhai-kun said so, this time is fine, but if there is another time, you will be punished. Facing Suhai's expression of repeated wry smiles, and an explanation that was a lie at first sight, Himejima Aceno stared at Suhai for a while, then slowly said with the same smile, then she turned around. Faced with such a situation, Suhai couldn't help taking a deep breath. I thought to myself, sure enough, the squinting guys are very scary. Although Himejima Aceno was full of smiles throughout, and her tone sounded very gentle, but Suhai always felt that he was being stared at by a giant beast from the mountains and seas, and he couldn't help but get chills down his spine. In this way, under the near miss, it was soon time for the afternoon to end school. Immediately after school, Rias and Himejima Aceno left the classroom together and walked towards an old campus, where they usually met. Suhai-kun, what's the matter with following you all the way from school? However, when the two came to the old dormitory building, Rias and Himejima Aceno did not walk in directly. Instead, she turned around and saw a tree, and Rias said slowly. There was a hint of coldness in both of their eyes. It turned out that when Rias and Himejima Aceno left the classroom, Suhai wanted to get the golden egg on Rias's head. He followed directly behind the two of them and followed. However, it is clear that although Suhai has now obtained the breath of thunder in the blade of Ghost Slayer, and his body has also been strengthened by the breath of thunder, his strength has improved a lot. But for the two superior demons, it was still a little too weak. So it was discovered immediately. Student Rias, I like you, please get in touch with me. In the face of Rias, Suhai also knew that there was no way to hide, plus he had to complete the mission. So Suhai came out directly from behind the tree and came to Rias and Aceno Himejima not far away. He said bluntly. Ding! Complete the acquisition conditions, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword of Oath victory. As soon as Suhai's voice fell, as expected, a golden handle appeared extremely holy, and the holy sword belonging to a certain dumb hair king appeared in Suhai's system space. Facing Suhai's sudden confession, Rias was stunned for a moment, but in the next instant, she seemed to think of something, and there was a hint of gloom in her eyes. It seems that Rias is really popular. But it's really sad, I thought Suhai-kun would like me a little more, after all Suhai-kun did that to me today, oh. However, Himejima Aceno, who was next to him, reacted very quickly. He quickly pretended to be very envious and sad, and said slowly. Facing Himejima Akeno's words, Suhai recalled what happened in today's class, and couldn't help but have a look of embarrassment on his face. Suhai, thank you for your liking, but for some reason, we are not suitable, so. Fortunately, at this time, Rias also came back to her senses, looked at Suhai in front of her and said a little apologetically. Obviously, in the eyes of the two of them, Suhai is just an ordinary person, not to mention that Rias now has a marriage contract. Even if he didn't, he certainly wouldn't be with an ordinary person. After all, sometimes, strength and their respective identities often determine everything. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Facing Rias' polite rejection, Suhai didn't care at this time, because at this time Suhai's attention was all focused on the Sword of Victory in the system space. There was a hint of happiness on his face. After all, Suhai's purpose of confessing was not really to make Rias his girlfriend. Since that's the case, I'll say goodbye to Rias' classmate first. I hope we can become friends in the future. It wasn't until Rias finished speaking that Suhai didn't react. Hastily said. There was not a trace of sadness in his expression or words, because he was rejected. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left a little excitedly. At this time, Suhai couldn't wait, and wanted to go home and observe the Sword of Victory of SIU. Facing Suhai's unusual reaction, watching Suhai leave, Aceno Himejima and Rias's eyes were full of doubts. After all, the two of them had never heard of anyone confessing, and they were happier after being rejected. On the way back, due to the fact that it took some time to follow Rias and then make a confession, it was already dark when Suhai returned home. However, this did not affect Suhai's joy at getting the Sword of Oath of Victory. Crack, click. In this quiet night, everything seemed to be very peaceful originally, but when passing through a dark alley, Suhai's strengthened body could clearly hear the sound of chewing in the depths of the alley. As if something hard was being bitten into pieces. Faced with such a situation, Suhai was a little puzzled for a while, and looked towards the depths of the alley curiously. Oh! It's great, I have some snacks again. It's great, you actually delivered it to your door automatically. After seeing the scene deep in the alley, Suhai's pupils shrank slightly, because what appeared in Suhai's eyes was a monster whose lower body was a spider, and the upper body was a very revealing woman. Moreover, this monster had blood stains on the corners of its mouth, and some corpse residues remained on its face, apparently just finished eating. Needless to say, this monster is a fallen demon. When the fallen demon saw Suhai, a perverted and cruel smile appeared on his face. Looking very excited, he said. In the eyes of this fallen demon, Suhai has become her next food. The moment he saw this fallen demon, Suhai instinctively felt a tinge of fear, but after thinking that he was no longer what he used to be, Suhai immediately calmed down. Quickly, the sunwheel knife was taken out from the system space. The moment he grasped the sunwheel knife, Suhai's eyes immediately sharpened, staring at the fallen demon deep in the alley, as if he had changed into a different person. A fallen devil. Just to try my current strength. Breath of Thunder 1-type Thunderbolt Flash. Immediately afterwards, Suhai squatted down slightly and made a gesture of drawing a knife and slashing. His breathing became deep in an instant, and he continuously exhaled 2 pale white gas between breaths. And he said slowly, word by word. Faced with such a calm reaction from Suhai, the fallen demon immediately felt provoked, and at the same time very angry. He immediately charged towards Suhai. Obviously want to crush this ignorant human to pieces. But unfortunately, the moment the fallen demon approached Suhai, Suhai turned into a yellow lightning and disappeared in front of her eyes in an instant. When Suhai appeared again, he had come behind the fallen demon, and slowly made the action of closing the knife. Ugh! What's the matter? This body looks familiar. My eyelids are so heavy, I really want to sleep. And the fallen demon who was rushing towards Suhai quickly froze in place instantly, his head full of hideous expressions turning over in the air. In the process of turning over, the fallen demon obviously hadn't reacted yet, watching the blood on the ground, the familiar body. Consciously, he thought. Apparently, due to Suhai's extremely fast breathing, the fallen demon didn't feel the slightest pain at the moment of death. Congratulations to the host for getting Rias's original fat. However, just at the moment when the fallen demon's head rolled heavily to the ground, his consciousness completely plunged into darkness, and he died. The voice of the system also came from Suhai's mind. It turned out that there was also a 1-star golden egg on the body of this fallen demon. The condition for opening is to kill this fallen demon. Dog system, I am an upright and upright gentleman, you actually use this kind of thing to contaminate my pure heart. Carrot. Looking at the cloth strip in his hand, which was still steaming with white heat, Suhai had some guesses in his heart, and at the same time, he seemed very righteous and said. But having said that, Suhai still threw the sun blade and cloth in his hand into the system space. After all, Suhai thought in his heart that throwing this kind of thing everywhere is not very good, and it is easy to pollute the environment, asterisk. After putting away the katana, Suhai added his hands into his pockets, turned around and left very leisurely. Strange? Was it blown away by the wind? On the other side, in the very center of Kawang town, in an old-looking villa, Rias had just finished taking a bath and walked out wrapped in a bath towel, but suddenly found that the fat time that she was hanging by the window had disappeared. Looking a little suspicious, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the alley where Suhai left, it was less than a stick of incense. A blonde boy came into the alley. Already dead. This blonde boy was also very surprised when he saw the body of a fallen demon lying in a pool of blood. And this blonde boy is Rias's family member Yudo Kiba. After examining the fallen demon's wound, Kiba Yudo's face became even more serious. After cleaning up the fallen demon's body, he turned and left and walked towards the center of Kuo town. Soon Kiba Yeto came to the place where Rias and others usually gather, knocked on the door and walked in. It seems that you have solved it, thank you for your hard work. The moment Kiba Yeto walked into the hall, Rias fell into Kiba Yeto's ear. And in this hall, in addition to Rias who got dressed after taking a bath, there were also Tachin Kitten, Himejima Aceno, and others. In addition to Kiba Yeto, Rias and her family happened to be present except for a sealed pseudo-mother. Chapter 4. However, facing Rias's words and everyone's eyes, Kiba Yeto didn't have a happy expression on his face, instead he seemed a little hesitant to speak. Kiba-senpai, did the fallen demon escape? Looking at Kiba Yeto's expression, even the most innocent Tachin Kitten immediately felt that something was wrong, and said with some guesswork. As for Rias, Himejima Aceno, and the others, they also looked at Kiba Yeto in astonishment. You must know that Kiba Yeto, as Rias Knight, has the divine weapon Sword Birth, and is very powerful even among intermediate demons. A fallen demon with only the strength of a lower-level demon can't possibly escape from Kiba Yeto's hands. This is where Rias and the others are puzzled. The fallen demon that needs to be defeated has not escaped. But when I arrived, that fallen demon had already been killed. Facing the words of the Tachin Kitten, Kiba Yeto slowly said, "Oh, someone actually got on our prey on my territory. It's really fun. Did you find anything at the scene?" Facing Kiba Yeto's answer, Rias didn't show any anger at all. Instead, she said with a very interested expression on her face. As for Himejima Akeno's reaction, it was similar to Rias. Only the Tachin Kitten has a three-nun expression from beginning to end. From the current point of view, it should be that this fallen demon happened to be met by this mysterious person when he was eating. Because there are not many signs of fighting at the scene, it is impossible to determine the strength of the mysterious man. But the fallen demon was cut off with a sword, and there is not even a painful expression on his face. It can be seen that this mysterious man is very fast and skilled with swordsmanship. Extraordinarily superb. Recalling the scene he saw when he arrived, Kiba Yeto slowly opened his mouth to analyze. A master swordsman. I wonder how it compares to Kiba-kun. Facing the words of Yeto Kiba, Aceno Himejima said thoughtfully and casually. After all, among them, Kiba Yeto, the creator and owner of the magic sword, is also very good at swordsmanship. After discovering that there was another master swordsman in Kawang town, the first reaction was naturally to compare the two. Senior Himejima, although I don't want to admit it, but if I only talk about swordsmanship, maybe in an instant, I will be in a different place. But if I use an artifact, I'm confident that I won't lose to this guy. Facing Himejima Akeno's casual question, Kiba Yeto smiled bitterly and said very seriously. Sometimes speed means power, and Yeto Kiba, who had observed the death of the fallen demon at the scene, could already guess that at that time, the swordsmanship to kill the fallen demon must be an extremely fast swordsmanship that surpassed the thought reaction. This is also the reason why the fallen demon still maintains a crazy expression after he dies. Facing Kiba Yeto's words, Rias and Tachin Kitten were both stunned for a moment, and Aceno Himejima's movement of pouring tea to Rias also paused slightly. Obviously, Kiba Yeto's serious words once again made Rias and others refresh their assessment of the strength of the mysterious person Suhai. On the other hand, Suhai returned to his home alone. Then I couldn't wait to take out the Sword of Oath Victory in the system space and try it. But in the end, Suhai sadly found that although he got the Sword of Oath of Victory, Suhai can only use it as an ordinary sword, and use the nature of the Sword of Oath of Victory to cause damage to the enemy. It is impossible to open it up at all, that is, to gather the holy light and use the legendary curry stick Excalibur. Because if you want to use the curry stick, you must inject energy into the Sword of Vowed Victory, and now Suhai has a strong body that is strengthened by the breath of thunder, which is different from ordinary people. There is no so-called magic, holy power, and other energies in the body. But fortunately, even if it is unable to expand, the Sword of Oath of Victory itself is the nemesis of demons, fallen angels, etc. in this world. Moreover, with the existence of the Golden Egg system, Suhai is not at all worried about the cultivation method that he will not be able to obtain energy in the future. With the idea that the boat would go straight to the bridge, Suhai immediately rested. After all, what I have experienced today is indeed a bit too much. Although Suhai's body is not tired, his mind is very tired. You must know that the one who killed today was a fallen demon who did all kinds of evil. But in the end, it was also the first time that Suhai had killed a person, and it was amazing to be able to ensure that he didn't feel sick, just a little tired. Perhaps due to his mental exhaustion, he put away the sword of oath of victory, and Suhai, who had just closed his eyes, went straight to sleep. Suhai didn't wake up until the alarm went off the next morning. Suhai, who woke up, secretly thought that he had slept too hard, and that he must change in the future. He also quickly washed and changed into clothes, simply ate a piece of bread and drank a glass of milk, then left the house and walked towards Kawang Academy. Today's Suhai went to school not simply for the sake of class. Suhai, who came home last night, guessed that since Rias and Himejima Aceno have golden eggs on their bodies, then the characters who have appeared in the original work, such as Kiba Yuto, Tachin Kitten, and Hyudu Issei, should also have the existence of golden eggs. So today, Suhai set himself a small goal, that is, to search the entire Kawang Academy to find the target of all the carriers of the golden eggs. And do everything possible to open these golden eggs as much as possible to improve their strength. In this way, while thinking, Suhai soon came to Kuo Academy. But by coincidence, when Suhai came to the school gate, Rias and Himejima Aceno had just arrived. And beside the two, there is a white-haired, expressionless, very cute little girl. Obviously this person is the Tachin Kitten. What bothered Suhai the most was that the Tachin Kitten had a golden egg on its body. Although it was not a 3-star golden egg, it was a 2-star one. It was far from the 1-star golden egg on the fallen demon last night. Hey, doesn't this want to get me and Rias at the same time, Suhai-kun? But just when Suhai was distracted, Himejima Aceno suddenly smiled and watched Suhai slowly and said with a playful look, *. Chapter 5. And obviously, Aceno Himejima deliberately increased the volume when she spoke, so that everyone around her could hear what she said. Damn it, this guy. BD, why can't it be me? Facing Himejima Akeno's words, all the people around stopped for a while, both men and women, all looked at Suhai with very resentful eyes. If vision could kill, Suhai might have been smashed to pieces. Shino-san, if I remember correctly, I didn't do anything to you and Rias-san, did I? Facing Himejima Akeno's intentional words, Suhai felt the murderous gazes around him and said with a wry smile. At the same time, I once again felt the horror that came from squinting. Damn it, you actually called the name directly, and the elder sister didn't refute it, they were really stumped. But unfortunately, due to the different habits of Daxia and Japan, Suhai's name for Himejima Aceno and Rias has made the people around them more convinced that the relationship between the three is not ordinary. Hey, Suhai-kun did something like that to me and Rias yesterday, did you forget it today? In the face of such a situation, Himejima Akina didn't think it was a big deal. She wiped the tears that didn't exist in the corner of her eyes with her hand, pretended to be a little sad, sobbed twice, and slowly opened her mouth. Said. However, in a place that no one could see, the corner of Himejima Akeno's mouth rose slightly. Apparently reporting the negative in class yesterday, Suhai touched her hair and got something. Human scum. Beasts. Looking at Himejima Aceno, who seemed to be abandoned at the beginning and end, all the people around him exploded. All of them looked at Suhai fiercely. That's going to class, I'll go first. Looking at this situation, Suhai knew that if he stayed any longer, he might become a sinner through the ages. So he decisively said a word to Himejima Aceno and Rias, then turned around and fled the scene. But when he was leaving, Suhai glanced at the Tachin Kitten with his own eyes, to be precise, at the 2-star golden egg on the Tachin Kitten. Zunao, you seem to care about him very much. Seeing Suhai fleeing, Rias looked at Himejima Aceno who was beside her with a little surprise and said slowly. Among his family members, Aceno Himejima can be said to be the first to follow Rias, so Rias can be said to have a very good understanding of Aceno Himejima. Although Aceno Himejima likes to do some pranks, it is only for people she identifies with or is familiar with. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from Rias. It's not that I care, but I think Suhai-kun seems to be different. And last night, wasn't the place where the fallen demon died, exactly where Suhai-kun was heading home. Calculate the time, it's really late that he left our mysterious research department, isn't he? Facing Rias' words, Aceno Himejima looked at Suhai's back in the distance, and said slowly. If Suhai was still here and heard what Aceno Himejima said, his jaw would have dropped. I deeply feel the power of a woman's intuition. You mean, he was the one who killed that fallen demon last night? But he was tested when he entered school. He is just an ordinary human being. It is impossible for an ordinary human to defeat the fallen demon. Do you mean to say that he is the owner of an artifact among humans, and he has awakened? As for Himejima Akeno's words, Rias, who knew Himejima Aceno, immediately guessed what Himejima Aceno wanted to express. For a while, he was also slightly surprised. Seeing that he had disappeared to the end, Suhai, who entered the teaching building, said slowly. Minister Rias, is he the owner of the artifact? Let's try it and find out. Facing Rias' uncertain words, Tachin Kitten, who had been silent next to him, spoke slowly. Facing the Tachin Kitten, Rias also brightened up. Apparently, this approach is very feasible. Even when it comes time to discover that Suhai is just an ordinary person, he can use magic to erase Suhai's memory. Will not have the slightest impact. Just like that, Rias, who made the decision, already had an idea in her mind, and walked towards the teaching building with a smile on her face. As for Himejima Aceno and Tachin Kitten, they quickly followed. When Aceno Himejima and Rias came to the classroom, they glanced meaningfully at Suhai, who was sitting in the seat. This made Suhai's heart inexplicably have a bad premonition. But soon, as the bell rang for the class, the teacher arrived. Suhai put this strange feeling behind him. The morning class was a tormenting process for Suhai. Suhai was eager to improve his strength, so he could not wait to find the golden egg immediately and start it. But obviously, the current Suhai is not strong enough to break all the rules, so he still has to take courses in order not to expose himself. It was so hard to make it to the lunch break. Suhai quickly got up from his seat and got ready for today's business. Suhai-kun, we have something to ask, can I talk to you alone? But at this moment, Rias also stood up from her position and took a step forward, just in front of Suhai. Said with a smile. As for Himejima Aceno, he was also staring at Suhai closely, obviously not ready to give Suhai a chance to refuse. Do I have the right to refuse? Faced with the reaction of the two, although Suhai did not know exactly what Rias and Aceno Himejima were looking for, he also understood that in terms of the reactions of the two, he had no right to refuse. So with a bit of a wry smile, he said. After getting the answer they wanted, Rias and Himejima Aceno smiled slightly and took the lead to walk outside the classroom. At the same time, he did not forget to use his eyes to signal Suhai to follow. Looking at the two who turned and left, although Suhai felt a little helpless, he temporarily let go of his eagerness to find the golden egg. Slowly followed the two out. In this way, under the leadership of Rias and Himejima Aceno, the group of three quickly came to the relatively remote occult research department, which is the clearing in the woods where Suhai confessed to Rias yesterday. After arriving at this quiet space, Rias and Aceno Himejima stopped and turned to look at Suhai. *. Chapter 6. I don't know if Rias brought me here to say something. Facing Himejima Aceno and Rias who stopped, Suhai slowly asked. However, Rias and Himejima Aceno just smiled and did not answer Suhai. Because at this moment, a figure carrying a very fast sword light quickly charged towards Suhai. Faced with such a situation, Suhai, who was not what he used to be, immediately sensed the crisis and stepped back and left the place. And in an instant, he took out the sun blade from the system space, and made a starting gesture of the breath of thunder. His eyes were fixed on where he was standing. I saw that in Suhai's original position, a white-haired boy with a black magic sword in his hand was standing there. Samurai sword? With such a reaction speed, does Suhai-kun have a little secret hidden? Facing Suhai's quick dodging, and the sun blade suddenly appearing in his hand. A smile flashed in Rias' eyes, and she said slowly. At the same time, he secretly guessed that the sun blade in Suhai's hand was an artifact belonging to Suhai's awakening. I said, classmate Rias, shouldn't classmates love each other and get along well? That's not good. It has already reached this point, and Suhai still doesn't know that this time is deliberately arranged by Rias in order to test herself. It was only at this moment that Suhai's heart secretly wondered what was wrong, which made Rias suspect herself. You must know that the awakening of your own system was only yesterday, and the power was only obtained yesterday. Logically speaking, no one should know about it except yourself. Unfortunately, Rias did not respond to Suhai's words, but instead signaled Kiba to continue. Obviously, he wants to obtain information on Suhai's strength from the actual fight. Suhai-kun is offended. Although this is the minister's order, I would like to see Suhai-kun's superb swordsmanship from my own will. Facing Rias' order, Kiba said a few words with great importance to etiquette. Immediately afterwards, he raised the magic sword in his hand and attacked Suhai. Breath of thunder, flash of thunder, 7 links. Facing Kiba behavior, Suhai shook his head helplessly. But although he was helpless, Suhai's movements were not slow at all. I saw that at the moment of Kiba's action, Suhai's eyes immediately sharpened, and in Suhai's eyes, all of Kiba's movements became slow. The body squatted slightly, and the right hand held the handle of the sun blade. A faint yellow lightning appeared all over the body, shaking the air and fine dust around Suhai, sending out a very regular vibration. With a whisper, Suhai instantly drew his sword out of its sheath, turned into a yellow lightning bolt, and charged straight towards Kiba who was charging towards him. So fast! Facing such a situation, Kiba couldn't help but secretly murmur while being a little surprised. He quickly seemed a little flustered, raised the magic sword in his hand and blocked it in front of him, preparing to resist the attack from the front. It is a pity that the figure in his eyes accompanied by the yellow thunder, the moment it came to him, changed its direction at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he came to his side. Facing such a situation, Kiba quickly made corresponding actions to resist. It's a pity that compared to Suhai who is the incarnation of thunder, although Kiba nervous reaction speed keeps up with Suhai's movements. But his body was still slow to respond. Facing such a situation, in an emergency, Kiba directly touched the ground with both hands, and the power created by the magic sword erupted. Created more than a dozen huge magic swords and surrounded himself. Formed a solid barrier. But unfortunately, just as Kiba breathed a sigh of relief, a thundering sword light instantly slashed the magic sword in front of him, and a Japanese sword with a yellow pattern quickly came to his neck. What a wonderful swordsmanship, Suhai-kun is my loser. Facing the tip of the knife that was pressing against his neck, exuding a cold light, Kiba said with a wry smile. Obviously, Kiba had already guessed that Suhai's swordsmanship was superior to him. But he didn't expect that he would still lose after using the magic sword to create. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the 2-star golden egg and obtaining a small amount of magic power. At the moment when Kiba conceded defeat, along with the sound of the system, a force flowed into Suhai's body and finally converged on the position of Danshan's abdomen. It turns out that Kiba, who is an important supporting role in the original work, naturally also has the existence of golden eggs, and the condition for opening is to defeat Kiba. In this world, there is power, and due to different systems, there are various names such as magic power, immortal power, magic power, etc. But what is certain is that although the names are different, they are all the same power, which is the power that has just flowed into Suhai's body. Feeling the magic power of a lower-level demon in his body, Suhai smiled slightly. What is really missing, after having these magic powers, at least I can use the Sword of Oath Victory to open up. Clap clap clap! What a wonderful duel, this is the most exquisite swordsmanship I have ever seen. Just when Suhai was indulging in the system space, a burst of applause brought Suhai back to reality. I saw Rias taking Hajime Aceno slowly to the side of Suhai, and said in appreciation. Rias-san, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Facing Rias and Hajime Aceno who came to him, Suhai slowly retracted the sun blade, looked at Rias and said. Then he was about to turn around and leave. Suhai-kun, be mine. But just as Suhai was about to turn around and leave, Rias said a word. However, Suhai was stunned and froze in place. On the contrary, Aceno Himejima and Yuto Kiba didn't look surprised at all. Suhai-kun, after seeing that monster last night, you already understand that this world is not easy. Immediately after, looking at Suhai who was a little surprised, Rias directly released the black wings on her back, directly indicating her identity, and explained it in detail. Without exception, Rias was interested in Suhai's ability and wanted Suhai to be her new chess piece. Asterisk. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, classmate Rias, I think it's more suitable for me to be a human being. I still have something to do, so I'll go first and see you in the classroom. But obviously, Suhai naturally won't let good people not do it, but turned into a demon instead. Although reincarnated into a demon, it can make one's own strength get a rapid improvement in a short period of time. Maybe Suhai might think about it if he didn't have an awakening system before. But now that he has the system, Suhai has absolute confidence in the improvement of his own strength. After speaking, Suhai turned around and left. There was no chance for Rias to speak again. Well, what a pity, it seems that the charm of our minister Rias has failed. Looking at Suhai who was gradually moving away, Aceno Himejima said to Rias next to him with a bit of ridicule. Interesting, I won't give up, he must be mine. Facing Himejima Akeno's ridiculing words, Rias didn't care. Instead, she watched Suhai leave and said slowly. Obviously, Rias has long been accustomed to the occasional ridicule of the Queen Himejima Aceno. A lot of time wasted, let's look first. Suhai, who had left, quickly returned to the teaching building. Standing in front of the teaching building, Suhai breathed a sigh of relief, put all distracting thoughts behind him, and was ready to get down to business to find the golden egg. After all, improving strength is the most important thing now. In this way, Suhai immediately searched the entire teaching building. After searching the whole school, Suhai finally found a 3-star golden egg, a 2-star golden egg, and several 1-star golden eggs. The protagonist of the original Samsung golden egg is on the head of the milk dragon Emperor Hingdu Issei, and the condition of opening also makes Suhai feel very interesting, that is, kill Hingdu Issei. As for the 2-star golden egg, this is the Tachin kitten that I met at the door this morning. The conditions for opening it are relatively normal, that is, let Tachin kitten Lu play the game by himself. As for the other 1-star golden eggs, most of them are in the original work, some familiar supporting characters, such as Kiryu Lenhua from the protagonist's class. What was worth paying attention to Suhai was that he didn't find anyone who was taking kana, presumably because he wasn't in the classroom. When Suhai met a 1-star golden egg, most of them don't need to be activated, just touch the golden egg to activate it directly. Only Kiryu Lenhua, the 1-star golden egg on his head, needs to touch his head to open it. So basically, the 1-star golden eggs are opened directly when Suhai finds them, but obviously, the probability of the lowest level 1-star golden eggs to get good things is abnormally low. Most of them are things that belong to the mundane category, such as Japanese yen, toothpaste, and the like. Only the golden egg on Kiryu Lenhua's head is still good enough, and the enhancement magic of the moon world is very useful for Suhai at this stage. Of course, for this golden egg, Suhai was also looked at by the old driver Kiryu Lenhua with strange eyes for a long time. Fortunately, Suhai has become accustomed to this kind of idiot-like gaze, and has disdain gaze resistance, so it is not affected. Pretending to know nothing, he opened the golden egg and left. In this way, after opening all the golden eggs that could be opened, it was time for school to arrive again. This time, Suhai did not delay and returned home quickly. That's it. Hope you don't let me down. After returning home, Suhai sat in the living room and took out a leaflet engraved with a magic circle. That's right, this is the summoning circle used to communicate with demons. Suhai has already made a decision after discovering the conditions for the opening of the golden egg on the head of the Tachin kitten. So today, when I was leaving school, I deliberately went to Rias and asked for a flyer for the Tachin kitten. Rias didn't know why Suhai wanted this. But Rias never gave up the idea of making Suhai her own. So even if Suhai doesn't go to Rias, Rias will try to get herself or her family closer to Suhai. Now that Suhai took the initiative to request, Rias naturally had no reason to refuse, so she very readily gave Suhai a flyer for the Tachin kitten, that is, the summoning circle. In this way, at the moment when Suhai entered the magic power to activate the magic circle on the flyer, a magic circle in the shape of a hexagram was quickly lit up and rapidly expanded. Soon half of the living room was filled, and then, a young figure appeared in the magic circle. "Senior Suhai, the minister has already told me. What's the matter with you calling me out? Let me explain in advance, if it's to satisfy Suhai Senpai's animal desires, it's not allowed." At the moment of appearance, the Tachin kitten put on a three-nun expression and said slowly. And in the eyes of Tachin kitten looking at Suhai, there is always a strange look. "Kitten sauce, I haven't fallen to the point where I would attack a young girl. I just feel bored at home alone and want the kitten to want to play games with me." Facing the Tachin kitten with a face full of nothing, he complained very seriously. While Suhai felt a little embarrassed and helpless, he hurriedly said. At the same time, he did not forget the serious things, and quickly took out a game CD and 2 game pads. As for where the game disc and gamepad came from, they all came from a 1-star golden egg during the day, and this 1-star golden egg produced a game set. In addition to the 2 game pads, there are dozens of game discs, all of which are the latest games in this world. Facing the game disc Suhai took out, Tachin kitten, who usually likes to play games, could see that it was the latest game in the world. His eyes lit up for a while, and he nodded slightly, agreeing to Suhai's request to play games together. In this way, the two of them played for more than 2 hours. "Kitten sauce, it's getting late, thank you today, I had a good time. I heard that when your demons fulfill their wishes, they will receive corresponding rewards. What do you want? As long as it is not my soul, I will try my best to give it to you. Omega carrot." In fact, as early as 2 hours ago, Suhai had already obtained the golden egg. Later, it was purely because Suhai thought it was a very good thing to be able to play games with such a cute Tachin kitten, so he kept playing 2 games. Hours. Asterisk. Chapter 8. No need, Suhai senpai, it's a lot of fun to play games without pay. Facing Suhai's words, Tachin kitten said very calmly. Obviously, the Tachin kitten was having a great time, which was equivalent to paying the equivalent reward. Just like that, Tachin kitten left Suhai's house directly. In the following time, Suhai went to Kawang Academy every day for school. It is to find the golden egg and the lost demons of the entire Kawang town in the remaining time. Because Suhai vents on a creature with extraordinary power like the lost demon, there is a high probability that a golden egg will exist. Although the probability is 1 star, it is better than none. And even without the golden eggs, fighting these lost demons and destroying Suhai can add some combat experience, which is a double-edged sword. System, open the property panel. Name, Suhai. Physique, the pinnacle of lower-level demons. Energy, mid-level demon. Ability, enhanced magic, breath of thunder, fire escape, fireball technique. Items, sun knife, sword of promised victory, Rias's original fat, game disc. Comprehensive evaluation, the peak of the upper-level demon. In the case of counting the trump cards, it has barely become a powerful ant. Suhai also released magic power from the 2-star golden egg on Tachin kitten, which made his magic power break through from the initial low-level demon to the level of the middle-level demon. Since then, in the next 10 days, Suhai has also opened some golden eggs one after another, but because they are all the lowest level, 1-star golden eggs. Except for a C-rank fire ninjutsu from Naruto World, the others are basically useless things. System, this month, I have another chance to travel through other worlds. Sitting alone in the living room, Suhai first looked at the time near the end of the month on the calendar, opened his mouth slowly, and asked the system in his mind. Yes. And the host doesn't have to worry. After the shuttle, the time of the Demon High School in the main world is still. No matter how long the host stays in the world after the shuttle, it will only be a matter of a moment after returning to the main world. Facing Suhai's question, the system gave an affirmative answer. At the same time, it also answered another concern in Suhai's mind. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Let's shuttle. Facing the system's answer, Suhai immediately cast aside all worries and said with a firm look. Just like that, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the living room. Swallow Suhai in one bite. The next moment, in another world, in a city with a steeple piercing the sky, a black-haired boy suddenly fell out of a dark black hole. And the location where it landed was in a deserted alley in the city. Reached. I just don't know what the world is like. As soon as his feet landed, Suhai muttered to himself, if you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of excitement on Suhai's face. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai raised his feet and walked out of the alley. For Suhai, the most important thing right now is to understand the basics of the world. The most effective way to achieve this, besides observation, is to ask local people. In this way, with an exploratory heart, Suhai walked straight out of the dark alley. Humans, half-beasts, human goblins, a world full of Western fantasy style. And this tower, why does it feel familiar? The moment he went out, the scenery in front of Suhai changed drastically. He saw people coming and going on the street. In addition to humans, there were a large number of orcs, elves, and other races. Suhai said slowly. At the same time, looking at the tower in the center of the city, Suhai has an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and he always feels that he has seen it somewhere. Boss, this is the first time I have come to this city. I am not familiar with everything in this city. Can I ask you about it? Immediately afterwards, Suhai found a fruit-selling orc and said directly. Oh, is it your first time to the labyrinth city of Orario? It seems that you want to be an adventurer too, little brother, but you don't know what family to join, right? You're right to ask me. The two most powerful families in the labyrinth city of Orario are naturally the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. I advise my brother that you'd better join these two families. Facing Suhai's question, the half-orc uncle said enthusiastically. Not only did he introduce Suhai to the current situation in the labyrinth city, but he also enthusiastically introduced Suhai to the situation of each family. Obviously, Suhai is a newcomer who just arrived in the labyrinth city of Aura and wants to become an adventurer. But this is also normal. Since ancient gods and gods came to the mortal world and established this labyrinth city centered on a dungeon, adventurers have become the most noble profession. In this labyrinth city, new people are brought in from various places every day, trying to become powerful adventurers. And this half-orc uncle is naturally not the first time he has encountered such a thing. The labyrinth city Orario? Freya Familia. Is that so, the wrong world? After hearing the words of the half-orc uncle, and looking up, you can see the tall tower standing in the center of the city and can't see the top. Suhai also finally confirmed what kind of world he is now in. Thank you. After getting the answer he wanted, Suhai thanked him sincerely, then turned and left. Now that I've decided that I've come to the world of, is it wrong to find encounters in dungeons? Suhai naturally won't give up the fast-growing bug of God's blessing. So what Suhai is going to do next is to get acquainted with this labyrinth city as soon as possible, and then find a suitable family to join and get the blessing of the gods. While killing monsters in the dungeon to gain experience. Find the golden eggs that exist in this world. Then both of them work together to rapidly improve their strength. What a strange little brother. Watching the back of Suhai leaving, the orc uncle muttered to himself. Among the newcomers I met in the past, although those people were also full of excitement and yearning like Suhai. But there are more or less confusion and fear of the unknown. However, in Suhai, the orc never felt such an emotion from beginning to end. So when I saw Suhai leaving, I felt a little weird in my heart, but I couldn't tell where it was. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Well. Hephaestus is also true, she actually kicked my friend out, and said the heartless words that if she couldn't find her family again, she would kick me out of the house. My lovely child, where are you? Come out. Otherwise I'll be homeless. However, just as Suhai inquired all the way, he was going to go to the Adventurers Hall to get information on all the family members and choose one of them to join. On the only road to Suhai on the same street, a figure with a black double ponytail, very petite and immature body, tied with a blue ribbon, walked at the other end. And while walking around while looking around, he kept complaining. Ah! In this way, Suhai and this Loli were anxious to go to the Adventurers Guild alone, so the pace was a bit fast. The other person looked around and didn't pay attention to the front, and suddenly the two collided unexpectedly. With the big breasts Loli let out a cute cry, and then fell directly to the ground. I'm sorry, are you all right? I was in a hurry to find the Adventurers Guild, so I didn't notice your existence, I'm really sorry. Faced with such a situation, Suhai stretched out his hand to pull this Loli up and said apologetically. In fact, Suhai was also very puzzled at this time. After all, with Suhai's current strength and perception of the surrounding, no one should be so close to him without realizing it. Those who can approach Suhai silently either have special abilities or are far stronger than Suhai. But for the Loli in front of him, who fell to the ground after being knocked lightly by himself, Suhai was also reluctant to believe that the other party had power far beyond his own. Looking for an adventure guild? Did you just come to the Labyrinth City? Someone who wants to be an adventurer. Facing Suhai's words, Loli, who was pulled up, first rubbed his butt that hurt a little, but after hearing Suhai's words, a miraculous light immediately appeared in his eyes. He grabbed Suhai at a very fast speed, and asked with a little excitement. That's it. Faced with such an excited reaction from Loli, Suhai didn't react for a while, but he still said slowly. Great, you must be a gift from God. Then do you want to join my clan? No. Please join my clan and become my family. After getting the answer he wanted, Loli immediately seemed pleading and eager to say. Blue ribbon. Is that so? After hearing the Loli's words, Suhai immediately understood that the Loli in front of him was a god, and with such obvious features, Suhai suddenly realized that the Loli in front of him was the virgin goddess Hestia. For Suhai, it doesn't matter whose clan you join, after all, Suhai just wants to get the god's gift that can become stronger through accumulation of experience. And from the perspective of the original book, Hestia is also a very easygoing god, and has no bad habits. It is undoubtedly a good choice for Suhai, so Suhai agreed without hesitation. Really? On the contrary, Hestia faced Suhai's answer without hesitation, feeling a little dreamy for a while, not too sure. In this labyrinth city, the gods are choosing their own family, and the adventurers are also choosing the gods. Although the profession of adventurer in the secret realm has extremely high rewards, it is also accompanied by great danger. With a good team, the odds of surviving are often much higher. Hestia, as a god who had just descended to the realm and had no dependents, had failed countless times in recruiting dependents, and this time Hestia naturally planned to fail, but she did not expect an unexpected success. My name is Suhai, Lord God, please give me more advice in the future. Facing the surprised reaction from the very cute Hestia, Suhai first smiled and nodded, and once again affirmed his answer. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, Great, my name is Hestia. As the first child of the family, I especially allow you to call me by my name. After being affirmed again, Hestia naturally knew that Suhai was serious. While hurriedly opening his mouth to introduce, he tilted his head and replied playfully. Seeing such a child like Hestia, Suhai secretly sighed in his heart that it is a miracle that a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years can still maintain such a young mentality. Aha, since that's the case, let's hurry up and hold the clan's joining ceremony. Just now I'm living in a good friend's house, so she can lend us the room. Immediately afterwards, while Hestia spoke, she directly stretched out her right hand and pulled Suhai towards the other direction. She looked a little anxious, obviously afraid that Suhai would go back on it, and the family members who got it flew away again. Aha! Hestia, I think you should change your name. For Hestia's anxious behavior, Suhai did not resist. After all, Suhai now also wants to quickly get the gift of God to become an adventurer, and then enter the underground palace to improve his strength. On the contrary, Suhai seemed a little uncomfortable with the name Hestia for a while. Ahai doesn't like this title? What about Haijong? Facing Suhai's words, Hestia showed a somewhat surprised expression, and then slowly called out a more shameful name in a tentative tone. Sea sauce. Forid. You still call me Ahai? Facing Hestia's tentative address, the corners of Suhai's mouth twitched, and in the end, Hestia returned to her original address. After all, the lesser of two evils. Facing Suhai's compromise, Hestia's face seemed to flash with a subtle slyness. Pulling Suhai once again picked up the pace. Facing Hestia like this, while Suhai was a little helpless, she also fully understood that Hestia did not really only have Loli's mind. As a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, Hestia is undoubtedly full of wisdom, but because of her personality, Hestia usually looks very cute and cute. It makes people subconsciously forget that Hestia is a high god. Okay, Ahai, we're here. In this way, under the leadership of Hestia, a group of two came to the door of a mansion. Chapter 10. Is this where Hephaestus, the goddess of blacksmithing, lives? Looking at the thick and wide door in front of him, Suhai thought to himself. My dear friend, I'm back. Just when Suhai was thinking, Hestia had already come to the front door, and while shouting loudly, she slowly knocked on the door a few times. Didn't Hestia tell you to go out and find your own family? This time I won't let you fool you again. As the goddess of the heavens, it's impossible to stay like this. Following Hestia's shout and knock on the door, the tall door was slowly opened. A goddess Onisan with a black eye patch and fiery red hair slowly stuck her head out. After seeing that the person at the door was Hestia, he said very seriously, he looked like he wasn't going to let Hestia in. The reason why Hephaestus did this was not to say that the relationship with Hestia was not good. For some reason, the two are very good friends. It is precisely because Hephaestus is a close friend that Hephaestus does not want to see Hestia ask a deity who is squatting at home, so Hestia is very serious and asks Hestia to find her family. My dear friend, it is precisely because I found a very cute child that I came back specially to give him the gift of God. Facing Hephaestus' words, Hestia slightly raised her head and made an expression of complimenting me quickly. Then he looked very proud and said. Facing Hestia's reaction, Hephaestus finally noticed Suhai standing behind Hestia. And looking at it slowly, facing Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing, Suhai smiled calmly. This kid's name is Suhai, and I met him on the street today. And Ahai was just looking for a family member, and he agreed to be my family. Hestia apparently also knew that Hephaestus had discovered Suhai's existence. He quickly turned around and came to Suhai's side, hugged Suhai's arm tightly, and slowly explained. As if afraid of Suhai turning his head and running away. And after the introduction, he dragged Suhai directly into the house, apparently preparing to find a room for the gift of God. Is it really okay to be a teenager? Hestia is a god who has nothing now. For a newcomer like you, it is obviously better to find a more powerful family. And Hestia, as a god, is very willful. But just as the two entered the villa, Hephaestus stared at Suhai tightly and said. My dear friend, how can you do this? How can I be as bad as you say? Facing Hephaestus' merciless dismantling, Hestia retorted with a low expression for a while. It's just that anyone with a discerning eye can see that Hestia's tone is very guilty. Since Hestia wants to be a family member, some things cannot be hidden. It was obvious that Hephaestus did not deliberately dismantle Hestia's stage, but also for Hestia to receive family members who were sincerely willing to join. Don't worry, Lady Goddess. I generally understand what you said. After all, Hestia is a person who is not good at lying. Although Hestia is too naive as a god, but as a family member, it is a very good choice. I think we should get along very well, and since we are family, we should naturally accommodate each other's everything, right? In the face of Hephaestus' persuasion, Suhai, who knew Hestia very well for a long time, naturally wouldn't have the slightest surprise. As a friend and family member, Hestia is undoubtedly a very good choice. If his main god really exists like the god of beauty, maybe Suhai will really have a headache. Aha! I knew you were the best. Facing Suhai's words, Hestia was very moved and cried. With eyes full of tears, he stared at Suhai tightly, and said slowly in his mouth. As for Hephaestus, after listening to Suhai's words, she also showed a very relieved smile. I am also happy that Hestia can find such a wonderful child. As a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, Hephaestus can naturally see that what Suhai said just now is from the heart. After passing Hephaestus' test, no one else could stop him, and Hestia took Suhai to her own room as she wished. Undress. The moment he entered the room, Hestia said directly. Even though he knew what was going to happen next, Suhai was also prepared in the face of Hestia's direct behavior. For a while, he was still stunned. After all, a goddess who looks like Loli but has a plump upper circumference, standing in front of you, suddenly asks you to undress. Anyone will have a momentary reverie, so that they can't react. Hi, don't get me wrong. This is just a link that must be experienced to carry out the gift of God. Although if it's hi, it's not impossible, but then again, hi has an idea for me as a god. Really? However, it was obvious that Suhai was stunned for a moment. Hestia obviously misunderstood something, and while a hint of pride appeared on her face, she made a serious teaching look. Regarding Hestia's reaction, Suhai also knew that this kind of thing could not be explained clearly. It seemed a little helpless to look at Hestia. Then he silently took off his shirt and lay down on the big bed Hestia usually slept on. For a while, a faint scent entered Suhai's nose, making the originally impetuous mood gradually calm down. Seeing Suhai getting ready, Hestia also put away the funny smile on her face. After all, it is a very important thing to carry out the gift of God, and it should not be sloppy. Hestia slowly opened her mouth and bit the index finger of her right hand, squeezing out a drop of blood, which then dripped onto Suhai's back. When the blood of the gods fell on his back, Suhai felt a hot feeling behind him, as if there was a warm breath flowing in his body. He is transforming his body. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and it didn't take long for Hestia to take out the prepared paper and rub the status behind Suhai. Name, Suhai. Power, I0. Durability, I0. Smart, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic : dot. Okay, from now on, will be the child of the Hestia family. Looking at the attribute panel that is no different from that of ordinary people who have just become adventurers, Hestia was not surprised at all. He directly handed the attribute panel he had checked into Suhai, who was still lying on the bed. He seemed very happy and said. Apparently, he was happy that he had found his first kin. Looking at the happy Hestia, Suhai also smiled. After all, after receiving the blessing of God, Suhai can quickly improve his strength by going to the dungeon to hunt monsters. But it was getting late today, and Suhai had just arrived in this world, so he was really tired. I can only go to the dungeon early tomorrow morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, becoming Hestia's family, and obtaining the gift of God from the Hestia family. Get a hidden 4-star golden egg. Just when Suhai was thinking about going to the dungeon early tomorrow morning to test the gift of God, a systemic voice suddenly came into his mind. At the same time, a dazzling golden egg engraved with 4 stars appeared in the system space. What the hell is a system hidden mission? In the face of this sudden happiness, Suhai was a little surprised, and hurriedly asked. After some systematic explanation, Suhai also roughly understood the reason. It turns out that in addition to the golden eggs that usually appear in the trial world, some specific characters also have hidden punch-in tasks. As long as you meet the requirements, you will get hidden rewards. Although such a task is full of uncertainty, whether it can be triggered and completed depends on luck, but the corresponding rewards are also very rich. I didn't expect Ahai to be so happy to be my servant. As a god, I am very happy. Looking at Suhai, who couldn't help but smile because he was shocked, and stood there with a smirk. Hestia obviously misunderstood something, looked at Suhai a little excitedly and said. At the same time, she was very relieved. She jumped directly on Suhai and rubbed Suhai hard. Feeling the sudden feeling behind him, Suhai also immediately woke up. Hestia, where do I rest tonight? Although he didn't hate Hestia's intimate behavior, Suhai, who felt a little inconvenient, pushed Hestia away gently. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said. After all, Suhai seems a little impatient to return to the room and open the highest level 4-star golden egg in history. Oh, by the way, Ahai has just come to the labyrinth city Orla, and he has no place to live yet. Then Ahai can sleep in my room, this is your privilege as my first family member. Facing Suhai's words, Hestia, who was obviously slow to respond, realized that Suhai didn't have a place to live. There was a hint of slyness in his eyes, and he made an expression as if he had given Suhai a great gift, come and praise me. Slowly he said. But facing Hestia's behavior, Suhai didn't even have time to say yes or no. Hephaestus suddenly knocked on the door, and while asking if the gift of God was over, she said that a room was ready for Suhai to rest. In the face of Hephaestus' words, even Suhai, who was willing to agree, could only open the door and walk outside. Well, my best friend is really. Facing Hephaestus, who suddenly stepped in, Hestia murmured and complained for a while. Thank you Hephaestus for preparing a room for me. But then again, Lord God and Hestia are really good friends. The moment he left Hestia's room, Suhai saw Hephaestus standing outside the door. While following Hephaestus to his room, he slowly said. Obviously, Hephaestus was uneasy from the beginning, and has been standing at the door. So it was time to speak up. Is Hestia? That's it. Hephaestus was stunned when she heard Suhai's name for Hestia. Immediately afterwards, as if recalling a past event, he slowly nodded and said. Okay, here we are. Just stay here for now. While the two were chatting, they soon came to the door of a room. I saw Hephaestus stopped, standing in front of the door and said slowly. This room was prepared by Hephaestus for Suhai. After casually saying a few words from the opened room, Hephaestus turned and left. Looking at Hephaestus leaving, Suhai did not hesitate, entered the room directly, and locked the door. System, use the 4-star golden egg. With excitement, the moment he entered the room, Suhai said to the system in his mind. Excuse me? Are you my master? With a familiar burst of light, a circular circle appeared on the floor in front of Suhai. Immediately followed by a mature voice, a charming charm that Suhai was very familiar with appeared in the magic circle. At the same time, a scarlet charm appeared on the back of Suhai's right hand. It turns out to be. Looking at this familiar figure in front of him, Suhai was a little surprised and excited at the same time. In this way, the time of the night passed slowly, and the next day just dawned. Suhai got up early and left the room. Get ready to explore the dungeon. Are you going to the dungeon so early? When coming downstairs, Suhai accidentally met Hephaestus, who was habitually waking up early. And when Hephaestus saw that Suhai got up as early as herself, she asked unexpectedly. Well, I'm more interested in dungeons, so I want to see what it's like early. Facing Hephaestus' question, Suhai replied very casually. Then, after speaking, he was ready to go outside. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Are you interested in dungeons? I advise you not to be too reluctant. The dungeon is far more cruel than you think. Before entering the dungeon, you'd better go with other adventure teams. And remember not to go too deep. For you today, the area below 2 floors is too dangerous. But just as Suhai turned to leave, Hephaestus said very seriously. Obviously, in Hephaestus' eyes, Suhai, like everyone else, was just an ordinary person who had just received the gift of God. And such people often imagine the underground level too beautiful, and it is this immature idea that makes many newcomers buried in the underground city. Thank you, Lady Goddess, for reminding me, I will pay attention. In the face of Hephaestus' reminder, although Suhai has his own measure in his heart, he is also very aware of his own strength. But he also understood that this was a good intention of Hephaestus, so he did not explain too much, but nodded very seriously, indicating that he understood. Seeing Suhai's reaction, Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. It didn't stop Suhai from leaving. In this way, after leaving Hephaestus' villa, Suhai directly looked up at the dungeon standing in the center of the labyrinth city. He raised his foot directly and walked straight over. With such an obvious target, the entrance to the Suhai dungeon. At the moment of arrival, Suhai also looked at the group of 3 or 2 in front of him with interest. A scene that seems to be talking about something. And the entrance to the dungeon is going in and out, and people are often injured and are carried out by their companions. Little brother, you should be coming to the labyrinth city Orario for the first time, and you have just become an adventurer. It just so happens that we are also newcomers who have just joined the Loki Familia for a few months. Since the strong members of the family have all gone to explore the depths of the dungeon, we are going to explore the first and second floors of the basement together. I don't know. Are you interested in teaming up with us to explore? Of course, the things dropped by the beasts are shared equally by everyone. Just when Suhai stopped, a team of 4 suddenly appeared in front of Suhai. The leader of this 4-person team was a werewolf boy, and it was this person who spoke. The remaining 2 women and 1 man are all human. The man is unusually burly and carries a huge shield that is almost the same height as himself. Obviously, it is a meat shield that takes damage like a knight in the team. As for the remaining 2 women, each holding a staff in his hand, they should be magicians with very few innately awakened magic skills. The other is a girl with a broadsword in her hand, bronze skin, a very hot body, and an unusually cool dress. If Suhai guessed correctly, the woman should be a warrior of the Amazons. Oh! I think we should meet for the first time? How did you know that I was a rookie adventurer? Not the slightest interest in teaming up to explore the dungeon Suhai, but very interested in how this werewolf teenager found out that he was a rookie adventurer. Facing Suhai's question, the young man didn't hide the slightest bit, and pointed to the armor and weapons on himself and everyone around him with a smile. Then he pointed at Suhai, who was empty-handed, as if on vacation. Everything is without words. Facing the boy's reaction, Suhai also showed a helpless smile. Finally, I found that I seemed a little out of place compared to others. But understand, Suhai does not intend to make changes. After all, it would be a little uncomfortable for Suhai to suddenly put on the armor. Thank you for your invitation, but I prefer to explore the dungeon alone. So sorry. Immediately afterwards, Suhai said apologetically. Then he walked directly towards the entrance of the dungeon. Looking at the back of Suhai entering the entrance of the dungeon, the werewolf boy seemed to be hesitant to speak, obviously wanting to say something, but when he saw Suhai's disappearing figure, he finally turned into a cry. Helpless sigh. Kuro, you're just too much of a nosy. Such a blind and arrogant newcomer won't accept your love at all. I think he has to suffer before he can understand what a dungeon is like. Facing the disappearing Suhai, the burly man with a large shield on his back slowly came to the side of the werewolf boy and said. As for the remaining 2 girls, they are also used to it. Obviously, it is not the first time that the 2 of them have seen such a scene. Forget it, maybe you're right. Let's start today's adventure too. Facing the burly man, the werewolf boy named Kolo said with a complicated expression. Immediately afterwards, he adjusted his mentality, glanced at the 3 teammates around him, and gave the order to enter the dungeon. Obviously, the group of 4 of Kolo didn't really lack teammates just now, but they said that because they saw that Suhai was just a newcomer and wanted to help out of good intentions. On the other side, Suhai, who was 1 step ahead, passed the long stone steps. Finally entered the first floor of the basement. As he went deeper, Suhai watched with interest the narrow passage and the dark brown mud walls on both sides of the passage. Oh! Has it finally appeared? After about 200 or 300 meters deep, there was movement on both sides of the passage in front of Suhai. The mud wall slowly cracked, and many dwarf goblins drilled out of it. The moment these goblins appeared, they instinctively launched an attack on Suhai. The breath of thunder flashes with a thunderbolt. Facing the large number of goblins rushing towards him, Suhai did not panic at all. With a slight movement of his left hand, he took out the sun knife that had not been used for a long time from the system space. Then he held the handle of the knife with his right hand, and appeared to be charging and drawing the knife, but the instant the fastest goblin approached him. Suhai turned into a yellow flash and disappeared instantly, passing through the numerous goblins. In the next instant, when Suhai appeared again, he had reached the end of the dozen or so goblins. And slowly made the appearance of closing the knife, as if the knife had never been drawn. And the goblin, who had been roaring from the moment he appeared, looked very violent. But it seems to be frozen in general, in the same place. Immediately after, in a series of voices, the goblins that were stiff in place all turned into ashes and dissipated. Only a purple crystal was left. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Faced with such a result, Suhai, who slowly retracted the knife into the sheath, turned around to put away the my crystal on the ground, and continued to walk towards the depths of the first floor of the underground palace. As it went deeper, more goblins appeared one after another on the walls on both sides of the tunnel. But unfortunately, the goblins are still too weak after all, and it's okay to deal with some ordinary novice who have just become adventurers. It's not enough to face an adventurer like Suhai who has power beyond ordinary people. So the goblins that appeared later, without exception, were quickly resolved by Suhai. In this way, after arriving at the passage leading to the second floor of the dungeon, Suhai has killed many goblins along the way. Anyway, there is already a bulging bag behind Suhai, and this bag is full of magic crystals and a small amount of materials dropped by goblins. It is worth mentioning that Suhai's system space can only be used to hold things that are opened from the golden egg. That's why Suhai comes with a baggage. In this way, Suhai quickly came to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, the second floor has a monster kobold. The level of danger is only slightly stronger than that of goblins, but the number of the two types of monsters and the speed at which they appear have increased significantly compared to the first floor. However, this is still very easy for Suhai. With the enhancement of magic and the breath of thunder, Suhai is like a god of war, killing directly from the beginning to the end of the second floor, which is the entrance of the third floor. In this way, the pig-headed man and the killer ant on the third floor, the poisonous moth on the fourth floor, the unicorn rabbit on the fifth floor, and the blue swallowtail butterfly on the sixth floor. After spending half a day, Suhai made it all the way to the 15th floor. After reaching the 15th floor, Suhai also saw a very familiar monster. There is Minotaur the Tauren. After seeing the Tauren being born one after another from the wall, Suhai finally showed a hint of interest on his face. Because Suhai felt that there were finally some monsters that could interest him a little. After all, the monsters before the 15th floor are actually similar in strength. In this world, they all belong to the level of LV1, but it is only because the number and types of monsters will continue to increase as the floor goes deeper. Only these Tauren appearing on the 15th floor can truly be regarded as LV2 monsters. Although it is equivalent to the Tauren of the second level of adventurers, it is not very powerful in Suhai's eyes. But coupled with the large numbers and the siege of other monsters, it's enough to be interesting in today's Suhai. Facing the 7 or 8 Tauren in front of him, as well as a large number of other monsters. Instead of destroying them immediately, Suhai enhanced his physical fitness by strengthening magic, holding the unsheathed sun blade in his hand. He rushed towards the pile of monsters, and then kept moving and dodging. When unable to dodge, Suhai will use the sun blade in his hand to resist the attack of Tauren and other monsters. Obviously, Suhai is just using these monsters to exercise to quickly improve his experience in various aspects. This is also the abnormality of this world. Every bit in the battle will substantively become experience and improve one's strength. As long as magic is used, the experience value of magic power will increase. When attacked, its own durability will increase. After dodging and moving long distances, your dexterity and speed experience will increase. This is also the reason why Suhai uses these monsters to exercise his abilities. The strength improvement is extremely fast. Of course, in this world, I am afraid that only Suhai, who is obviously level 0, but whose strength far exceeds that of most adventurers, dares to use this method. If it is other newcomers, adventurers dare to do so. Then it will definitely be submerged by the wave of monsters in an instant, and then torn to pieces by countless monsters. In this way, since Suhai did not kill the monsters, one after another monsters emerged from the wall. More and more gatherings, and soon more than 20 minotaurs gathered around Suhai. And hundreds of pig-headed people, killer ants, goblins and other monsters. But for such a situation, Suhai is always happy to dodge and exercise. It's hard work for everyone this time, especially Ace. Although it's good to want to improve your strength, don't try too hard. After all, you are already the best person in our family and even in the entire Labyrinth City. After going back this time, everyone will take a few days off and take a rest. What Suhai didn't know, however, was that in the road from the 16th floor to the 15th floor, a group of people are walking slowly, and not far in front of them is where Suhai is. This group of about 10 or 20 people, led by a small human race with a long gun in his hand. Obviously the leader of the group. It is worth mentioning that the group also carried a flag with the emblem of the Loki familiar clown. Obviously, this group of people are really high-level adventurers of the Loki Familia. And the fact is also the case. The villain with the spear is named Finn Timna. The LV6 level has the title of Brave. He is the head of the Loki family. He is not only powerful but also intelligent. And standing beside him are not simple characters, a girl swordsman with long blonde hair, Ace Wallenstein, who has the title of Sword Princess, is also the heroine in the original book. The strongest magician in the Labyrinth City, the LV6 adventurer Rivalia, who holds the title of 9 Magic Princess. They are also LV6 adventurers, and have the Amazon Melee sisters with the title Big Cut and Angry Snake wearing unusually revealing clothes. Thyana and Thyan. Appearance is a bit older, looks very mature and stable LV6 adventurer, has the title of Kongja Dwarf Graceland Rock. Bert, a werewolf adventurer nicknamed Ferocious Wolf. The large number of LV6 adventurers once again demonstrated the identity of the Loki family as one of the 2 most powerful families in the Labyrinth City. In this way, while Finn was talking, the group quickly came to the 15th floor, walked out of the passage, and appeared on the edge of a huge open space. And when Ace faced the words of her head, her personality still had an expression of nothing on her face. Ace wanted to answer something, but was caught by the voice in front of her. He subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. Chapter 14. In the next instant, Aisha's eyes flashed with a look of surprise as she stared blankly ahead. Because in the huge open space not far from Ace, a young man was holding an unsheathed samurai sword in his hand, and was quickly dodging among a large group of beasts. What a powerful boy! Is it a new LV5 or LV6 from a certain family? Obviously, this young man is Suhai, who used Warcraft to quickly accumulate experience points. Surprised, the little human race Finn with a spear in his hand guessed slowly. And next to Riveria and others, also think there is a possibility. After all, if you can do something like Suhai, even most LV5 adventurers can't do it with ease. It's just that everyone has a common doubt in their hearts, and that is why they have never heard of Suhai with such a high level and such strength. In the field, as there were more and more monsters, there were already more than 30 minotaurs, as well as hundreds of killer ants, poisonous lizards, and other monsters. In the face of more and more monsters, Suhai gradually became a little confused. In addition, Suhai felt the arrival of Ace and others, so he decided to end the exercise. Captain, this interesting little brother seems to be unable to hold on anymore. However, the Tiona sisters who were standing on the side also clearly saw that Suhai was in a somewhat embarrassed situation. I thought that Suhai was about to be overwhelmed by the beast swarm. He slowly spoke to Finn next to him. As an adventurer, if the situation is not right, let's go and save him. Finn apparently thought Suhai was reaching his limit, too, and he couldn't control the situation. He also became interested in Suhai, an unfamiliar high-level adventurer. Slowly speaking to the surrounding companions. Their concerns are clearly superfluous. Art fire escape ho fireball. I saw Suhai, who had been dodging and didn't make a move. Suddenly, he jumped into the air and quickly reached an altitude of 4 or 5 meters. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, suddenly took a breath of air, and then spit out raging fire from his mouth. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 4 or 5 meters was formed in midair, and it suddenly moved towards the beast colony below. At the moment when it touched the ground, the huge fireball burst open, layer after layer of fire waves carrying the scorching high temperature. In an instant, a large piece of demon beast was engulfed. The originally dense group of demon beasts was reduced by 1/10 in an instant. Flame magic. It seems that we don't need to take action. Faced with this situation, Tiona and the others were subconsciously surprised. They really didn't expect that Suhaya would have such a powerful fire magic. After all, among the adventurers in the entire labyrinth city, except for certain races, such as elves, they will awaken magic when they become adventurers. Most adventurers cannot obtain magic through awakening. If I want to learn the day after tomorrow, I need a specific magic book, and magic books are extremely precious existences. Therefore, among adventurers, powerful magicians are extremely rare. In every family, the magician is the object worthy of focusing on training and protection. The release was so fast, and the spell was not chanted. But the long-lost sign language magic. As the saying goes, watch the fun, and experts watch the doorway. When Finn and others were surprised, Riveria thought secretly in her heart. In this labyrinth city, no matter how powerful a magician is, he can't give up the spells needed to release magic. Even a powerful magician can only simplify spells and increase the speed of singing at most. Therefore, the more powerful the magic, the longer it takes to cast, which is why the magician needs the cooperation of his companions to be able to fully display the powerful magic. However, Suhai's actions just now clearly violated this iron rule. Breath of Thunder, one type of thunderbolt, flashes 7 times in a row. The second type of rice soul. The third type gathers mosquitoes into thunder. Fourth type far thunder. Naturally, Suhai didn't know the surprise in Finn and the others, after the big fireball exploded. As soon as he was about to land, Suhai held the handle of the sun blade with his right hand while he was in free fall. A rushing heat wave protruded from the mouth, and after a short charge, it turned into a rushing thunder. Like a beautiful arc, it shuttles continuously in the group of monsters. Wherever Suhai goes, there will be giant monsters that turn into flames and die. Only the blue magic crystals of varying sizes were left, which fell on the ground. In this way, under the blessing of strengthening magic, Suhai quickly performed all the moves of Breath of Thunder from start to finish. With the last yellow thunder dragon galloping out, the 7th fire thunder god of the Breath of Thunder ended. And there were only a few of the original large number of Warcraft left, and in the end, without exception, they were all solved by Suhai. Clap clap clap! Really powerful magic, wonderful swordsmanship. But when Suhai looked at the magic crystals all over the floor, he was worried that his bag was full and he didn't know how to take these magic crystals away. Accompanied by footsteps and applause, a person's voice entered Suhai's ears. Not far away, Finn, who was originally in a wait-and-see state, brought members of the Loki Familia and slowly walked towards Suhai. "Little brother, don't be nervous, we are all members of the Loki family. I'm their leader Finn. Just finished the expedition and prepare to return to the family station to rest for a while. Seeing that you are besieged by a group of monsters, I wanted to help you get to know me, but I didn't expect that we underestimate you too much." The moment he came to Suhai, Finn smiled, looked very easygoing and spoke openly. "Brother, use this, we bring a lot." At this time, Tiona also took a new sack from the supporters in their team. He quickly came to Suhai and handed Suhai the sack in his hand. Apparently, Tiona also found out about Suhai's predicament. "Thank you, my name is Suhai, and I am a servant of the Hestia family. For the kindness of others, Suhai has always been kind to others." After all, Suhai was originally a character of repaying kindness and revenge. So because he was too polite, he decisively reached out and took the sack in Tiona's hand. While nodding slightly to thank him, he introduced himself to Finn himself. Then, while opening the sack, he quickly picked up the magic crystals that were all over the floor. After all, these are money, and Suhai and Hestia must have a place for their own family. It takes a lot of money and you can't stay in someone else's house all the time. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Seeing this, Sister Tiona, who were both very bold and lively, didn't show any sympathy. He quickly bent down and helped Suhai pick up the magic crystal that fell on the ground. Family of Hestia. Didn't goddess Hestia still have a family? Could it be? Finn and the others said in surprise. After all, Hestia and their main god, goddess Loki, are a pair of enemies who love and kill each other. Therefore, Finn is naturally aware of the fact that Hestia has not been in the realm for a long time and has not yet recruited family members. At the same time of disbelief in his heart, Finn also came up with a bold conjecture. That's right. I just came to the Labyrinth City not long ago, and then I was lucky enough to meet Hestia. Become a servant of Hestia. With the help of Sister Tiona, all the magic crystals on the ground were collected. After filling another big bag, Suhai also saw what Finn and others were thinking. He didn't plan to hide anything, he said slowly. Brother Suhai, stop joking. You don't want to tell us that you have just become an adventurer, and now you are just an LV0. In this regard, the Tiana sisters were the first to speak. Obviously, the answer from Suhai is not very acceptable. Although Finn had already guessed it, after hearing Suhai's own admission, he still couldn't avoid being as shocked as everyone else. On the contrary, Ace looked at Suhai with a strange light in her eyes, as if she had found a target. Suhai only smiled slightly at Finn and the others' reaction, and didn't explain much. In this way, after a while, Finn and the others felt that Suhai was not joking, and finally accepted the fact. Brother Suhai, I don't think it's too early, or you can go back to the ground with us. Everyone chatted for a while, and found that it was not too early. So Finn and others are going to continue to walk to the upper floor, leaving the dungeon and returning to the ground. And Tiona invited Suhai very enthusiastically. Obviously, the two Tiona sisters are very interested in Suhai, who is only at LV0 level, but has shown no less than LV5 strength. At the same time that Tiona issued the invitation, Riveria and Finn also smiled and nodded. Indicates that Suhai can return to the ground together if he wishes. Then bother. In this regard, Suhai looked at the time and found that it was indeed late. If she doesn't go back, Hestia will definitely be worried. Moreover, there are 2 bags of magic crystals, and I really have nowhere to put them. So Suhai thought about it for a while and decided to stop here for today. Tomorrow, it's not too late to continue to the lower layers. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, Suhai has indeed stayed on the 15th floor for a long time in order to exercise all aspects of experience. Brother Suhai, are you really an ordinary human? Wouldn't it be the blood of a giant dragon or a giant clan flowing in the body? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? On the way back, Suhai was carrying 2 large bags of magic crystals on his back. While Tiona and Shen were constantly groping Suhai with their own hands, they didn't care about the difference between men and women. And the mouth also appeared to be very curious and asked one after another. Tiona, Shenai, don't do this, this little brother will be very distressed. Although Suhai can't say that he hates this, he also has some helplessness in his heart. Only at this time did Suhai realize that he really can't handle girls who are too enthusiastic. Fortunately, Finn, the head of the Loki Familia, seemed to see Suhai's embarrassment, and hurriedly stopped Tiona and Shen. Seeing this, Tiona and Shen showed unwilling expressions on their faces. But he still withdrew his hands and let Suhai go. However, the two still asked questions. Faced with such a situation, Suhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the group quickly walked out of the entrance of the first floor and came to the ground of the Labyrinth City. Little brother, it's nice to meet you. We have to return to the station to report the situation of this expedition to the Lord God. If you need anything, you can come to the Loki Familia to find us, then leave it here. In the square in front of the entrance to the dungeon, Finn looked at Suhai in front of him and said slowly. Obviously preparing to say goodbye, and Riveria herself nodded slightly. Brother Suhai, don't forget us. As for Tiona and Shen, they even waved their hands towards Suhai and said very cutely. Can you tell me why you are so strong? But just as everyone was about to turn around and leave, Ace, who had been secretly watching Suhai all the way, came out. He came to Suhai and said slowly. Although there is still a three-nun expression on his face, there is a hint of desire in his eyes. Obviously, although Ace today has reached the level of LV5. But Ace was not satisfied with her strength, and Ace felt that she had fallen into a bottleneck recently. Therefore, the pursuit of strength is even more urgent. This is also the reason why Ace went down to the dungeon more diligently than everyone in the Loki Familia. Ace, the practice method is. In the face of Ace actions, everyone in the Loki Familia also understood very well. Everyone knows that the method of practice is the most private thing to everyone, just like the gift of God. In order to avoid embarrassment, Finn, the leader of the group, wanted to stop Ace. Well, I do have a way to increase my strength, and I can get it through training. If you are interested, you can go to the Hestia family to find me sometime, and I can give it to you. In the face of such a elf-like girl, Suhai still appreciates her from the bottom of her heart. Thinking about his own strengthening magic, the breath of thunder, etc., can be learned through practice. And it's not too precious, so Suhai smiled and said very sincerely. In the face of Suhai's generous behavior, Finn, who wanted to stop Ace, was also very surprised. There was also a hint of admiration and trust in the eyes of Riveria and the others looking at Suhai. Brother Suhai, you are too partial. Evidently, our sisters were helping you pick up magic crystals just now, but you ignored us and treated Ace so well. You don't like our Ace, do you? After being stunned for a while, Tiona and Shani immediately said something a little weird. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Obviously Tiona and Shan didn't really feel unbalanced and jealous. Just out of a bit of a joke. If you want to learn, you can also come with Ace. In fact, it's just a little way to increase your physical fitness, and it's not too precious. What the two of them didn't expect was that they just said it casually. Suhai actually said to them with a smile. Brother Suhai, I think our sisters are a little in love with you, what do you think of us? Facing Suhai's answer, Tiona and Shan were stunned for a moment. Then he immediately spoke in a meaningful way. Apparently a little surprised at Suhai's unreserved generosity. Thanks. Seeing this, Ace also opened her mouth slightly to thank her. And Suhai naturally smiled and nodded in response. Not much to say. Just like that, Finn and his party took a deep look at Suhai. Only then did he slowly leave the square and head towards the residence of the Loki familiar. Little master, I didn't expect you to deceive 3 girls in just this short time. Obviously the little master already has me, really. Just after Ace and the others left, a charming voice suddenly rang in Suhai's ear. Obviously, there has always been another person next to Suhai, but it has been in a state similar to stealth, so no one except Suhai has found it. This person is none other than the heroic spirit Medusa summoned by Suhai last night after using the 4-star golden egg. Heroic spirit, Medusa. Job, Rider. Strength, A. Durability, B+. Agility, A+. Magic, A-. Lucky, C. Treasure. Bellerophon. Grade, A+. Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Self-Sealed Dark Temple, Breaker Gorgon. Grade, C-. Type, Anti-Human Noble Phantasm. The Seal of Others, Temple of Blood, Blood Fort Andromeda. Grade, B. Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Class Skills, Petrified Magic I, A+, Strange Power, B, Independent Action, C, Divinity, E, Natural Stupidity, Dot. Due to the relationship between the system, Medusa has been out of the control of the Throne of Heroes and has completely become a servant of Suhai, and will not return to the Throne of Heroes because of the command spell in her hand using Perfect Dasa. The strength of a heroic spirit has a great relationship with the host. Medusa, as a well-known existence in mythology, need not say much about its own power. Plus Suhai is not a weakling either. Therefore, the basic attributes of Medusa are simply out of the table. Except for luck, only the durability is at the level of B+, and the others have reached the level of A. Today's Medusa has completely surpassed Suhai and has reached the level of the most advanced demon. And this is without using the Noble Phantasm and the Petrified Magic Eye. It can be said that today's Medusa is a powerful hole card for Suhai. Rider, didn't I say so? You can call me by my first name, and don't put a small letter in front of the salutation. At the moment of summoning the heroic spirit, Suhai received many of Medusa's past memories. Therefore, it is natural to understand the character of Medusa. Although sometimes it seems a bit natural, but in fact, after getting along, you can find that Medusa is very naughty, and even a little black-bellied. That's why Medusa teases the master Suhai. Suhai naturally refused and resisted many times, but Medusa did not accept it. In response, Suhai had no choice but to shake his head and head towards the Adventurers Guild with 2 bags of magic crystals. Hello, adventurer. My name is Aisha Zul. I'm the front desk advisor of the Adventurers Guild. Is there anything I can help you with? At the moment when Suhai entered the Adventurers Guild, a young leprechaun in professional clothes and a pair of rimless glasses asked enthusiastically. Obviously, Aisha Zul saw that Suhai was a rookie adventurer. After all, as the front desk of the Adventurers Guild, he had enough impressions of the veteran adventurer Aisha Zul. Hello, Miss Aisha, I want to register with the Adventurers Guild and exchange the magic crystal for Farley. Last night Suhai also learned some basic things about adventurers from Hestia and Hephaestus. Knowing that every adventurer must first register with the Adventurers Guild before they can enjoy the services provided by the Adventurers Guild. Among them, it is very simple to exchange magic crystals directly into money. Okay, please fill in the basic information first. By the way, if you can, just call me Ina directly. After hearing Suhai's words, Aisha showed an expression that was as expected. Then very skillfully took out an information collection form and a pen and put it in front of Suhai through the window. Then he spoke slowly. Seeing this, Suhai just nodded slightly, without being pretentious. Then he picked up the pen and wrote quickly. Suhai found out that on this form, he only asked about his name, the family he belonged to, and his level, which were not basic information that was not private. It involves adventurer skill attributes, development abilities, etc. I didn't ask, after all, these are the most private things for adventurers. Okay, Ina. And these magic crystals, please exchange them all for me. Moments after Suhai filled it out, he handed the form and pen back to Aisha. At the same time, the magic crystal filled with 2 sacks on the ground was also lifted and placed on the counter. Because it was a little heavier, even if Suhai handled it gently, the wooden counter trembled slightly. Lord Suhai, are all the magic crystals in this place? He looked at the 2 grey sacks that were placed in front of him, obscuring almost all his vision. For a while, Aisha asked unresponsively. Suhai nodded slightly to confirm Aisha's doubts. After careful confirmation twice, Aisha finally accepted the reality that the sack was full of magic crystals. During this period, Aisha also looked at the situation on the information sheet several times. Especially after seeing the eye-catching LV0 level, the surprise in my heart increased. Chapter 17. Sir Suhai, after deducting the 5% handling fee charged by the Adventurers Guild, all of your magic crystals have been exchanged for a total of 4.12 million fair. Fortunately, Aisha is a kind person, so she didn't ask too much. Instead, all the magic crystals were exchanged for money very quickly. He took out a bag full of Huang Cancan gold coins and handed it to Suhai. In this world, there are copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin is equal to 1 pharaoh. Farley's purchasing power is similar to that of RMB. So there are 412 gold coins in this bag, which may seem like a lot, but it's just for the average person. As an adventurer, as a lucrative profession, all things about adventurers are naturally very expensive. For example, some medicines for restoring magic power and healing, and equipment and armors that are a little more affordable can cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and the most important thing is that they are still invaluable. So if you really want to count it, the money is not as much as imagined. Thank you, Ina. Faced with such a situation, Suhai picked up his first pot of gold in this world. Feeling the heavy feeling in his hands, he smiled and said to Aisha in front of him. Then turned around and walked outside the Adventurers Guild. What an amazing person! As Aisha watched as she walked out of the adventure guild, Suhai, who was bathed in the setting sun, thought to herself. Due to her years of contact with adventurers, Aisha always had a feeling that this boy would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. In this way, after Suhai left the Adventurers Guild, he headed towards the mansion where Hephaestus was. But when he came to a cake shop, Suhai suddenly stopped. In the store, a very delicate three-tier cake caught Suhai's attention. Recalling the goddess Loli at home, Suhai smiled and pushed open the door of the cake shop and walked in. "Dear adventurer, do you need anything?" The moment he entered the store, a black-clothed deacon spoke with great respect. In his eyes, there is still wisdom that ordinary people do not have. "Oh, how do you know I'm an adventurer?" Looking at the clerk who guessed his identity at a glance, Suhai seemed a little surprised. After all, he didn't wear armor, and he didn't have a weapon, so he didn't look like an adventurer at all. The only people who will come from the direction of the Tower of Babel at this time are the adventurers who are exploring the dungeon. And there is an incomparably confident temperament in the adults, which is something that only a few high-level adventurers have. The clerk of the cake shop smiled slightly, looked at the sky outside where the sun had already gone down, and said slowly, answering the doubts in Suhai's heart. "Looks like you're very smart. Pack this up for me and I'll take it with me." At the same time, when he realized something in his heart, Suhai pointed to the cake that he had taken a fancy to, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment, I'll go and dress it up for you." Facing Suhai, the clerk still looked calm. The cake was then quickly wrapped and handed to Suhai in front of him. After paying the price of 2 silver coins, Suhai picked up the cake and accelerated his steps towards the location of Hephaestus' villa. After all, the sky has gradually dimmed now, and thinking about Hestia's character in the original book, I would definitely be worried if I didn't go back all day. And the truth is, the moment Suhai returned to the door of the villa, from a distance, I saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, standing at the door. It was Hestia who looked anxious and worried, and Hephaestus who was with Hestia. The moment he looked at his goddess, Suhai showed a slight smile, lifted the cake in his hand, and was about to say hello. But at this moment, Hestia suddenly charged towards Suhai quickly. He immediately threw himself into his arms and hung on Suhai's body. Suhai was about to start teasing Hestia. However, he suddenly felt that Hestia in his arms was trembling slightly, and there was a thin sob. "Hestia is fine, I just went to the dungeon and bought you a cake. Don't you think I'm unscathed now? Don't say I'm injured, I haven't even scratched my clothes. Don't look at me like this, I'm stingy with my life, and I have to earn more farley to buy us a luxurious family residence. I won't take risks. You are the goddess, you can't cry." Feeling Hestia's reaction, how could Suhai not know what happened? It must be that Hestia saw that she hadn't come back for so long and thought that something had happened to her dungeon. While feeling a little warm and moved in his heart, Suhai had no choice but to stroke Hestia's head and double ponytail, while coaxing a child, and said very gently. After a while, Hestia replied, nodded slightly, and left Suhai's embrace. Apparently Hestia already considers Suhai her family, which is what differentiates Hestia from many other gods. Just like that, Suhai picked up the cake in his hand and walked towards the villa with Hestia, who was still crying with joy. In front of Hephaestus who came, Suhai smiled and nodded slightly. Then a group of 3 walked towards the villa and slowly closed the door. "Aha, it's so delicious! I haven't eaten such a delicious cake for a long time since I was in the lower realm. You. On the sofa in the living room, a corner of the cake was placed on the table. In the hands of the 3 of Suhai, they each held a small piece of cake. After taking a bite with a fork, Hestia narrowed her eyes and looked very happy. The mouth was even more vague. Most importantly, there was some cream on the corners of the mouth. At this time, Hestia apparently returned to her normal appearance. Facing Hestia who looked like this, Suhai and Hephaestus looked at each other with a smile on their faces. This is actually one of the things that Hestia thinks is fascinating. He has lived for hundreds of millions of years as a god, but he can still maintain this hard-won innocence. At the same time that people are very envious, there will always be a desire to protect. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Hestia and this are for you too. Looking at Hestia like this, Suhai handed the bag full of gold coins to Hestia while speaking. So many gold coins. Looking at the bag in front of him, Hestia first showed a puzzled expression. Apparently guessing what's in this bag? However, after taking it over and opening it and seeing the gold coins in it, Hestia's eyes seemed to have a symbol of money, and she looked a little excited. Even Hephaestus next to him glanced at Suhai in surprise. In addition to being happy, Hestia even fantasized about the near future, in a huge, luxurious, and elegant family residence. Happy days with Suhai. The scene turned, Suhai was lying on the bed topless in Hestia's room. And Hestia straddled Suhai's back in a strange posture. I saw Hestia skillfully bit her fingers and dripped a drop of divine blood on Suhai's back. As the blood was absorbed, some ancient writing also emerged on Suhai's back. It turned out that after eating the cake, Suhai asked Hestia to update her attributes. And Hestia is naturally very happy. After all, this is the responsibility of God. Even if Suhai doesn't say it, Hestia will take the initiative to update Suhai's attributes. This. How could this be? It's impossible. With the appearance of the sacred text, Hestia's originally expected expression became a little stunned. He even muttered to himself. Obviously the content of the attribute panel surprised Hestia, a god who had lived for the past year. Hestia, is there something wrong? Seeing Hestia like this, Suhai asked subconsciously. After all, it is related to the improvement of one's own strength, so it is natural to pay more attention. After Hestia came back to her senses, she used a piece of paper to engrave the attributes behind her. Handed it to Suhai, motioning for him to watch. Ahai, what did you do today? The improvement of your attributes has far broken the norm. At the same time, Hestia asked with a complicated expression. Name, Suhai. Power, I0C504. Durability, I0C524. Smart, I0C543. Agility, I0C576. Magic, I0C511. Magic : dot. Looking at the attributes in his hand, Suhai knew it. It was immediately understood that Hestia was surprised by her own promotion. Suhai had already expected such a huge improvement, so he was not surprised. After all, there is no one in the entire Labyrinth City who can clearly be a LV0 like him, but has the strength of a high-level adventurer. Use the beast tide to improve attributes. Hestia, I do have some secrets that I can't tell you right now. But I promise I'll tell you everything one day. Looking at Hestia, who was surprised, but also worried. Suhai first slowly recounted how he had explored the 15th floor underground, and then spoke very seriously. Faced with such a situation, Hestia was a little unhappy even though she had a little secret about Suhai, her family in her heart. He murmured, looking a little embarrassed. But instead of getting to the bottom of it, he respected Suhai's decision. Seeing Hestia in this state, Suhai was amused and touched Hestia's head, then walked out of the room towards his bedroom. Well, although there are little secrets, but his heart is very bright, he is a good boy. It's just that he keeps touching the head of a god like me. Am I just a child in his heart? Really? Seeing the back of Suhai leaving, Hestia sighed inwardly. Currently, as a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Even due to the rules of the human world, the power belonging to the gods cannot be used. But Hestia can still sense that Suhai is not a person with a dark heart. After all, hundreds of millions of years of experience are no joke. After returning to his room, Suhai lay on the bed, feeling the growing power in his body. The promotion of God's gift has two powerful characteristics, one is imperceptible, and the other is based on the adventurer's own body. Therefore, in theory, adventurers who are also LV0, the stronger their own physical ability, the stronger the power they get when they improve. At the same time, there will not be a situation where the power surge cannot be controlled. Suhai can clearly feel that his physical quality has improved by about 20%. If he succeeds in breaking through LV1, his physical fitness will be doubled. And the further back the level is raised, the more terrifying the level of improvement is. At this time, Suhai couldn't imagine how terrifying his physical fitness would be when he reached LV7, or even a higher level. With so many thoughts in his heart, Suhai fell asleep without realizing it. And what Suhai didn't know was that after he fell asleep, Medusa suddenly appeared in the room, and then she went into the bedding without shyness. Using Suhai as a pillow, he slept leisurely. Why does it seem to have a familiar scent? I seem to have smelled it somewhere. The next morning, Suhai woke up alone in bed. The moment he opened his eyes, Suhai was about to get up, but subconsciously sniffed his nose. Muttered to himself. At this time, Suhai always felt a familiar smell on the bed, but it didn't belong to him. However, after some fruitless thinking, Suhai left it behind. Suhai is not going to go to the dungeon today, because he had already made an appointment with Hestia last night. To buy a small courtyard in the Labyrinth City as the residence of the Hestia family. Although large luxury villas, even more huge manor. The bag of gold coins from last night was far from enough, but it was enough to buy a small detached courtyard. Just like that, Suhai woke up early and had breakfast. He and Hestia left Hephaestus' house together. In fact, it should be 3 people who insisted on saying it. After all, there is one hidden. After Suhai and Hestia left the villa, they walked towards the Adventurers Guild. As for why you go to the Adventurers Guild to buy a house, it's because the family's residence also needs to be registered in the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, the Adventurers Guild also provides assistance in finding housing for adventurers. Although a small amount of money will be charged, it is much more convenient than searching aimlessly on your own. Chapter 19. In this way, after spending a morning, Suhai and Hestia finally spent nearly 3 million farleys with the help of the Adventurers Guild. I bought a 2-story villa in a location on the periphery of Labyrinth City. Aha, that's great. This will be the residence of our Hestia family from now on. Standing in the courtyard of the villa, Hestia said happily while looking at the environment of the villa. Although this villa has only 2 floors, it has a large enough courtyard. The courtyard is full of all kinds of exotic flowers and plants in this world, and there is a pavilion in the center of the courtyard. When you have nothing to do, you can sit leisurely under the gazebo and drink tea and cool down. The first floor of the villa is a large hall, and the second floor is a room. Although there were only 7 or 8 rooms, it was enough for the Hestia Familia, who only had 2 people. Facing such a happy Hestia, Suhai naturally looked at each other with a smile on his face. Just like this, I bought a villa and used it as the residence of my family. The 2 returned to Hephaestus' residence. After all, Hestia still had some things to move. When I picked up something and left, Hephaestus was also smiling, not happy because Hestia left. I was just happy that Hestia found her own family and established her own family. If it is said that among the gods in the heavens, who has the best friendship with Hephaestus, then it is Hestia. After a busy day like this, I finally finished all the chores. After returning to his room at night, Suhai quickly fell asleep. In his sleep, Suhai always felt that he was being embraced by a very warm embrace. The next morning, Suhai woke up refreshed. Hi. The moment he came to the living room from the second floor after washing up, Suhai immediately saw Hestia sleeping on the sofa in an unrestrained manner. I saw that Hestia was holding a pillow at this time, sleeping strangely and talking in her sleep, as if she thought the pillow in her hand was someone. Obviously, Hestia fell asleep on the sofa just because she was too excited last night. Faced with such a situation, Suhai shook his head with some amusing. He quietly came to Hestia's side and picked up the blanket that had fallen on the ground and covered it again. He gently opened the door, left the villa, and headed towards the most central dungeon. What Suhai didn't know was that after he turned around and went out, Hestia slowly opened her eyes and stared at the direction he left for a while. I don't know if it's a concern or what. Although the Labyrinth City is very large, due to the relationship between the villas on the periphery of the Labyrinth City, it was nearly twice as far as before, but Suhai still quickly came to the square in front of the entrance of Labyrinth City. Looking at this unusually familiar place, Suhai didn't stop there too much. Adventurer Soma, do you need a supporter? But at this moment, a very light voice sounded in Suhai's ears. Facing the sudden voice, Suhai subconsciously looked to the left. It was a huge army green backpack, but after looking down more than 10 centimeters, Suhai then found the owner of the conversation, a little human girl who covered herself in a white cloak, revealing only a cute face and a little red-purple hair. Lili. The moment he saw the girl's supporter, Suhai instantly recognized the girl's identity. It is Lili Luca Erd, the villain who uses transformation magic in the original book. In the end, a conversion ceremony was performed and he joined the Hestia family. Hi, my name is Suhai. I really need a supporter to help me get things. What's your name? Although he already knew the identity of this girl in his heart, Suhai still pretended not to know, and said slowly. Hello, Suhai-sama. You can just call me Lili. Facing Suhai's smile, Lili Luca was slightly taken aback. Apparently, found that Suhai was a little different from other adventurers. After all, most of the adventurers in this labyrinth city are not friendly to their supporters. Supporters generally do not have much fighting ability, and they are often used as bait in dungeons. However, Lili Luca quickly reacted and said slowly. At the same time, without a trace, he glanced at the sun blade on Suhai's waist. Obviously, the reason why Lili Luca wants to be Suhai's supporter is not that simple. If that's the case, you can follow. Today you are my supporter. How powerful is Suhai's perception, and naturally he also noticed Lili Luca's small movements. Thinking back on everything about Lili Luca, Suhai suddenly understood. However, it did not break it up. Instead, after saying a word, he turned and walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. Suhai is just missing someone to clean up the mess and take the magic crystal. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse, and if the little girl, Lili Luca, really takes the sun blade from her side, that can only blame his own lack of strength. Seeing Suhai's promise, Lili Luca naturally smiled and followed with the backpack on her back that obviously didn't match her body shape. The two of them came to the first floor of the basement, and a large number of goblins emerged quickly from the walls on both sides of the passage. Sir Suhai, these are the most common goblins. If it's one or two, it's easy to deal with. But if the number increases, it will be very troublesome, so Lili thinks it's better to solve it quickly. Facing Suhai who was stunned in place, Lili Luca looked at the more and more goblins in the passage. He frowned slightly and spoke slowly to Suhai in front of the left. Apparently seeing Suhai as a rookie, thinking that Suhai was intimidated by the goblins. After all, but without wearing any armor, it is still a relatively unfamiliar face. Lili Luca can be sure that Suhai is an out-and-out newcomer, which is an important reason why Lili Luca chose Suhai. Breath of Thunder 5 Type Thermal Realm Thunder. In this regard, Suhai really still did not have the slightest reaction. More and more goblins emerged from the wall, and they gathered more and more, almost filling the entire passage. Just when Lili Luca watched a large number of goblins approaching the two of them, she hesitated whether to run away. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Originally standing there, Suhai, who was unmoved at all, held the sun blade tightly with his left hand and the hilt with his right hand. The body squatted down slightly, and the eyes became extremely sharp. At the same time, streaks of yellow lightning quickly appeared around the body. A harsh voice entered Lili's ears. Faced with this extraordinary scene, Lili Luca was naturally very surprised, looking at Suhai who suddenly became very stalwart in front of her. At that moment, Suhai pulled out his scabbard and slashed towards the void in front of him. Immediately, countless sturdy yellow thunderbolts stirred up the dust and rolled towards the front. In the passage, the goblins rushing towards the two of them naturally became the target of the yellow thunder and lightning. After the thunder and lightning, a large number of goblins were instantly killed. It turned into a charred body, and the body burned directly, leaving behind magic crystals of different shapes, which fell to the ground and made a series of sounds. At this time, Lili Luca, who was hiding under the white cloak, had already opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and the shock could no longer be added. Lili, I'll leave it to you next. After slowly retracting the knife into the sheath, Suhai turned around very easily, pointed to the magic crystals scattered throughout the passage, and said to Lili Luca with a smile. It was as if he had done a trivial thing. What? Good, good. After hearing Suhai's words, Lili Luca recovered from her surprise. He glanced at Suhai with a complicated look, then while talking, he took out the bag and quickly picked up the magic crystal on the ground. So strong, if he finds out, he will definitely die. While bowing her head to pick up the magic crystal, Lili Luca thought with some horror in her heart. Extremely determined to give up the idea of looking for an opportunity to steal the saber in Suhai's hand. The only thing that makes Lili Luca happy is that Suhai looks very kind, and doesn't look down on supporters like most adventurers, even fisting. Lord Suhai, I have collected all the magic crystals, we can move on. After a while, Lili Luca picked up all the magic crystals on the ground into her pockets. He quickly came to Suhai and said with a very respectful expression. After seeing Suhai's strength, Lili Luca was obviously more cautious. This is a phenomenon caused by the awareness of inner self-protection. Because Lili Luca is often bullied, she has already seen through the essence of adventurers. So Lili Luca today doesn't trust anyone easily, even Suhai, an adventurer who seems to be very easy to get along with and full of goodwill. Facing the stronger adventurer, Lili Luca became more cautious. Don't worry, you're tired too, it's not too late to move forward after a rest. Seeing Lili Luca, who was becoming more cautious about herself from the inside out, a hint of helplessness flashed in Suhai's eyes. However, Suhai is also very clear that the suffering this little girl has suffered is far beyond her imagination. Without this vigilance, we might not be alive today. So I didn't care too much, but said more gently. Facing Suhai like this, Lili Luca's body trembled slightly, and there was a touch of emotion in her eyes. But in an instant, it was replaced by vigilance, and it was not that simple to gain Lili Luca's trust. However, although the heart is vigilant, but Lili Luca still behaved very obediently, and slowly came to the side to rest. After resting for about a cup of tea, the two set off again, heading for the depths. In each of the following layers, without exception, Suhai solved the monsters with ease, and soon came to the familiar 15th floor. Lili, I have something to do next, and I don't plan to go any further. You go to that safe place for a while, I may not be able to take care of you later. After reaching the 15th floor, Suhai quickly found the place where he last exercised his ability. Although it is possible to continue to go deeper, it is not necessary. Because this 15th floor is enough for Suhai to continue training his strength. So Suhai pointed to a high platform on the edge of the plain, where Ace and others stayed last time, and slowly said to Lili Luca next to him. The little girl rider will be temporarily handed over to you for protection. At the same time, Suhai did not forget to glance at a certain place on his left, and secretly transmitted a voice in his mind. Obviously, Suhai was already prepared. After all, Lili Luca's strength was too weak after all. In these 15 layers, any minotaur can easily take his life. After a while, Suhai needs to concentrate on gaining experience points, and can't be distracted. It's better to let Ryder secretly protect this girl to be on the safe side. Well, although I don't want to. But the little master can rest assured. I will protect your little lover. In the face of Suhai's voice transmission, Medusa responded with a deliberate joke. Facing Medusa's words, Suhai had expected it, so he was not surprised at all. Okay, Lord Suhai. As for Lili Luca, although she didn't know what Suhai was going to do next, she wisely didn't ask more. While nodding to answer, carrying the huge package behind her, she slowly went to the place Suhai pointed. After watching Lili Luca, who was protected by Medusa, go to a safe place, Suhai instantly used strengthening magic. After strips of white lines spread all over his body, Suhai lifted it up and landed on the ground again, making a loud noise. All of a sudden, the countless monsters on the 15th floor heard this voice very clearly. Swarmed towards where Suhai was. Due to the environment, the monsters in the dungeon have extremely sharp hearing. Even monsters far away heard the sound Suhai made. So soon, a large number of monsters gathered around Suhai. And that's what Suhai wanted to see, so instead of worrying at all, he smiled. Damn it, why did he do this? Is he dying? What should I do? Before he's dead, can I get the authorized attention and run away? And Lili Luca obviously didn't know what Suhaya was thinking. In Lili Luca's mind, Suhaya's actions were undoubtedly courting death. At the same time that she was very angry, Lili Luca was also in a tangle. There is even a faint idea of turning around and running away. Asterisk. Chapter 21. But the moment she was about to turn around, Suhaya's smile appeared in Lili Luca's mind, and she finally gritted her teeth and didn't run away. And all of this fell into the eyes of Medusa, who was hiding beside her, secretly protecting Lili Luca. Seeing Lili Luca like this, a smile appeared on the corner of Medusa's mouth. There was a trace of recognition for Lili Luca in my heart. On the other hand, Suhaya also seems to be very skilled in using the gathered monsters to exercise experience. As time went on, Lili Luca watched as Suhaya was at ease in the field. I also suddenly realized that all the worries and fears were unnecessary. Suhaya's power far exceeded his guess, and these monsters couldn't harm him at all. In this way, after the time came to afternoon, Suhaya quickly solved the monsters gathered on the 15th floor. Then he returned to the ground with Lili Luca. This is for you. At the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, Suhaya weighed the cloth bag in his hand that was a few points heavier than yesterday, took half of the gold coins from it, put it into another bag, and handed it to the person who was shorter than him in front of him. Ahead of Lili Luca. Faced with such a situation, Lili Luca naturally seemed a little terrified and wanted to refuse. Take it, you deserve it. And you really need money, don't you? I will basically enter the dungeon every day in the future. I just need a long-term supporter. If you want, we will meet you at the entrance of the dungeon tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But just when Lili Luca was about to say something. However, Suhaya interrupted what he was about to say, and at the same time, put the gold coin in his hand directly into Lili Luca's hand. He smiled slowly and said. After doing all this, Suhaya turned and left. Seeing the figure gradually disappearing under the setting sun, Lili Luca bit her lips, extremely complicated and tangled. Looking at the heavy gold coins in her hand, Lili Luca always felt a feeling she had never felt before in her heart. Little master, is it really okay to leave like this? In the morning, there were several lines of sight monitoring that little girl. On the way back, Medusa said slowly. Obviously, with Medusa's perception of the surrounding, she naturally discovered that there were several malicious eyes in the dark, monitoring Lili Luca all the time. Don't worry. Lili is not a fragile person. There are some things that we can really help her only if she has made up her mind first. In the face of what Medusa said, Suhaya is naturally very clear. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he said something meaningful. In this way, Suhaya quickened his pace and soon returned to his family's station. But the moment he opened the gate and entered the courtyard, Suhaya was stunned for a moment. Because in the pavilion, there is a fair-haired girl standing there quietly. This girl is none other than Ace. Aha, this guy will be here at noon. I've waited until now, saying that I know you and I have something to do with you. Is this the woman you are outside? Ahai. At this moment, Hestia also came out of the house and quickly came to Suhaya. Said with a look of resentment. You think too much. Facing the funny Hestia, Suhaya gently grew a hand knife on Hestia's head. He seemed a little annoyed. You should come here to learn the skills I mentioned last time, in order to become stronger. Immediately afterwards, Suhaya bypassed Hestia who was standing in front of him, holding his head and pretending to be about to cry. Came in front of Ace, smiled and said slowly. Ace just nodded slightly, confirming Suhaya's guess. No problem, but it's getting late today, let's meet on the city wall at the east gate of Orilla at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. When the time comes, I will officially teach you the skills. After all, it was something that he had already admitted, so Suhaya naturally would not refuse. In addition, Ace still has a Samsung treasure chest on her head. It only needs to touch Ace's head to open it. Suhaya also wants to take this opportunity to get this Samsung treasure chest, and naturally he will not refuse it. Okay. Facing Suhaya's decision, Ace looked at the sky that was about to dim. It was also a pair of eyes that stared at Suhai tightly, nodded slightly, and agreed. After saying that, he gestured to Suhai and Hestia, and then prepared to go outside. After waiting for so long, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Stay and have dinner before leaving. Hestia's food is delicious. Looking at Ace who was about to leave, Suhai suddenly said. Seeing this, Hestia on the side muttered but didn't say anything. As for Ace, she looked at Suhai and Hestia, and then looked at her belly. He nodded slightly in agreement. After all, after waiting all afternoon, Ace was indeed hungry. After the group of three returned to the house to eat dinner, Ace left the Hestia family under the moonlight. Hestia is today's gold coin. In the brightly lit hall, Suhai, who was half lying on the sofa, took out the gold coins he had exchanged today and handed them to Hestia. Sniff, sniff. Hi, I found out from the beginning that you have the smell of other girls on you. You must have met other women outside today. And you've been together for a long time. However, at this time, Hestia did not receive the gold coins immediately. Instead, he approached Suhai suspiciously, smelling something on Suhai's body. Immediately afterwards, Hestia said with a look of tears and tears. Facing Hestia like this, Suhai was a little surprised at the powerful sense of smell of this lowly goddess. But on the surface, it looked disapproving, and said it was Hestia's illusion. After all, he was going to the dungeon to fight, not a date. How could you possibly know another beautiful girl? Looking at Suhai with a serious face, Hestia also looked a little dubious. But looking at such a serious Suhai, there is no more trouble. In this way, after getting the lovely lowly goddess Hestia, Suhai returned to his room, ready to rest. But the moment Suhai closed his eyes, the sound of a key turning suddenly came from the door of the room, and then the door was opened, and the lights in the corridor also revealed it. Chapter 22. Hestia, who was wearing a simple pajamas with a pillow in her arms, was standing at the door. Hestia, you are. Faced with such a situation, Suhai looked at Hestia at the door and asked in surprise. It's thundering outside, so I thought. Hestia, on the other hand, looked a little scared and said slowly. At the same time, the meaning of what I want to express is self-evident, obviously I want to sleep with Suhai tonight. The moment he heard this, Suhai turned his head to look outside the house, only to find that it was raining at some point outside. From time to time bright lights came from the sky, apparently caused by thunder and lightning. Come in. Don't do anything strange, or be careful, I can't help it. Facing Hestia standing at the door, Suhai had some doubts that a god who had lived for hundreds of millions of years would be afraid of thunder. But he still spoke slowly. Great, I knew Ahai was the best. After hearing Suhai's agreement, Hestia's face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. She closed the door very happily, ran to the bedside, and then jumped to the bed. At the same time, a successful smile flashed in his eyes. Obviously, Hestia was faking her fear of thunder just to want to be in the same room with Suhai, after all she smelled other women on Suhai's body today. Hestia faintly felt a sense of crisis. Looking at Hestia holding him in his arms, Suhai felt a little warmth in his heart, but shook his head helplessly, then turned off the light and slowly fell asleep. What the two of them didn't notice on the bed was that there was another person in the room with a face full of resentment who was looking at them in a state of invisibility. The next day, Suhai, who woke up Yo-Yo, immediately felt a heaviness in his chest, and at the same time he seemed to be restrained by something. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to break free, and at the same time, he opened his eyes from his sleep. Suhai opened his eyes and immediately saw Hestia, the goddess, with her eyes closed, hanging on her body like a koala with her hands and feet. Looking at Hestia in her sleep, wearing only one pajamas and her skin looming. Suhai subconsciously swallowed his saliva, an unavoidable fire in his heart. But fortunately, Suhai controlled this emotion in time and shook his head helplessly. He lowered his head and kissed Hestia's forehead. Carefully removed Hestia's hand and feet on his body. After recovering the quilt, he left the room in a hurry. If he stayed any longer, Suhai really couldn't guarantee that he would be able to hold back. After all, Suhai is not a saint with few desires. When Suhai left the villa, his genius had just dawned. After all, she promised Ace yesterday, so Suhai naturally couldn't keep her word. With Suhai deliberately quickening his pace, Suhai and Medusa, who was in an invisible state, soon came to the agreed city wall. The moment she reached the city wall, a blonde beauty was already waiting there quietly. The moment he saw Ace, Suhai was a little surprised that the other party came so early. I wanted to say something, but after seeing the eagerness and enthusiasm in Ace's eyes, it is clear in my heart that this is a heart that is eager to pursue power. The reason why Suhai can understand is because he had the same feeling during the period when he had just passed through the system and had not awakened. Since it's here, let's get started. Strengthening magic is a kind of magic that strengthens the target through the flow of magic power. That is to say, it can not only strengthen the human body and improve the quality of various aspects, but also strengthen the weapons and other aspects. Of course, the effect is also directly related to the strengthening of people and things. In theory, the stronger the endurance of people and things, the better the strengthening effect will naturally be. And once the strengthening limit is exceeded, and the limit that people and objects can withstand, they will face collapse. Therefore, strengthening magic also has certain dangers, so it requires skilled control and careful use. After a simple greeting, Suhai directly began to explain the strengthening magic. After thinking about it, Suhai finally felt that strengthening magic was the most suitable for Ace today. After 2 hours of hands-on teaching, Ace also barely mastered the strengthening magic, although it was still very unstable and could not be used to strengthen the human body. But it can barely strengthen the weapon in his hand, and the next thing is a long practice. After all, although strengthening magic is not complicated, it is a magic that needs to be accumulated and practiced over a long period of time. Thanks. Looking at the weapon that was obviously sharper after using the strengthening magic in her hand, Ace said slowly. At the same time, he knelt down to the ground and waved to Suhai with a blank face. Motioned to Suhai to come to her side. Facing Ace's behavior, Suhai didn't know what to do. But without any hesitation, she walked slowly to Ace, who was kneeling on the ground. They squatted down as well, and the two were almost at the same height again. In this way, under Suhai's surprised expression, Ace reached out and hugged Suhai's head. Putting Suhai's head on his thigh, a very standard knee pillow came. Ace is. I could feel the softness of the back of my head and the fragrance of the girl's body entering my breath. Suhai asked in surprise. After all, this kind of behavior is obviously not something that Ace can do. It's thanks. Tiona and Thyagni said it was the best way to thank you. They said you would love it. While stroking Suhai's head, Ace had the illusion of grooming a pet. Said slowly. At the same time, he said slowly in his mouth. In the face of such an answer, Suhai's face showed a look that was as expected. In my heart, I secretly gave a like to the two Tiona sisters. In this way, facing the slowly rising morning light, after enjoying the girl's lap pillow for 10 minutes. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suhai had no choice but to end this benefit with a pity. Then he left the city wall and headed towards the central dungeon. After all, improving strength is the most important thing at the moment. During the period, although you can relax a little, you can't indulge in it. Only the strength that is invincible in the world can truly control your own destiny. Chapter 23. When he was about to reach the entrance of the dungeon, Suhai suddenly felt a very hot and fanatical gaze. This aggressive look immediately irritated Suhai. But when Suhai looked towards the Tower of Babel, the skyscraper in the center of Orario, where the eyes came from, this gaze disappeared again. After some fruitless observations, Suhai had no choice but to continue on his way. Soon they came to the square in front of the entrance of the dungeon. At this time, Lili Luca had indeed carried her huge package that did not fit her body, and stood quietly in the center of the square, waiting for Suhai to arrive. Sir Suhai! The moment she saw Suhai, Lili Luca immediately took 2 steps forward, smiled, and shouted. Seeing this, Suhai smiled and nodded in response. The two walked towards the depths of the dungeon. Oh, such a beautiful soul, he must be mine, I must get this child. However, What Suhai didn't know was that on the Tower of Babel, a skyscraper, there was a goddess who seemed to be synonymous with beauty and was full of charm. Because he observed the brilliance of his soul, he was already stimulated, and he was blushing and slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. In this way, the time soon came to 5 days. During these 5 days, Suhai would go to the city wall every morning to instruct Ace to learn strengthening magic. Then go to the dungeon with Lili Luca. Sir Suhai, shall we still go to the 16th floor today? At the entrance of the dungeon, Lili Luca asked happily. After getting along for the past few days, Lili Luca can be said to have completely trusted Suhai. Roughly the same. But today, I should go to the 17th floor to take a look. If possible, I will deal with the big guy there. Looking at Lili Luca next to her, Suhai said slowly while walking towards the entrance of the dungeon. It turned out that when the status was updated last night, Suhai's various abilities had already reached 2000, which is the level of 3s. Now that there is no upgrade, as long as you complete the corresponding great deeds, you can upgrade from LV1 to LV2. Today, Suhai plans to go to the 17th floor and kill the Lord Goliath, which is equivalent to the LV4 level floor. In order to allow yourself to successfully upgrade to LV2. Lili Luca was a little surprised by this, but she was relieved when she thought of Suhai's strength. Since this time there is no need to waste time because of the ability to exercise, the two of them quickly passed through the 16th floor and came to the entrance of the 17th floor. Obviously, the 17th floor is different from the previous 16 floors. There is not much space, only a huge square and 2 entrances and exits. There are thick walls all around. As the solitary king of the labyrinth, there is only one monster on this floor, Goliath, and the corresponding level will be 2 levels higher than the monsters on this floor. That is, it has reached the strength of LV4. Of course, even then Suhai could handle it with ease. So when they came to the entrance of the 17th floor, without any hesitation, they walked in with Lili Luca directly. Wait a minute, Lili just stands behind me. The moment they entered the 17th floor, the wall in front of the two of them slowly shattered with the sound of earth and rocks shattering. First, a huge arm came out of the earth and stone. Immediately afterwards, Goliath, who was 5 or 6 meters tall and had an incomparably huge body, broke free from the wall. He seemed very violent and rushed towards Suhai and the two, as if to tear the two to pieces with the power of Mount Tai. Facing this powerful momentum, Lili Luca, who had never felt it before, immediately took a step back in fright. However, after seeing the unusually tall figure in front of her, Lili Luca's originally fearful heart became extremely firm. And Suhai didn't disappoint Lili Luca, while Goliath rushed over. In an instant, a golden and white holy sword appeared in Suhai's hand. Apparently it was Suhai who got the sword of promised victory that he had never used since. Excalibur. Suhai was also able to kill Goliath without using the sword of oath of victory. Faced with such a huge body, it takes a little effort. Suhai slowly raised the sword of oath victory over his head, and in an instant, countless golden light spots gathered from all directions. A fiery ray of light rose from the sword of victory, and Suhai was covered in golden light. This is the brilliance of the gods. Under the golden light, Lili Luca seemed to feel the good wishes contained in all things in the world in these light spots. For a while, he couldn't help showing a look of yearning, and muttered to himself. After a short period of charging, Suhai slashed the sword of victory promised towards Goliath who was rushing towards him. In this way, after a flurry of earth and rocks flew, a huge long pit appeared in front of Suhai. The scene was very messy, and Goliath, the floor owner, completely disappeared in this scorching brilliance, and even the magic crystal in his body was not left behind. Obviously, all turned into ashes under this attack. Faced with such a situation, Suhai secretly sighed in his heart that he could no longer use the sword of oath of victory at will when he went to the dungeon in the future. Otherwise, all the magic crystals will be destroyed together with the monsters. Congratulations to the host for killing Goliath and getting a 3-star treasure chest. But although they didn't get Goliath's magic crystal, Suhai unexpectedly got something better. It turned out that when Goliath appeared, Suhaya was surprised to find that Goliath actually had a 3-star treasure chest on his body, and the condition for opening it was to kill. Open. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Suhaya did not hesitate to open the treasure chest without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for opening the Samsung treasure chest and getting the chance to liberate the real name of the gun of Long Inus once. The moment the treasure chest was opened, the system's voice appeared in Suhai's head. At the same time, a card was lying quietly in the system space, and a scarlet long gun was drawn on the card. Can it only be used once? Suhaya was very happy when he heard the name of the gun of Long Inus, thinking that his personality had exploded this time. However, after hearing that it could only be used once, Suhaya felt a little regretful. Fortunately, Suhaya didn't have too much entanglement. After all, it is very rare to be able to open the gun of Long Inus in the Samsung treasure chest. Although it can only be used once, it can be used at certain times. To a great effect. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Lili, let's go back. After taking the Sword of Oath of Victory back into the system space, Suhaya turned to look at it, and Lili Luca, who still hadn't recovered, said with a smile. Ah? Oh. Sir Suhaya, that sword just now is. Lili Luca, who had regained her senses, asked subconsciously. Obviously, the power displayed by the Sword of Oath Victory had already shocked Lili Luca. The Sword of the Oath of Victory. The most powerful noble phantasm in my hand is also one of my trump cards. This is a secret between me and Lili, don't tell anyone else. Looking at Lili Luca with a curious face, Master Suhaya didn't hide too much, and said bluntly. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and touched Lili Luca's head and 2 animal ears. Immediately afterwards, he took the lead and walked towards the exit. Secret. Seeing the back of Suhaya leaving, Lili Luca lowered her head and muttered to herself, a smile appeared on her face, and quickly followed Suhaya's footsteps. Soon, the two left the dungeon, entered the Adventurers Guild, and exchanged all the magic crystals for gold coins. According to the past practice, after one person gets half of the gold coins, the two said goodbye to each other and went in 2 different directions. But this time, Suhaya didn't go very far, and Suhaya suddenly turned back and followed in the direction Lili Luca left. Little master, are you finally preparing a hero to save beauty and rescue a girl in distress? Regarding Suhaya's behavior, Medusa, who was hidden by the heroic spirit, said with a bit of ridicule. Suhaya was accustomed to this, just rolled his eyes and didn't say much. On the other hand, after Lili Luca left with the gold coin, she lowered her head and entered an alley looking a little uneasy. And in this alley, there are already many burly people who are in the same family as Lili Luca waiting. Bring it to you. That kid is really a fat sheep. He gives you so much money every time. Good job this time, keep grabbing this fat sheep and don't let him run away. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Taking the lead, an adventurer with a bloated figure and a machete in his hand snatched the gold coin in Lili Luca's hand. After weighing the weight, he seemed very satisfied. At the same time, the faces of the adventurers who surrounded Lili Luca in the middle showed wild smiles. Obviously, they were adventurers from the same family, but these people robbed Lili Luca of gold coins not once or twice. But this is a normal thing among the Soma family. Soma is the god of winemaking in the heavens, and even the gods will indulge in it. Not to mention these ordinary adventurers, and brewing requires a lot of money, in order to be able to drink a sip of the wine brewed by the main god. Naturally, these adventurers go to great lengths to obtain money. Faced with this adventurer, Lili Luca, who kept her head down, was very sad. But he knew very well that with his weak strength, he couldn't resist these LV2 or even LV3 combat adventurers. Well, well. So I'm just a big fat sheep in your hearts. But just when these adventurers were about to exchange the money in their hands for fine wine, a playful voice came from the other side of the alley. When they heard the sound, everyone looked towards the entrance of the alley. Only then did I realize that a young man with a samurai sword in his hand was walking towards everyone with a playful face. The moment they saw the person coming, everyone's pupils shrank. Apparently recognized Suhaya, but that's normal, these people are watching Lili Luca every day. Naturally, I have seen Suhai more than once, and I understand that this person in front of them is the one who is taking advantage of them. Boy, I didn't expect you to come to the door. Since that's the case, don't blame our subordinates for being ruthless, we just robbed you of all your money. Originally, you only need to be deceived with peace of mind, at least you can save your life. After a short period of surprise, the adventurers of the Soma clan showed ugly faces. They took out their weapons and quickly surrounded Suhai, who was walking slowly. At this time, Lili Luca also looked at Suhai with despair, not worried about Suhai's safety. After all, Lili Luca now knows Suhai's strength very well. Knowing that these adventurers may be an insurmountable chasm for him, but not worth mentioning at all for Suhai. The reason why Lili Luca is so desperate is because she feels that now Suhai has discovered her deception. Get rid of this guy. After the LV3 leader glanced at Suhai, who was surrounded by the middle, he showed a cruel smile, raised the big sword in his hand and launched an attack. At the same time, he did not forget to give orders. Ugh! In the face of these people who are looking for death and do not know how high the sky is, Suhai sighed helplessly. Immediately afterwards, he held his right hand on the handle of the sun blade around his waist. With a simple slash, the 7 or 8 adventurers who had rushed towards Suhai immediately froze in place after a few orange-yellow thunder sword lights. No! Impossible, you're just a rookie adventurer, how could it be? At the moment when the sword was neatly sheathed, Suhai passed these adventurers who were stiff in place without anyone else. She walked over to Lili Luca, who had been facing away from her and did not dare to turn around to face her. When passing by the adventurer who took the lead said with his last breath in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, these adventurers fell into a pool of blood with shocked eyes. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Lili Luca subconsciously trembled. Tears of grievance flowed from the corners of his eyes, waiting for the punishment to come. But in the next instant, Lili Luca opened her eyes in surprise and looked up at the person behind her. It turned out that Lili Luca, who had closed her eyes, did not wait for punishment, but a large warm hand was placed on her head. Well, I originally wanted to wait for Lili to speak out and ask for help. But I couldn't wait any longer, so I had no choice but to make a move. Don't look at me as a rookie adventurer, I still know something about the Soma family. Looking at the surprised Lili Luca, Suhai slowly explained. Chapter 25. The pursuit of a better life is everyone's instinct. So it's not Lili's fault. I've been waiting for Lili's help. After all, we are companions, aren't we? So I now officially invite Lili to join on behalf of the Hestia family. Immediately afterwards, Suhai spoke directly. Faced with such words, Lili Luca couldn't hold back after all, and she plunged into Suhai's arms with tears from the corners of her eyes. Obviously, Lili Luca's mood was very complicated at this time. If that's the case, I'll take Lili as your agreement. While comforting Lili Luca in his arms, Suhai came to a conclusion. Then, after calming Lili Luca's mood, Suhai prepared to go to the residence of the Soma family and let Soma perform the conversion ceremony for Lili Luca. Sir Suhai. Lili Luca wanted to say something about Suhai's behavior. After all, the other party is a whole family, so Lili Luca naturally has some concerns. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me, and I will take care of everything. Lili just needs to follow me and watch. However, before the words were finished, Suhai smiled and spoke to dispel Liluca's concerns. Then under the guidance, the two quickly moved towards the Soma family. The two came to the residence of the Soma family. Looking at the closed door, Suhai hesitated at all, pushed it open and walked in with Lili Luca. At the moment of entering, there were more than 10 people in the entire yard, all of whom were obviously adventurers from the Soma family. It's not okay for Lili Luca to bring outsiders into the family's quarters. At the same time, a cunning adventurer with narrowed eyes slowly came to the two of them. His tone seemed somber. This person is none other than Sunny's Rustla, the leader of the Soma family with a level of LV2 and the title of Wine Keeper. Even though he was only at LV2 level, he was able to order everyone in the entire Soma clan. The reason is that the god Soma left everything to Sunny's Rustla in order to make wine with peace of mind. Usually only Sunny's Rustla can see Soma and get the brewed wine. Under the control of fine wine, most of the LV2 and all LV3 adventurers are stronger than Sunny's Rustla, but they are willing to be controlled by Sunny's Rustla. Looking at Sunny's Rustla who was in front of her, Lili Luca shivered instinctively. There was obviously some fear in his heart. Fortunately, at this time, Suhai took 2 steps forward and came to Lili Luca's side. He put his hand on Lili Luca's head. Let him feel at ease for a moment. Where's Soma? Take me to meet him. Looking at Sunny's Rustla in front of him, a sharp light flashed in Suhai's eyes, and he said bluntly. Lord God, is it possible that you, an outsider, can see if you want to see it? And dare to call God's name directly, no matter which family you are, don't even think about retreating today. Seeing this, Sunny's Rustla naturally shrank his pupils, realizing that the visitor was not good. God Soma is the root of Sunny's Rustla's ability to control the entire family, and naturally it is impossible to tell others where Soma is. Therefore, after a gloomy look flashed across Sunny's Rustla's face, he decisively gave orders to the adventurers around him. In an instant, more than a dozen adventurers in the yard took out their weapons one after another, with fierce expressions on their faces, and surrounded Lili and Suhai at the door. Enhanced magic. Facing the reactions of some adventurers, a smile appeared on the corner of Suhai's mouth. Today's Suhai is worried that he can't find an excuse to teach these people a lesson, and now they have sent them to the door. It is simply self-defeating. At the moment when countless magical circuits appeared in the whole body, a strong air explosion sounded in the ears of everyone. And Suhai also disappeared in place in an instant, and in the next instant, he came to an adventurer and waved his right hand heavily. Just like this, the sound of explosions and screams came from time to time in the entire Soma family. After a cup of tea, only Suhai and Lili stood intact in the riddled yard. And all the other Soma familiar adventurers were lying on the ground, either holding their twisted hands or holding their broken feet and crying constantly. As for Sunny's Rustla, he received special care. Not only did his hands become completely deformed, but his face, which was still acceptable, had been beaten into a pig's head, and none of his face was normal skin. Although it was very painful, Sunny's Rustla couldn't cry out at this time. Can you take me to see Soma now? But Suhai didn't care about that and came directly, lying on the ground next to Sunny's Rustla, who was trembling with pain. The tone seemed very relaxed. And it was such plain words that in Sunny's Rustla seemed like the whispers of a demon. So frightened that Sunny's Rustla couldn't take the pain into consideration at all, struggled to stand up at a very fast speed, and nodded quickly. Then he led the way in front and headed towards the depths of the villa. Sure enough, after a cup of tea, the 3 of them came to a room in the deepest part of the villa. The moment he opened the door, Suhai saw a small man in a white dress playing with various instruments in the room. The whole room was filled with a strong aroma of wine. Obviously, this person is Soma. He was already obsessed with wine making, and he seemed to have not seen the arrival of the 3 of them at Soma. Or maybe I saw it but didn't care about it at all. Are you Soma? Someone wants to leave your family and needs you to do a conversion ceremony. After letting Sunny's Rustla roll down next to him, Suhai led Lili into the room, looking at Suemo, who was still expressionless and busy with his own eyes, and said slowly. Suhai didn't want to say anything more about such an irresponsible main god. After learning that Lili Luca wanted to leave the family, Soma finally raised her head slowly and turned her gaze to Lili Luca. In the end, he didn't say anything, and directly performed the conversion ceremony for Lili Luca, and then continued to return to his brewing work. It was as if giving up a child of his own family had no effect on him in the slightest. In this regard, Lili Luca finally flashed a disappointed look in her eyes, then turned and walked towards the door. Chapter 26. Humans are indeed a very complex and easily seduced species. But it is precisely because of this that the guidance of your gods is needed. I have never given guidance to my family, so I gave up without authorization. It is the worst Lord God I have ever seen. The moment Suhai turned to leave, he spoke slowly. Only then did he walk outside the gate, facing Suhai's words. Suemo, who had lowered his head and fiddled with various things, paused for a moment. Obviously, these words affected him. As for whether he will make changes in the future, that is his own business. It's obvious that I already have me, but Ahai has to go outside to pick on flowers, and bring such a cute girl home. The Hestia familiar's residence, Suhai brought Lili Luca back for a split second, before she had time to explain anything. Hestia immediately puffed her cheeks and said very childishly. And he was still staring at Lili Luca with his own eyes. Lili Luca looked very uncomfortable. Okay, this is Lili. It's here to join our Hestia family. Looking at Hestia like this, Suhai showed an expression that was as expected. Obviously, there had been speculation about the reaction of this lowly goddess. While explaining, he also slowly told what happened. Well, since Ahai said so, there is no way to do it. Let you join our family. But Ahai is mine. You are not allowed to attack him, and you must also prevent other girls from approaching him. After listening to Lili Luca's experience, Hestia's eyes changed obviously. Obviously Hestia is a very kind goddess, but sometimes it's a little out of tune. While agreeing to Lili Luca's participation, he deliberately leaned into Lili Luca's ear and warned quietly. Lord Hestia, even a god, has no right to restrict others' personal freedom. Lord Suhai belongs to me. But unfortunately, Lili Luca is also a master of ghosts, and after getting familiar with Hestia's character, she quickly let go. Seeing the two arguing like children, Suhai lightly tapped them on the head angrily, preventing them from arguing further. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would be noisy all night. Immediately after the conversion ceremony, Lili Luca's back was completely transformed with the symbol of God's gift, which also represented that Lili Luca officially became a member of the Hestia family. Oh, right. Hestia, update me on the status too. While watching the conversion ceremony completed, Suhai suddenly thought that he had not completed the upgrade, so he said to Hestia. Then he took off his shirt, seemingly very skillfully, and lay down on the sofa. Aha, congratulations! You successfully upgraded from LV1 to LV2, and it only took 1 week. You became the fastest adventurer in the entire Labyrinth City to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. As for the ability to develop, there are 3 options: Magic Guide, Swordsman, and Abnormal Resistance. Which one do you want to choose, Ahai? Facing the successful upgrade of Suhai, Hestia looked very proud and happy. It was directly attached to Suhai's back, and he said a little excitedly. As an adventurer in the Labyrinth City, every level up will randomly appear some development abilities suitable for adventurers, and one can choose one of them with the help of gods. These abilities can be said to be very precious. Just like the name, swordsmen naturally increase the use of weapons and swords by adventurers. The same is true for the developmental abilities such as magic and abnormal resistance. Just a swordsman. Feeling the softness behind him, Suhai's heart immediately trembled. Said somewhat uncomfortably. Even though Suhai likes this occasional benefit, she is a little helpless. As a goddess, Hestia has no self-awareness. I don't understand how attractive her body is to a normal man. If it goes on like this, Suhai is a little unsure of which day he might not be able to bear it anymore. Lord Hestia, it will be troublesome for Suhai-sama if you do this. Instead, Lili Luca, who had been watching, stood aside and reminded with a frown. Apparently there is some taste in my heart. And Hestia, after hearing Lili Luca's reminder, glanced at the other party provocatively, as if she was swearing something. But despite this, Hestia directly helped Suhai choose Swordsman as the first development ability. After doing all this, Hestia left Suhai's back. Allow Suhai to sit up. To celebrate Lili's joining and my success as an advanced adventurer. I won't be eating at home tonight, let's go out to dinner and have a good meal. The moment he put on his clothes, Suhai glanced at Hestia and Lili Luca who were sitting on the sofa, smiled and said slowly. In this regard, Hestia and Lili Luca naturally have no objection. After all, today is indeed a memorable day. In this way, the group of 3 quickly left the station and headed towards the most famous adventurers' restaurant in the entire Labyrinth City, the Mistress of Abundance. System, open the property panel. On the way there, Suhai looked amusingly at Hestia and Lili, who were holding their right and left hands in secret competition, while talking to the system in his mind. Obviously, he wants to see the specific improvement of his own strength. Name, Suhai. Physical, the peak of the middle-level demon. Energy, the pinnacle of mid-level demons. Ability, enhanced magic, breath of thunder, fire escape, fireball technique. Items, sun knife, sword of oath of victory, a real name liberation card of the spear of long Enus, one-time consumable, Rias original fat times, game disc. Heroic spirit, Medusa, rider, sister R. Comprehensive evaluation, the highest ranking demon, if the whole cards are counted. After seeing the significant increase in strength, Suhai is naturally very happy. After all, the purpose of coming to this world is to quickly improve his strength. Welcome. Before they knew it, the three of them came to the door of the Masti Mistress Tavern. A young female clerk with light blue hair, the moment she saw Suhai and the three of them, immediately spoke with great enthusiasm. At the same time, 3 people were introduced into the store. Chapter 27. This female clerk is none other than Seer, who likes to give the protagonist bento in the original book. Lord Hestia, what do the 2 adventurers want to eat? We recommend you try it today. Apparently, Seal Furova knew the goddess Hestia. Then have one. Facing the smiling Sieter Furova, Suhai also spoke slowly. At the same time, he looked around with his own eyes. Come and drink. We made a good profit today, we must be happy. Yeah. It has to be said that the Mistress of Abundance is worthy of being the most popular adventurer restaurant in the Labyrinth City, and the hall is almost filled with a large number of adventurer teams. While eating meat and drinking freely, many adventurers are still telling everything that happened during the day. As if this is the ultimate fun for adventurers. At the same time, Suhai also secretly sighed that the store is not simple, because the proprietress, who looks like a giant clan, an elf clan female clerk and a cat girl clan, are not simple in Suhai's perception. Exist. Especially the proprietress of the giant clan, even compared to Finn, the leader of the Loki clan, who holds the title of hero. Lord Hestia, please take it easy. It didn't take long for 11 who went back and forth, to bring the elf clerk and the cat girl clerk to the front of the 3. And in the hands of the 3 of them, they also held a plate of seafood spaghetti with plenty of weight, as well as some drinks and other dishes. But without exception, the portion is very sufficient. Facing the huge plates of food placed on the table, Lili suddenly looked a little surprised. Apparently it was a surprise. As an adventurer, you don't have the strength to explore the dungeon if you don't eat enough. 11 may have also seen the changes in the facial expressions of the 3, and said very calmly. Obviously, she has not seen such a scene once or twice. But I have to say that although the weight seems to be a little more, the fragrance that comes out is enough to prove that the taste of these things is not bad. And the fact is the same, the 3 people who didn't have dinner at all, under the temptation of this aroma, suddenly felt an emptiness in their abdomens. The 3 of them didn't hesitate, they picked up the tools and started eating, the instant the food was in. Both these foods and juices have a unique taste. Boy, are you new here? As an adventurer, I actually drink juice. Do you want me to teach you how to drink? Of course you don't have to drink, then let the 2 next to you come and drink with us. However, there are always some people who get carried away when they relax and seek their own death. I saw that in the adventure team at the table next to the 3, a pig adventurer who smelled of alcohol and flushed with a large glass of wine suddenly stood up and came to the front of the 3. With the smell of alcohol, he slammed the wine in his hand on the table of the 3 of them, and said a little wildly. He also glanced at Hestia and Lili next to Suhai from time to time. Apparently, the guy looked at Suhai surrounded by 2 girls with jealousy, and then hit the 2 girls. Facing such a situation, a look of disgust appeared on the faces of Hestia and Lili. Roll. Suhai even stopped the knife and fork in his hand, and uttered a word in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Captain Baman was shriveled in the hands of a newcomer. In the face of this scene, the team members named Baman also laughed and laughed. Boy, you are courting death. Facing the ridicule of the players, Baman felt a dull face. A nameless anger surged from his heart, and he raised his right hand and waved it heavily towards Suhai. At this moment, facing such a ignorant guy, Suhai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His right hand was lying on his waist instantly, above the handle of the sun blade. If there is no accident, the next moment, the man named Baman will fall into a pool of blood. Don't make trouble in the store. But just as Suhai was drawn out, a light green figure suddenly appeared between the two. He reached out to hold Baman's fist and kicked it to the ground. At the same time, he said with an expressionless face. This person is none other than one of the female shop assistants, Lio Leon, a level 4 elf girl. This is a place to eat, not a place to fight. Anyone who dares to make trouble will get out. At the same instant, Mia Grando of LV6, the former head of Freya Familia, the giant mother behind the counter, also burst out with due momentum and said with a loud voice. Immediately, all the adventurers who knew this temperament in the entire shop became quiet. The guy named Baman who was lying on the ground also fled back to his desk in embarrassment. And he and his team members quickly finished the food, and after paying the payment, they walked out of the restaurant. Hestia, Lili, eat slowly first, I'll go out. At this moment, Suhai also stood up from his position, looked very calm and said something to the two women next to him, then turned around and prepared to go out after him. Although Lili vaguely guessed what Suhai wanted to do, they didn't say anything, but nodded understandingly. Little guy, he is just a drunk and unintentional mistake, why should you? Just looking at Suhai's behavior, Aunt Mia, who was behind the counter, shook her head helplessly and said. Apparently, she also guessed what Suhai was going to do. I don't care about other people, but if he dares to attack the people around me, then it is the biggest mistake. Since you made a mistake, you have to pay the price you deserve. In the face of Aunt Mia's persuasion, Suhai just paused, and after speaking slowly, he directly held the sun blade at his waist and walked out without looking back. Seeing Suhai doing her own way, Aunt Mia and the elf girl who knew it in their hearts, they had to silently mourn for Baman in their hearts. Lu, isn't this boy a newcomer? Is he trying to trouble that Baman? Seeing this situation, Sieter asked the elf girl next to her with some doubts. In Sieter's heart, although Suhai looks very temperamental, she is also good looking. But compared to Baman, who was already at level 3, he was only a rookie after all. Asterisk. Chapter 28. No, he's strong. Facing Sieter's puzzlement, the elf girl said solemnly as she watched Suhai's disappearing back. The killing intent displayed at that moment is not something that an ordinary adventurer can possess. It's really getting harder and harder for young people today. At the same time, Aunt Mia, who was standing behind the counter, also said with some emotion. Obviously, at that moment, she acutely felt the killing intent that Suhai burst out. Damn its kid, if it wasn't because he was in the store and the guy from the elf clan stopped him. I absolutely want that kid to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After leaving the rich hostess, Baman and his party quickly walked into a dark alley. Now several people are a little drunk, and Baman, who is walking in the forefront, said a little angrily. They didn't realize that not far in front of them, there was already a young man waiting quietly. It's you BD. If you don't hide in the tavern well, you dare to appear in front of us. I'm so embarrassed by this uncle, just to teach you a lesson. After getting close, Baman finally discovered Suhai's existence. The anger in his heart made his drunkenness disappear for a moment, and he immediately took out the heavy sword behind him and charged towards Suhai. As for the others, with a cruel smile on their faces, they quietly watched all this. It was as if he had anticipated the scene where Suhai was hit by Baman's épée, and his blood was flying. But it was clear that the results were destined to disappoint them. As Baman charged, Suhai's eyes suddenly sharpened. Instantly shot two sharp eyes, and then pulled out the sun blade at an extremely fast speed. It disappeared in place like a yellow thunderbolt, and appeared behind Baman in the blink of an eye. Ah! My hand! At this moment, Meng Meng, who was in a state of rapid sprinting, also stiffened in place. As if being strangled by fate's throat, in the next instant, a sound of flesh being cut came out. Baman's left hand was broken at the shoulder, and blood spurted out like a spring. The arm and the heavy sword fell heavily to the ground, perhaps because of Suhai's too fast speed. It was not until the arm fell to the ground that Baman's reflex nerves felt pain. Growled. After doing all this, Suhai slowly sheathed his knife and walked towards the exit of the alley. Looking at Suhai, who was like a killing god, the other people who originally had cruel smiles quickly gave up a passage with a hint of fear. Do not dare to hinder in the slightest. After Suhai disappeared into the passage, these people hurried forward and lifted Baman, who had fainted from the severe pain, and quickly left the dark alley. Sir Suhai! Aha! By the time Suhai returned to the Mistress of Plenty, Hestia, and Lili, Luca had almost eaten. Apparently waiting for Suhai to come. In response, Suhai had a soft smile on his face and nodded towards the two of them, as if the person who had just cut off someone else's arm cruelly just because of a word was not him. After taking out a few gold coins to pay for the meal, the three left the tavern and headed towards the station. Lord God, please let me join your family and become an adventurer. Little devil, you are so skinny and want to become an adventurer, you have to become stronger and come back. Of course, if you have money, that's another story. However, on the way the three of them went back, they heard the voice of a young man and a mature woman coming from an alley. Oh, has this guy come to Labyrinth City? Facing the sound from this silent night, the three of them looked curiously towards the alley. Immediately, he found a white-haired boy standing at the door of a family residence, and opposite the white-haired boy was a mature Amazonian woman. From their conversations, it can be found that it is obviously an incompetent, poor, and thin teenager who wants to join the family. As a result, the eager teenager was rejected. This is a very normal result. After the gods of the heavenly world came to the human world, they sealed their power and became just like ordinary people. While human beings choose gods and relatives, the gods are also choosing more qualified humans to become their relatives. Obviously, this very ordinary, even some immature and shy teenagers, in the eyes of most gods, do not have the qualifications to become their own family members. However, the moment he saw this young man, Suhai's face did flash a hint of interest. Because Suhai recognized the identity of this boy, it was the protagonist of this world, Bel Crani. Obviously, the current time period is the scene when Bel just arrived in the Labyrinth City, looking for his family to join. It is worth mentioning that Bel also has a bright 4-star treasure chest on his head, and the condition for opening it is that it is included in the Hestia family. Facing this dazzling 4-star treasure box that only he could see, Suhai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He really deserves to be the darling of this world. Even though his strength is so weak now, there is a 4-star treasure on his body. Star-level treasure chest. After being rejected again, Bel walked out of the alley with a very low expression. In fact, Bel has been in Labyrinth City for nearly a week, and during this period of time, Bel has been looking for no less than 10 family members one after another, but unfortunately they were all rejected without exception. Young man, are you looking for a family member? When Bel came to Suhai, ready to pass the three of them, Suhai asked directly. Facing Suhai's sudden opening, Hestia and Lili Luca glanced at Suhai in surprise. However, neither of them said anything. After all, in their hearts, Suhai is now the backbone. What? Facing Suhai's voice, Bel, who had lowered his head, slowly raised his head and looked at Suhai in surprise. Since Bel came to the Labyrinth City, it was the first time someone took the initiative to ask him. My name is Suhai, and I am the head of the Hestia family. This is Lili, a servant of the Hestia family. And our goddess Hestia. Since you are looking for a family, do you want to join our Hestia family? Looking at Bel with a confused face, Suhai said bluntly. Chapter 29. What? Really, is it really possible? Facing this sudden happiness, Bel was obviously in disbelief, and confirmed with a tangled expression on his face. Obviously, Bel at this time very much hoped that all this was true, but was afraid that he had heard it wrong. Looking at Bel's reaction, Suhai immediately felt the cute aspect of this teenager. It seemed a little funny, nodded and gave a positive answer. In this regard, Bel was still very happy and excited, and there were tears of happiness flowing from the corners of his eyes, and he looked at Hestia. Obviously, Hestia, the main god, is seeking answers again. Hestia looked at Belle in front of her, although she wondered why Suhai chose this thin and ordinary boy to join her family. But after thinking that this was Suhai's choice, Hestia naturally chose trust and nodded slightly. In this way, Belle was soon taken back to the family station by the three of Suhai and received the gift of God. And Suhai also got his wish and got the 4-star treasure chest on his head. System, open the treasure chest. At night, in the room where he was resting, Suhai looked at the 4-star treasure chest sparkling in his system space, and said to the system with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly lock against the divine weapon. In a burst of light, the 4-star treasure chest in the system space slowly opened, and at the moment when the treasure chest was sold, a seemingly endless golden chain appeared in the system space. Even watching from a different space, Suhai can feel the full malice of the gods on the lock of the sky. I'm going, does this mean that I want to be completely hostile to the gods? Facing the appearance of the lock of the sky, Suhai was a little surprised at the same time. After all, the one-time use opportunity of the god killer was opened in the previous treasure chest, and now he has opened the sky lock, which has absolute binding ability to the gods. Aha, is there anything special about Belle? You actually invited him to join our family, it's not like you. Just as Suhai was surprised, Hestia's clingy voice rang in her ears. Today, Suhai is not alone in the room. Hestia is also lying next to Suhai now. It turns out that since the thunderstorm, Hestia has not returned to her room to rest. In addition, Suhai will not take the initiative to ask, so now Hestia will come to Suhai's room very naturally every night. It is indeed a very talented young man. If I insist, maybe there is no adventurer's talent in the entire labyrinth city, and he can match him. Looking at Hestia lying next to him, Suhai recalled several bug-level skills that Belle would appear in the future, and said slowly. In this way, after 2 more conversations, the two also embraced each other and fell asleep leisurely. Fortunately, after a period of adaptation, Suhai was used to Hestia sleeping with him. Suhai was still a little embarrassed thinking about the predicament in the first few days. But this is normal. After all, such a pure and lustful goddess sleeps next to him. As long as he is a normal teenager, he will have some impulses that are not suitable for children. Captain, do you really want to buy me equipment? I heard that the weapons of adventurers in the Labyrinth City are very expensive. The next morning, Suhai took Belle and Lili away from the station of the Hestia family and headed for the most prosperous area in the center of the Labyrinth City. Today Suhai's purpose is not to go to the dungeon, but to buy some armor and weapons for Belle and Lili. After all, in the future dungeon exploration, Suhai will inevitably go to a deeper level, and then he will naturally be fine, but Belle and Lili are hard to say. Even with the protection of Suhai, you need good armor and weapons. It's okay, it's a welcome gift from the head of my team to you. Looking at Belle, who was a little embarrassed, Suhai said indifferently. After all, money is really just an optional thing for Suhai today. In this way, the group soon came to a weapon shop under the family of Hephaestus, the god of forging. In this weapon shop, there are several thousand fillets of weapons, and there are only tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of fillets of weapons. The moment they entered the shop, Belle and Lili were attracted by the large number of weapons that looked gorgeous. After more than an hour, the three of them returned from the weapon shop and walked out of the gate. After some selection, Suhai bought Lili a huge backpack made of hides dropped by powerful monsters. A set of ladies' light armor that covers some vital parts lightly, so that it can not only play a protective role, but also not affect the movement. Also purchased a crossbow bolt that can be fired continuously. These 3 items cost 100,000, 5 million, and 3.5 million respectively, totaling 8.6 million. With this set of equipment, even for an LV3 or even LV4 adventurer all in all, it's gorgeous. As for Belle, Suhai bought him a set of light armor that almost covered his entire body. And 2 sharp blades, one long and one short. It cost more than 12 million francs in total. These equipments are already good enough for the two of them. Although Suhai can buy better equipment, it is not necessary. Because the better the weapon, the stronger the strength is needed to control it. If the equipment is better, Belle and Lili today will not be able to use it at all, but the gain will outweigh the gain. At the same time, relying too much on weapons will also slow down their growth rate. Captain, you are so kind, I will definitely work hard. When they walked out of the weapons store and returned to the station, Lili and Belle looked at their new equipment with some love. Belle said even more exaggeratedly. Almost moved to tears. Seeing this, Suhai just smiled and didn't say much. In a happy mood, the pace of action was significantly faster, and the three quickly returned to the family. Aha, you are finally back. I have good news for you. The moment the three of them arrived home, Hestia was already sitting in the pavilion early and waiting. When he saw Suhai, he appeared a little excited and said in front of the three of them. What a happy thing happened now! Chapter 30. Good news. In the face of such an excited Hestia, everyone had some doubts, even Suhai was no exception, secretly guessing what the good news Hestia said. Tomorrow we'll hold a gathering of gods, and this time, the previous rules have been changed. Every god can bring his own close relatives to participate. Now I'm also a god with a dependent, so I'm going to take you, Ahai. Hestia said proudly. After all, in such gatherings in the past, Hestia had no family relationship. I don't even have a decent dress, so I'm naturally embarrassed to go to such a party. And now that it is not what it used to be, Hestia is naturally very happy. At this time, Suhai finally understood why Hestia was so happy. Let's go out and buy dresses for the party. The moment he finished explaining, Hestia looked at Suhai impatiently and said. And after finishing speaking, he was ready to take Suhai and go outside. No, how could Lord Hestia sneak away alone? Lili is going to a party with Suhai-sama too. But at this moment, Lili Luca suddenly hugged Suhai's arm, looking at Hestia with a very firm expression. Seeing this, Hestia naturally rejected it subconsciously. After all, this was a rare opportunity to be alone with Suhai. How could Hestia let Lili join in? Why? Even if Lord Hestia is the main god, there is no right to monopolize Lord Suhai alone. Facing Hestia's categorical refusal, Lili asked directly without giving in at all. There was an unyielding aura all over him. Because the family needs someone to guard. Facing Lili who did not give in at all, Hestia said with a bit of dodging in her eyes. After all, it's impossible to tell the truth and say that he just wanted to be alone with Suhai, so he only brought Suhai to the banquet alone. The family doesn't need two people to stay behind, it's enough for Belle to guard the station alone. Lili is also a very smart girl, and she naturally knows that all this is just an excuse made by Hestia. In the end, Hestia was still unable to survive Lili, and had to agree to take Lili to the banquet. In this way, the group of three went out of the station again to buy dresses for the banquet. Only Belle was left standing blankly in the yard, messy in the wind. It seems that no one has asked Belle's wishes from beginning to end, although he doesn't care about them. In this way, on the second night, Hestia and Lili appeared in front of a huge manor with bright lights around Suhai's left and right hands respectively. I saw this manor. If the villa and the surrounding production areas are included, it has at least 100,000 square meters, which can be said to be very huge. And this manor was the place where the gods held the gathering this time. When the three entered the villa in the middle of the manor, it was already very lively. There are already many gods who have arrived one step ahead with their relatives. In twos and threes, groups were talking about topics of interest to each other. Aha, open your mouth, ah! These things at the banquet are all delicious. Perhaps it is because Hestia is the god of flames and stoves in the heavens, and she is usually a hidden foodie. Sometimes Suhai could hear Hestia calling out the names of certain foods in her sleep. After seeing all kinds of delicacies on the banquet table, Hestia unceremoniously picked up a pastry and ate it. At the same time, I didn't forget to pick up a piece and put it in Suhai's mouth, as if feeding a child. Sir Suhai, Lili's is even better. Seeing this, Lili, not to be outdone, cut a steak and handed it to Suhai's mouth with a fork. For a while, Hestia and Lili were like two angry children, staring at each other closely, as if they were swearing some kind of sovereignty. In such a situation, since Suhai has long been used to it, it is no surprise. But I think this is not bad, it can add a little fun to the ordinary life. At the same time, everyone communicates their feelings differently. And Hestia and Lili are obviously communicating in this way. Ugh! Isn't this the little dwarf Hestia? I heard that you have also found a family member, which is really rare. At this moment, the door of the villa was opened again, and two women walked in slowly. The leader was a tall woman with fiery red hair, but somewhere very barren. Apparently it was the goddess Loki and Ace. Although the relationship is very good, but the two friends who usually like to quarrel, Loki immediately locked Hestia the moment he entered the door. He ran in front of the three of Suhai at a very fast speed, looked down at Hestia condescendingly, and said slowly with narrowed eyes. But then again, I haven't seen you for so long, it seems that I've grown short again, small, short, child. The moment he finished speaking, Loki did not forget to sneer. Deliberately dragging the long tail, despising Hestia's height. It's you, Loki, you're so barren, yet wearing such a low-cut outfit, you really don't have any self-awareness. After hearing Loki's voice, the corners of Hestia's mouth raised slightly. He straightened his body on purpose, looked up at a certain place in Loki, and said with disdain. Hestia's words were simply a super kill, instantly hitting Loki's sore spot. For a moment, Loki rubbed Hestia's cheeks in anger. The two goddesses actually mocked each other directly in public. When the other gods saw this, not only did they not intend to stop them, but they watched this scene with great interest. Obviously, these gods have become very boring in the hundreds of millions of years. Anything that is interesting to them, they are unlikely to give up. Look, it's Freya. It's still as beautiful as ever, and she really deserves to be the goddess of beauty. Suddenly, the banquet, which was full of chatter and laughter, suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked towards the stairs on the second floor. I saw a goddess who seemed to be a collection of thousands of beauty, walking down slowly with a burly pig adventurer. Obviously, this is the main god of the Labyrinth, one of the two major families, the goddess of beauty Freya. And the only LV7 in the Labyrinth city today, Freya Familia leader Oda, who has the title of Fierce. Asterisk. Chapter 31. At this moment, Suhai also looked over with his own eyes, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But that's all, Freya is indeed one of the best among all goddesses in terms of beauty, but unfortunately, her private life is too messy, and she is not interested in such a god Suhai. So Suhai instead turned most of his eyes to Oda behind him, the guy who is known as the strongest adventurer in the Labyrinth city. Suhai could clearly feel the beast-like aura emanating from the other person's body. If it was only based on physical fitness, the two might be on the same level. While Suhai looked at Oda, Freya also looked at Hestia and Loki, who were arguing. To be precise, Freya put most of her eyes on Suhai. Aha, you can't look at her. Everyone who has seen her will be charmed by it, and then eat it without bones. In Hestia's eyes, Suhai and Freya seemed to be looking at each other. So he quickly broke Loki's hands away and jumped on Suhai's body, covering Suhai's eyes with his hands and feet. And he said very excitedly. As if one more look, Suhai will be charmed. Hestia, I'm not so easily charmed yet. Although it's really beautiful, in my heart it can't be compared to you at all. And as a goddess, it's enough to have you alone. Facing the touch of a soft body and the darkness in front of him, Suhai reluctantly hugged Hestia from his body. Then he spoke slowly. Hestia, Loki, your relationship is as good as ever. Taking advantage of this time, Freya didn't know when she came to the group. After glancing at Loki and the vigilant Hestia, he said slowly. Obviously, each of the gods present has lived for endless years, and even the most stupid person is not stupid. It can be seen that although Hestia and Loki express different ways, in fact, the relationship between the two is still good. After all, she is one of the three virgin goddesses. Who has a good relationship with this little guy? The little dwarf god will let you go first this time. Hey, Essence, let's go. Facing the sudden appearance of Freya, Loki said something angrily to Hestia, then turned and left. Seeing this, Ace had no choice but to look at Suhai apologetically, then turned around and followed. Hestia heard that you have now established your own family, congratulations. Seeing the moment Loki left, Freya turned to Hestia again. At the same time, he glanced at Suhai and Lili with his own eyes. At this moment, Lili felt a coolness flowing through her body and mind, as if her entire soul had been seen through. Suhai also frowned slightly, feeling that this look was very familiar, recalling the look from the Tower of Babel. Immediately confirmed that he was hiding above the Tower of Babel, and that it was the person in front of him who was investigating him. Freya, you know, I'm not very good at getting along with you. Facing Freya's congratulations, Hestia did not seem to be in a very high mood. Obviously not very good at dealing with gods like Freya. And Freya didn't feel the slightest surprise. After all, when they were in the heaven, the relationship between the two has always been like this. Welcome to this gathering of gods organized by my Apollo. This time, I changed the rules without authorization, so that the gods can bring their beloved family members to the banquet. It may be a bit abrupt, but it is also a new attempt. I hope you like it. At this time, on the high platform, there was a god, standing on it with a few family members. Said slowly. It can be heard from his words that this guy is the famous god of the sun Apollo in mythology. And the three adventurers standing behind Apollo, one man and two women, are the head of his family, Jacintos, who holds the title of the beloved of the sun and has a rank of LV3. Cassandra Ilion, a long-haired girl who can predict the future through dreams, has an extremely rare skill of level 2 dreams. And her good best friend, Cassandra Ilion, who is also LV2. It is worth mentioning that in the original book, both girls eventually joined the Hestia family. In the face of Apollo's words, all the gods below were praised. Obviously, I fully agree with the rules changed by Apollo. In addition to holding a banquet today, I have one more thing to announce, and at the same time, let everyone be a witness. After watching the scene become fully lively, Apollo suddenly changed his voice, and a sinister statement flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he nodded slightly towards Jacintos behind him. Just when all the gods were a little confused, two Apollo scroll adventurers walked in with a person on a stretcher. I saw that the man on the stretcher was dying, and the most important thing was that his right hand was broken at the shoulder. The moment he saw this person, a look of understanding flashed in Suhai's eyes. And Hestia and Lili also looked a little surprised. Because this person is Baman, who had killed himself in the tavern and was later taught by Suhai by cutting off an arm. Now it seems that this Baman is a member of the Apollo family. And Apollo also wanted to use him to do something. This one is the lovely child in my family, and it is such a lovely child. But he was attacked by someone in the labyrinth city. Not only was he severely injured, he also broke an arm. And the fact is the same. Apollo on the stage pointed directly at Baman, who was tied into a mummy, and said very sad. As if he really cares. And this murderer is Suhai, an adventurer from the Hestia family. Although I don't want to do this, for the sake of my lovely family, the Hestia family needs to give a satisfactory answer. At the end, Apollo finally showed his fox tail. Pointing at Suhai who was standing beside the dining table, he said righteously. In the face of such a situation, many gods who understand Apollo's character have already guessed what it is. But he did not make any comments, but watched Suhai and Hestia with interest. There was even a trace of pity in the eyes of some gods. Asterisk. Chapter 32. You are talking nonsense. He was the one who caused the trouble first. Faced with Apollo's reversal of black and white, Lili naturally immediately retorted loudly. But it is clear that the truth is not important to these gods. They only care if what's about to happen is interesting. Can bring them spiritual happiness. Apollo, what do you want? Compared to Lili, Hestia, the main god, is obviously much calmer. It seemed a little cold and asked. In fact, as the gods of the heavens together, Hestia has probably guessed some of Apollo's purposes. Since both of us have our own opinions, let's judge by the war game between the family members. If we win, I want you to hand over the murderer to me. Sure enough, Apollo looked at Hestia and slowly spoke the words of war games as the final judgment. At the same time, he looked at Suhaya with a strange light in his eyes. Apparently, the reason why Apollo did this was because he hit Suhaya with his mind. War games? It's impossible. We're only 3 of us now, it's not fair. After hearing the words war game, Hestia's expression changed greatly, and she immediately retorted without thinking. Obviously, Hestia fully understands that the war game between the clans depends on the comprehensive strength of the entire clan. On the bright side, there are only 3 people in the Hestia family today. And the Apollo familiar, as a relatively famous family in the Labyrinth City, is naturally very large in number. No matter how you look at it, if the 2 play a war game, the Apollo Familia will ultimately win. But if we win, I want 2 of the Apollo family members, and at the same time, the rest, including you, the main god, need to get out of the Labyrinth City. Of course, if you think the conditions are not equal, you can also mention it. But at this moment, Suhai suddenly came out from behind Hestia. Looking directly at Apollo on the high platform, he said slowly. Sir Suhai. Aha, don't rush. Seeing such a decisive Suhai, Hestia and Lili both changed their expressions and hurriedly opened their mouths to stop them. Don't worry, trust me. It's just a small Apollo family, nothing more. Hestia is so cute, I can't bear to leave. Faced with the reaction of the 2, Suhai naturally smiled and looked back and said confidently. As if infected by Suhai, Hestia also calmed down and finally chose to believe. And Lili also recalled the scene when Suhai used the sword of promised victory to kill Goliath on the LV4 floor in an instant. It was only then that he suddenly discovered that with the strength of Suhai, he might not be able to defeat the Apollo familiar. Very well, in that case, I announce that the war game will start in 3 days. All the gods present will testify. Looking at the reactions of the 3 of Hestia, Apollo immediately understood that his goal had been achieved. Hastily announced with great joy. As for the other gods at the banquet, they cheered. Obviously, this is the ending that these people who love to watch live most want to see. There were also quite a few gods looking at Suhai and Hestia with a hint of pity. Obviously, they all believed that the Hestia familiar would definitely lose in this war game. In this way, after the banquet, these gods left the residence of the Apollo family with a hint of anticipation. Time flickered, and 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Suhai said goodbye to everyone early in the morning and left alone in the different space prepared for the war game. In the end, Suhai decided to play the war game alone, since neither Belle nor Lili had much fighting ability. Due to the fact that the number of Hestia's clan was too small, they naturally became the attacking party. As soon as Suhai left, Hestia also left the station on the back and headed towards the Tower of Babel. Because there is a huge conference room in the Tower of Bubata, which is specially prepared for war games. The gods of the heavens can observe the live broadcast in the conference room. Yo, Hestia, here you go. When Hestia came to the conference room, Apollo had obviously arrived first. And he also greeted Hestia shamelessly, as if the villain was triumphant, as if the Apollo family had already won. In this regard, Hestia naturally did not give Apollo a good face, and found a quiet place to sit down. In this conference room, many gods have already arrived. Among them are Freya, the goddess of beauty, and Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing. I didn't go to the god party that day, but it really surprised me that you agreed to such a ridiculous war game. When she saw Hestia, Hephaestus also stood up and came to sit next to her. Said slowly. Obviously, as Hestia's best friend, Hephaestus knew Hestia very well. Know that Hestia is not an impulsive person. Don't worry, I believe in Ahai, he is the best child I have ever seen. And with Apollo's character, even if we didn't agree at the time, he would definitely use many small tricks to force us to agree. Facing Hephaestus who came beside him, Hestia said relatively calmly. That's good. Seeing this, Hephaestus nodded slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Look, the boy from the Hestia family has appeared, and he is alone. Does he want to fight the entire Apollo family alone? Just as the 2 were chatting, other gods suddenly sounded excited in the conference room. It turned out that in the center of the meeting, there was a blank broadcast screen. Finally, the picture emerged, a young man walking slowly on the plain. In front of this boy is a huge castle, and inside the castle are a large number of Apollo family members. It's started. In many places in the Labyrinth City, there are broadcasts of this picture, which can be provided to everyone in the Labyrinth City to watch. Obviously, for war games, it still rarely happens, and every occurrence is bound to cause quite a stir. At a playback point not far from the dungeon, Lili and Belle were standing in the crowd, watching the screen that appeared. My heart is silently cheering for Suhai. Did the little guy have a broken head this time? How would you agree to such a ridiculous war game of Apollo? On the other hand, among the Loki family, Loki slowly sighed in his mouth while watching the broadcast with Tiona and others. Chapter 33. Obviously, Loki did not think that a rookie who had just become an adventurer for a short time could defeat the entire Apollo family. No, he's strong. I trust him. However, Ace, who was standing behind Loki, looked at Suhai in the picture and said slowly. Loki, you guessed wrong this time. Brother Suhai's strength is far beyond your imagination. Tiona also said with a smile on her face. Ace and the others who had obviously seen Suhai's shot, fully understood the great strength contained in Suhai's seemingly thin body. Facing the words of his family, Loki also seemed very surprised for a while. Some unexpectedly glanced at Suhai in the picture, secretly guessing in my heart, is there something I don't know about? Writer, the two little girls I want will ask you to bring them out. After all, the next attack may accidentally hurt them. On the other side, in the alien space of war games, Suhai came to a few hundred meters from the Apollo Familia war castle and suddenly stopped, and slowly said to Medusa who was hiding beside him. Obviously, she wants to let Medusa enter the Apollo family and bring out Cassandra and Daphne who she likes. In this regard, Medusa naturally did not hesitate in the slightest, and went directly to the castle in a stealthy state. Why did this kid stop suddenly? Isn't he scared? And the gods and adventurers who watched this scene outside laughed. Everyone thought Suhai was trying to back off. Daphne, let's go tell the others to escape. The infinite light will destroy this castle and we will lose. It's very dangerous to stay here any longer. In the castle of the Apollo family, Cassandra has long hair that reaches her waist. He seemed very excited and said to his good sister Daphne. Obviously, her passive skill predicts dreams, and she sees some future fragments in the dream. Okay, you're not dreaming again, what are you dreaming about? Those are just dreams. The opponent is only one person, and the level is only LV2. We can't lose. But unfortunately, for such absurd things as predicting the future. Daphne obviously didn't believe it, thinking that Cassandra was frightened by her dream. Although Cassandra was very helpless and anxious, there was nothing she could do. Precognition ability? It's really a very rare ability. No wonder the little master values the two of you so much. But at this moment, a charming voice entered the ears of the two girls. At the same time, Medusa wearing a blindfold also appeared in the room of the two. With Medusa's perception ability, although the castle is very large, they quickly found Cassandra. You are not from the Apollo family, who are you? Come on, go to the head of the group. Looking at the sudden appearance of Medusa, Daphne questioned with a very solemn expression, and whispered to Cassandra next to her. At the same time, he made a serious appearance, obviously wanting to stop Medusa, and then buy time for Cassandra to leave. But unfortunately, this is obviously overthinking. With Medusa's strength, no adventurer is an opponent in the entire labyrinth. Even the so-called labyrinth is the strongest adventurer, so is Oda, who has the title of fierce. I saw a smile on the corner of Medusa's mouth, and suddenly disappeared from the sight of Cassandra. But when he appeared again, he was already behind the two of them. And a hand knife gently slashed on the back of the neck of the two. With a burst of drowsiness, both Cassandra and Cassandra fell asleep with an incredible look. Seeing this, Medusa directly carried the two women on her shoulders and disappeared into the castle. Why hasn't the Hestia familiar started? Isn't it because you know you will lose, so you are afraid? Anyway, we have a large number of people, or we should just rush out and capture him directly. On the wall of the war castle, many adventurers from the Apollo family looked at Suhai, who had been standing motionless for more than 10 minutes, and said with a little impetuousness. Apparently she was getting impatient waiting. "Shut up! All cheer me up! If Lord Apollo's plan is broken, you will know the consequences. This guy can easily defeat Bimon and break his arm. It's not as easy as you think." As the leader of the group, Jacintos is obviously still a little wise, and he does not underestimate Suhai too much. It's just that Jacintos looked at Suhai in the distance and had an ominous premonition in his heart. "Oh, has it been successful? If that's the case, then I'm welcome." After waiting for a long time, Suhai finally received a message from Medusa in his mind. Indicates that he has left the castle of the Apollo family with his 2 daughters. In this regard, a smile appeared on the corner of Suhai's mouth, and he muttered to himself. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand into the void, and slowly pulled out the sword of the vow of victory from the space. And in the direction of the Apollo Familia castle, he raised it high above his head. Exska. For a time, endless brilliance gathered from all directions, extremely holy and warm, and the light full of infinite beauty and fantasy shone on Suhai. Not good, all magicians quickly cast magic and prepare for defense. The rest of the people launched long-range attacks to interrupt him. However, in this infinitely beautiful light, the adventurers of the Apollo family felt a deep danger. As the head of the regiment, Jacintos took the lead in reacting and issued an order quickly. For a while, all the magicians were chanting incantations quickly. One after another magical barrier acts on the front of the war castle. At the same time, countless bows and arrows and attacks shot towards Suhai hundreds of meters away on the city wall. "Ah, mine, mine, he must be mine." On the other side, in the viewing room of the gods, Freya was stunned to the ground by the light, her face flushed, and she kept repeating the silly words in her mouth. "How is that possible? How can mortals have such weapons? The sword of the king? The sword of the holy way? Or the sword of salvation? Or both?" Feeling the extraordinary brilliance of the sword of oath of victory, countless gods sighed in amazement, and at the same time cast envious glances at Hestia. Chapter 34. Obviously, these gods are very envious of Hestia being able to find such a dependent. At this time, Hestia was also very surprised, with a cute expression on her face. She looked very cute. After all, Hestia didn't know that Suhai had the sword of promised victory. No. Impossible, he is just a human being, how could he have such a thing? As for Apollo, his face had already changed drastically at this time, and he seemed a little panicked. Because he had already anticipated the ending that he was about to face next. This is also true. After a short period of liberation of the noble phantasm, Suhai fiercely swung the sword of oath victory in front of the castle where Apollo's family was stationed. Representing the brilliance of victory and judgment, it hit the front of the castle in the blink of an eye. The defenses and attacks launched by everyone in Apollo's family had no effect at all, and under absolute power, they instantly turned into nothingness. Accompanied by a huge roar, after the hot beam of light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge pit several hundred meters long, as well as the ruined castle. "Apollo, it looks like you lost. There is no need to say much about the results now." Freya, who was blushing and couldn't control her slump to the ground, also came back to her senses and slowly looked at Apollo and said. Then, after taking a deep look at Suhai in the picture, he left the conference room. Lo, according to the agreement, please leave the labyrinth city with your remaining relatives immediately. As for all your property, we will take over. The moment Freya turned to leave, Hestia slowly stood up from her position, like a little devil, looking at Apollo and said mercilessly. The other gods in the conference room also looked at Apollo with pity. At this time, Apollo seemed like a deflated ball, and every war game was held under the witness of the guild and all the gods. Apollo had no chance of repenting at all. Great! I knew that Suhai-sama would definitely do it. In a square in the labyrinth city, I watched the scattered Apollo family members crawling out of the ruins. Lili said very happily. Is this the captain? It's amazing, is he the hero that Grandpa said? I must be like him in the future. Belle, who was standing next to him, was full of admiration and longing in his eyes at this time. Recalling the stories about heroes that his grandfather told him, Belle was filled with longing for a while. If Hestia updates Belle at this time, she will find that it is because of this admiration and yearning. Belle has already undergone subtle changes, with 2 more perverted skills. Little Master, these are the 2 you want. In the different space, Medusa appeared next to Suhaya with Cassandra's 2 daughters. At the same time, he showed his figure and said slowly. In response, Suhaya withdrew the sword of Oath of Victory, and while nodding slightly, he stretched out his hand to take the 2 Cassandra daughters, carried them on his shoulders and headed towards the exit of the other space. Hestia gives me another chance, and I can give you all my assets and family members. As long as you don't let me leave the Labyrinth City. When Suhaya left the other space, he happened to see Hestia and Apollo at the entrance on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Belle and Lili also stood behind Hestia. At this time, Apollo was begging Hestia to let him go in a pleading tone, and he didn't have the bearing that the sun god should have. But it's no wonder that the most feared thing for these gods is boring. The Labyrinth City is a place that can bring them endless entertainment, and now Apollo needs to leave this source of happiness. There were naturally all kinds of conflict in Apollo's heart. Aha! Sir Suhai, head of the regiment. Hestia naturally ignored Apollo's entanglements and requests, and Lili looked at Apollo with a trace of disdain. Lili really didn't expect that the sun god that no one knows in the legend would be such a god. Just when Hestia felt a little impatient, the 3 suddenly saw Suhai. He quickly shook off Apollo who was next to him and trotted to Suhai, exclaiming with joy. These 2 are. In addition to being happy, Hestia also found the second daughter of Cassandra who was carried by Suhai on her shoulders, and asked suspiciously. Lili looked even more alert, her eyes circling back and forth on Cassandra and Daphne who had passed out. The 2 of them are members of the Apollo family, which is one of the conditions I put forward. As Apollo is here now, let him perform the conversion ceremony first. I'll explain it to you in detail after the others go back. Looking at Hestia with a puzzled look on her face, Suhai briefly explained the identity of the second daughter. Then I glanced at Apollo not far away, and the meaning I wanted to express was self-evident. Coincidentally, the second Cassandra daughter, who had been stunned by Medusa, also slowly woke up with 2 low-pitched voices full of temptation. Where is this? Am I not playing a war game? The moment Yo-Yo woke up, Cassandra first rubbed her heavy eyelids, and then looked at the surrounding environment that had already changed. He said subconsciously. It's you. Perhaps it was a natural relationship. Cassandra didn't realize that she was being carried on her shoulders by Suhai for the first time. On the contrary, Daphne, who woke up in the next step, was the first to discover the current situation. While struggling to break free from Suhai, he asked. Why be so excited? Now that the 2 of you are in my hands, you should have guessed the outcome of the war game. According to the prior agreement, from now on, the 2 of you will belong to the Hestia family. Facing Daphne who was struggling, Suhai seemed very indifferent. He put the 2 down first, and then spoke slowly. At the same time, walking towards Apollo in the distance, apparently wanting Apollo to perform a conversion ceremony for Daphne. Did you really lose? He defeated the regiment leader and them alone. Facing Suhai's words and Apollo's expression in the distance, Daphne also vaguely guessed that the Apollo family was defeated, and his expression was very complicated for a while. Chapter 35. On the contrary, Cassandra did not seem too surprised because she had already predicted the result through her dreams. Damn it! Hestia, and that guy, I won't let you go. Just like that, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, on the plain 1 kilometer away from the east gate of the Labyrinth City. A group of people who are looking tired and depressed are slowly moving away from the Labyrinth City as if they were fleeing. Obviously, this group of people is Apollo and the surviving Apollo family. 3 days ago, although Apollo was reluctant in every possible way, under the rules of the war game set by the gods, he was not able to break the sun god. So in the end, he obediently performed the conversion ceremony, and then transferred all the assets of the Apollo family to the name of the Hestia family. After doing all this, Apollo was kicked out of the labyrinth city. This is the cruelty of war games: the strong get everything from the other side, and the weak can only survive. Today's Apollo can be said to have nothing but a few family members around him. At this time, Apollo suddenly stopped, turned his head to look in the direction of the labyrinth city, and muttered to himself. Apparently, Apollo's heart was full of hatred at this time. But in the end, it can only be turned into a helpless sigh. If Apollo is still the famous sun god in the heavens, the thoughts in his heart are naturally not dreams. But now that the gods have descended into the mortal world, as long as they use their divine power, they will be recalled to the heaven. Today's Apollo is not much different from an ordinary person. "Where are you going, Lord Sun God?" But just before Apollo and the others left, a figure was standing quietly in front, waiting for their arrival. The moment he saw Apollo and the others coming, a smile appeared on this person's face, and he said slowly. There was a strange light in his eyes, as if he saw his prey. "Suhai! You have already won, what do you mean?" Seeing this person appearing in the field of vision, Apollo, who was walking at the forefront, first flashed a little surprise. Then he said with a hint of hatred. As for the adventurers behind Apollo, there was an irresistible look of fear on their faces. Obviously, he was already scared by Suhai's destructive power. "It's nothing, I just thought that the famous sun god was leaving the labyrinth city, so I came here to give you a ride." In the face of Apollo's reaction, Suhai just said a word, not intending to talk too much nonsense. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the handle of the sun knife. Facing Suhai, who was ready to go, Apollo immediately changed his face after a brief pause. "There is a bold guess in my heart for the appearance of Suhai. That's why Suhai is here, to kill himself." Although this guess is very absurd, there is always a feeling in Apollo's heart that maybe this is the truth. Although Apollo didn't think Suhai could kill himself, it was only for himself with divine power. Although after using divine power, Apollo thought that he could solve Suhai in an instant. But he would also be teleported back to the heaven, which Apollo did not want to see at all. So the moment Suhai grabbed the handle of the knife, Apollo subconsciously took a few steps back. She hid behind the crowd of adventurers from her family. Seeing Apollo's intentional dodging and preparing to use his family as a shield, Suhai didn't care. After all, Suhai wasn't going to let anyone go from the start. After all, if something like an attack on a god was leaked out and the gods in the labyrinth city knew about it, it might be really troublesome. After all, gods and human beings are different, and most of the lives are arrogant and go their own way. Once they find that the authority of the gods has been violated, they will remove this hidden danger without hesitation. With the sound of an air explosion, there was a small pothole in the ground where Suhai was, and Suhai disappeared in place, turning into a yellow thunder sword light and rushed out. Under such a rapid attack, there were only LV1 and LV2 adventurers in front of Apollo, and it was too late to react. He fell to the ground one after another, and there was a lot of blood flowing from the wound. Quietly, there was no sound. There was even a trace of daze and ignorance on the faces of these adventurers, and they were obviously killed before they could react. "Human, don't force me. Among the races of the mortal world, you may be very powerful, but in front of God, you are still an ant. If you retire now, I will treat you as if you never showed up, and will not hold you accountable for killing my family." Looking at Suhai, who was less than 2 meters in front of him, with the sun blade in his hand, Apollo looked at all the adventurers who fell in the pool of blood with a complicated look, and said with a bit of depression, "This time has come, and Apollo still harbors a fluke mentality. Want to persuade Suhai to prevent himself from being recalled to heaven by using his divine powers. But unfortunately, Suhai's purpose is to let Apollo use divine power to become a real god. Of course it won't leave." I saw that Suhai not only did not mean to retreat, but instead held the sun blade in his hand and approached Apollo step by step. Presumptuous. Looking at Suhai, whose eyes were full of killing intent and had no intention of retreating, Apollo also knew that Suhai was determined to kill himself. Under the oppression of the crisis of life and death, Apollo snorted without hesitation, and a scorching light erupted from his body, and the whole person rose into the air. Apparently, at this time, Apollo had already released the seal on his body, and a majestic divine power was gradually emerging. At the moment when the light erupted, Suhai immediately felt that his hair was standing upright, and a huge crisis hit, and he hurriedly retreated at the fastest speed. But even so, Suhai was still blown away by an aftermath. After flipping around in the air and removing the impact, Suhai finally landed firmly on the ground again. At this time, a beam of light that penetrated the sky also penetrated the entire world, shrouding Apollo's entire being in it. Obviously, the heaven sensed the fluctuation of Apollo's divine power, opened the channel, and prepared to lead Apollo back. Is this a light beam? Could it be that a god has used divine power? Why is this concern outside the labyrinth city? This time period, is it Apollo? Facing the movement of the beam of light, everyone in the labyrinth city, including the gods, all looked in the direction where the princess appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 36. After all, such a scene is too obvious, and it is inevitable that people in the labyrinth city will have some guesses. Human, you made me want to return to the boring heaven. This is a trial of your ignorance, go to hell. Staying in mid-air, Apollo, whose breath was still growing rapidly, suddenly stretched out his right hand and said very angrily. Immediately afterwards, there seemed to be another big sun in the sky, showing the scene of two suns in the same sky, and this time the sun was still falling rapidly. Sure enough to be the sun god? Even if all the power is not restored, it is so powerful. Feeling the heat coming from the sky, Suhai muttered to himself while being very surprised. At this moment, Suhai once again confirmed that none of these gods who have lived for hundreds of millions of years are simple characters. If the sun really sets this round and hits him, Suhai can be quite sure that his strong body will be reduced to ashes in an instant. The lock of the sky. So Suhai didn't hesitate at all, his eyes narrowed, he stretched out his right hand, and clenched it tightly towards Apollo in mid-air. A chain of golden chains quickly stretched out from the space around Apollo. In an instant, Apollo was restrained when he couldn't move. This is the lock of the sky. Impossible, how could you, a human being, have such a thing? At the moment when he was bound by the chain of heaven, Apollo felt a strange power, instantly invaded his body, and sealed the huge divine power in his body. At the same time when the divine power was sealed, the sun in the sky also dissipated. While struggling, Apollo said incredulously. At this time, Apollo's heart was obviously very shocked. At the same time, there is still a hint of bad premonition. At this moment, Apollo finally understood why Suhai dared to appear in front of him. After all, the lock of the sky is almost a natural nemesis for pure gods like them. The stronger the deity, the stronger the shackles of the heavenly chain will be, and the more difficult it will be to get rid of. And Apollo, as the legendary sun god, is an out-and-out pure deity, and there is no need to say much about the divinity contained in him. Is this unacceptable? The next step is the key. Looking at Apollo with an unacceptable face, Suhai showed a meaningful smile and slowly opened his mouth. While taking out a card from the system space, after Wei Wei opened his mouth and spit out 2 words, that card turned into a scarlet trident. At the moment when this 3-pointed spear appeared, Apollo, who was bound by the sky lock in midair and unable to move, felt a sudden tingling in his body and soul. As if some natural enemy appeared. Impossible, impossible. It has long been destroyed by the gods in mythology. It can't be in your hands intact. It must be fake, fake. The moment he saw this long spear, Apollo's eyes widened. He looked surprised and scared. An unacceptable expression on his face. Obviously, the appearance of this long spear completely broke the calmness in Apollo's heart. It is no wonder that Apollo was so surprised. After all, the Long Inu's gun, as an artifact feared by the gods, was destroyed by the gods as early as in mythology and forged into the weapons of many great gods. Logically speaking, it is impossible to have a complete Long Inu's gun at all. But now it appeared in front of Apollo, held in the hands of a human. How could Apollo not be surprised, not afraid? Real name Liberation. Lang. K. Nu. S. Gun. Faced with Apollo's surprise, Suhai naturally wouldn't explain anything silly. Instead, he directly raised the long Inu's gun in his hand and aimed it at Apollo in midair. Then all the power in the body was input into the long Inu's gun, and the real name was released directly. Since it is a disposable product, it is also thanks to the help of the system. Otherwise, with the thin energy in Suhai's body, it is still a problem whether it can release the big killer of the long Inu's gun. Do not let me go. Killing the gods will be cursed by the world. As long as you let me go, I can grant you the protection of the sun god and let you gain the power to control the sun. Under the fear of death, Apollo finally threw away his dignity as the sun god and hurriedly asked for mercy. Obviously, even gods, there are people who are greedy for life and fear of death. In other words, for some gods who are content with pleasure and being dominated by desires, they often care more about their own lives than most humans. It's just that they are arrogant and think that their gods will never die, so they don't show it. Facing Apollo's words, Suhai smiled disdainfully, without the slightest pause. At the moment when the real name liberation was completed, the long Inu's spear turned into a red light invisible to the naked eye under the action of the force of karma. It pierced Apollo's heart in an instant, and Apollo's words stopped abruptly at this moment. With an incredible face, it slowly turned into ashes and scattered in the world. In fact, as a sun god, even if he is killed, he has the power to regenerate. It is a pity that under the action of the lock of the sky and the long Inu's spear, all the mighty power of Apollo as the sun god was completely sealed, and the power of recovery could not be used at all. In this way, the famous sun god Apollo disappeared into this world in a humiliating way. At the moment of Apollo's demise, the sky was clear and there were only a few white clouds. Suddenly there was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, lightning and thunder, and in the blink of an eye, red rain started to fall. It was as if the sky was also mourning for the death of the sun god. Looking up at the sky and feeling the red raindrops falling on him, Suhai didn't stop. He directly retracted the lock of the sky in the sky, covered his body with a black windbreaker again, and walked away in the direction of the labyrinth city. God cry! Impossible! Could it be? In the face of this sudden change, the gods in the labyrinth city looked up at the sky in surprise. For these gods, no one understands the meaning of this scene better than them. At the same time as the shock was inexhaustible, these gods summoned some members of the family, quickly left the labyrinth city, and walked towards the place where the beam of light appeared just now. Chapter 37. The current situation can no longer allow them to be sloppy. After all, it is too incredible for a god to fall in the world. But what happened next has nothing to do with Suhai. While many teams were out of town, Suhai just entered the town. The two sides can be said to have passed each other, but neither of them saw each other. After putting away the windbreaker covering most of his face, Suhai was quickly returned to the family's quarters. The moment he entered the hall, Hestia, who was busy, rushed over. It turned out that it was due to move to the Apollo family mansion tomorrow. Hestia and Lili were all packing up the things that needed to be taken away, so no one saw the weird scene of blood rain outside. Listening to the roar of lightning and thunder, the three of them thought it was just ordinary thunder and rain. After taking Hestia down from his body, Suhai looked at Belle and Lili who were still busy and joined the fight team. Helped to pack up the things. After all, although there are not many things, but some things are better to pack up by yourself. After a busy night, the next day, a group of 4 quickly moved the packed things to the original Apollo family residence. Looking at the brand new environment, Hestia and the others looked very happy. Even Suhai couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the handwriting of the family of the god of construction. It was possible to transform the entire station into a new look in such a short period of time. It turned out that because Apollo was too narcissistic, there were huge statues of himself everywhere in the entire villa. And some places did not meet the ideas of Hestia's family and others, so Suhai and others directly hired the god of construction's family to transform the station. So far, all the places are in good agreement with the requirements proposed by Suhai et al. After a short period of surprise, it was sorted out again. After everything was sorted out, it was night again. It has to be said that moving is indeed a very troublesome thing, even for adventurers. Hestia helped me update my status again. After dinner in the evening, Suhai suddenly opened his mouth to look at Hestia next to him and said. In this regard, although Hestia wondered that Suhai had not been in the dungeon much recently, she suddenly asked to update her status. But he didn't ask any further, just nodded slightly. After coming to his room, Suhai took off his shirt and lay down on the bed without seeming to be very skilled. And Hestia pierced the index finger of her right hand, and a drop of scarlet blood dripped on Suhai's back. This. How so? As the data emerged after the status update, Hestia straddled Suhai's back and gradually became surprised, with an incredible look on her face. Name, Suhai. Level, LV6. Power, I0. Durability, I0. Smart, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Development ability, Mysterious, I, Swordsman, C, Abnormal Resistance, H, Magic, C, Luck, I. It turned out that after the data update, Suhai went directly from LV2 to 4 levels, reaching the level of LV6. This is simply something that goes against common sense, and it is only natural that Hestia will be surprised. Aha, can you tell me what you did? There is such an earth-shaking change. In addition to being shocked, Hestia also asked worriedly. Obviously afraid that Suhai has done something dangerous again. It's nothing, just killing a disgusting guy. Looking at Hestia with a worried face, Suhai turned around and reached out and touched Hestia's head. He seemed a little unconvinced. It's not that Suhai doesn't trust Hestia, it's just that about killing gods, in this labyrinth city where gods dance, the less people know about it, the better. After all, it is inevitable that some adventurers will have some special abilities. If they are leaked, it will be a little troublesome. I may have to leave for a while, Hestia. Seeing Hestia muttering a little unhappy because of her ambiguity, Suhai felt a little amused, but suddenly said tentatively. Leave? Aha, what do you mean? Do you want to go back and have a look because of homesickness? Facing Suhai's words, Hestia asked in surprise after a slight pause. Obviously, Hestia at this time only thought that Suhai would only be away for a few days at most. I didn't think much about it. It's time to go home. Didn't you want to know my origin before? Actually, I'm not from this world. Recalling what he had promised Hestia back then, Suhai did not hide his origins, but spoke directly. At the same time, it also showed that he needed to return to his own world. Of course, the existence of the system was not mentioned by Suhai. After listening to the narration, Hestia didn't believe it at first, but looking at Suhai's unusually determined expression, Hestia also knew that although it sounded ridiculous, everything was true. For a time, my heart was very complicated. Fortunately, Suhai has reassured that he will return to this world again. Hestia calmed down. Aha, love me. But in a moment of calm, Hestia suddenly stared at Suhai tightly and said. Then he hugged Suhai and fell down with his head down. At noon the next day, Suhai woke up leisurely and looked at Hestia, who still had 2 wet tears in the corners of her eyes. There was a look of reluctance and nostalgia on Suhai's face, but it turned into firmness in the end. After getting dressed and covering Hestia with the quilt, he walked outside. System, if I return to the main world, can I return to this world again? It didn't take long for Suhai to come to the city wall of the labyrinth city, standing in an uninhabited corner, blowing the cool breeze slowly. Feeling a little nervous, I asked the system in my mind. If the system can't answer, Suhai really doesn't know if he can really make up his mind to leave this world. After all, Hestia has now become his lover and the person he likes. Host, please rest assured. As long as it is a world that has traveled through, the host can choose to travel to a new world or return to any world that has been traveled through in a new round of shuttle opportunities. And after the host leaves, the time ratio between the dungeon world and the main world will be automatically adjusted to 1:1000, that is to say, the main world is 1000 days old, and all the dungeon worlds are only 1 day. Fortunately, the system gave a piece of news that made Suhai very happy. Chapter 38. In that case, send me back. Facing the system's answer, everything in Suhai's heart disappeared in an instant. Said directly. According to the description of the system, maybe the next time Suhai comes to this world, it will only be a few days for this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black hole appeared at Suhai's feet. Devour it instantly. Have you finally come back? The next instant, in his own home in the world of high school, Suhai looked at the familiar room and the clock on the wall that had not yet passed. Suhai took a heavy breath and said with some emotion. This moment is like a dream for Huang Ke, for Demon High School, there is no change at all, and Suhai has indeed experienced another wonderful life. System, open the property panel. After regaining his senses and sitting down slowly, Suhai said to the system in his mind. Obviously, I want to see what kind of strength I have now. Name, Suhai. Physique, the highest ranking demon. Energy, the pinnacle of upper-level demons. Abilities, God's gift, enhanced magic, thunder breath, fire escape, how fireball technique. Items, sun blade, sword of oath of victory, heaven's lock, Rias's original fat time, game CD. Heroic spirit, Medusa, rider, sister R. Comprehensive evaluation, Demon King beginner, if you count your cards. I have to say that this time Suhai's improvement is huge. Under the influence of God's gift, Suhai has improved in an all-round way. At the same time, he also acquired many development abilities such as swordsman, magic guide, mystery, luck, and so on. With the combined effect of all the forces, the Suhai system has succeeded in reaching the level of the highest-ranking demons. Although the energy is a little worse, it is also at the peak of the upper-level demon. In this world, it can be regarded as having some self-protection strength. After seeing everything, Suhai returned to his bedroom and fell asleep. After all, improving one's strength must be the most important thing, but sometimes it is necessary to relax properly and combine work and rest. The next morning, I simply ate a snack and drank a glass of milk. Suhai put on the uniform of Kuo Academy, left his home, and walked towards the academy. Suhai-kun. The moment he arrived at the gate of the academy, a seductive and familiar voice sounded in Suhai's ear. The moment he turned his head, Suhai realized that he had come in and met an acquaintance again. Rias was standing at the door with Aceno Himejima and Kitten Tachan, apparently she had just arrived. So it's Rias, Aceno, and Kitten-chan. Is Kitten-chan free tonight? I found another very fun game, are you interested in playing together? Looking at the three of them for a moment, Suhai said very naturally now. Kitten sauce? Night? Playing games? Beast, are you going to attack the cutest kitten sauce in the academy? It was originally a serious invitation, but some students next to him were thinking about it, and they all showed their eyes as if they wanted to smash Suhai into pieces. Suhai might have been lost in the sight of these people if not only cursed. It seems that Suhai-kun is in a good mood, and something happy happened. Facing Suhai like this, a hint of surprise and suspicion flashed in Himejima Akeno's eyes, and he said slowly. Perhaps the world is too dangerous, the previous Suhai was always a little timid when he did things due to his lack of strength. Makes Suhai always feel a little restrained. But now, Suhai initially has the strength to protect himself, and these strengths will give a person self-confidence. Let Suhai inadvertently gradually restore his nature and do whatever he wants. The feeling is naturally different. Although these changes are very subtle, if you are not familiar with them, you will not notice them at all. But Himejima Akeno was a very observant and extremely keen person, so he felt this subtle change very sensitively. There's something really happy about it. Facing Himejima Akeno who felt so strongly, Suhai's heart also flashed a little surprise. At the same time, he replied somewhat vaguely. In this way, while Suhai chatted and laughed with the three girls of Himejima Akeno, they walked towards the classroom together under the eyes of many envious and jealous eyes. Time is always passing by without knowing it, in the blink of an eye, the sun sets, and it is time for school. 1. Ise-kun, can I talk to you alone? Not far from the school gate, when Suhai just walked out of the school gate and arrived. I saw a very interesting scene. A girl with purple eyes and black hair, wearing the uniform of Kawang Academy, full of seductive atmosphere. Pretending to be a little timid and hesitant, he said intermittently to a young man in front of him. The youth and ignorance of the girl are vividly displayed. And these two people are the lower-level fallen angel Lenor and usse, who are aliased as Amano Yuma. The reason why this happened is obviously because Lili has received the order of the fallen angel governor Azazel to monitor the first floor of Hyudu, and if it is determined that usse is a dangerous person, he will directly obliterate it. But in the end, Lili was just a pawn used by Azazel for usse's complete awakening. And this, in the original work, Lili never found out until her death. Facing the scene in front of him, Suhai had no intention of going out to stop it, but quietly hid by the side and listened to the conversation between the two. In the end, a pure girl and a wretched teenager with a hormonal explosion agreed on the day after tomorrow, that is, a decision to date together on Sunday. On the way back, Hyudu-isse's footsteps were much lighter, and he was obviously so excited that he almost jumped up. Little did he know that at the moment when he turned to leave, the girl who was so innocent in his eyes, looked at his back with a bit of murderous intent. System, what happened to the treasure chest on that guy's head? After watching that funny farce and walking home, Suhai couldn't help asking the system in his mind. It turned out that at the moment when he saw the first floor of Hingdu, Suhai found that the golden egg on his head that was only 3 stars turned into a 4-star golden egg. This is the first time Suhai has encountered such a situation, so naturally it is very unexpected. Returning to the host, the golden egg on a person is not static. With the change of various factors such as the strength of the golden egg carrier, the level of the golden egg will also change accordingly. Facing Suhai's question, the system spoke slowly. Asterisk. Chapter 39. After listening to the system's explanation, Suhai also understood the reason. It turns out that the golden egg on everyone's head is not static. With the change of the holder's strength and various factors, the level of the golden egg will also change. And now, the reason why the golden egg on Hyudu-isse's head has changed from 3 stars to 4 stars. Now it's because the cage hand of the Sekiruti inside Hyudu-isse is about to awaken. As one of the 13 god-killing tools in this world, it is in existence at the top of the artifact. Although it has not fully awakened, it is understandable that the 3-star golden egg can be turned into a 4-star. At the same time as he knew it, Suhai returned home unwittingly. After a simple wash and dinner, the sky turned dark. On the other side, in the old school building of Kuo Academy, where Rias and her family usually gather, the Tachin kitten summoned a teleportation magic circle, and it didn't even walk toward the magic circle. Obviously preparing to complete the demon's entrusted task. Kitten-chan, are you going to complete the entrusted mission? Looking at the behavior of the kitten in Tachin, Himejima Aceno asked inadvertently while pouring a cup of black tea for Rias. Senior Suhai entrusted me to play games with him. Facing Himejima Akena's question, after Tachin kitten stopped, he didn't hide it at all, and replied calmly with an expressionless face. Apparently the Tachin kitten still remembers what Suhai said to her in the morning. It seems that Kitten-chan likes Suhai-kun very much. It was originally just an inadvertent question, but after getting the answer from Tachin kitten, Rias and Himejima Aceno glanced at Tachin kitten in surprise. After all, if the two of them remember correctly, this morning, Suhai just invited him jokingly. The order was not officially given out, and for the demons, this was not a real entrusted task. As for the Tachin kitten, Rias and Himejima Aceno were all too familiar with them. If it wasn't for someone they liked, the Tachin kitten wouldn't have too much contact with each other at all. Senior Suhai's games are fun and the food is delicious. Facing Himejima Akeno's emotional words, Tachin kitten nodded directly and said. It turned out that every time the Tachin kitten went to Suhai's house to play, Suhai would cook some dishes from the Celestial Dynasty and let the Tachin kitten eat with him. It has to be said that the Bai Cai Beiwei of the Celestial Dynasty is the eternal god, and the Tachin kitten fell in love with these dishes. I think this is an important reason why the Tachin kitten likes to go to Suhai's house. Facing Tachin kitten's words, Rias and Himejima Aceno looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously did not expect that Suhai still has such a skill. Immediately afterwards, as if thinking of something, Rias slowly said a plan that she had prepared for a long time, but had not been able to find a suitable candidate. Obviously, Rias now wants Tachin Kitten to carry out this plan. On the other hand, in his own home, Suhai had just finished washing up. When I came to the hall, I found that a red magic circle appeared in the center of the hall. In the face of this sudden magic circle, Suhai actually did not have the slightest vigilance, but instead showed a smile. Because, it is not the first time that Suhai has seen this magic circle. Every time the kitten in Tachin comes, it will be teleported directly to Suhai's home through this magic circle. Thinking back on what he said this morning, Suhai already understood what was going on. But this time, the people who came were a bit unexpected, because after the light of the magic circle disappeared, in the middle of the house, in addition to the Tachin Kitten, there was also Rias with fiery red hair, and Himejima Aceno with black hair. "Senior Suhai, here I come." At the moment of appearance, Tachin Kitten said directly. At the same time, he patted his stomach. Suhai, who had been with the Tachin Kitten for a while, immediately understood that this was a sign that the Tachin Kitten was hungry. "Suhai-kun, you are too biased, we are the closest, but we only cook for kitten sauce to eat alone. Could it be that Suhai-kun is a person who likes the new and hates the old?" After having a new love, he abandoned the two old loves of me and Rias. In other words, Suhai-kun prefers the cute type of kitten-chan. If that's the case, Suhai-kun really. As for Himejima Akina, he reached out to cover the lower half of his face and squinted his eyes the moment he appeared. Watching Suhai tease slowly. A pair of trembling S character is vividly displayed. "Zunai, please forgive me. If you want to come to me suddenly, you also have important things to say. But since you haven't eaten yet, let's sit down there first. I'll make something for you to eat. It's not too late to talk slowly after eating." Facing Himejima Akeno's words, Suhai looked a little wry smile, but also hurriedly interrupted Himejima Aceno, who wanted to continue. Then he quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen, because Suhai knew very well that if he reacted a little slower, Himejima Aceno would definitely say something that would make him even more helpless. Facing Suhai's reaction, Aceno Himejima also showed a funny and successful expression. As the biggest wise man next to Rias, Aceno Himejima and Suhai did not have too much close contact, but they clearly controlled Suhai's character. So, in a way, Himejima Aceno is the person who knows Suhai the most. In this way, while Suhai was busy in the kitchen, the three daughters of Rias sat quietly on the sofa in the living room and waited. At this time, the Tachin Kitten was obviously a little impatient, and looked in the direction of the kitchen with his own eyes from time to time. In order to eat delicious food, Tachin Kitten deliberately did not eat dinner. Seeing Tachin Kitten's reaction, Rias and Himejima Aceno became curious for a while. Although I know from the mouth of Tachin Kitten, Suhai can cook delicious oriental dishes. But after all, they have never eaten it in person, so Rias and Himejima Aceno don't know how delicious it is. Now looking at the reaction of the kitten in Tachin, the two of them are naturally a little curious in their hearts. I re-evaluated Suhai's cooking skills in my heart. Fortunately, the three of them didn't wait long. After about half an hour, a seductive aroma wafted from the kitchen. Immediately afterwards, Suhai took the prepared dishes and walked out slowly. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Seeing the luster of these dishes and the fragrance emanating from them, a strange look flashed in Rias and Himejima Akeno's eyes. On the contrary, the kitten in Tachin seemed to be very familiar with the road. When the food was placed on the table, he immediately picked up the chopsticks and ate it. This taste. Looking at the Tachin kitten who started so fast, Rias and the two also took a bite from the chopsticks on the table. At the moment when the food was entered, the two of them suddenly lit up, and the incomparably wonderful taste exploded in the mouth instantly. Under the impact of the sense of taste, a strange blush appeared on the faces of the three of them. Invariably speed up the speed of picking vegetables. Looking at the reactions of the three, Suhai was already used to it. After all, he and Tachin Kitten also reacted the same way at the beginning. After all, his cooking skills came from the golden egg. It is a genuine craftsmanship belonging to Nakahe, the spirit of food. 10 minutes later, the three girls who were sweating profusely slumped on their seats. It was as if it had been through a tough battle. I didn't expect Suhai-kun to have such good cooking skills. I really like you more and more. Aceno Himejima, who had not recovered, looked at Suhai while leaning back on the sofa. There was a hunter-like look in her eyes, as if Suhai was the prey in her eyes. They're all gone, does Kitten-chan want to play for a while? After more than an hour, Rias took advantage of this time to digest the food, and then played for a while. He left with Himejima Aceno. At this time, Suhai looked at the Tachin kitten next to him and asked in surprise. After all, the three girls came together when they came, and now Rias and Himejima Aceno have left, but Tachin kitten still doesn't seem to want to leave. Suhai is naturally a little puzzled. After all, it's not too early. I want to live here. The Tachin kitten gave Suhai a very unexpected answer. What? Could it be that Rias and the others made you do this? For the first time, Suhai thought he had heard it wrong. But after seeing Tachin kitten's expression, Suhai immediately realized that he had heard it right. At the same time, after thinking about it, I also figured out the reason. It must be that Rias is not willing to give up, and still wants to become her servant. That's why I let the Tachin kitten stay by my side, wanting to play emotional cards to change my mind. This is also very in line with Rias' character. She has always been a girl who doesn't give up easily. In this regard, Tachin kitten did not hide it, but nodded slightly, affirming Suhai's thoughts. Since Kitten-chan is willing to live, let's live there. It happens that there are still a few empty rooms. When I go to clean up one and find some quilts, you can sleep for one night first. I'll buy you some necessities tomorrow. In my heart, I thought that it would be a very happy thing to have a beautiful girl living with me, and Suhai didn't have too many entanglements. He said with relief. No need, Senior Suhai. I brought everything I needed. It's just that before Suhai finished speaking, Tachin kitten once again drew a summoning circle in the room. With a flash of light, several large suitcases appeared in the center of the room. Obviously, these are the necessities of life that Tachin kitten has prepared in advance. In this regard, Suhai secretly complained that the kitten in Tachin was well prepared, and at the same time, he quickly helped to organize it. After more than half an hour of moving, Suhai finally moved everything into a bedroom on the second floor. And they are all neatly arranged, and the room where the kitten lives in Tachin can be considered to be completely tidy up. It's getting late today. Kitten-chan should rest first. It's not too late to talk about anything tomorrow. After finishing the arrangement, it was already late at night. After Suhai said something to Tachin kitten, he also returned to his room next to him. Little master, you're not really a lowly control, are you? You seem to be very tired of Lili, Hestia, and this kitten here. In his bedroom, Suhai, who was thinking of taking a rest, suddenly heard Medusa's voice. There was ridicule and a hint of uneasiness in his words, as if he was worried that Suhai really liked Loli as he said, and disliked Oni-san. What are you thinking, writer? Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Even if I want to control it, it's still in full control, okay? In the face of Medusa, who sometimes speaks astonishingly, Suhai said a little irritably now. At the same time, he rolled his eyes, and Medusa appeared beside him. That's fine, that's fine. For Suhai's answer, Medusa suddenly seemed a little fortunate and said. It was as if there was hope again. However, because the sound is too small, there is almost no sound. Suhai also didn't hear what Medusa was muttering, and secretly thought that Medusa became a little strange, maybe it was at the same time as the menopause. He simply changed into a pair of pajamas, then fell on the big bed and slept leisurely. After all, strictly speaking, Suhai's killing the sun god Apollo still took too much effort. Even if Apollo was restricted by the rules and could not use all his power, he had the help of the Lock of the Sky and the Spear of Lungarus. Suhai's mind was still very tired because of the tension. And since that day, although 2 or 3 days have passed, Suhai has not had a good rest. Now Suhai needs a rest to refresh himself, so naturally he fell asleep in the moment he fell down. Seeing Suhai sleeping with her eyes closed, Medusa standing beside the bed was fascinated for a while. At this time, Medusa was very clear that she herself had fallen in love with this new master. In fact, since the age of gods, Medusa, who has experienced a lot, has already looked down on it a lot. But the more I get along with Suhai, the more I can feel Suhai's charm, as if the spring rain moistens things silently, silently infecting the people around him. After watching it quietly for a while, I came back to my senses. A smile appeared on the corner of Medusa's mouth. She turned off the lights in the room, and carefully came to lie down beside Suhai. Soon, Suhai became Medusa's pillow. For Suhai, Medusa is an existence that can be completely trusted, so in the absence of a life and death crisis, Suhai's danger perception is very relaxed for Medusa. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Since it was a week, Suhai didn't wake up until the next morning. The moment he opened his eyes, Suhai felt a malicious gaze. Looking at the door subconsciously, I saw that Tachin Kitten had opened the door at some point, and was standing at the door staring at Suhai, who had just woken up with perverted eyes. Kitten sauce. Facing the scum-like gaze of the Tachin Kitten, Suhai was also a little confused for a while. Abnormal. Looking at Suhai, who woke up yo-yo, Tachin Kitten said a word, then turned around and walked out. Little master, it seems that your little lover has misunderstood. Just when Suhai looked at the Tachin Kitten who turned around, he was a little confused. Suddenly, a familiar and seductive voice came from his ear. Only at this moment did Suhai turn his head and realize that Medusa was sleeping beside him. And it's very cool to wear. By this time, Suhai naturally understood what was going on. Obviously, the Tachin Kitten saw that he had not woken up in the morning, so he discovered this scene. At the same time, Suhai glanced helplessly at Medusa next to him. Suhai's heart is naturally very clear, this is definitely Medusa's intention, otherwise the Tachin Kitten really can't find her existence. Fortunately, Suhai did not have too many entanglements. After all, he had no intention of concealing the existence of Medusa. In this way, Suhai got up and came to the living room to give a brief introduction. It can be considered that the Tachin Kitten accepts the existence of Medusa. Of course, the Tachin Kitten does not know the true identity of Medusa. Just thought Medusa was Suhai's friend. And in the time that followed, Medusa no longer needed to be invisible at all. However, perhaps due to habit, Medusa will still become a heroic spirit sometimes and follow Suhai's side in another way. Of course, none of these matters, as long as Medusa is happy. Until noon, the three of them left the house and played in the entire Kawang town. After all, it is too boring to stay at home for a rare week. Accompanied by Medusa and Tachin Kitten, the group of three visited the food street, video game mall, and playground in Kawang town. Only then did he return home contentedly, and in the process, because he was surrounded by Medusa and Tachin Kitten, two beauties in the minds of all men, Suhai also enjoyed a lot of friendly male friendships. Look. Fortunately, Suhai is already used to it. The next morning, Suhai said goodbye early to Medusa and Tachin Kitten, who were playing games together. Leave your home and go in a certain direction. After all, Suhai has not forgotten the existence of a 4-star golden egg. Ise-kun, can I ask you a favor? In a certain park, Yuma Amano, who was dressed in black Gothic style, spoke shyly to Hyudu, who was in front of him. As if she was a very shy girl who was about to confess her love to the person in her heart. It's just that in the eyes of this girl, there is a trace of unknown madness hidden. Of course, as long as it's Yuma-chan, you can do whatever you want. It's just that Hyudu Issei, who has long been overwhelmed by the sudden happiness, has no idea what is about to greet him. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he looked very surprised and nodded again and again. That's good. Then please die. Sure enough, in the next instant, the shyness on Lili's face was already covered by hideousness. The words were full of endless killing intent, and they were already different from the shy girl before. What? Until now, Hyudu Issei still thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at the girl whom he admired in front of him with a dazed look. It's just a pity that the pupils of the first floor of Hingdu widened slightly in the next moment. Because a pair of black wings appeared behind Lili. This made Hyudu Issei, who had never seen the mysterious power, stunned, but at the same time, he finally sensed the danger. But it was too late. Lili, who spread the wings of the fallen angel, quickly came into the air. A yellow light gun appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, it was projected towards Duel on the ground. Under the extremely fast speed, before Duel could react, he was instantly pierced through his chest. As the light gun disappeared, a fist-sized hole appeared in Duel's chest. Countless blood flowed out of it, instantly covering the ground under his feet, and Duel also fell into the pool of blood, and his breath gradually weakened. It's really just a piece of trash. Looking at the fallen Duel, Lili's eyes flashed with a trace of boredom. It turned out that at the very beginning, Lili thought that Duel had awakened the divine weapon, so she took so much trouble to test it out carefully. But now it seems that Duel is nothing more than a lustful waste. While feeling bored in her heart, Lili also fluttered her wings and prepared to leave. There was no supplementary knife, which was undoubtedly a failure for Lili, who was a villain. Miss Fallen Angel, since you are here, why do you have to leave in such a hurry? Just as he turned around, an unexpected voice entered Lili's ears. Immediately afterwards, before Lili could react, a golden chain stretched out from the space, instantly binding Lili in the air. Facing the shackles of the golden chains, Lili tried to break free while she was shocked. It's a pity that the heavenly lock is an anti-god weapon. Although Lili has no divine beauty, she will not be specially targeted by the heavenly lock. But even in the normal state, it is not something that she, a lower-level fallen angel, can break free. In the next instant, Suhai, whose face was not very good, appeared in front of Lili. Seeing Duel lying in a pool of blood, Suhai was in a bad mood. Unexpectedly, I was still a step late, and I was almost taken by Lili. Fortunately, Suhai can feel that Duel still has a trace of breath left. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai directly gave Duel the final judgment with a fire escape technique. Completely ended the life of Duel, and Suhai also got the 4-star golden egg on Duel as he wished. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Congratulations to the host for opening the 4-star golden egg and obtaining the cage hand of Elongdi, one of the 13 god-killing tools. But as the system beeped, Suhai immediately felt something and melted into his right hand. Obviously it is the cage hand of the Elong Emperor. Although this reward is not the best in terms of the 4-star golden eggs that are currently open, it is also very good. So Suhai is still very satisfied. Let me think about it. What should I do with you next? Kill it? Or hand you over to the Western Church? Suhai, who was in a good mood, quickly came to Lili in the air. Looking at Lili who couldn't move, she said with interest. The words were full of sarcasm. Human, I am the subordinate of Lord Azazel, governor of the fallen angel. If you dare to hurt me, Lord Azazel will not let you go. Although you are an artifact holder, you are nothing compared to fallen angels. Facing Suhai's words, Lili's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly threatened. After all, for Lili, if she was sent to a Western church, it would undoubtedly be a more terrifying thing than death. So when she heard the words Western church, Lili was already flustered in her heart. If Azazel was standing in front of me, I might have some concerns. But unfortunately, I don't think Azazel will go to great lengths for you, a lower-level fallen angel. What's more, you are just a pawn of Azazel. In the face of Lili's timid, yet calm threats, Suhai said in disapproval. Everyone has their own weaknesses, even the fallen angel Lili is no exception. Obviously, the Western Church, which is hostile to the fallen angels, is the nightmare of these lower-level fallen angels. Now you have two choices, either surrender or die. Immediately afterwards, Suhai gave an ultimatum, allowing Lili to choose her own ending. I will not betray Lord Azazel. You. But unfortunately, Lili still held a trace of luck in her heart and did not realize the urgency of the situation. If that's the case, then you're going to die. It's just a low-level fallen angel, and the reason why Suhai let Lili choose to surrender was just a whim. He gave Lili a chance, but unfortunately she didn't appreciate it, so Suhai didn't plan to waste any more time. With her right hand clenched tightly, the lock of the sky in midair suddenly tightened, directly breaking Lili's body and falling to the ground. After disposing of the body, Suhai turned and left. This made this corner once again restored to calm. And after less than a cup of tea, a red magic circle emerged, and a fiery red figure appeared at the place where Usse died. Are you still a step too late? Obviously, this figure is Rias, because Usse has noticed the existence of a divine weapon in his body. Rias originally planned to find out what the artifact was, and if it was valuable, she would make Usse her soldier. As a superior demon, Rias naturally sensed the breath of a fallen angel the moment Lili was exposed. After discovering that Usse's aura was also beside him, the smart Rias naturally understood everything. Knowing that Usse might be in danger, he rushed over without stopping. However, based on the current situation, it is still a step too late. Although it was a pity in my heart, I finally checked it, and after not finding much, Rias, you turned around and left. After all, Rias at this time only thought that Usse's body was just an ordinary divine weapon, so he didn't take it too seriously. In this way, several days passed by in a flash. On the way home from school on this day, Suhai is walking on a commercial street with the Tachin kitten. Because the Tachin kitten lives in his own home, the two go to and from school together. At the very beginning, the behavior of the two also caused a stir in the school. Suhai and Tachin kitten were also surrounded by the boys and girls in the school with envy and hatred. Boys are naturally envious of Suhai, and girls are naturally the envy of Tachin kitten. It has to be said that it is human nature to like excellent and beautiful things. This kind of nature does not distinguish between men and women. Boys like girls with good temperament and beautiful temperament, and girls naturally admire handsome and responsible men. And in the academy, among most of the girls, Suhai is undoubtedly the best among the boys in the whole academy. But just as the two were walking, a church saint in a white nun's uniform came in front of them. The most surprising thing is that when the saint of the church passed by Suhai and the two of them, she suddenly made a lovely cry, and then performed a magic trick of falling on the ground. If there is no accident, it will definitely fall to the ground heavily, and scratches and bruises are inevitable. Are you all right? Fortunately, with Suhai's current strength, his reaction speed is much faster than ordinary people. He quickly stretched out his right hand and supported the saint of the church who fell to the ground. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Suhai always felt as if he had seen it somewhere when he looked at the saint of the church in front of him. Thank you. Feeling the aura of the opposite S*X, this saint of the church, who had never been so close to men before, quickly stabilized her figure in a hurry. Then he bent down slightly and thanked him sincerely. Seeing such a lovely reaction from the saint of the church, Suhai was also somewhat amused. He quickly said that it was just a matter of hand, and he didn't need to worry too much. Immediately afterwards, he was ready to leave with the Tachin kitten. Sir, my name is Aisha Argento, may I ask where is the church in this place? But at this moment, Aisha, who hesitated again and again, finally asked. The moment Suhai heard the name, Suhai suddenly realized. The lovely saint with long blonde hair, wrapped in white holy cloth, and dressed as a nun in front of her, is not Aisha Argento, who possesses the divine artifact the smile of the Virgin in the original book. The church. We do have one here, but it was abandoned a long time ago. You should be the saint of the church, right? Are you really going? When he understood the identity of the cute girl in front of him, Suhai already had a plan in his heart. With an imperceptible smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, he said slowly. Chapter 43. Can you tell me where the church is? The Lord will surely bless you. After knowing that Suhai really knew where the church was, Aisha looked very surprised for a moment. There was a glimmer of pleading in his eyes, he stared at Suhai tightly, and even prayed for Suhai without authorization. It's just that at this moment, a gugugu hungry voice came from Aisha's body. Facing such a situation, Aisha, who was praying sincerely, immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. It seems that you haven't eaten for a long time, and we are going home for dinner. If you don't mind, let's go back and have something to eat first. I'll take you to the church after you finish eating. The church is there anyway, and you won't run away. Looking at Aisha, who was a little embarrassed, Suhai said with a smile in his heart, slowly. Sir, is it really possible? Facing Suhai's invitation, Aisha, who had lowered her head, immediately raised her head and asked cautiously. It seems that the word eat has infinite magic power on her. Of course can. And you don't need to call me short, sir, my name is Suhai. Looking at Aisha, who seemed to be afraid of rejection, Suhai smiled and gave an affirmative answer. It's great, Mr. Suhai, you are such a good person, the Lord will surely bless you. This time, Aisha seemed to be moved to tears. Looking at Aisha, who was defenseless, she nodded in agreement. While Suhai was a little surprised that Aisha was not deep in the world, there was a hint of guilt in her heart. Senior Satyr. The Tachin kitten next to him also stared at Suhai with his own eyes, and said something secretly. Obviously, in the eyes of others, Suhai's behavior just now was like a guy who kidnapped a beautiful girl. In this way, the original team of 2 became 3. Welcome back. I've already cooked the food, although it's not as good as what you did, Master, but... The moment the door was opened, Medusa's voice came from inside the room. Obviously, although Medusa didn't see anyone, she was already used to it, and it must be Suhai and the Tachin kitten who came back during this time. While talking, Medusa walked out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. At this time, the table in the living room was already filled with many soup dishes. It's just that Medusa, who came out of the kitchen, saw Aisha's existence, and her words stopped abruptly. I didn't expect that the desire of the little master was not satisfied with me and kitten sauce. This time, I actually stretched out the hand of color to the nun of the church. Seeing that Medusa glanced at Aisha, she immediately pretended to be crying without tears, and said slowly. This caused Aisha next to him to look at Suhai with a strange look. Obviously, the pure Aisha has already believed in Medusa's clumsy acting skills at this time. Okay, let's eat. Facing the dark-bellied Medusa, Suhai slapped Medusa on the head angrily. Said slowly. In response, Medusa immediately stuck out her tongue and returned to her original Oni-san appearance. As if the girl who was abandoned just now was not her. In this regard, Suhai and Tachin kitten have long been used to it, but they are not surprised at all. Only Aisha did not respond for a while, but under the influence of the aroma of the food and hunger. Aisha also hurriedly followed Suhai to the table and sat down. After eating, Aisha originally wanted to leave, and asked Suhai to tell him where the church was, and then went there alone. However, Suhai let Aisha stay away because it was late and the night was more dangerous. Said to take him to church tomorrow. In this regard, Aisha was a little hesitant, but Suhai did not give Aisha time to refuse. Directly let Medusa take Aisha to clean up a room and come out. Senior Suhai, is there anything special about the saintess in this church? Looking at Medusa and Aisha, who were heading to the 2nd floor to clean up their new room, Tachin kitten, who was sitting next to Suhai, asked slowly. Obviously, the Tachin kitten at this time also faintly found something wrong. Oh! Does Kitten-chan also see Aisha's extraordinariness? In the face of Tachin kitten's question, Suhai said, somewhat surprised. At this time, Suhai thought that the Tachin kitten had seen something, so he would have this question. I just think that although Suhai's predecessor is X embryo, he is not so perverted that he kidnapped the saint on the street for no reason. Tachin kitten glanced at Suhai from the corner of his eye, and said with a blank face. Forward. Aisha is indeed extraordinary, or the artifact in her body is very powerful. If I'm not wrong, she has the smile of the divine artifact in her body. As long as she doesn't die, the artifact can theoretically heal her injuries. Although he was very helpless in his heart, Suhai didn't hide anything from Tachin kitten, but said directly. However, he secretly sighed in his heart that the cute Tachin kitten was gone forever. I don't know if it's his own delusion, Suhai feels that the kitten in Tachin is more and more like to complain about himself recently. In fact, what Suhai doesn't understand is that this is an expression of intimacy by the Tachin kitten. Only close people, Tachin kitten will treat them like this. Suhai, who was a virgin in his previous life, has changed in this life, but he is still a novice in the minds of some girls. The smile of Our Lady. After hearing that it was an extremely rare healing artifact, Tachin Kitten's eyes suddenly lit up, an idea popped up in his heart, and he looked up at Suhai. Yes, as long as Aisha is willing, she can become Rias's family. And the good news is that Aisha is no longer the saint of the church. Because she treated a demon with an artifact, she was expelled by the church congregation. If Rias wants to take Aisha as her family, it is completely feasible. The two have been together for so long, and Rias has been looking for the right person to complement her family. So Suhai naturally understands the thoughts of the Tachin kitten. In fact, from the beginning, when Suhai found out that the identity of Aisha brought him back. It is to let Aisha get rid of the tragic experience in the original book. Now, being able to directly become Rias's family and suffer less suffering is undoubtedly the best for this kind and holy girl. Asterisk. Chapter 44. The only church congregation in this town is here. However, this church has long been in tatters. Aisha, are you sure the church you're looking for is here? The next morning, Suhai took Aisha to the church. Looking at the dilapidated church in front of him, Suhai said slowly. At the same time, under Suhai's perception, this church in the suburbs and dilapidated, still has the aura of 3 fallen angels. Looking at such a scene, Aisha also seemed a little hesitant for a while. After all, after Aisha was expelled from the church, there was no place for her. He accepted an invitation from an exorcist organization actually led by a fallen angel. Only came to this town to serve as a church saint. Really, I don't know where Lili went? She hasn't come back yet. At this time, in the depths of the church, a fallen angel with a pair of black wings and a hot body said with some complaints. And beside her, stood a blonde double ponytailed tsundere loli and an uncle wearing a thick coat. Without exception, these two are also fallen angels. Obviously, these 3 fallen angels came here with Lili to monitor Duel and Kalavana, Mightiert and Donasik who received Aisha. It's been so many days, I think 80% of them were killed. Facing Donagik's words, Donagik seemed a little indifferent. Obviously, although several people acted together, their feelings were not as good as imagined. Donasik, you said that, be careful that Lili comes back to trouble you. Facing Donasik's answer, Caravana, who looked like a Oni-san, spoke slowly. Obviously, even among the lower-level fallen angels, there are strong and weak strengths. Among them, Lili was undoubtedly the most powerful lower-level fallen angel. In response, Donagik, who was originally indifferent, also paused slightly. The expression on his face was slightly unnatural. Stop arguing, the saint we want seems to have already arrived. It's just that there seems to be a strange human being next to her. But at this moment, Mightiert interrupted the two of them and reminded them. Obviously, standing at the door, she had already spotted Aisha and Suhai not far from the main entrance of the church. Facing Aisha's arrival, Donasik and the others' eyes lit up. After looking at each other, they walked out of the church with a cruel smile on their faces. He didn't even put away the fallen angel's wings on his back, obviously he didn't have any plans to hide it. After all, in their eyes, Aisha is just a weak saint without any fighting power. As for Suhai, who is a human next to him, and the 3 fallen angels, they will not put a single human in their eyes. Thank you, Senior Suhai. I think it should be here. Although Aisha's heart is not very sure, but in the end she still sincerely thanks. Perhaps due to the influence of the Tachin kitten, Aisha's name for Suhai has also become a senior. The moment she finished her thanks, Aisha was ready to enter the church, looking for priests or church members to ask about the situation. Don't worry, 3 little bugs came out. However, Suhai stopped Aisha in time. After all, the reason why Suhai brought Aisha to this place today is to make him understand everything. Instead of letting her die. This is a fallen angel. Facing Suhai's obstruction, Aisha showed a puzzled expression at first, but in the next instant, he saw 3 fallen angels with a pair of fallen wings on their backs, with a hint of drama and cruelty on their faces. In response, Aisha also subconsciously took a step back, feeling a little fear in her heart. After all, for the church that belongs to the heaven, these fallen angels from the fallen angels are heretics, and they are the eternal enemies. Aisha couldn't understand why there were 3 fallen angels living in the Holy Church. Is this the saint who houses the miraculous smile of the Virgin? She's really an out-and-out BCH, and that aura of faith in her body can make me feel sick even from a distance. The 3 fallen angels, who thought they were winning, showed disgust without hesitation when they came to Aisha. Donagik spoke sarcastically without hesitation. Isn't that just right? The stronger the faith, the more fun we will be tortured. The other 2 also seemed to be very perverted. Why? Why did the fallen angel appear in the Holy Church? What did you do to the people in the church? Until this moment, Aisha still hadn't found herself being used from beginning to end. I thought it was the 3 fallen angels in front of me who had invaded the church in this town. What? You didn't understand until now? How stupid. It's okay for my uncle to tell you, you won't live long anyway. From the time you met the exorcist organization, everything was arranged by us. And what we want is the artifact in your body, the smile of the Virgin. You know, we searched for a long time before we found this church that has been abandoned for many years. If you want to blame it, only blame you for having things you shouldn't have. Obviously, the fallen angel trio were also a little surprised by Aisha's simplicity. Explained directly for a while. Then I was moved by Aisha because of their sudden kindness. The reason why they explained slowly was just to see Aisha's more desperate expression to satisfy their perverted psychology. And as it turns out, they succeeded. Aisha, after learning what happened, there was a look of despair and sadness on his face. Ever since she was expelled from the church she was in, Aisha felt that she had nowhere to go. Only the belief in the Lord is supporting this simple, kind, and pure little girl. Once the exorcist priest whom he regarded as his own was deceived by the fallen angel, how could Aisha accept it for a while? Yes, this is the expression, I like to see this kind of desperate expression the most. Facing the change in Aisha's expression, the fallen angel trio were naturally very excited. Don't give up, Aisha, the Lord has not abandoned you. And I'm still standing by your side, aren't I? Fortunately, at this time, a warm palm was placed on Aisha's slightly lowered head. Suhai's familiar voice could also be heard. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Feeling this comfort, Aisha also seemed to see a new dawn, turned her head slowly, and looked at Suhai with a smile on her face. For a while, Aisha seemed to be infected by this smile, and an inexplicable confidence emerged in her heart. Boy, it seems that I have to teach you a painful lesson so that you can understand the gap between humans and fallen angels. Facing Aisha's return to normal, the 3 of them suddenly lost the perverted joy. For a while, it was very boring, and the 3 fallen angels naturally turned their attention to the culprit Suhai. A fallen angel. I remember that the last fallen angel who dared to talk to me like this was crushed to death by me. And I think you should know each other, it seems that it's called Lili. Looking at the expressions of the 3, Suhai also seemed a little helpless. Sometimes ignorance is also a sin, and the 3 fallen angels at this time are representatives of them. Impossible. How could you possibly kill Lili? Who are you? After hearing the name Lili, the fallen angel trio finally realized that the guy in front of them might not be as simple as they thought. All of a sudden, a long spear gathered by light appeared in the hands of the 3 of them. A look of vigilance. After all, although there are few strong men among human beings, they are not absent. You guys should go to hell and ask Lili. She will tell you. In this regard, Suhai is not ready to delay any further. After all, his goal has been achieved, and Aisha has already understood the cause and effect of the matter. Naturally, it was time to close the net, deal with the 3 fallen angels, and go home. But at this moment, after the 3 fallen angels looked at each other, they immediately understood what the other party meant, that is, the first strike is the strongest. He hurriedly shot the light gun in his hand towards the place where Suhai and the 2 were. And the 3 of them also played a clever trick, that is, 2 of them surrendered their attacks, Aisha, who had no defensive ability or offensive ability. Seeing that, his attack seemed to hit the target, and a deafening explosion sounded. There was also a look of relaxation on the faces of the 3 fallen angels. Apparently, they thought they had taken out Suhai and Aisha. Puff! Unfortunately, when the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp sword exuding divine attributes instantly penetrated one of them. Under the natural restraint of divine attributes, the fallen angel who was attacked only had time to let out a scream, and his body turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. It turned out that the attack just now didn't hit Suhai and Aisha at all. When the attack was about to arrive, Suhai directly hugged Aisha next to him and disappeared. But when they appeared again, they had already arrived at the trio of fallen angels, behind one of them, and directly took out the sword of Oath of Victory and pierced one of them's chest. "Is this the holy sword? You turned out to be the holder of the holy sword." When the other two saw such a scene, they felt the divine aura from the sword of Oath Victory. Although the remaining two people did not recognize the existence of the sword of Oath of Victory for a while, but even if they were not hit, they could still feel the deadly threat from above. The remaining two are very clear that this is definitely the existence at the top of the holy sword. In an instant, the remaining two fallen angels, without the slightest hesitation, fluttered their wings and prepared to fly into the air before fleeing. It's a pity that the moment he just opened his wings and leaped into the air, a golden chain stretched out directly from the void, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were tied into a zongzi and hung in the air. No matter how hard the two of them tried, they couldn't shake this gorgeous chain at all. In response, Suhai covered Aisha's eyes with his left hand to prevent this holy girl from seeing two cruel images. "Lord, let us go, we can surrender, we can serve you." While the two fallen angels looked horrified and begged for mercy, they were like death gods and slowly came to the two of them. Without hesitation, they ended their sinful lives with the sword of Oath Victory in their hands. "Sorry, I'm not interested in B." At the same time, Suhai also said something with disdain. "What? Did it scare you?" Immediately afterwards, when Suhai put away the sword of victory and the chain of heaven, he turned around and saw Aisha, who looked a little helpless and stood there in a daze. For a while, he asked subconsciously. At this time, Suhai thought that his actions just now scared Aisha. "No, thank you Suhai for your help. It's just that I don't seem to have a home anymore." It turned out that Aisha just felt that she had become an expelled saint again, so she was a little sad. "Don't worry, you can stay at my house first. As for where to go, I have thought of one for you, and then it will depend on your own wishes." Facing Aisha, who had a gloomy expression, Suhai quickly put his right hand on Aisha's head. He slowly opened his mouth to comfort him. "Really? Senior Suhai, I'm obviously an idiot. I can't do housework or take care of people." On the way back, Aisha still looked a little worried. As if worried about causing trouble for Suhai. "Don't worry, Aisha is so cute, just stay at ease. After all, seeing such a cute girl every day makes me feel much better." In this regard, Suhai seemed a little disapproving and said. In the face of such straightforward words, what could Aisha, a pure saint, stand? He quickly lowered his head in a shy look, and silently followed Suhai's side without saying a word. In this way, under the light of the setting sun, the two returned home with long shadows. The moment they opened the door, the two found that there was nothing but the Tachan kitten and Medusa in the room. "There are two other people. Welcome back." Looking at Suhai standing at the door, Aceno Jima stood up quickly, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. When he came to the door, he bent down and said. Just from this angle, Suhai, who is taller than Jima Aceno, saw something indescribable. In this regard, Medusa in the distance cut a bit indignantly. After all, she usually said these words. And today, Jima Aceno robbed her of her job. Chapter 46. Facing Jima Akeno's weirdness is not once or twice, Suhai has long been accustomed to it, so he is not surprised. Instead, she naturally led Aisha into the hall. In fact, when he saw Rias and Jima Aceno, Suhai had already guessed their purpose. It turned out to be for the owner of the artifact, Aisha. "Are you Aisha? What a lovely girl." And the fact is that, after a slight nod to Suhai, Rias stood up from the sofa and came to Aisha. Like a big sister, she said very gently. In this regard, Aisha was naturally a little flustered, and looked at Suhai next to her. Obviously, Rias and Himejima Aceno who suddenly appeared were still somewhat unacceptable. After all, they were two strangers. Aisha, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the next sect master of the 72-pillar demon Gremory's house, and I am now looking for a suitable partner. I want to invite you to join. Rias is not a person who likes to procrastinate, so in the moment of self-introduction, she directly stated her purpose. Just as Suhai thought, after learning about Aisha's existence from Tachin Kitten. Without the slightest hesitation, Rias came here to prepare Aisha to take back her family. After all, Aisha, with the smile of the Virgin, is undoubtedly the best candidate for a bishop. What? Evil. Devil. But obviously, for Aisha, who used to be a church saint, the devil is a heresy. Now, suddenly facing the demon's invitation, Aisha couldn't react at all for a while. The faith in her heart did not approve of her joining the demon. Everything in Aisha has good and bad, and not all demons are evil. Rias is indeed a very good person. However, the final decision is in your own hands. What you think in your heart can be done according to your own wishes. Looking at Aisha who looked a little dazed, Suhai said slowly beside him. Senior Rias, I'm sorry. Facing Suhai's words, Aisha seemed to be encouraged, and the somewhat flustered expression gradually calmed down. Wei Wei opened her mouth, and when she woke up, she was ready to refuse. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Rias, and at the same time invited Aisha to chat alone. After a slight hesitation, Aisha agreed to Rias' request. After taking a look at Suhai, Rias and Aisha went to a room alone. After about a cup of tea, Rias walked out with Aisha. Judging from Rias' smiling expression, she had successfully persuaded Aisha now. At this time, Aisha also lowered her head slightly, looking at Suhai with her own eyes from time to time. It looked a little embarrassed. Although I don't know what method Rias used to make Aisha successfully become her family, it can be guessed that it must have something to do with Suhai. In this way, with the mentality of not being happy, Rias directly performed the reincarnation ceremony of the demon chess piece in the living room. Make Aisha her bishop. When she left, Rias also left behind a set of girls' uniforms from Kuo Academy. Obviously, Rias had expected her success before coming, so she had registered Aisha as a second-year student at Kawang Academy early. This confidence was very rare. As for the place to live, it may be the relationship that Aisha requested, or the relationship that Rias did not arrange otherwise. There is another beautiful girl who lives in Suhai's home for a long time. The next morning, on the way to school, Suhai had one more person. On the right is a white-haired Tachin kitten, and on the left is Aisha with long blonde hair. The three of them walked side by side, and the moment they entered the campus, Suhai naturally felt more intense, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, these did not affect Suhai in the slightest, but Aisha was a little restrained because of her first schooling. Since the three were not in the same grade, they separated the moment they entered the teaching building. In this way, Suhai's life has calmed down again, with Medusa waiting at home every day. On the way to and from school, I was accompanied by Tachin Kitten and two lovely girls in Asia. As for the class in the classroom, in front of him is Aceno Himejima who can give some benefits from time to time. On the right is Rias, who exudes a youthful and seductive aura, with a faint body fragrance all the time. It can be said that it is the blessing of the people of Qi. Although life seems dull, it is extremely fulfilling. And sometimes, Suhai also finds time to open the remaining golden eggs in the academy. In nearly a week, Suhai has also met 7 or 8 in total, from 1-star golden eggs to 3-star golden eggs. Name, Suhai. Physique, the highest ranking demon. Energy, the highest ranking demon. Abilities, God's gift, enhanced magic, thunder breath, 12 trials, fire escape, how fireball technique. Items, sun blade, sword of oath of victory, heaven's lock, scarlet dragon emperor's cage hand. Heroic spirit, Medusa, rider, sister R. Comprehensive evaluation, demon king high rank, if the whole cards are counted. But in addition to opening a useful skill or noble phantasm from the 3-star golden egg on Shitukana's head. In the Xingye world, it can be immune to attacks below grade B, and can automatically recover 11 times after receiving fatal damage, which is equivalent to the 12 trials with 12 lives. Others are also some basic things that will not have any increase in strength. However, with the newly obtained Cage Hand of Elongdi, one of the 13 gods, and the blessing of the 12 trials, Suhai's strength has grown a lot under the full force of his explosion, and even among the Demon King level powerhouses, he has a place. Sitting on his own seat, Suhai, who was checking his own changes, did not forget to look up to his right and the two empty positions in front of him, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Aceno, Jima and Rias, who had never been absent from class, didn't know why, but suddenly did not come to class today. And under his own perception, Suhai found that after coming to the school with him, Tachin Kitten and Aisha also left the teaching building and went to the mysterious society hidden in the forest not far from the academy. Usually the residence of Rias and her family. Asterisk. Chapter 47. However, despite my doubts, Suhai didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Rias had something to gather her family to solve together. It was not until the end of school in the afternoon that Rias returned to the teaching building and entered the classroom with Jima Aceno, Tachin Kitten, and others. At this time, Rias's expression was very complicated, and her face did not have the usual confidence from the inside out. The moment she entered the classroom, Rias also glanced at Suhai, who was sitting in the corner, as if she had made a major decision. As for what Rias was thinking, Suhai had no way of knowing for a while. Just when I get home, eat, wash, and then go back to my room, ready to rest. A red magic circle suddenly appeared in Suhai's bedroom, a burst of intense red light erupted, and the moment the light dissipated, Rias wearing a tulle nightgown appeared in front of Suhai. Rias, you are. In the face of such a sudden benefit, Suhai seemed a little bit attentive, and at the same time, he was a little surprised and puzzled. Don't talk, listen to me. However, Rias had obviously already made up her mind and did not give Suhai a chance to speak. Instead, he came directly in front of Suhai and said with a very firm expression. Perhaps the only way I can get rid of that person's control. And compared to that person, you and I don't find it annoying, and it's also very good. At the same time, Rias was still talking to herself. Obviously, there is a reason why Rias is doing all this today. There is no turning back when you open the bow. Once you take action on something like Rias, you can't regret it. Although Suhai is not a saint who can sit still, but he doesn't want to take advantage of others' danger and make Rias regret it. So he suppressed the impulse in his heart and asked slowly. In fact, at this time, Suhai also roughly understood what was going on. It is obviously related to the marriage of the Rias family, and everything Rias does now is to resist the family marriage arranged by the Gremory family. Not wanting to be the victim of the family, what a marionette at the mercy of others. This is a choice that anyone who yearns for freedom will make. After all, if you count the time, that turkey from the Phoenix family should indeed come. Since I've made the decision, I won't regret it. You are the one I chose. Rias is not a weak person, now that she has made a decision. Naturally, he also thought about how to face everything in the future. In this regard, Suhai naturally would not hesitate anymore. Originally, such a situation would be a very tormenting thing for a normal person. The next morning, the two woke up yo-yo. The rest is left to me, you don't have to worry at all. I'll take care of everything. Seeing Rias with a complicated expression, Suhai also came to the side and said very gently. In the current situation, Suhai should protect Rias as a matter of course, after all, this is a man's responsibility. The power Suhai seeks will be meaningless if he can't protect the people around him. Do you know anything about me? Seeing Suhai, who was so confident and gave her confidence invisibly, Rias asked subconsciously. It's no wonder that Rias is surprised, after all, the family marriage matters, except for herself and Jima Aceno. Even Tachin Kitten and others don't know, but now, seeing Suhai's expression and words, it is obvious that he knows something. A big family like you is nothing more than a clan marriage. Now, you are mine. If anyone dares to reach out to you, I don't mind cutting it off. Looking at Rias, who was a little surprised, Suhai's eyes flashed a dangerous light, and he said word by word. Cut off that man's claws. It seems that I made the right choice this time. Although in Rias' heart, she did not think that Suhai could defeat Lisa Phoenix, who was almost immortal, but she was moved by Suhai's responsibility and confident words. This also made Rias, who was already fond of Suhai, even more sure that her choice was correct. It has to be said that the body of the devil is far greater than that of ordinary people, and he only experienced the pain of breaking the melon last night. In the morning, it was like nothing else, walking to school with Suhai as normal. Minister Rias, Suhai senpai, you were too noisy last night. However, on the way to the school, Tachin kitten and Aisha are not sleeping well. In the process of walking, the Tachin kitten also seemed to complain a little. At the same time, with a murderous look in his eyes, he stared at Suhai fiercely. As for Aisha, when she just went out, she looked very resentful. It was as if Suhai had done something wrong to her. Facing the reaction of the two, even Suhai, who was thick-skinned, had a flash of embarrassment on his face. As for Rias, but subconsciously tightened her arms and embraced the right hand of Suhai's arm. There was a little embarrassment on his face, and he didn't dare to use his own eyes to look at Tachin kitten and Aisha. There is quite a sense of being caught on the spot. Facts have proved that although Rias is usually mature, she is just a young devil after all. Rias, Lady Grafia is here. When the group of four came to the school gate, Himejima Aceno was already waiting at the school gate. And judging from her somewhat serious expression, it was obvious that something important had happened. And the fact is the same, the moment he saw Rias, Himejima Aceno stepped forward and said a little serious. At this time, Himejima Aceno was no longer seductive than usual. Obviously, the Grafia she was talking about was not a simple character. While speaking, Himejima Aceno also glanced back and forth between Rias and Suhai with his own eyes, apparently finding something. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Is it still here after all? I'll deal with it, you go first. Facing Himejima Aceno's words, Rias first frowned slightly and said with a slow sigh. Although she had expected it in her heart, Rias didn't expect the reaction at home to be so quick. Between the words, he turned his head to look at Suhai next to him, obviously planning to let Suhai go to the classroom ahead of time and deal with it by himself. Go together. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Suhai directly interrupted Rias's next words. At the same time, he seemed very calm. Suhai is not a person who will let his woman take on everything, this kind of thing is naturally going to be. In this regard, after hesitating for a while, Rias nodded slightly. The right hand that was about to release also gripped Suhai's arm tightly again. In this way, Suhai and Rias walked side by side at the front, and Himejima Aceno slowly followed behind with Tachin kitten and Aisha. After a while, he arrived at the familiar old school building, where the Mystery Research Institute was located. The moment he opened the door, Suhai saw two people standing in the hall. In addition to Rias's family member, Kiba Yuto, there is also a woman with silver hair, wearing a maid outfit, but the queen is full of aura. Obviously, this person is the Grafia that Himejima Aceno spoke of. The moment he saw Grafia, Suhai frowned slightly. Because Suhai can clearly feel that there is a powerful force hidden in the body of the person in front of him. If it wasn't for the life and death struggle, Suhai today wouldn't have the confidence to defeat the Grafia in front of him. But this is also normal, as one of the representatives of the old Demon Lord faction. In the entire demon world, they belong to legendary characters, and they also have the title of the Silver-Haired Queen of Annihilation. She is the most powerful queen in the entire demon world. A proper demon king's pinnacle-level figure, although Suhai has made an earth-shaking improvement, he is still a lot worse than this kind of demon under normal conditions. Master Rias, do you know what you are doing? What you are doing now will only bring shame to the Gremory family. A person like Grafia naturally realized that Rias was not a virgin at the moment of meeting. At the same time that he was a step late, he also frowned slightly and asked with a serious opening. At the same time, with his own eyes, he glanced at Suhai without a trace. Now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Suhai and Rias is not ordinary. Of course I know it's my own choice. Facing Grafia's words, Rias also said very stubbornly. Obviously Rias didn't think she did anything wrong. If the famous Gremory family needs to sacrifice a girl and rely on marriage to keep the family strong, I don't think such a family needs to exist, and it's not far from extinction. And a family that does not bring freedom and happiness to the family is not a real home. Facing the stubborn Rias, Griefia wanted to say something. But at this time, Suhai's voice sounded in the quiet living room, entangled in everyone's ears. Of course, these people also included Griefia. In the face of such straightforward, even somewhat provocative words of the Gremory family, Himejima Aceno and the others all smiled after a brief stupor, and looked at Suhai with their own eyes. At this moment, Himejima Aceno and others completely recognized Suhai's new identity. When she was glad that Rias could find such a person, she also revealed a strange look. Although it is unclear why Suhai is so confident, at least it proves that Suhai is not a timid person. At critical times, stand up for your own sake. It seems that you are the human being chosen by Rias-sama. What you just said is already a provocation to the Gremory family. As for Griefia, although she admired Suhai's courage a little bit, it was obviously impossible to pretend she didn't hear what she said just now about the face of the 72-pillar demon family. So while speaking, a huge red magic power burst out from Griefia, forming a red magic arrogance that enveloped the whole body. For a while, with Griefia as the center, a circle of air waves quickly spread towards the entire room. The sudden heavy pressure also acts on everyone. The messenger Rias, Himejima Aceno and the others took a step back unconsciously, bending slightly, looking a little difficult. As for the Tachin kitten, Aisha, and others, not to mention, it is a very lucky thing that the thin body was not directly lifted up. Faced with such a situation, Suhai quickly took a step forward, and the enormous energy of the highest-ranking demon in his body erupted in an instant. It counteracted the air waves and pressure generated in the room. This also made the impact and pressure on everyone disappear without a trace at this moment, and once again regained control of the body. Suhai. Looking at the middle of the house, powerful magic power erupted, and the two were fighting against each other. Rias and Himejima Aceno both showed surprised expressions. The two of them are very aware of the strength of Griefia, so they also understand what this scene in front of them represents. Although they knew that Suhai was the wielder of an artifact among human beings, they didn't expect that the hidden power of Suhai was far beyond their imagination. Even in terms of the magic power that has erupted now, the magic power contained in Suhai's body is far more than the two of them. In fact, at this time, Griefia was no less surprised than the others, although this time, considering the relationship between Rias and others, Griefia did not use all her magic power. But the magic power that erupted completely reached the level of the highest level demon, but Suhai was able to resist it effortlessly. This is enough to prove that Suhai is not as simple as an ordinary human, and already has the magic power of the highest level demon. With this level of power, let alone the younger generation of demons, even in the entire demon world, he can be regarded as the number one figure. The main thing is that Suhai is very young. For this unexpected discovery, Griefia also became interested for a while. After all, in the demon world, strength determines everything, and this is the cruel law of the devil. As long as Suhai is strong enough, it will naturally have the right to speak. Everything Rias did was perfectly fine. Chapter 49. But just when Griefia was about to burst out with a more powerful force to test it, a golden teleportation magic circle appeared in the room, and at the same time, everyone frowned slightly. Suhai and Griefia also withdrew their magic power and looked at the magic circle that burst out with intense light. After a burst of light, a yellow-haired man with a frenzied face appeared in the room, and behind him stood 14 female demons of various styles. And this person is the pure-blooded superior demon family, Lizaphoenix, who has a marriage contract with Rias. As for the people behind him, they are obviously his family. It seems that I came at the right time, Rias, I'm here to pick you up. The moment Lizaphoenix appeared, he spoke directly. At the same time, he walked towards Rias like no one else, with a disgusting look in his eyes. And when he approached Rias, he stretched out his right hand without hesitation, wanting to touch Rias. It's just that Lisa Phoenix just stretched out his right hand when his wrist was tightly grasped by the other hand in midair. Apparently, it was Suhai who did it. Faced with such a situation, Lisa Phoenix naturally wanted to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, Suhai's palm seemed to be pinned in midair, unmoved. Rias is mine. If you dare to stretch out your claws again, I don't mind cutting it off for you. While stopping Lisa Phoenix, Suhai stretched out another hand and embraced Rias next to him. He said slowly as if he had sworn an oath of sovereignty. At the same time, he used his right hand to push Lisa Phoenix directly out. Damn it, you filthy human, dare to touch me as a pure blood demon. And dare to touch Rias, I must burn you to ashes. After taking a few steps backwards, he managed to stabilize his body. Lisa Phoenix said with a twisted expression on his face. At the same time, a flame belonging to a phoenix erupted, and the temperature in the entire room instantly rose. All the tables and chairs that stayed around Lisa Phoenix even melted. Obviously, Lisa Phoenix was very angry at this time, but it was normal for anyone's fiancé to throw into the arms of another person in front of him. As long as it is a normal man, it will feel angry. Lisa Phoenix, please call me by my full name Rias Gremory. We haven't reached the point where we can call names, and I'm not your fiancé. The engagement between us is just a decision made by the family without authorization, and I never agreed to it. Seeing the already angry Lisa Phoenix, Rias showed no mercy and said coldly in Suhai's arms. You BCH, you Gremory family, are you playing tricks on our Phoenix family? To do such a thing, even if I kill you today, your brother as the Demon King can't say anything. Facing the current situation, Lisa Phoenix still didn't know what was going on, and felt angry for a while. While angry in his heart, he looked at Rias and Suhai with a very low voice. Obviously, Lisa Phoenix was extremely angry at this time. It's just that before he finished speaking, an air explosion sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, Lisa Phoenix felt as if his left face was hit by a train, his teeth fell out in an instant, and his face was distorted. Under this huge impact, the whole person flew out. It crashed through the thick wall, flew outside, crashed through several trees one after another, and slid for a distance before stopping. And at the place where Lisa Phoenix was standing, Suhai didn't know when he had already stood there. At this time, Suhai's right fist still had a ray of phoenix fire that had not yet dissipated. It turned out that when Lisa Phoenix started cursing Rias just now, Suhai used his powerful physique to instantly disappear in place, and then punched Lisa Phoenix without hesitation. You. After a short pause, Lisa Phoenix's family members reacted and quickly looked at Suhai with a fierce look on their faces. Clearly looking ready to do it. BD, I must kill you. But at this moment, Lisa Phoenix's angry voice came from outside the house. I saw Lisa Phoenix with a pair of flame wings appearing behind him and flew in again from the hole in the wall just now. He rushed straight towards Suhai. At this time, the flames of the phoenix were still burning on Lisa Phoenix's face, and he was quickly helping him recover from his injuries. Obviously, Suhai's blow just now, if it was just an ordinary high-level demon, might have been lying on the ground unable to move. But this is for the awakened phoenix bloodline, the almost immortal Lisa Phoenix. This kind of injury can be quickly recovered under the action of the fire of the phoenix. It is precisely because of this powerful bloodline that Lisa Phoenix can achieve the strength of a rank-level demon and achieve a very good result in the ranking game. Some demons who were often stronger than him were eventually exhausted to death by him. Court death. Looking at Lisa Phoenix who dared to rush towards him without knowing what to do. Suhai's eyes also sharpened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The right hand was slightly raised and stretched into the space, ready to take out the sword of vowed victory. There are only two ways to kill the demon with the phoenix bloodline. One is to kill the opponent with a force far exceeding the opponent's crushing potential, and resurrect the opponent once and kill it once until the opponent can't be resurrected. The second is to use weapons with sacred attributes such as holy swords to attack. As the nemesis of the devil, even Phoenix, who has the blood of the phoenix, still cannot escape the punishment of the holy sword. If you want to quickly solve the Lisa Phoenix in front of you, using the sword of oath of victory is undoubtedly the best choice. Lisa-sama, please stop. But at this moment, Graphia, who was dressed as a maid, suddenly appeared between the two. The fire of the phoenix on Liza Phoenix was directly dissipated. Prevent its further actions. Faced with such a situation, Suhai's right hand also stretched out from the void. And did not take out the sword of oath victory. Because of Graphia's blocking, Liza Phoenix could never attack again. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Are your gremlins trying to cover them up? And the fact is also true, Liza Phoenix also understands what kind of existence this maid is standing in front of now. So although he was still angry in his heart, he didn't dare to take another shot, and only questioned in the name of the family. Gimonri doesn't mean to play with Phoenix, all this is a choice made by Master Rias. But this is the territory of the Gremari family. If you dare to do something here, it will be regarded as a provocation. If there is any problem, it can be decided by the ranking game according to the rules of the Devil World. This is also the decision of Lord Sazakes. Facing Liza Phoenix's words, Graphia replied calmly. Obviously, as a brother who knew his sister very well, Sazakes had long guessed that the stubborn Rias would oppose this family marriage. So when Graphia left the demon world, she gave a backup option, but what Sazakes didn't expect was that Rias made a decision that far exceeded his imagination. Elder brother. Hearing that Graphia mentioned her brother, Rias was also a little surprised. At the same time, she also understood in her heart that the family might not have given up on her. Give yourself a chance to choose again. Okay, since it was Lord Demon King's decision, I naturally have no opinion. If I win, Rias needs to fulfill the marriage contract immediately, and this human needs to be handed over to me personally. As one of the 4 Demon Kings, Sazakes' decision, Liza Phoenix was naturally irrefutable. In addition, no matter how you look at the ranking game, it is Liza Phoenix who takes advantage. After all, Rias hadn't even gathered her family yet. No. But that's when Graphia and Liza Phoenix decide to use the ranking game next time to decide Rias' next fate. A sudden voice sounded in everyone's ears. For a moment, all eyes were on Suhai. It was Suhai who spoke now. At this time, Graphia frowned, and Liza Phoenix and the family behind him thought that Suhai was afraid. There was a look of disdain on his face. As for Rias and the other girls, they looked a little puzzled, obviously wondering what Suhai was going to do. I agree to a ranking game, but I'm not Rias' family. I will play a ranking game with you alone, so your request can only be my life. Rias is not a cargo, but a living demon. She has the right to decide her future. No one can deprive him of his freedom, let alone a ranking game. All that can be decided in this ranking game is the life between you and me. If you win, you will take my life. If I win, then I will accept your life. From beginning to end, in Suhai's heart, Rias is a living demon, not a commodity to be exchanged for profit. In this ranking game, Suhai did not intend to let Rias and Aceno Himejima participate. Because there is no need to go alone, it can solve the battle more quickly. If it weren't for the fact that his own strength was not strong enough to ignore everything, there were still many ancient demons in the demon world who were stronger than himself. Suhai can completely eliminate Liza Phoenix here without participating in any ranked games. It's just that the current strength is not strong enough to break all the rules, so Suhai has to act according to the rules temporarily. Facing Suhai's decision, Rias, Himejima Aceno and the others wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Suhai's eyes. In the end, Rias and the others chose to trust Suhai and opened their mouths slightly, but didn't say anything. As for Liza Phoenix, although she was very disdainful in her heart, she just snorted and didn't say anything. It was a tacit approval of Suhai's decision. After all, if it was really like what Suhai said, it was just a battle between the two of them, and naturally Rias couldn't be involved. On the contrary, behind Liza Phoenix, a blonde-haired, ruddy-looking Ravali Phoenix looked at Suhai a little strangely. Since there is no objection from both sides, the ranking game will be held in 3 days. When the time comes, the families of all demonic tribes in the demon world will watch and witness for you. Seeing that there was no objection on both sides, Graphia said bluntly. Set the time for the ranking game to 3 days later. In this regard, Liza Phoenix gave Suhai a cruel look. Then he stepped into the teleportation formation again with his family members and disappeared into the room. And after looking at Suhai and Rias, Gurfia didn't stay too long and left one after another. Suhai-kun was really manly just now, no wonder Rias is fascinated by you. I feel like I'm obsessed with you. After the others left one after another, Himejima Aceno immediately came to Suhai's side. While hugging one of Suhai's arms, he rested his chin on Suhai's shoulder, and said in seductive words. Obviously want to relieve the dull atmosphere now. And facts have proved that Himejima Akeno's behavior is very effective. Rias stepped forward directly and snatched Suhai from Himejima Akeno's hands. Declared sovereignty to his own queen. And Tachin Kitten and Aisha also looked at Himejima Akeno very vigilantly. In this way, the atmosphere of the entire Mystery Research Society has returned to normal. It's just that the people's hearts are as peaceful as they appear to be unknown. Don't worry, it's just a turkey that can't get on the table. I don't care yet. It didn't take long for Rias to let Tachin Kitten and the others return to the academy under the pretext of continuing the class. Rias, Suhai and Aceno Himejima were the only ones left in the room. The reason for this was obviously that Rias had something to say. However, before Rias hadn't spoken yet, Suhai had already spoken one step ahead. In the end, although there is some uncertainty in my heart, it doesn't look like Suhai looking so confident. Recalling that Suhai exceeded their expectations time and time again, Rias and Himejima Akeno gradually let go of their worries. In this way, time has come to 3 days later, which is the time when the ranking game starts. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Don't worry. I'll be back when I go and chop up that turkey. Quickly. In the old school building of the Mystery Research Association, Suhai glanced and stood in front of him. Rias, Himejima Akeno and the others were still worried. He smiled and said slowly. At the same time, he lowered his head and kissed Rias before turning around and entering the teleportation magic circle. After a trance in front of him, Suhai came to a familiar alien space. Although the surrounding environment was still Kawang Town, it was a pity that it had turned grey. Obviously, this different space was specially prepared for this ranking game. Human, I thought you were afraid and didn't dare to come. Looks like you're a bit stubborn. At this time, Lisa Phoenix had already arrived with his family. Seeing the moment Suhai appeared, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, at this moment, Lisa Phoenix still thinks he's the winner. At this moment, Lisa Phoenix had even imagined the torture scene after defeating Suhai. At this moment, in the demon world on the other side, many demons of the older generation are watching the pictures of different dimensions through projection. After all, this time involved 2 pure-blooded demon families, and Gremory's current leader is one of the 4 major demon kings. They can't be ignored. Among these viewers, people from the Phoenix family and the Gremory family were naturally included. Do you think this young man has a chance? In a meeting room of the Gremory family, Geodicus Gremory, the father of Rias, slowly asked Sazakes next to him while watching the tit-for-tat scene in the picture. His tone was very flat, making it impossible to see what was going on in his heart. According to the situation of Griefia's contact, this boy has magic power no less than that of the highest level demon, and he seems to be the owner of a divine weapon. In terms of strength alone, it should be above Rasa. It's just that Rasa, who has the Phoenix bloodline, is extremely resilient, and it's hard to say whether the two will win or lose. Apparently, after Grafia came back, she had already told Sazakes, who was the demon king, about Suhai. Perhaps it is precisely because of this knowledge that the Gremory family agreed to this ranking game. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to marry a demon noble woman. Facing Sazakes' words, everyone in the room fell into silence, no longer speaking, but staring closely at the changes in the picture. Facing such a scene, Sazakes nodded slightly towards Grifia. Seeing this, Grifia silently activated the teleportation formation and disappeared into the room. When it appeared again, it had already come to the mid-air of the different dimension. The ranking game officially begins. As the referee this time, Grifia confirmed that both Suhai and Lisa Phoenix were ready. The start of the match was immediately announced, and a teleportation magic circle appeared on the ground at the feet of both Suhai and Lisa Phoenix. The two people were teleported to both ends of a space, and the rules of this ranking game are also very simple: whoever can stand at the end is the final winner. Then what kind of strategy do you have when you are at an absolute disadvantage in numbers? At the moment when the game started, many demon nobles watching the game all looked at Suhai in the screen and thought secretly. After all, as things stand today, Suhai is at an absolute disadvantage, at least in numbers. But in the next instant, Suhai's actions really shocked everyone's jaws. Just when everyone thought that Suhai would hide first, looking for opportunities to defeat them one by one, perhaps by sneaking around and attacking Huanglong to defeat Lisa Phoenix, the opponent's king, Suhai appeared in everyone's field of vision, without any intention of hiding, and walked slowly towards the direction of Lisa Phoenix's camp. This. In the face of such a situation, let alone in the demon world, the demon nobles who were watching were a little surprised. Even in the Mystery Research Society, Rias, Aceno, and the others were very surprised. If they didn't know everything, Rias and others even thought that Suhai, who was walking around, was on an outing, not a brutal ranking game. It's just a mere human, how dare you despise me? You all go and show him some color and let him know the price of arrogance. Facing Suhai's undisguised behavior, Lisa Phoenix on the other side naturally sensed it. For a while, Lisa Phoenix felt that she was being despised, and while feeling a little angry in her heart, she spoke to the family members next to her in a very low voice. Yes. In response, Ubelina, who was the queen, nodded her head quickly and headed towards where Suhai was with the others. Oh? Didn't the turkey come by himself? It seems that you are only sent here, it seems that you have been underestimated. It didn't take long for the two sides to collide head-on. Seeing Ubelina and the others, Suhai said very plainly. Human, you are too arrogant. Looking at Suhai, who didn't take everything into account, Ubelina naturally frowned and attacked directly. For a while, except for Ubelina, who was floating in the air, and Ravali Phoenix, who never fought, everyone took out their weapons and charged towards Suhai. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on every key point around Suhai. But even so, Suhai was still not flustered in the slightest, with a smile on his face from beginning to end, standing quietly in place, without the slightest resistance or counter-attack. Faced with such a situation, whether it was Ubelina floating in the air, or demons such as Rias and Sazakes watching from the outside, there was a hint of puzzled expression on their faces. In the next instant, their expressions changed from puzzled to surprised. Because after more than a dozen powerful attacks hit Suhai, apart from the sound of a few golden stones colliding, even the epidermis on Suhai's body was not pierced, let alone causing fatal damage. This is obviously the effect of the 12 trials. Under this powerful skill, the attacks of ordinary upper-level demons cannot cause damage to Suhai at all. Not to mention these demons who only have mid-level demon strength and do not have powerful artifacts in their hands. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Although these people are carrying the flame of the phoenix in their attacks, the weak flame alone cannot change anything. Impossible. How can you, a human being, have such a powerful physique? Faced with such a result, the person who was most surprised was naturally the one who launched the attack. Lisa Phoenix's family obviously couldn't accept this result, and asked in a very incredible way. It's just that Suhai has no obligation to answer, and Bian has no intention of explaining anything to his opponent. Not good. Get away from him. In the end, Ubelina, who was still standing high in the sky, took the lead in reacting, looking at Suhai who was unscathed, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. I was shocked for a moment, and immediately reminded me that I was a little anxious. Faced with such a reminder, Isabella and the others who were the castle also reacted. I understand that I am still in the middle of a battle, and I subconsciously want to retreat and stay away from this dangerous target in front of me. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just when Isabella and the others were about to retreat, Suhai, who was surrounded by them, suddenly burst out with a powerful magic. They were directly sent flying out, and the moment they flew upside down in mid-air, everyone lost control of their bodies. And what Suhai wanted was this effect. With the sound of air bursting, a small deep hole appeared on the ground under Suhai's feet. Suhai himself was in a trance and disappeared in place in an instant. But when he appeared again, he was already beside Isabella in mid-air. The clenched fists of both hands broke through the air barrier without hesitation, and hit Isabella's abdomen heavily. It made Isabella instantly turn into a streamer and hit the ground heavily from mid-air, accompanied by a loud noise. After the smoke dissipated, Isabella was already lying in the pit full of scars. Starting from her head, her body gradually turned into light and dissipated. Obviously, under this fatal blow, Isabella no longer had the ability to resist, and was teleported out by a space, becoming the first person to be withdrawn. And it all happened in an instant. After Suhai solved the first one, he repeated his tricks, flashing one after another with his strong physical fitness. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, she appeared beside one female demon with different looks. In the short period of time that followed, there were successive vibrations and loud noises from the whole different space. When everyone came back to their senses, there were originally 14 demon family members, but now only Ubeluna, who is the queen, is left. There is also Ravali Phoenix, who is a bishop but never fights. As for the other people, they all lay in deep pits of different sizes, and their bodies turned into golden light and slowly dissipated. It's your turn next. Suhai, who landed on the ground again, glanced at Ubeluna and Ravali Phoenix with her own eyes. Said slowly. Facing the fierce Suhai who punched to the flesh the second before, Ravali Phoenix subconsciously took a step back. And Ubeluna, who was in the air, frowned slightly, feeling very troubled in her heart. Human, I admit that you are very strong. Physical quality far exceeds what humans can have, and is even far stronger than most demons. But no matter how powerful an attack is, if it can't hit the enemy, it's meaningless. It has to be said that there is a reason why Ubeluna can become the queen of Lisa Phoenix. Even at a disadvantage, she can think maturely and prudently. Between the words, Ubeluna flapped her wings, raising the height of her flight. At the same time, he unleashed his proud blast magic, preparing to launch a long-range magic attack on Suhai on the ground. Obviously, in Ubeluna's heart, although Suhai is very powerful, she has an inherent disadvantage, that is, she can't fly. As long as you keep a distance and don't let Suhai get close to him, then Suhai is useless even if he has a strong physique. And she can use her most powerful blasting magic to strike Suhai on the ground indiscriminately. Looking at the huge magic circle in front of Ubeluna in the sky, Suhai showed a helpless smile on his face after a brief stupor. Looking at the suddenly confident Ubeluna, Suhai thought she had thought of something good. Unexpectedly, the other party simply thought that he could not fly. But this is not to blame for Ubeluna. After all, everyone's grasp of Suhai's information is very superficial. If it was Suhai from a dozen days ago, he really didn't have the ability to fly, and it might take some effort to deal with Ubeluna who was in the high altitude. But now it's different. Drager, it's your turn. Facing the blasting magic that had been activated in the sky, Suhai didn't mean to dodge or resist at all, but looked at his right hand and said slowly. Boy Su, I've been waiting for a long time. In the next instant, a red light flashed, and a scarlet gauntlet appeared on Suhai's right hand, and a huge green orb was inlaid on the back of his hand. At the same time, a rough and majestic voice appeared in Suhai's mind. Obviously, the owner of this voice is the Along Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons. Suhai naturally became the new generation of Chiryuuti after getting the cage of Chiryuuti. As for the Red Dragon Emperor Drake, as his new master, Suhai is far more suitable than Usse, and naturally he does not have the slightest feeling of resistance. During the conversation between the person and the dragon, the explosion magic in the sky also turned into a giant purple energy beam, which descended like a punishment from heaven. The target of this energy attack is naturally Suhai. In everyone's eyes, Suhai seemed to be shocked by the powerful blasting magic, and stood there sluggishly. In the end, he was instantly hit by a destructive blasting magic. Solve it! With the spread of purple energy, Suhai's location in the other space was destroyed within a kilometer. Looking at the smoky scene below, Ubeluna, who has the title of Bomb Princess, is very confident in her blasting magic. I don't think anyone can take their own blasting magic just with their bodies, but after thinking of Suhai's always confident face, I always have a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel that the man in front of him still has reservations, his power seems to be endless, and he can always surprise others. Chapter 53. Forbidden. Red Dragon Emperor's armor, boosted gear scale male. And it turns out that Ubeluna's concerns were right. On the ground that was filled with smoke, a slightly dull voice suddenly came from the Along Emperor. Immediately afterwards, a storm blew away the smoke from the inside out, and Suhai, who was shrouded in crimson armor, appeared in everyone's eyes. Artifact? It was unscathed. Facing Suhai, who was not hurt in the slightest, and who had changed her appearance, Ubeluna seemed to mutter to herself. Although Ubeluna didn't recognize that one of the 13 god killers was Dragon Emperor's cage hand, the explosion magic she was proud of did not hurt Suhai at all. This also made her understand that the power of this artifact was very powerful. At least from the current point of view, the powerful defense is very terrifying. Is this the cage hand of the Along Emperor? Did that guy find the host again? It seems that the three realms are going to be lively again. This battle has attracted the attention of all demon forces in the demon world, and these demons are ancient existences, and their knowledge is naturally not comparable to that of the young Ubeluna. Almost as soon as he saw Suhai's handband state, he recognized the existence of Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand. While a little surprised, they also sighed with emotion. As for Rias and her family in the demon world, she was naturally very pleasantly surprised. After all, Rias' elder brother and parents never thought that the human being that Rias was looking for in the human world would be the host of the new generation of Elongdi. As one of the two heavenly dragons that had turned the world upside down, the Along Emperor was undoubtedly one of the top combat powers in the Bible system. Today, it has been made by the gods of the Bible and has become one of the 13 god-killing tools. It can be said that it is also the most top-notch among the artifacts. As long as there are no accidents in the middle, the person who obtains the Along Emperor's cage will definitely become one of the top combat powers. In fact, the most surprising thing was Rias. She never thought that under the oppression of family marriage, she chose Suhai, who she liked and didn't hate. It even hides the identity of the Along Emperor. Well, I'm really envious of Rias for finding such an excellent partner as Suhai-kun. In the Mystery Research Council, Himejima Aceno, who observed this scene, also pretended to be a little envious and said to Rias next to him. But this is just an appearance. In fact, Himejima Aceno is sincerely happy for Rias. Aceno Himejima is the first family to know Rias. The two were more like sisters than masters and servants. In the different space, Suhai, who entered the forbidden state, naturally acquired the ability to fly. It turned into a crimson streamer and rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he came to Ubeluna. Multiply, multiply, multiply. And in the process of flying, Suhai's right hand also gathered a lot of magic power, and under the characteristics of Along Emperor's cage hand to increase the strength, it quickly doubled. When arriving in front of Ubeluna, Suhai did not hesitate or show mercy, and shot the Dragon King's cannon through Ubeluna's abdomen in an instant. It instantly lost the ability to resist, and it was too late to even use the Tear of the Phoenix, which could instantly restore all injuries as a whole card. Was eliminated. Don't come here, I'm not a combatant. The moment he finished dealing with Ubeluna, Suhai turned to look at Ravali Phoenix, who was not far away. Faced with such a situation, Ravel Phoenix naturally spoke quickly. Obviously do not want to suffer the same attack, although under the rules of the ranking game, even if you die in a different space, you will not really die, but will be teleported out. But the pain you feel when you get hurt is real. In this regard, Suhai did not respond, although Suhai is not a bad person, but it is not enough to take anger on Ravali Phoenix because of Lisa Phoenix. So from the beginning to the end, Suhai did not plan to take action on Ravali Phoenix, otherwise Ravali Phoenix would have already been out, and it would be impossible to survive until now. No wonder I dare to accept this ranking game. Is it the trump card with the cage hand of the Along Emperor? However, you have stopped here. With your current strength, how much power can you exert with this god-killing tool? Suddenly, an angry voice entered the ears of the two from a distance. I saw Risa Phoenix, covered in flames, appearing in front of Suhai in midair. The moment he arrived, Leza Phoenix glanced at the third safe Ravali Phoenix, and then turned to Suhai in front of him and said a little suppressed. The conceited Lisa Phoenix doesn't think he's going to lose to Suhai, even at this point in time. It's no wonder, with his Phoenix bloodline, Lisa Phoenix has defeated many opponents far stronger than himself in the ranking game. Perhaps due to a relationship that never failed, Lisa Phoenix had already developed an arrogant personality. Between the words, Lisa Phoenix lit up the Phoenix flames that blew her body and attacked Suhai. In the face of such a situation, Suhai also seemed very arrogant and charged towards Leza Phoenix. With the defensive power of the armor in the forbidden state, and the power that is multiplied in all directions at all times, it seems very arrogant to disperse the flames of the Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, he came to Lisa Phoenix and punched Lisa Phoenix again. It instantly turned into a streamer and crashed into a dormitory building. The strong impact caused the entire dormitory building to collapse, and Lisa Phoenix was also buried in it. But a second later, a flame shot up from the ruins, and Lisa Phoenix, whose face was severely deformed, appeared in the sky again. Under the flames of the Phoenix, Lisa Phoenix's injuries healed almost in the blink of an eye. However, the moment Leza Phoenix just took off, Suhai launched an all-round attack at an extremely fast speed. The hurricane-like attack mercilessly hit every part of Leza Phoenix's body. And the power of each punch increases. It's useless, this is the talent gap. Although your attack is powerful, as long as my magic power is not exhausted, any injury can be recovered in an instant. And with the addition of Phoenix Tears, my magic power is endless. Injured and recovered again and again, Lisa Phoenix felt the pain from her body and seemed to be screaming wildly. Asterisk. Chapter 54. As expected of the Phoenix family's Phoenix bloodline. It's a perfect match with Tears of the Phoenix. Although Elongdi's forbidden hand is powerful, there is a time limit. If this continues, Elongdi may be in danger at that time. Looking at such a scene, most of the demon nobles watching the battle sighed and said. In the words, there is admiration for the blood of the Phoenix, and there is also regret for Suhai. In fact, in a regular ranking game, both parties will formulate detailed rules, and bug-level drugs like Phoenix have restrictions on their use. However, Suhai is not a real demon, and the two are simply dueling, not a ranking game. As long as it belongs to one's own strength, everything can be used. This naturally also includes the Tears of the Phoenix. Look at the Elong Emperor boy, it seems that he can't hold on anymore. I don't know when, a demon noble suddenly said. The demons who made some contemplation and sighs looked towards the screen. I saw that Suhai, who was in a state of forbidden hands, suddenly removed the red armor on his body, leaving only the gauntlet on his right arm, and he slowly landed to the ground. It seemed that the power had been exhausted, but what everyone didn't know was that Suhai just wanted to test the power of the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand, this artifact. Therefore, in the attack just now, Suhai simply used the power of the Forbidden Hand to carry out a physical attack, and did not use the power in his own body or other means. After all, Lisa Phoenix, who has the blood of the Phoenix, is undoubtedly the best sandbag for Suhai. After testing, Suhai is still very satisfied with Elongdi's cage hand, a god-killing tool. Just the blessing of the Forbidden Hand state made Suhai's strength successfully break into the Demon King level. And this is still in the case of unskilled mastery. If the application is proficient, I believe it will be greatly improved. Partner, how do you feel about the band state? With the blue light of the jade on the gauntlet, Drake's voice echoed in Suhai's mind. In this regard, Suhai, who was still quite satisfied, naturally nodded slightly. It seems that you are running out of strength, and the final victory belongs to me after all. Looking at Suhai who landed on the ground, Leza Phoenix was very messy and looked very embarrassed. Also, like most of the others, Suhai was exhausted. For a while, he looked at Suhai condescendingly, as if he was a victor, and seemed very arrogant. Facing such an ignorant Lisa Phoenix, Suhai shook his head helplessly, went deep into the void, and slowly drew out an extremely dazzling, radiant golden holy sword. Obviously, it is the sword of oath victory, and the nemesis of all fallen angels and demons. Impossible, this. How could this sword appear in his hands? At the moment when this sword appeared, even across the screen, many demons took a step back subconsciously, as if feeling the incomparably holy aura. Some older demons said in surprise as if they had thought of something terrifying. Sword of promised victory. X2. In the meeting room of the Gremory family, Sazax, the demon lord, and Geodicus Gremory, the father of Rias, even looked at each other. They looked a little surprised and called out the name of this holy sword. According to the brilliance and appearance of this sword, it is undoubtedly the legendary sword of King Arthur's noble phantasm of victory. But is this really possible? King Arthur's sword of kings has long been broken, and it was forged into 7 holy swords by the church under the angel. Why does the complete king's sword still exist? After being silent for a while, Geodicus Gremory finally said something unacceptable. Obviously, in their information, the sword of oath of victory has long since ceased to exist. We don't know whether the 7 holy swords in the hands of the church are true or false, but at least we can be sure that the one in the hands of the Along Emperor is genuine. It must not be a simple person for Sazax to become the demon king. After a brief moment of surprise, he regained his composure. He spoke in an unusually rational manner. Apparently, Sazax believed that at least what he saw was real. Is there such a whole card? No wonder you have been so calm from beginning to end, it seems that everyone underestimates you. Immediately afterwards, Sazax locked his gaze on Suhai in the virtual screen and muttered to himself in a low voice. Suhai-kun really always surprises people. As for the other side, Himejima Aceno was already numb in the face of the surprises that followed. For a while, I didn't know how to deal with it. He just looked at Suhai in the picture with a wry smile. Exca, liber. Suhai, who took out the sword of oath of victory and was about to end the battle in an instant, did not pause at all, and directly raised the sword of oath of victory in his hand towards Lisa Phoenix in the sky. Endless brilliance, gathered from all directions, turned into a holy beam of light, illuminating the entire grey-white alien space. And Lisa Phoenix in the sky was full of fear for this endless brilliance, even at such a great distance. At the moment when the sword of oath of victory appeared, Lisa Phoenix could still feel a tingling pain in every cell of his body. Always feel the presence of natural enemies. No, I can't lose. I must kill you. However, in addition to the fear, the pride in Lisa Phoenix's heart made him feel ashamed of this fear. I saw that Lisa Phoenix suddenly seemed to go crazy, swooped down from the sky, and charged towards Suhai, who was charging. Obviously preparing to attack Suhai before Suhai is ready. Boost, boost, boost. But unfortunately, a dull sound came from the gauntlet on Suhai's right arm, and the light beam that was slowly forming suddenly expanded exponentially, as if he had taken a powerful medicine. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sword of oath of victory completed the liberation of the noble phantasm. The air that spreads outwards directly lifted Lisa Phoenix, who was swooping down from the sky, and flew out. In the process of flying upside down, Lisa Phoenix also lost the ability to control his body. Asterisk. Chapter 55. And what Suhai wanted was such an opportunity, and without hesitation he swung the sword of judgment in his hand. The brilliance of salvation cut through the grey space, and space cracks appeared wherever it went. Obviously, under the attack of the sword of oath of victory, this temporarily constructed space as a game battlefield could no longer bear it. Faced with such a situation, Gurfiya, who was the referee in the sky, also changed his face slightly, disappeared into the sky in an instant, and dived towards the ground. If this continues and the other dimension collapses, the attack received by Lisa Phoenix will become substantial damage under the attack of this top-notch holy sword. Even if Lisa Phoenix has the blood of the phoenix, he will be annihilated in the light by then. But unfortunately, although Gurfia's strength is strong, it is still a step behind. Although it came to Lisa Phoenix at a very fast speed, a powerful force erupted, forming a huge magic circle. Withstood most of the brilliance of the sword of oath victory. But there was still a very small part, and it swept the right half of Lisa Phoenix's body. This level of holy light is the most deadly poison for demons. Amidst the screams, the right half of Lisa Phoenix's body instantly collapsed. There were many flames of Phoenix burning in the wound, trying to restore Lisa Phoenix's body, but under the effect of the remaining holy light, the speed of recovery was almost negligible. Moreover, these holy light energies are like maggots attached to bones, constantly irritating Lisa Phoenix's wound, bringing him a severe burning sensation and pain. It can be said that the double torture was carried out both mentally and physically. Sure enough, it is the sword of King Arthur's oath of victory. For demons, it is like a poisonous existence. As for Gurfia, who resisted most of the attacks, she just looked at her hands, frowned slightly, and said slowly with emotion. If you look closely, you will find that Gurfia, the top powerhouse in the demon world, is not as simple as it seems to be attacked by the sword of oath victory. At least at this time, Gurfia's right hand was trembling slightly, and there were still many traces of burning. On the powerful magic package, it still cannot be recovered in a short time. The holy sword is always the natural nemesis of the devil. The best way to deal with the holy sword is not to be hit by the holy sword. This is an unchangeable law. How? In the sacred ranking game of the devil, can the referee also make a move? Looking at Gurfia, who had resisted most of his attacks, Suhai also frowned slightly, holding the sword of oath of victory in his hand, and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. From start to finish, Suhai didn't intend to make Lisa Phoenix feel better, and it's perfectly fine to kill him if given the chance. Now that Gurfia suddenly came out to disrupt the situation, Suhai was naturally a little dissatisfied. As a referee, it is my responsibility to protect the lives of both parties. If the blow just now hit Lisa Phoenix head-on, he would definitely die. He no longer has the ability to fight again. This ranking game is your victory. Facing Suhai's questioning, Gurfia explained it very indifferently. Clearly, Gurfia never took sides. Everything she did was based on her calm judgment. And Suhai naturally understands this, and the reason why he asks is just because he has some pity in his heart. After judging Suhai's final victory, Gurfia left with Lisa Phoenix, who was writhing on the ground and wailing. After all, today's Lisa Phoenix needs to be treated, otherwise, under the destruction of this holy light, Lisa Phoenix's spirit will definitely collapse. And Ravali Phoenix, who had been hiding in the distance to watch the battle, raised her skirt like a noblewoman, bowed slightly to Suhai, and disappeared into the teleportation circle. So far, only Suhai is left in the whole other space. This time, although he failed to take the opportunity to kill Lisa Phoenix, he also gave him the lesson he deserved. As far as the result is concerned, Suhai is still quite satisfied, so after slowly withdrawing the sword of oath of victory, Suhai also turned around and entered the original teleportation circle, leaving the alien space that was about to collapse. A new generation of Elong Emperor, the reincarnated successor of King Arthur. These two identities will actually appear on the same human being. It seems that the whole world is going to be lively again. Looking at the figure in the picture, which is not burly, but looks like a king's tall and straight back. After sighing in the dark conference room, Rias' father opened the door of the conference room with his wife and walked outside. As the Demon King, Sazakes also looked at Suhai, who disappeared from the screen and fell into silence, as if thinking about something. "Welcome back, hero. Senior Suhai." Suhai stepped into the magic circle and disappeared behind the alien space. It appeared in the familiar hall of the Mystery Research Society. At this time, in the entire hall, Rias, Himejima Aceno, and the others were already waiting quietly. At the moment when Suhai appeared, Aceno Himejima seemed to be welcoming a hero and said happily. Aisha even ran directly to Suhai's side, and even Tachin Kitten, who seemed to be expressionless at ordinary times, also inadvertently showed a smile. Facing the welcome of the girls, Suhai wanted to say something while a smile on his face. But in the next instant, a red figure plunged directly into his arms. "It's okay, Rias can only belong to me, that turkey is not qualified to approach you at all." Seeing Rias in his arms, Suhai quickly reached out and hugged. He said very gently. Obviously, even a girl who is usually strong and self-reliant has a soft heart after all. Even powerful demons are no exception. In such a short period of time, after experiencing these changes personally, Rias was still like an ordinary girl, throwing herself into the arms of the person she depended on. Damn it, why didn't you tell me? Aren't you and me untrustworthy? A good Rias is a self-improving person, and she quickly calmed down. The moment she got out of her embrace, Rias asked Suhaya with her own eyes. Needless to say, apparently asking Suhaya why she kept the sword of promised victory and the Red Dragon Emperor from them. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Forward. Isn't that because you didn't ask? Facing Rias's words, Suhaya spoke slowly. Rias, Himejima Aceno and the others were all stunned for such an answer, and after thinking about it carefully in their hearts, they realized that their own people had indeed not asked. For a while, my heart was mixed, and I was a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be such a reason. However, in the end, the girls did not struggle. After all, the results were very good. See also the time, the sun sets, and soon it is afternoon. On the way home, Suhaya was leading Rias and the other girls towards home. The happy crowd decided to hold a party to celebrate. And the final choice of location, naturally chosen to Suhaya's home. This is why Aceno Himejima and Rias will go home with Suhaya. I'm a little dizzy. The next morning, in Suhaya's bedroom, Suhaya woke up leisurely on the bed. In a daze, Suhaya shook his heavy head as he recalled the lively scene from last night. Suhaya, who woke up at this time, already knew that he drank the film last night. In fact, with the strength of Suhaya and others, it is impossible to get drunk with ordinary wine, but unfortunately the red wine used at the banquet last night was not ordinary wine. It is a wine made from a special kind of grape from the demon world, which contains a small amount of magic power. If you drink too much of this kind of wine, even a person with powerful magic will get drunk. What is this? How is it so soft? After shaking his head and feeling awake, Suhaya suddenly felt the hands he was using to support his body, as if touching something soft. Subconsciously, he looked to the left and right. Rias, Aceno, and Ryder. With this look, Suhaya realized that he was not alone in getting drunk last night. Rias, Himejima Aceno, and Ryder were sleeping beside the whole huge bed in a messy way. As for what Suhaya touched with his hands, it was self-evident. At the same time, Suhaya's hands moved subconsciously. Darling, is it dawn? And it doesn't matter this move, Rias in her sleep seemed to sense something, and after making a very tempting murmur. Don't open your eyes in a daze, look at Suhaya sitting in front of you, and ask subconsciously. Is it dawn? Following Rias' voice, Aceno Himejima and Medusa were naturally awakened. At the moment of waking up, after Himejima Aceno discovered the current situation, instead of the slightest panic, he showed a meaningful smile and said with a smile on his face. The most important thing is that Aceno Himejima deliberately approached Suhaya when he was talking, and almost his entire body leaned on Suhaya's body. Junai, can you explain why you are here? And darling, aren't you satisfied with me? What's going on with this woman? After opening her sleepy eyes, Rias naturally found Aceno Himejima and Medusa next to her. For a while, Rias was completely drowsy, and there was a dangerous aura on her face. First, she looked at Himejima Aceno and said something. Then he looked at Medusa again and questioned Suhaya. If you look closely, you will find that there is a faint trace of red gas coming out of Rias's body at this time. Obviously, this is the result of Rias's body's destructive magic power poised to unleash, and there is already a slight tendency towards blacken. Faced with such a situation, Suhaya also smiled helplessly. After all, Suhaya really can't remember what happened last night. Fortunately, the Tachin kitten and the two little girls in Asia are too young because of their age. Suhaya and the others did not let the two of them drink alcohol. After the meal, they let the two little girls go back to the room to rest first. Otherwise, there might not be 4 people in this room, but 6 people. Adu. It seems that Rias is angry. Suhaya-kun, you have to protect me. Facing Rias like this, Aceno Himejima not only did not have the slightest fear, but found it very interesting. He pretended to hide behind Suhaya and said slowly. This is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, thinking that things are not big enough. 0, ask for flowers. 0. But this is also normal. With Himejima Akeno's very dark-bellied character, it is not a matter of once or twice to ridicule Rias as a master. As for Medusa, who had removed her blindfold and wore a pair of purple petrified magic eyes, she seemed very calm from beginning to end. After all, with Medusa's strength, Rias today is no match at all. As a myth in the age of the gods, it has been transformed into a heroic spirit, so Medusa's own strength is unquestionable. As long as Suhai's strength is stronger, Medusa will naturally be stronger. And now Suhai is undoubtedly much stronger than when he first came back, which makes Medusa's leading stats increase a lot. The strength has reached another level. It seems that I really can't relax for a moment. Zoo. Rias naturally gritted her teeth in response to Aceno Himejima's reaction. At this time, Rias was obviously on the verge of breaking out, and she was ready to communicate with herself, the queen who always thought about the pleasant family. But at this time, a familiar red magic circle appeared on the floor of the bedroom. Wearing a maid outfit, Graphia appeared directly in the magic circle. Even after a lot of experience, Graphia was slightly stunned after seeing everything in the room. But fortunately, Graphia only appeared for a moment, and she was surprised. He quickly calmed down and pretended to be okay. After all, in the demon world, it is normal for powerful people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. This is also a principle for the demon world to thrive and produce more and more powerful descendants, so that the demon world has always been strong. In the eyes of many people in the demon world, Suhai is undoubtedly a strong man who has such privileges. Seeing the sudden appearance of Graphia, Rias and Suhai were slightly embarrassed. After all, the mentality of the two is not as straightforward as Himejima Akeno and Medusa. In addition to being embarrassed, Rias naturally calmed down. After a simple arrangement, everyone quickly moved the meeting place to the living room. After all, today's scene is not suitable for talking about things. End. Chapter 57. What? I want to go back with Ahai at home. On the sofa in the living room, Rias, who was sitting next to Suhai, looked at Graphia who was opposite her, looking very surprised. It turns out that the purpose of Graphia's trip to the human world was to inform Rias and Suhai that they needed to go to the Gremory family in the demon world. Obviously, Rias was also a little surprised, and did not expect that someone at home would suddenly call her home. Yes. Since Sir Suhai successfully defeated Lisa Phoenix, it is logical to become the uncle of the Gremory family. Master Geodicus, Master Vinilana, and your brother who is the Demon King all want to see your choice. It also happened to take this opportunity to complete the engagement ceremony. This is the unanimous May 37 decision of the Gremory family. Facing the surprised Rias, Graphia still spoke very calmly. Obviously, this time Sazakes and the others let Rias and Suhai go to the demon world together. One is to consider Suhai up close, the other is to complete the engagement ceremony and confirm the relationship between Rias and Suhai to the entire demon world as soon as possible. After all, now Suhai's identity as the reincarnation of King Arthur and the new generation of Elong Emperor has spread to all parties. The weight represented by these two identities is clear to anyone in the Gremory family. An existence like Suhai has a large number of people who want to win over, and the Gremory family has an innate advantage, and naturally they will not hand over this opportunity to any party. Father, mother, and elder brother's decision? Really, are they in such a hurry? Do they want to marry me? After realizing that this decision was made by her father, who is the head of the Gremory family, and her brother, who is the current Demon King, Rias couldn't help muttering. It's just that even though she said that, there was no sign of resistance on Rias' face or eyes. Apparently, Rias is also very willing to get engaged to Suhai. Minister Rias, what is the demon world like? Will there be very scary demons? An hour later, Suhai and Rias, plus Rias family members, boarded the train to the demon world. In the luxurious carriage, Aisha clasped her hands tightly and asked in a low voice to Rias who was sitting across from her. His face was full of timidity towards the unknown. Apparently, since Aisha was going to the demon realm for the first time, her knowledge of the demon realm only existed in legends. In my heart, I always thought that the demon world was a very terrifying and desolate place, and there were bloodthirsty demons everywhere. It's just that Aisha apparently forgot that she is a real demon now, even though it's just a subordinate demon who has just been reincarnated. Don't worry, Aisha. The devil world is not as terrifying as you think. Since the reformists defeated the old school 1,000 years ago, the devil world has entered a period of peaceful development. The present demon world is completely different from the scenes depicted in myths and legends. When the time comes, you will understand. Seeing such a cute Aisha, Rias also quickly smiled, exuding the brilliance of a gentle elder sister. He spoke comfortingly. In this regard, although Aisha still did not understand very well, she felt relieved. Facing this harmonious scene, Suhai and Aceno Himejima, who were sitting next to them, watched with a smile. It's just that while smiling, Suhai also recalled Medusa's resentful eyes when he left home, and seemed a little helpless for a while. It turned out that, considering that this time it was to participate in the engagement ceremony, there was no danger. After all, in the Gremory family, where the Demon King, Sazax, is in charge, no one would deliberately seek death and anger the Gremory family. Plus Suhai thought about it and decided to leave the house alone. Therefore, instead of taking Medusa to the demon realm, he left her at home. Although Medusa would never refuse Suhai's arrangement, she silently protested with her resentful eyes. It seems that when I go back, I have to prepare a gift carefully. Suhai thought to himself while feeling a little funny in his heart. This time it was indeed a bit embarrassing for Medusa, so when Suhai was about to return from the demon world to the human world, she brought a gift to Medusa alone. Here, let's go down. Just when Suhai's mind was full of thoughts, Rias' voice entered Suhai's ears. Suhai, whose thoughts were interrupted, looked out of the train window subconsciously. It was only when I realized that the magic power train had bid farewell to the colorless space passage and stopped in midair with a blue sky and white clouds. With a very wide field of vision, Suhai, with his powerful eyesight, can see many strange creatures flying in the air that do not exist. This even includes the presence of flying dragons. Below the train, there is a manor protected by an oval energy shield. The entire manor consists of a huge castle and other scattered parts. Obviously, this huge manor with the size of a giant island is where the Gremory family is located in the demon world. Under the leadership of Rias, the moment the group flew to the protective shield, the energy shield that seemed to be able to withstand many powerful attacks automatically opened a small hole. Let the group enter the manor without hindrance. Obviously at the moment when the train arrives, Sazax and others, who are the Demon King, have already sensed the arrival of Suhai and others. And the fact is also true, when Suhai and Rias and others landed not far from the castle gate, they saw a group of people waiting quietly at the gate, apparently welcoming the arrival of Suhai et al. The leaders were two men with the same long fiery red hair as Rias. The two men were 3 points similar, but the age difference between the two was obviously more than 0.0. One looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and the other looked much younger, only about 20 years old. As for the middle-aged man to the left, there stood a young woman with long brown hair who looked very young, smiling and looking at Suhai with her own eyes. Of course, Gurfia, with silver hair and dressed as a maid, was also one of the four in the front row. Obviously, with the exception of Gurfia, the remaining three are representatives of the Gremory family. That is Rias's father, mother, and brother. Looking at such a lineup, Suhai was still a little surprised. Although Suhai had guessed that someone would come out to greet him before arriving, he did not expect such a weighty lineup. Chapter 58. My father, my mother, my brother. The moment she saw these three people, Rias hurriedly took 2 steps forward and called out, very well behaved. At this time, Rias was obviously a little different from usual, as if she had become a child favored by her parents. Himejima Aceno, as Rias's retinue, has naturally seen Sazax and others more than once, and naturally understands the identities of these people in front of him, so the moment he saw it, he seemed to bow with some respect. Instead, Suhai didn't know what to call him for a while. Are you Suhai-kun? I've seen your fight, it's really exciting, like a little hero. No wonder Rias likes you. I'm Rias' mother. If you don't mind, you can call me mother like Rias. You take care of this girl Rias. After Rias talked with the family for a while, Rias' mother suddenly passed Rias and came to Suhai. Perhaps seeing through Suhai's somewhat embarrassing scene, he said slowly. Not only introduced Sazakes and others, but also showed his identity, exuding the maturity and stability of a lady. My mother has won the prize. Rias is a very good demon. It is a very lucky thing for me to not have a wife like him. Faced with such a situation, Suhai was not hypocritical, and shouted very naturally. If it was the former Suhai, there might be some stage fright in the face of this aura of the sovereign lady. But sometimes, strength can often bring self-confidence and temperament changes to a person. Although today's Suhai can't say that he can be flattered in any situation, but such a scene can still be stable. Seeing Suhai calling her mother very naturally, whether it was Rias' mother or Sazakes and the sect master of the Gremory family next to her, or Rias herself, a smile appeared on her face. This title not only shortens the distance between them, but also shows in disguise that Suhai agrees with the relationship between the two. Mother, let's go in and talk about it. Rias and Suhai-kun also need to take a break from the long journey, and the banquet is about to start, they also need to prepare in advance. Looking at the two people chatting in a good state, although Sazakes, the Demon King, was also happy to agree with this scene, but thinking of the upcoming party, he stepped forward and reminded. In this regard, Rias Dan's mother finally reacted, while smiling and showing that Suhai is very compatible with herself. Turning around, he and others led Suhai's group towards the castle. When walking towards the castle, Suhai's eyes were fixed on Gurfia's head. With a somewhat surprised look on her face, it turned out that at this time, Gurfia had a bright 5-star golden egg on her head. You must know that Suhai has met Gurfia twice before this, and when they met the first 2 times, this 5-star golden egg did not exist. After some inquiries, Suhai found the answer in the system. It turned out that there is a chance for golden eggs to appear in powerful people, but the timing of appearance is random, it may be now, or it may be in the future. For this dazzling 5-star golden egg, Suhai can be said to be very eager, knowing that Suhai has never opened a golden egg of this level. It's just that after seeing the conditions of opening, Suhai's face showed a hint of helplessness and a strange look. He also looked at the front subconsciously, with long red hair, Sazakes, who was the Demon King. It turned out that this golden egg had the conditions of opening brightly written on it, that is, Gulafia asked him to rub his back. In the face of such opening conditions, Suhai's heart can be described as mixed feelings. Not to mention whether Gurfia would agree, if Suhai really dared to make such a request, Suhai believed that he would definitely be treated as a pervert. Not being able to get out of Gremory's house by then may be a problem. Perhaps sensing Suhai's gaze, Sazakes suddenly turned his head and smiled at Suhai. In this regard, Suhai secretly sighed that Sazakes' keenness was worthy of being the only transcendence among the 4 demon kings. Suhai sir, this is the room Mrs. prepared for you. As for Rias Sama and her family's room, it's right next to it. The room has the dresses you need to attend the party tonight. Madam and the others have already gone to greet the guests. After Master Suhai and Master Rias are ready, they need to go to the hall. After all, you are the protagonists today. Sir Suhai can call me if you need any help. After entering the castle, the group parted, and Gurfia led Suhai and the others toward the depths of the castle. As for Rias' mother and brother, they were heading towards the hall of the castle, apparently to welcome guests from various demon families. After traveling through the huge castle for a while, Suhai and the others, led by Gurfia, finally came to the depths of the castle, a very quiet place. Obviously, this is the resting place that the Gremory family prepared for Suhai and others. After speaking, Gurfia gave Suhai a slight glance, then turned and left 823. Darling, let's prepare ourselves first, and we can't let mother and the others wait for a long time. Standing at the door of their respective rooms, Rias smiled and said to Suhai next to her. Then he pushed open the door of his room and walked in with Himejima Aceno and the other girls. Seeing this, Suhai nodded slightly and glanced away, behind the 5-star golden egg on Gurfia's head. He also pushed open the door of his room, Suhai knew very well that he wanted to get this golden egg and obviously he couldn't be in a hurry. So it temporarily suppressed the desire in my heart. After entering the room, Suhai was very satisfied with the atmosphere and spaciousness of the bedroom, but also found the black evening dress neatly placed on the bed. Needless to say, this evening gown was apparently prepared by the Gremory family for Suhai. Apparently, Sazakes and others knew the size of Suhai's clothes through Rias in advance. It feels a little awkward, but it looks pretty good. Perhaps because of her personality, Suhai doesn't really like more restrained clothes like dresses. Therefore, after all, I feel a little uncomfortable wearing it, but looking in the mirror, it is like a noble existence. Suhai still nodded slightly, affirming her outfit. Chapter 59. Everything is ready. Suhai didn't leave the room in a hurry. After all, although she was ready, Rias herself was obviously going to be slower. And the fact is the same. After another cup of tea, the voices of Rias and other women came from outside the door. The moment he opened the door, looking at the girls standing at the door, Suhai couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. I saw Rias and Himejima Aceno, who were wearing a red and purple evening dress, were standing in the front. A little behind them, the Tachan kitten and Aisha wearing a white princess dress and a gold-trimmed evening dress, looked very cute. This combination of four women has already assembled mature, seductive, lovely and holy. Obviously, including most of the man's fantasy about the other half. It's no wonder Suhai gets distracted. Let me just say Rias, Suhai-kun will definitely like it. Senior Satyr. Senior Suhai. Looking at Suhai who opened the door, who was a little dumbfounded, Aceno Himejima proudly showed off her figure, and at the same time, she didn't forget to tease and say to Rias next to her. As for the Tachan kitten and Aisha, as always, they were very tsundera's complaints. The other looked a little shy and lowered his head, obviously embarrassed by Suhai's aggressive gaze. However, the two little girls have one thing in common, that is, there is no disgust on their faces, but a hint of joy. The so-called woman is the one who pleases herself, and Rias and others are no exception. The four girls were obviously very happy with Suhai's reaction. Darling, let's go to the venue too, don't make your mother wait too long. In addition to being happy, Rias did not forget to take a step forward to wrap Suhai's arm, like a close couple, and said with a smile on her face. While speaking, the two also walked towards the direction of the castle hall. Rias will make an exception tonight, Suhai-kun will let you alone, so I won't fight with you. Facing such a result, Himejima Aceno said while keeping up. If it was normal, Aceno Himejima might have already stepped forward and hugged Suhai's other arm. Although Aceno Himejima usually likes to tease Rias, he is also very understanding and understands that this evening is a very important time in life for Rias. So it will change the behavior of the past. In response, Rias also smiled, not too surprised. Although Himejima Aceno usually likes to tease her master, Rias is very clear in her heart that Himejima Aceno is more understanding than anyone else. After passing through the complicated corridor, the group finally came to the location of the castle hall. The moment he opened the door and walked in, Suhai and the others felt that they had come to another place. At this time, the entire hall was brightly lit, and countless people in evening dresses, who seemed to be high-class nobles, exchanged something in groups of 3 or 5. The moment Suhai and the others entered the hall, many people stopped their wine glasses one after another, and looked at Suhai and Rias with interest. Is this the reincarnation of that King Arthur, the new generation of Chiriuati? In terms of appearance, it's really impeccable. The daughter of the Gremory family is engaged to such a person, and more powerful descendants will surely be born in the future. If there is a demon who can master the holy sword, it will be interesting. Obviously, since the last ranking game, Suhai has appeared in the eyes of many people. After all, the Sword of the Oath of Victory and the Cage Hand of the Red Dragon Emperor, any of these two things appearing on one person will cause a storm. Today, both appearances are in the hands of Suhai. It is only natural that it will receive so much attention. Thank you everyone for coming. Today is my daughter Rias Gremory's engagement dinner with Suhai. After seeing the real protagonist present, as the suzerain of the present Gremory family, he is also Rias' father. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately appeared on the high platform, glanced at the people present, and then announced directly. For a while, the voices of congratulations and congratulations were naturally continuous. Call. It's finally over. After more than an hour, the lively and tedious banquet finally ended, and the moment he left the hall, Suhai relaxed and couldn't help speaking. To be honest, Suhai couldn't handle this kind of banquet after all. After all, at the banquet just now, there was an endless stream of people who came to toast, obviously all of them wanted to get to know Suhai. Some things can't be changed even by reincarnation. In the previous life, Suhai didn't like to be worldly. Even with the power he has now, this point can't be changed. Pfft. Outside the hall, look at Suhai, who seems to breathe a sigh of relief. Rias couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Himejima Aceno, Tachin Kitten, and others also smiled and watched all this. For Rias and others, such Suhai is a little more accessible. If a person is too perfect, it will make the people around him feel untouchable. If you look closely, you will find that Rias has a bright ring on her right hand, and Suhai has the same on her hand. Obviously, at the banquet just now, the two had completed the engagement ceremony and put rings on each other. In this way, with a happy mood, a group of people returned to the resting place. However, not long after Suhai returned to his room, there was another knock on the door. With a hint of doubt, Wang Hai turned around to the door and opened the door. Then he found Gerfia in a maid outfit standing quietly at the door, holding a set of men's clothes in her hand. I don't know if it was Suhai's illusion or not. Suhai always felt that Gerfia looked a little weird at this time. Her face was slightly flushed, and her eyes also had a hint of moist light. There is also a faint smell of alcohol on his body from time to time, and his body temperature is obviously higher than usual, because Suhai, who is relatively close, can clearly feel a heat. Sir Suhai, this is the change of clothes that Madam prepared for you, and at the same time I will take you to the bathing place. As the head maid of the Gremory family, although Gerfia is powerful, she has always used honorific titles for Suhai and others. After some explanation, Suhai also immediately understood that Gerfia was here to bring him clothes and take him to a place to take a bath. Chapter 60. It happened that Suhai also wanted to take a good shower. After all, he drank a lot of alcohol and had a strong smell of alcohol on his body. Under the leadership of Gerfia, Suhai soon came to another huge room. And in this room, there is nothing else, only an incomparably huge bath. It's said to be a bathing place, but it's actually more like a giant hot spring. It has to be said that rich and powerful can really enjoy things that ordinary people can never imagine. Thank you, lead the way. Looking at the huge bathhouse, Suhai took the clothes from Gerfia's hands and thanked him. He turned around and entered the bathhouse and put his clothes on the shore. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai washed briefly on the shore before entering the hot spring and enjoying the bath. Only at this time, the sound of a door opening came into Suhai's ears. Facing this voice, Suhai turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of the door. At this time, Suhai thought that it was Sazak's or Rias's father who came to take a dip at this time. Bath. What Suhai didn't expect was that the one who pushed open the door and walked in was a silver-haired, dressed in a maid's outfit, Gerfia. Obviously, Gerfia did not leave, but walked in directly after waiting at the door for a while. The moment she came to the shore, Gerfia took off her maid outfit without saying a word. Gerfia, what are you doing? Although the looming snow-white skin was very tempting, Suhai swallowed subconsciously, and hurriedly asked, while preparing to stop Gerfia's movements. As the head maid, the uncle who serves the Gremory family takes a bath. It's just that Suhai's blocking was obviously useless. Instead of stopping, Gerfia quickly took off her clothes and entered the hot spring while talking. Did you drink too much? Facing this abnormal Gerfia, Suhai felt a fiery heart for the ketone body he had seen, but also thought of a possibility. Gulafia usually has a very mature and stable personality, and the queen is full of aura. However, after drinking, his personality will change greatly, and he will do some things that are very inconsistent with his usual personality. While there was speculation in his heart, Suhai finally understood what was going on when he saw the strangeness shown by Griefia at the door just now. Everything, obviously, is related to the drinking of Griefia. Looking at the hot spring wrapped in a white bath towel, most of the skin was looming, and came to Griefia in front of him. Suhai swallowed his saliva subconsciously, his eyes dodging a little. If that's the case, can you trouble Griefia to help me lift my back? Now that Suhai glanced at the 5-star golden egg on Grifia's head, he no longer hesitated. Said directly. After all, it is absurd to seek wealth at risk, but it is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Seeing Suhai's request, Griefia, instead of rejecting it, smiled and nodded, and walked slowly behind Suhai in the water. Soft hands stroked Suhai's back. By the way, Griefia, are all the members of the Gremory Zone family present this time? Feeling the soft touch behind him from time to time, in order to avoid embarrassment, Suhai took the lead to find a topic, breaking the somewhat rigid atmosphere. Because in Suhai's memory, in addition to Sazak's and Rias' parents, there should be another person in the Gremory family. That is still young, the child born by Sazak's and Griefia. That is Rias' younger nephew. Yes, including Lord Rias, including Master, Madam, and Demon King Sazak's. You have met all 4 of the Gremory sect family. However, Griefia gave a very unexpected result. Adab. What? What about your son? Facing the unexpected answer from Griefia, Suhai looked very surprised and turned his head subconsciously to ask. But the moment he turned his head, what appeared in front of him was the beautiful face of Griefia, who was close at hand, the heat and the fragrance of the body. The two could even feel the heat from each other's breaths. Sir, Suhai is joking. Although I don't know where you heard the rumors, I haven't found the other half to get married, so I don't have any children. However, the next reply from Griefia made Suhai even more puzzled. Not married. Looking at Griefia, who didn't seem to be lying in front of her, although Suhai was very surprised, she also understood that something might have happened in the original history that she didn't know about. It has become a slight deviation from the history in his memory. In fact, what Suhai didn't know is that now Griefia is not only Sazak's wife like in the original book, but also not even Sazak's chess queen. Today's Griefia is only the head of the maid of the Gremory family, and does not belong to anyone. In a strict sense, she belongs to the body of freedom. Suhai, who fell into silence, did not notice that when Griefia was talking about the other half, a different look flashed in his eyes. A vague figure that could not remember the specific appearance appeared in his mind. Whenever this figure appeared in his mind, Griefia always tried her best to remember the specific appearance of this person. But no matter how hard Griefia tried, this figure was still very vague, and Griefia had almost no memory of this person. Griefia only remembered that this person was very important to her, and at the same time, she also had a belief in her mind that one day this person would appear in front of her and find herself. Because Griefia remembers that this is the person's promise to her in her mind, and this is the only thing Griefia remembers about this person. If Suhai could see this vague figure, he would find that the outline of this figure was very similar to himself. Perhaps this is also a factor in Griefia's behavior after drinking. Suhai, who had a deep dive, asked some other questions in the following days. In the end, after the two left the hot spring after taking a shower, Suhai was still a little uneasy. Oh, forget it, it's important to improve your strength. After arriving at the door of his room, Suhai finally sighed, and while muttering to himself, he looked at the bright 5-star golden egg in the system space, pushed open the door, and walked in. Chapter 61. System, use the 5-star golden egg. Back in the bedroom for a moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai immediately seemed impatient to name the system in his mind. As soon as the voice fell, the 5-star golden egg originally stored in the system space immediately burst into a strong light. At the moment of shattering, a white light came out and turned into a very delicate card in front of Suhai. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a temporary character card. After using it, you can get the full strength of the child's reversal of his Aoi, and the time limit is 1 hour. I saw this card depicting a lifelike teenager, wearing an electronic headset, with blonde hair, and a faint smile on his face, looking very arrogant. I'm going, the biggest problem child goes back to his Aoi. Looking at the boy in the card, Suhai said subconsciously. Obviously, he is very familiar with the boy in the card. It is no wonder that Suhai in his previous life liked the drama about problem children very much. Naturally, he is very familiar with the protagonist, who is one of the highest-ranking gift holders of the 16 Knights, with unknown origin, unknown name, and unknown effect. It has the gift to shatter the world and the power to shatter the gift, both of which are established at the same time. It is a contradictory gift that has miracles in itself, but can destroy miracles. Breaking mountains and rivers, breaking the sea, is almost a common thing. At the same time, there is a third permanent organ in the body, which can use the information of the surrounding environment to generate energy out of nothing, so that the ultimate secret of human beings, the energy in the body is endless. At the same time, it can use the right to use the aurora pillar that penetrates the sky and smashes the stars in the night sky. With the power of reversing his Aoi, perhaps only the infinite dragon god Orpheus and the great real red dragon god Emperor can compete with him in the entire demon high school world. Regardless of the fact that the infinite dragon god and the true red dragon god Emperor are the #1 powerhouses in the demon high school world, after arriving in the multiverse of Hakunuwa, they only have 4-digit strengths. After all, 3 figures are already omniscient and omnipotent, although Suhai is not very clear about the true strength of the infinite dragon god and the true red dragon god Emperor. But what is certain is that it has never reached the realm of omniscience and omnipotence. As for what stage it is in the 4-digit number, it is unknown. Although this card can only help Suhai temporarily gain the full strength of his Aoi, but as a life-saving whole card, it is completely enough. So, Suhai is quite satisfied. After returning the cards to the system space, Suhai fell asleep with joy. Suhai-kun, Rias will be your protection from now on. You two have to work hard. Mom is waiting to hold her grandson. At noon the next day, at the gate of the familiar Gremory Castle, Sazakes and the others were still looking at each other with Suhai. It's just that yesterday was a welcome, and today is a farewell. On the occasion of saying goodbye, Rias' mother came to Suhai, first glanced at Rias, and expressed that she would hand over her daughter to Suhai from now on. Then he got closer and whispered in Suhai's ear. He looked around Suhai and Rias with a different look, and it was a face born of an elder. Although he tried his best to keep his voice down, none of the people present were ordinary people, so he could clearly hear what Rias said to his mother. Sazakes and the others smiled and didn't say anything. As for Rias, there was a hint of shyness on her face, and she looked at Suhai with a little dodge. In this regard, Suhai naturally nodded quickly and did not refute, and Suhai did not think that even if he traveled to another world, he would still not be able to escape the fate of marriage induced by his elders. In the end, Suhai nodded slightly towards Sazakes and the others, and especially stopped on Gurfia's body. Then, they took Rias and the others into the train that left the demon world. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Gremory family, the rail train rose into the sky and quickly drove towards the sky. It's true, my mother just got engaged and said such things. And in front of so many people. In the moving train, Rias said helplessly while sitting on the sofa. 0, ask for flowers 0. Obviously, Rias is still entangled in what happened just now. And while speaking, he would occasionally look at Suhai with his own eyes, as if he was observing something. After seeing Suhai respond with a smile, his eyes seemed to evade a little. After the train traveled for a long time, everyone finally returned to Kawang town in the human world. Rias, Aceno Himejima, and Yudo Kiba went to the Mystery Research Society, while Suhai returned to his residence with Tachin Kitten and Aisha. The moment he opened the door, Suhai saw Medusa sitting in the hall, with a face full of resentment and black aura all over her body. While Suhai didn't look much, Medusa was also staring at the doorway where Suhai was. It was as if the pair of petrified magic eyes hidden under the eye leather had locked Suhai through the mask. 0. Ryder, I'm back. It's hard for you to look after the house, and I brought you a present. Seeing that Medusa was about to explode, Suhai wisely took out the gift box that was prepared in advance, and quickly came to the front of Not Many, and said preemptively. The moment the gift box was opened, a very delicate snake-shaped hand carved from a special kind of jade appeared in the box. As for the origin of this bracelet, this morning, Suhai asked Gurfia to take him to a jewelry store in the demon world and carefully selected it. In addition to being good-looking, this bracelet can usually absorb the wearer's excess magic power and store it. Although the amount of storage is not much, it still has a little effect at critical times. At the same time, it also depicts some small magics such as cleaning and dust removal. Although it does not help to improve combat effectiveness, it can solve some small troubles in life. Little master, I'll forgive you this time. Seeing the snake-shaped bracelet in the gift box, Medusa was also impressed. Medusa obviously liked this bracelet made of purple jade. And most importantly, Suhai was obviously handpicked by his heart, and the resentment of being abandoned at home by Suhai for a while also dissipated a lot in an instant. Chapter 62. After night, Rias and Himejima Aceno also came to Suhai's home with a lot of luggage. Rias, Aceno, you are looking at the second daughter who came out of the teleportation array with a lot of luggage, Suhai asked subconsciously. Of course it's moving, as your fiancé, it's natural to be by your side. And in order to prevent you from doing bad things to Kitten-chan and Aisha, you should also be supervised. That's why I decided that the headquarters of the Occult Research Association will be here in the future. It's just that the house is a little smaller and needs to be changed. Seeing Suhai with a puzzled face, Rias spoke slowly while walking out of the magic circle. As if everything was very natural. After 4 to 7 days, the two-story cottage where Suhai lived was magically transformed into a luxury villa. It has become a landmark building in the entire Wangzhen. Looking at the new living environment and the luxurious villas that contrasted sharply with the accommodation next to it, Suhai secretly felt that people who know magic can really do whatever they want. After Rias and others moved in, the whole house became lively. Thinking about a month ago, I was alone in my lonely life every night. Now, with the addition of Rias and several girls, Suhai felt a little dreamy for a while, but fortunately, this kind of change has changed for the better. Suhai was too tangled. System, let's shuttle again. Looking at the Tachin kitten and Aisha who were playing gamepad games in the living room. And like a pair of master and servant, Rias and Himejima Aceno were drinking black tea. Holding a parasol, basking in the sun on the balcony with a deck chair, playing with Medusa in the shape of a snake. While Suhai felt very warm in his heart, he returned to the room alone, and the moment he closed the door, he gave an order to the system in his mind. Facing Suhai's behavior, Rias didn't feel the slightest surprise. Instead, she glanced at Suhai who entered the room alone. After all, the secret of Suhai's ability to travel the world is currently only known to Medusa. It turned out that the time had come to the last day of the month before I knew it. When it is time to travel through a world again, Suhai will naturally not give up and miss this precious opportunity to become stronger. The moment Suhai gave the order, a black hole swallowed him instantly, the whole person disappeared into the room, and at the same time, the time of the entire demon high school world was frozen. Is this the new world? I just don't know what the world is like. When Suhai appeared again, he had come to a strange world. Looking at everything around, Suhai muttered to himself subconsciously. At this time, Suhai is standing at the top of an iron tower, and below is a lively modern city, crowded with people, and all kinds of modern cars are speeding on the road. If you just rely on these words, it seems like an ordinary modern world, as if there is no mystery. However, Suhai can feel that the energy contained in the air is very rich, and sometimes the abundance of energy in a world often represents the power of the world. Today, although the energy contained in the air is a little worse than the world of Demon High School, it is enough to prove that this world is not as peaceful and simple as it seems on the surface. While having a strong interest in this unknown world, Suhai also dodged away from the top of the tower and appeared in a deserted alley. Prepare to understand this unknown world first, and then proceed to the next step after figuring out the situation. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the other can maximize the benefits. But just as Suhai walked out of the alley, a girl with blonde hair and a red dress quickly came to Suhai. He frowned slightly and quickly asked something, but unfortunately Suhai now only has two languages, Hestia and Japanese, and the language used by this girl is obviously not one of the two. After talking for a long time, Suhai didn't understand a word. "Hey, are you from the east? Did you see any strange people passing by?" Perhaps this girl also saw that Suhai is not a local person, and immediately changed multiple languages to try. After finally finding that Suhai could understand Japanese clearly, she also used fluent Japanese and asked again. "Erica Brauntree? Is that so, is it this world?" The moment he saw this girl, a strange look flashed in Suhai's eyes. Because Suhai found information about this girl in his dusty memory, and also determined the world he was in at this moment. If Suhai guessed correctly, this world is a god slayer's world. In this world, the gods are unwilling to be sealed by the myth, and will violate the bondage of the myth and come to the world. And the appearance of every god, due to the lack of rules and regulations, is very self-governing and will cause huge damage to the entire world. The mysterious side refers to these descending gods as gods of disobedience. As long as someone can kill these gods of disobedience, they can usurp the power of gods. Since then, he has ruled the world and has become a veritable tattoo god, tyrant, and demon king. The world is a little risky for Suhai today, but it's well worth the risk relative to the rewards of success. "Girl, is this the newest way to strike up a conversation in Italy?" Although I knew Erica's identity in my heart, I could probably guess what she was looking for. But Suhai still pretended to be ignorant and joked. 0.1 and described Erica as someone who wanted to strike up a conversation. And the fact is just as Suhai guessed, a few days ago, Mikkel, the king of the gods, and Veleslana, the god of the undefeated army, came to Sardinia. The two well-known gods in mythology, after becoming the god of disobedience, the moment they met, a fight broke out naturally. In a dark battle, both gods were seriously injured, and the 12 incarnations of Veleslana were also scattered one after another. Erica came here today after chasing one of the incarnations. Suhai. Looking at Suhai, who was ridiculing herself, she has been an Italian talented girl since she was a child. Now, Erica, who has the rank of Great Knight and the alias of Red Devil at a young age, has an inexplicable feeling of being molested. Chapter 63. However, as a famous magician, Erica, who is far beyond ordinary people's self-restraint, just took a deep look at the handsome Suhai in front of her. Then he turned and left in the other direction. "Really interesting girl, I think we'll meet again." Watching the girl in red go away, Suhai still had an indifferent smile on his face, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. I'm really lucky. I didn't expect to meet interesting people one after another when I came to this world." Not long after Erica left, Suhai also wandered around Rome, the Italian capital. It's just that Suhai didn't turn around on the street for a long time, and Suhai felt a unique atmosphere in a place not far from him. This breath reminded Suhai of how he felt when he faced the sun god Apollo and returned to the sky to explode his power. Although this divinity is obviously much more violent, the feeling of being aloof and different from all human beings is the same. Needless to say, it was clearly the breath of God. Still interested, Suhai turned and walked in the direction of the power. As early as I learned that the world I traveled through was a god's lair, and it was still at the beginning of the plot. Suhai has already put his mind on Lenor and Mikkel. After all, in this world, the god of disobedience is also impossible to meet. If he can capture the power of these two disobedient gods, Suhai's strength will inevitably rise to a higher level. Really, Grandpa didn't explain the specific situation. I was asked to come to Italy by myself to return this antique, but I have never been out of Japan. At the same time, not far from the direction Suhai was heading, a dark-haired boy in a white t-shirt and black trousers was walking on a narrow road. While walking, he complained while looking at a strange slate in his hand. If someone from the mysterious side is here, they will find that this stone slab exudes a touch of divine power, which is obviously an ancient divine tool left over from the myth. This young man is obviously just an ordinary person, and he doesn't understand the meaning of rigidity in his hands, he just thinks it is an ordinary antique. While walking with his head down, the young man didn't pay attention, and before he knew it, there was no one around him. It was as if everyone had been dispersed by a mysterious force. This person holding the slate is none other than Kusanagi Goto, who was chosen by the Japanese Mitsuya, who wanted to take this opportunity to create him as a god. Call, the thief's belongings. After walking for a while, in front of Kusanagi Goto suddenly appeared a boy in white clothes who looked even younger. The moment the boy in white appeared, he immediately looked at the slate in Kusanagi Goto's hand, as if seeing through everything. With the wisdom of this young man in white, he naturally guessed everything the moment he saw Goto Kusanagi. Excuse me. Kusanagi Goto, who was still just an ordinary person, looked at the boy in white who suddenly appeared in front of him, but did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Instead, he asked subconsciously. However, Lenor did not respond, after incorporating a scorching ray into the slate. Dodged and disappeared in place. Obviously, Veleslana is still looking for scattered incarnations. Although Lenor is eager to fight and win, he also understands that now is not the time for a decisive battle. Are you one step too late? Just when Kusanagi Goto was a little surprised by the sudden disappearance of Veleslana, before he fully recovered, a voice sounded in his ears again. Following the voice, Goto Kusanagi noticed that at the other end of the alley, a black-haired boy with outstanding appearance was standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. This black-haired boy is naturally Suhai, who came from afar. I just didn't expect that. After all, it was a step too late, and I couldn't see the war god Veleslana. Boy, you must be Kusanagi Goto from Neon, right? However, Suhai had no plans to fight now at Veleslana. After all, the greatest power can be obtained only when the god of disobedience is in a complete state. So Suhai didn't get too entangled, but looked at Kusanagi Goto with a blank face from beginning to end and said, "Who are you, little brother? How do you know me?" After seeing Suhai directly stating his origin and name, Kusanagi Goto said in surprise, "Not only do I know you, but I also know that you are going to Sardinia to return an item, and that item is the slate in your hand. I am the owner of this slate, thinking that you may not be familiar with you when you first came to Italy, so I came to pick you up, but I didn't expect to meet you by chance." Feeling the scorching power contained in the Prometheus cheats, Suhai also guessed that Veleslana had sealed the power of the white horse in it. Thinking of the power that can be used, and the principle of never giving up, Suhai naturally broke up the idea of Prometheus cheats. What? Yes? But the grandfather's old friend is a woman, and according to the time, it should still be an old grandmother. However, it was obvious that Kusanagi Goto was not as stupid as he imagined. After hearing Suhai say that the secret book of Prometheus was his property, he immediately said suspiciously. At the same time, he subconsciously clenched the Prometheus cheat book in his hand, and looked at Suhai with some vigilance. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also shook his head helplessly. The next moment, he dodged and disappeared from Kusanagi Goto's field of vision. But when it appeared again, it was already behind Kusanagi Goto, and a hand knife hit Kusanagi, King Hao, on the back of Goto's neck. Kusanagi Goto lost consciousness in an instant and fell towards the ground, while Suhai quickly caught the Prometheus secret book garden that fell from Kusanagi Goto's hand. Seeing Kusanagi Goto who fainted on the ground, Suhai mourned for him silently, then turned and walked away. Boom! Suhai just walked out of the narrow passage and appeared on the wide avenue. Then I heard the sound of objects collapsing in the distance, and at the same time the ground shook violently. Looking up in the direction of the vibration, I saw an incomparably huge wild boar appeared in the center of the city, smashing the Colosseum, a landmark building in Rome, directly across. Ordinary people, facing this scene, only thought that there was an earthquake, and began to flee frantically. Obviously, the incarnation of this huge wild boar can only be seen by those who are on the mysterious side and possess extraordinary power. Chapter 64. A wild boar incarnate. It's really fun. When looking at this huge wild boar, Suhai had already guessed the origin of this wild boar beast. It must be one of the 10 incarnations of Veleslana, the incarnation of the pig that can crush everything. While feeling interesting, Suhai also headed towards the Colosseum where the wild boar manifested. After all, this was a good opportunity to know the strength of Veleslana. Knowing a little more about the opponent's intelligence, after all, is not wrong. Stop! Steel Lion, Red Demon Shield, my voice echoes my will, Coeur de Leone. But just when Suhai came to the top of a tall building next to the wild boar that was ruthlessly rampaging, a familiar girl's voice came to Suhai's ears. This girl was none other than Erica, who had a relationship before and was wearing a red evening dress. I saw Erica using the roof as a platform to quickly approach the wild boar in a state of rage. While chanting a spell in her mouth, she summoned a silver-white western longsword. Suhai could feel the unusual power attached to this weapon. With an extremely firm belief, Erica quickly approached the wild boar incarnation of Veleslana, and at the same time, 797 launched an attack with the long sword in her hand without hesitation. As one of the mysterious genius girls in the whole Italy, Erica has been a highly anticipated existence since she was a child, and she herself is very confident in her own strength. This also led to Erica, who had never been in close contact with the god of disobedience and did not understand the power of the gods at all. In response, Suhai also shook his head slightly. If it was a normal mythical beast, Erica might still have a chance to entangle one or two. But unfortunately, this wild boar incarnation is a part of the gods. In a sense, the gods themselves are not comparable to ordinary beasts at all. Therefore, after hitting the wild boar's head with the sword capable of splitting rocks in Erica's hands, there was a sound of gold and stone colliding. It did not cause any harm to the wild boar at all. The wild boar incarnation, which was a bit violent because it was uncontrolled, seemed to be provoked by the ants for a while. Looking very exposed, she raised her head and roared, and the violent airflow instantly blew Erica out. Facing such a situation, Erica suddenly, lost control of her body, flew directly to an altitude of tens of meters, and then fell directly towards the ground. The most terrible thing is that the wild boar incarnation also locked her, spitting hot air from his mouth, directly accumulating force to smash the ground, and quickly rammed towards the place where Erica fell. If it continues like this, Erica will inevitably be violently attacked by the incarnation of the wild boar in the process of falling. At that time, Erica's thin human body will inevitably be crushed under the attack of the incarnation of God. This is the end of a young life. It turns out that this is not a divine beast, but an incarnation of a god. Faced with such a result, Erica desperately placed Coeur de Leone in front of her for the final struggle. At the same time, looking at the wild boar that smashed high-rise buildings and rushed towards him very arrogantly, he thought with a wry smile in his heart. It wasn't until this moment that Erica realized that the wild boar in front of her was not an ordinary divine beast at all, but a real incarnation of a god, possessing the power of a god. Forbidden. Multiply, multiply, multiply. But just when Erica was about to close her eyes and wait for the pain to come, a very mechanical voice sounded in her ears. Facing the sudden voice, Erica subconsciously turned her head to look. I saw a crimson figure as fast as lightning, instantly came to her side from a distance. Needless to say, this crimson figure, but using the caged hands of the Red Dragon Emperor, has entered Suhai's hand-free state. The moment Suhai, who was wearing the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, came into the air, he immediately pulled Erica into his arms. At the same time, the right fist, which had already been charged enough, carried a huge amount of magic power and the power of smashing the mountains and the ground, and swung it heavily towards the wild boar that was colliding. At the moment when the fists and the ferocious heads collided with each other, a strong wave of waves spread to the surrounding, and the surrounding high-rise buildings were instantly broken by the waves, and collapsed in bursts of roars. Is it a legendary dragon? But why does it want to save me, and why does this dragon have no divine breath? Looking at Suhai, who was able to compete with the wild boar incarnation for a while, Erica thought to herself. Obviously, the current Suhai is wearing the red armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, which looks like a dragon in Western mythology and legends. Coupled with the powerful strength that can confront the incarnation of God head-on, Erica mistakenly believes that Suhai is also the incarnation of that god, or a divine beast. This kind of power? Sure enough, it's just a hand-free state after all. Is it still worse? In fact, Suhai was not as easy as it seemed. At the moment of the impact, Suhai felt a force that could shatter everything from the incarnation of the wild boar. This force not only shattered the huge magic power that Suhai carried in the attack in an instant, but also wanted to shatter the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor and directly attack Suhai's body. Fortunately, Suhai was able to resist this force under the situation that his power was constantly multiplying. However, it was still at a disadvantage. After a stalemate for a while, the strength of both sides was reduced a lot, and Suhai was also blown away by the incarnation of the wild boar with the last power king. Fortunately, this force was already very weak. Not only was Suhai unharmed, but instead, he used this force to escape the battle, came to the top of a tall building, and landed steadily. It's a pity that the wild boar incarnation, who was exposed to no control, saw two pythons harassing him, but he was not torn to shreds. Immediately roared again, and lowered his head again to charge up to launch the next attack. Drag, turn on the Tyrannosaurus state. Seeing this situation, Suhai knew that there was no escape, there was no escape. The battle would not be over without the wild boar incarnation being thrown to the ground. Therefore, Suhai did not hesitate too much, and spoke directly to the system in his mind. Boy Suhai, have you really made up your mind? You must know that with your current strength, Belong's state cannot be well controlled. Drake, who exists in the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage, is also a little surprised by Suhai's decision. Subconsciously opened the mouth to confirm. Chapter 65. Drake, I know what you're saying, but we don't have a choice, do we? As long as it is resolved quickly, there will be no major problems. Facing Drake's words, Suhai was naturally clear. But the ready-to-go wild boar incarnation doesn't give Suhai a choice. That's right, it seems that's the only way to go. I, the awakened one. It's the second dragon who won the rule of domination from God. Laughing infinitely, worrying and dreaming. For such straightforward words, Drake also found that it was true, and he was not an indecisive dragon. So there is no entanglement. As Suhai's domineering words are read out one after another, a powerful and irritable force gradually emerges from Suhai's body. This made Erika next to him take a step back subconsciously, looking at Suhai with a very solemn expression. But at this moment, an accident happened. A powerful hurricane came from the sky, directly overturning the wild boar that was ready to go to the ground. Then the powerful hurricane turned into a boy in white. I saw this young man in white quickly approaching the wild boar and put his hand on the wild boar's head. The body of the wild boar, which was originally incomparably huge, shrank rapidly, and finally merged into the boy's body. Is it really interesting, the boy who holds the power of the dragon? And it doesn't look like an ordinary dragon. The moment he recovered his boar incarnation, Lenor appeared in front of both Suhai and Erika. Looking at Suhai wearing the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor with wise eyes, he said with great interest. It was as if through the crimson armor, I saw Suhai hidden in it. Lana. Facing the sudden appearance of Rana, who had withdrawn his wild boar incarnation, instead of relaxing, Suhai became more serious. Be ready to complete the Tyrannosaurus state at any time. After all, each of these gods of disobedience is too extreme and too arbitrary. God knows if they will suddenly make a move. Lenor. Could it be the undefeated war god of the East? The moment Lana appeared, Erika felt that the boy who suddenly appeared was not a mortal. Now that I heard the resounding name of Lenor again, I said subconsciously. What? Since you know my existence, it seems that you also want to be a fool. You are qualified to be my opponent. I hope that in the final battle in the near future, I can see your existence, a young man with the power of a dragon. Lenor didn't expect Suhai to call out his name directly, but the wise Lenor understood everything after a short accident. Knowing that Suhai wants to become the Demon King, he suddenly became happy. After all, for him, the stronger the opponent, the happier he is. Between the words, Lenor took one last look at Suhai, turned into a hurricane, shot straight into the sky, and disappeared from the sight of the two of them. A battlefield. I will go, and then your power will be mine. Seeing that Lana was gradually moving away, Suhai removed the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor and showed his original appearance. Then he muttered to himself as he looked in the direction Wells Lenor was leaving. It's you. Are you a human? Or a dragon? Seeing Suhai's familiar face, Erika subconsciously frowned and asked. At this time, Erika never thought that a passerby she accidentally met would meet again in such a manner. A dragon or a human? Of course I'm a dragon, and I'm still an evil dragon who does all kinds of evil, specifically looking for young girls like you to attack. Suhai held a hint of abusive mood, with golden light in his eyes, and said while approaching Erika. Like a villain who wants to tease a girl. Thinking back to the previous scene, when Suhai, with his red body, hit the incarnation of God head-on. Erika took a step back subconsciously, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Are you teasing your concubine? But in the next instant, Erika saw the teasing smile on the corner of Suhai's mouth. It was immediately clear that Suhai was teasing himself. He immediately returned to his usual face, and said with a bit of annoyance. In fact, Erika is not only a mysterious girl of the younger generation, but also has a wisdom and a mature mentality that surpasses ordinary people. If it was normal, he would not be fooled by tricks like Suhai at all. It's a pity that today, Erika has experienced too much. First, she met the incarnation of God and walked on the edge of life and death, and then she met the god of disobedience, and the powerful Suhai who was not like a human being. 0. Ask for flowers 0. After all, Erika is only a 15 or 16-year-old girl after all. No matter how mature and calm he is, he will not be able to reach the point where he does not panic. Ah! It seems that you are not as stupid as you think. Facing the girl's somewhat annoyed question, Suhai said with a smile without shyness. You. As the proud daughter of heaven, when did Erika suffer such teasing again, if she didn't know that she couldn't beat Suhai? Erika had probably raised Reinhard in her hand and attacked without hesitation. Forget it, I won't make fun of you. My name is Suhai, a teenager from the east. 00. By the way, I am an out-and-out human being, not a dragon of the dragon clan. Looking at Erika who was already on the verge of breaking out, Suhai wasn't ready to tease the girl anymore. He opened his mouth and introduced slowly. Is it really human? The concubine is Erika Browntree, belonging to the Italian Copper Black Cross. Seeing Suhai admit that she is human, Erika's face showed a hint of that expression. In fact, from the very beginning, after Erika did not sense the breath of the god of disobedience in Suhai, she felt that Suhai did not belong to the creatures that descended from mythology. Just because Suhai is so powerful, in the mysterious side of the whole world, I have never heard of such a character. That's why Erika is suspicious. And thank you for your help just now, my concubine is not someone who does not reciprocate. You can ask anything you need help, and the Red Copper Black Cross will try to meet your request. Immediately afterwards, Erika recalled the scene when she was rescued, and spoke very sincerely. Erika is still a person with clear grudges in essence, Suhai saved her life, and Erika naturally wants to reciprocate. It's just a little effort, and a beautiful girl like you, I believe everyone will do it. If I really want to repay, I just want to go to Sardinia, but I don't know the road very well. I don't know if you can't take me there. Looking at the girl with a serious face, Suhai said casually. Chapter 66. Sardinian Island. Do you really want to seize the power of the disobedient god and become the god slayer who reigns over the world? The moment she heard the name Sardinia, Erika recalled what happened on Sardinia a few days ago. Immediately showed an expression as if looking at a madman, and said very surprised. Although Erika admits that Suhai is indeed very powerful, at least much stronger than herself. But Erika never thought that with the power she just showed, she could defeat the god of disobedience. After all, it is almost impossible for human beings to try God. The 6 campiones from ancient times to the present are all the result of the unity of the weather, the location, and the people. What? Is there anything you can't do? Looking at Erika who responded so strongly, Suhai seemed to be very 973 and asked plainly. Seeing such a confident Suhai, Erika was a little shocked, but she didn't know what to say for a while. You really want to come with me? You must know that the battle between the gods of disobedience is just the aftermath and can tear you apart at any time. 2 hours later, at a private airfield in Sardinia, Suhai and Erica stepped off a plane belonging to the Copper Black Cross. The moment she stepped on the ground, Suhai looked at Erica next to her and asked in surprise. I have to say that the action of the Red Copper Black Cross is really fast. Less than 10 minutes after Erica notified the plane to prepare, she had already prepared the plane to Sardinia alone. When Erica took Suhai to the Bronze Black Cross's station in Rome, she just got on the prepared plane. In less than an hour, they landed on Sardinia. What Suhai didn't expect was that Erica would go with her after seeing the horror of the incarnation of God. Of course, if you succeed, I may be able to witness the emergence of another god. As your first witness, maybe you can become your first knight? Of course, in order to ensure that I will not be killed by those two powerful bodyguards, I will hide and watch from a distance. Erica said jokingly. Obviously, although Erica doesn't know where Suhai's courage comes from, she doesn't think Suhai can really succeed. The reason why I went together is simply to see the battle between the gods and witness Suhai's feats, whether successful or not. Okay, that's it. When I succeed, I will crown you as my first knight. Knowing that what Erica said was a joke, Suhai responded with the same tone. As for the thoughts in Suhai's heart, perhaps only he knows clearly. Boom! Wells Lana. Just as the two were talking, the sky suddenly changed drastically. 1 second it was a clear sky, and the next second it was cloudy and windy. It rained at the same time as lightning and thunder, and at the same time, an incomparably huge figure emerged in the sea on the edge of Sardinia. Holding a huge mace in his hand, he roared towards the sky. The thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to change with the mood of this huge figure, and it also responded violently. Countless blue thunderbolts fell from the dark clouds, turning the sky within a few kilometers around this huge figure into a thunder field. Is it Mikkel, king of the gods? Looking at this burly body with a height of more than 100 meters and nearly 200 meters, Suhai said subconsciously. At the same time, he was a little shocked by the power of these disobedient gods, and just his emotions could affect the surrounding environment. Let's lead the way here, and then I'll go over by myself. Although he was a little surprised by Mikkel's strength, Suhai didn't hesitate at all. He turned his head and said a word to Erica next to him, and then walked in the direction of Mikkel at the fastest speed. Boy, that guy seems to have the power to restrain me, you have to be careful later. On the way there, Drake's voice echoed in Suhai's mind. Obviously, something unfavorable to him was sensed in Mikkel. In this regard, although Suhai frowned slightly, he did not reduce his speed. At this time, Suhai was not surprised, because Suhai was still relatively clear about the origin of Mikkel, the king of the gods. His body is Baal, a Semitic language group such as Canaanites and Phoenicians. Worshipped god-king. Not only the god of the sky, the god of the sea, and the god of the underworld, but also the strongest warrior in the legendary dragon slaying. There is a dragon slaying godhead in the body, and it naturally has a certain restraint effect on dragon creatures. On the way Suhai rushed to, a sound of fengming resounded through the sky from the dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, a huge phoenix with endless brilliance broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Mikkel, who was standing with both feet in the sea. Then Slana, who turned into a boy, formed a sharp contrast between the thin boy and the giant with a huge body. But even if the body is very different, the aura they exude is tit for tat, and neither is weaker than the other. Lenor and Mikkel, who had fought once, obviously knew each other very well. Therefore, there was no nonsense at the time of face-to-face. Mikkel's huge pupils condensed slightly, and he launched the attack first. Raising the divine weapon in his hand, endless divine power erupted, and in the next instant, hundreds of thousands of sturdy thunderbolts penetrated the thick clouds and fell towards the thin-looking Slana. It's just that in this dense thunder, Lenor shuttled fast at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Although 0.1 seems to be very dangerous, Slana, who is in the minefield, can always avoid one after another of powerful and very dense lightning. Obviously, this is the Phoenix, one of the 10 incarnations used by Slana, which has entered a state of extreme speed, so that it can have such a speed that is unobservable to the naked eye. Follower. Seeing that his thunderous attack could not hurt the opponent in front of him, Mikkel was not surprised at all. Obviously, such a situation had already happened in the previous battle. Therefore, the moment Mikkel captured Velislana, he directly activated the weapon word spirit and threw out the mace in his hand. Under the attack of this huge mace, although Velislana's speed is very fast, this weapon seems to be able to automatically track the enemy, and it is impossible to evade the attack by dodging. Chapter 67. I am the strongest, and hold all victories in my hand. Whether human or demon, the one who thwarts the enmity of all enemies, I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. O bull with shining golden horns, help me. All those who do evil, fear my power. Now I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the power of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The majestic I raise is the mark of a ferocious camel. Facing this weapon that seemed to possess the law of causality, Velislana, who was floating in mid-air, knew that he could only respond. Therefore, I did not hesitate to use the bull incarnation and camel incarnation, which can bring myself a strong physique and infinite power. In an instant, Velislana's thin body became incomparably powerful, and his body contained a terrifying power that could move mountains and seas. Facing the giant mace flying towards him, he clenched his right fist without hesitation and threw it out. The terrifying force of 03 produced layers of air waves, endless raindrops, never-broken lightning, and thick clouds were instantly dissipated. The surroundings of Velislana became a vacuum, and when the seemingly thin fist collided with the pitch-black mace, a sound of steel collision spread throughout the island. A fist mark visible to the naked eye appeared on the huge mace, and at the same time, there were many small cracks around the fist mark. Obviously, under this blow, even the indestructible artifact was damaged and flew back to Mikkel's hands quickly. However, Lenor was not as relaxed as it seemed on the surface. When he shot the mace, he also retreated a distance in the air, and groaned when he stopped. Obviously, the ability attached to the mace eventually gave a certain amount of damage from the inside through Velislana's body. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining steed. O mystical steed, quickly bring the halo of the Lord of Waves. But fortunately, this injury is nothing at all for Velislana, the god of war. The moment he stabilized his figure, Lenor chanted the white horse's incantation without hesitation, and a white horse carrying the fire of the sun broke through the clouds. Carrying the scorching high temperature, it turned into a brilliant sun with a diameter of 1 kilometer and fell from the sky. At a very fast speed, he walked towards the huge Merkel. Under the high temperature brought by this big day, even Mikkel, the king of the gods, felt the endless crisis. While roaring violently, a 1,000-foot-high tsunami was set off by both hands. The power of the god of the sea was activated instantly, and the endless sea water seemed to be summoned, turning into an endless stream of water flowing around Mikkel's body, forming a powerful defensive barrier. The moment the sun comes into contact with the seawater, the intense high temperature instantly evaporates a large amount of seawater. For a while, the fire of the sun and the endless seawater stalemate together, and in the end, the horse carrying the fire of the sun was slightly better. The speed of evaporating the seawater exceeded the speed of replenishment, breaking down the huge water bubble, and the brilliant day finally hit Mikkel's body. While engulfing the surrounding seawater in an instant, the endless fire of the sun also engulfed Mikkel. After a pause for half a second, the seawater instantly reversed, and the fire of the sun was finally extinguished under the scouring of the endless seawater. Mikkel, who was covered in scars and burns, was revealed. Sure enough, under the action of the true fire of the sun, even Mikkel's powerful body of the gods will be hurt. Ha ha ha! Velislana, you didn't disappoint me. It was a nice blow, but it wasn't enough to beat me. The vitality of the gods is far beyond that of ordinary people. Although both sides are damaged at this time, they have no influence on the fighting spirit and strength in their hearts. Without the slightest pause, Mecha launched an attack again, and the two powerful gods used all their strength to start the final confrontation. Fortunately, the place where the two fought was in the ocean. If it was on land, Suhai believed that even the largest city would be razed to the ground in an instant by these two guys. The civilization that made mankind proud vanished in an instant. It's just that these two guys fighting with all their strength, what they didn't notice, was above the thick clouds in the distance. There was a man in crimson armor looking at everything in the field through the dark clouds. Of course, they may have noticed it, but the pride of being a god made them arrogantly ignore the existence of this money ant. And this person was naturally Suhai, who had just arrived from Merkel. Carved out. Awakening is the second heavenly dragon of the principle of gaining dominance from God, sneering infinitely, worrying about dreams. After waiting for Veleslana and Mikkel to fight for a while, Suhai chanted the liberation spell without hesitation, entered the Tyrannosaurus state, and awakened to become the Red Dragon Emperor. Because under Suhai's observation, the two of Veleslana had already fought to the most anxious time, and each of them was consumed, and now is undoubtedly the best time to shoot. After all, only by killing the gods in their most complete state can they gain more power. If the two of them fight 0-70 like this, there will inevitably be a situation of incompleteness, which is what Suhai does not want to see. The moment he entered the Tyrannosaurus state, Suhai felt countless thoughts flooding into his mind crazily, trying to disturb his mind and make himself out of control. Suhai knows that this is the consciousness left over from every previous Along Emperor. The awakening of the Red Dragon Emperor means that Suhai wants to carry everything, which is why Belong's state is not easy to control. With the current strength of Suhai, he can only maintain this state for 10 minutes at most. After this time limit, Suhai may no longer be himself. But for Suhai, 10 minutes was enough for the scene. At the moment of success, Suhai directly took out the Sword of Oath of Victory and held it high above his head. Under the state of Tyrannosaurus, endless holy light poured into the Sword of Oath of Victory madly. Almost in an instant, the Sword of Oath of Victory completed the charging of its maximum power and turned into a giant beam of light soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, Suhai swung the beam of light that was enough to split the mountains and seas towards the Veleslana and Mikkel, who were fighting with each other not far below. Although this process may seem complicated, it is actually only a momentary thing. Chapter 68. Cough, have you finally started? A little human ant also wants to attack me. Facing this sudden attack, Veleslana and Mikkel were fighting with all their might. But there was no surprised expression. Apparently, both knew of Suhai's existence in advance. Just not broken. Looking at the imminent attack, Lenor was ready to use the Phoenix avatar to enter a state of speed to dodge immediately. And Mikkel also flashed blue electric light all over his body. Obviously, he was ready to turn into a thunderbolt and dodge at the speed of a thunderbolt. Want to hide? Where is it so easy? The lock of the sky. It's a pity that Suhai has not been so arrogant from beginning to end that the two gods of Veleslana will not be able to discover themselves, so naturally, he is well prepared. Just as Veleslana and Mikkel were preparing to counterattack with their own means, countless golden chains suddenly stretched out from the void beside them. Bind the two together. Under the action of the heavenly chain, the powers of the two very powerful gods that had just been activated were immediately silenced. This made the brilliance of the Sword of Oath of Victory hit the two directly, and the endless brilliance passed through them, and the sea level of several kilometers was cut open. A vacuum zone with a length of several kilometers and a depth of hundreds of meters appeared. After a full 2 seconds of pause, the sea water gathered again with a roar. Young man, what a beautiful blow! Your intelligence, bravery, and strength have brought you to victory. Fool, it must be me who will win this time. After the light dissipated, Veleslana's body turned into a faint light, and while dissipating, Suhai, who looked at the state of the Tyrannosaurus in the sky, praised. Apparently, with this blow, Lenor was killed. In fact, Lenor died of pride after all, and he never thought that Suhai would have the existence of the Lock of Heaven in his hands. At the moment of being bound by the chain of heaven, all of Veleslana's powers could not be used, including the ram incarnation that could recover from his injuries and resurrect himself once, and he died tragically. Skylock! I didn't expect you, an ant, to have such an evil thing. But you want to defeat me just because of this, you foolishly underestimated me. To Suhai's surprise, although Veleslana was defeated by himself, Mikkel, with his powerful body, forcibly resisted the attack of the Sword of Victory Oath just now. And in the case of being unable to use his power, he struggled with all his might. The locks of the sky that bound it were actually broken one by one. Obviously, although the lock of the sky has a great restraint effect on the gods. But after the power of the gods exceeds a certain limit, the lock of the sky is not an indestructible existence. If Lenor hadn't been stunned in an instant, he probably wouldn't have been able to control it for too long on this day. Looking at Mikkel, who was about to break free from the shackles of the sky, Suhaya was a little surprised, but also a little fortunate. He quickly took out the Prometheus secret book from his arms. Fortunately, this time we were fully prepared, otherwise, it would be really unknown who would kill the deer at that time. The moment the Prometheus cheats appeared, Suhai directly activated the one-time white horse power stored in it, and a familiar big sun appeared in the sky again. He landed towards Mikkel, who was still trying to break the lock of the sky. Boost, boost, boost. In order to be able to play a one-hit kill, Suhai simultaneously activated the doubling power of the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor, which made the sun increase several times in succession during the descent. In the end, the Micro of this small sun will even have to use the power of Veleslana. When Mikkel was about to break free from the last lock of the sky, the falling white horse hit him with rolling flames in an instant. In the end, Mikkel, who was already scarred, could no longer resist this level of attack. Still fell to the ground with a roar, his body turned into an endless brilliance and merged into Suhai's body. At this time, Suhai withdrew the Sword of Oath Victory in his hand and lifted the Tyrannosaurus state. There was even a smile from the heart on his face, but this smile did not last long. A huge drowsiness hit him instantly. Suhai was under this drowsiness that came from nowhere, and he didn't know what to do. Unstoppable. He fell asleep directly at an altitude of several thousand meters, and the whole person quickly fell towards the ground in a free-fall posture. No matter how Drake called, there was still no sign of waking up. Fortunately, when Suhai was about to fall to the ground, a red figure approached this area at a very fast speed, and soared into the air, catching Suhai perfectly in the air. This guy actually succeeded. It really is. Needless to say, this person is obviously Erika, who has been watching the battle from a distance. When she saw Suhai deal with Veleslana in an instant, Erika rushed over in shock. On the way, Mikkel, the king of the gods, was also defeated by Suhai. At this time, Erika looked at Suhai in her arms with a very complicated expression, and she didn't know what language to use to describe her current mood. Here is. On the other hand, when Suhai opened his eyes again, he found himself in a grey and white space. Newborn child, you are really excellent. You actually defeated those two bodyguards at one time. In this regard, you can be regarded as the best of all mother's children. Before Suhai could recover, he heard a lovely voice in front of him, well done. Looking up, I saw a man in his teens, with long purple hair in double ponytails, and a lovely childlike appearance and physique. The girl between Loli and the girl appeared in front of him. What makes people laugh the most is that this little Loli has a baby face, but deliberately pretends to be very mature. Gives a sense of contrast. Mother. I don't remember having such a young mother. The moment he saw this little Loli, Suhai also guessed that the person in front of him was Pandora, who was in charge of the turning technique. Strictly speaking, all shrines are indeed produced through Pandora. This is also the reason why Pandora, as every god, is his own child. But that doesn't mean Suhai will admit a poor little Loli as a mother. Chapter 69. Between the words, Suhai also used his own eyes to listen to the position above Pandora's head, because there is a 5-star golden egg on Pandora's head that only Suhai can see. As for the conditions for opening, it is the same as most, that is to kill by touching the head. Woo 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 woo. Really, another unlovable child. The next moment, the rejected Pandora suddenly said with tears in her eyes like a child. Just like a bullied little Loli. Looking at Pandora like this, Suhai felt very helpless, and couldn't help feeling for a while, these gods are really willful. He has lived for at least tens of thousands of years, and his character is still like a child. Hestia is like this, and Pandora is like this. Oh, looks like the time has come. Although this request may be a bit willful, but I still hope you don't forget me. The two probably spent a cup of tea together, and Suhai's body suddenly became a little illusory. Apparently it was time to come, and Pandora seemed very regretful and reluctant to say this when she saw this familiar scene. The emotion in his eyes is as if Suhai is really his own child. "Don't worry, I'm different from others, I won't forget you." Facing Pandora with a bleak look, Suhai naturally knew what the little loli was thinking in front of him. After each god killer successfully tried his gods, he would come to the underworld to meet Pandora and complete the final ritual. It's a pity that this memory will be forgotten once you leave. So sadly, every god has no memory of Pandora. This is where Pandora is a little sad, but Suhai, who knows this, is not worried at all, because there is still the existence of the system in his mind. Suhai didn't think a small turnaround ceremony could get past the system and erase his memory. At the last moment when his body was about to disappear, Suhai suddenly stretched out his palm and placed it on Pandora's head. It's like a brother comforting a sad sister. At the same time, Suhai also took advantage of this opportunity to obtain the 5-star golden egg on Pandora's head at the moment of disappearance. "Won't you forget? What a special kid." Feeling the temperature that has not dissipated on his head, Pandora muttered to himself while having some surprise on his face. In fact, the moment he saw Suhai, Pandora felt that Suhai was not from this world. It's just that it hasn't been broken. After all, the world consciousness has not rejected Suhai, and Pandora will naturally not be meddling. And Pandora can also see that Suhai is not a big villain. At this moment, Suhai in the real world opened his eyes leisurely. Just as Suhai was about to get up, he felt a softness and heaviness in his arms. When he turned his head, he found that Erica was sitting on the edge of the bed and fell asleep on her right arm. Obviously due to some fatigue. Seeing this, Suhai probably guessed what happened, and looked at Erica who was sleeping with a soft smile. Then he stopped trying to get up. Turning around to look at the surrounding environment, I found myself sleeping on a large soft bed. Looking at the surrounding environment, it should be a bedroom or a study room. Because in the center of this room there are 2 shelves of books neatly placed. System, open the properties panel. In order not to disturb Erica to rest, and Suhai clearly felt the incomparably vigorous energy in her body and there seemed to be something else in her body. Suhai, who couldn't wait to feel the change in himself, simply lay on the bed and said to the system in his mind. Name, Suhai, God Killer, Demon King. Physique, early stage of 4 figures. Energy, 4-digit early days. Power, God's gift, Sky Power, Eastern War God Power, 12 Trials, Adake, 1000 Words Spirit. Items, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, Rias Original Fatty. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Comprehensive Evaluation, 4 figures. Looking at the attribute panel that only he can see in front of him, Suhai couldn't help but feel that the harvest was huge this time. When he killed the god of disobedience, Suhai not only obtained the omnipotence of the god of replenishment, but also the majestic divine power and powerful physique of the god of disobedience. As for power, one is the power of the sky taken from Mikkel, the king of the gods. The other one can tell at a glance that the war god Veleslana contains the power of the war god of the east in 10 incarnations. Judging from the information in his mind, the power of the sky is just like Mikkel's display, which can control the sky, summon storms, thunder and so on to attack the enemy. As for the 10 incarnations, there is no need to say more. It is a very versatile and powerful power, but it is a pity that each incarnation has conditions to activate. Before coming to this world, Suhai used the strength of Hakenuwa world to convert, at most, the strength of 5 figures, and it was the weaker one among the 5 figures. Today, it has become a 4-digit existence in one leap. It is a proper surpassing strength in the Demon High School. As for how strong it is, it can only be known after fighting the strong. By the way, don't I still have a 5-star golden egg? In addition to being happy, Suhai also recalled that in his system space, there was also a 5-star golden egg obtained from Pandora. Adhering to the idea of no need for white, Suhai also directly issued an order to let the system use this 5-star golden egg. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect version for the reincarnation ceremony of the gods. As the golden egg shattered, the system sound came into Suhai's mind. At the same time, a very exquisite purple magic circle appeared in the void system space. God's Lair Reincarnation Ceremony. Is it the one controlled by Pandora? Do I still need this thing in this world? When he heard what he had obtained, Suhai paused briefly, and then said with a wry smile. At this time, Suhai's heart was bleeding, and he had high hopes for this 5-star golden egg. Even if he couldn't develop any perverted abilities, it would be good to have a usable artifact. But never thought it would be such a thing. Host, please don't question the capabilities of the system. The system is produced, it must be a boutique. It seemed that Suhai felt a little uncomfortable, and his own abilities were questioned. The voice of the system entered Suhai's mind again. Chapter 70. Ah! Is there anything different about this god's reincarnation ceremony? Facing the system's rebuttal, Suhai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked subconsciously. After all, the system has never let itself down since time travel. Today, the system's answer undoubtedly shows that this ritual of reincarnation of the gods has its own unique features. What? Returning to the host, this reincarnation ceremony of the gods was created after optimization, a brand new ceremony. After some systematic explanation, Suhai also completely understood the uniqueness of this perfect god-killer reincarnation ceremony. As we all know, in the world of gods' lairs, although because of the existence of rituals, anyone who kills the gods who refuse to obey can gain the power of gods' lairs. But there are also limitations, that is, after the first successful test of God, the strength of physical improvement and the acquisition of spiritual power in the body are constant. And in the process of killing the god of disobedience in the future, it will not increase the physical strength and the total amount of spiritual power. It will only gain the power of the other party. Therefore, in this world, the amount of power, whether it is strong or not, and the application of its own power, determine the strength of the gods. After all, the basic properties are the same. With this perfect god-killer reincarnation ceremony, Suhai will not have such restrictions. As long as he keeps killing gods, he can always improve his power. At the same time, due to the fact that this ritual can be integrated into the body, even if you go to another world and kill the gods of that world, you can complete the reincarnation ritual without Pandora. The most important point is that this perfect level ceremony has its own optimization function, which can merge and integrate the captured power. After understanding this, Suhai also fully understood that this is a buff that can be carried around. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai directly gave the order to use, and the purple magic circle that was originally staying in the system space instantly melted into his body. This feeling. The moment the purple magic circle entered his mind, Suhai instantly felt the changes in his body, and the powers that were plundered gradually changed under the evolution of their respective rules. In the end, among the top 10 incarnations, the incarnation of the wind that can summon the storm, the incarnation of the boy who gives Jiahu to the people around him, the incarnation of the white horse that summons the scorching sun, and the incarnation of the goat that controls the thunder are all integrated into Mikul's sky power and turned into a symbol of the crystal of the sky rules. The remaining ram incarnations, phoenix incarnations, bull incarnations, camel incarnations, wild boar incarnations, and warrior incarnations just gathered together and turned into another piece of earth rule crystal. 2 crystals stayed in Suhai's mind, circling up and down around the purple magic circle, as if to represent the sky and the earth. In Western mythology, the power of the gods is nothing but the sky and the earth. Now, although the many powers of Suhai have become 2, it seems to be reduced. But Suhai can clearly feel that these 2 powers are already completely his own. Today's Suhai is not like a god-killer who usurps the power of a disobedient god, but more like a god in charge of power. Just when Suhai was happy that his strength had increased again, Erica, who was sleeping with his right hand in his arms, woke up with a murmur. "Are you awake?" Looking at Erica, who had some sleepy eyes, Suhai smiled and said very gently, "My dear king, please forgive my rudeness." Facing the smiling face that greeted her eyes, Erica's face flashed an embarrassed look, and she was a little sluggish. Erica knelt on one knee at the head of the bed, looking somewhat restrained, and said to Suhai, who was lying on the bed with great respect, Today is different from the past. In Erica's heart at this time, Suhai is no longer the boy she just met, but a demon king who can dominate the fate of this world. Even Erica didn't dare to be arrogant when she didn't fully understand Suhai's character. This is the status of the crowned god in this world. This is not the Erica I know. In my heart, Erica is a gorgeous rose that blooms beautifully. Compared to your current appearance, I prefer Erica who was able to chat with me a few days ago. I am who I am, and nothing will change because I become a god's lair. Looking at Erica in this state, a helpless expression flashed in Suhai's eyes. She sat up from the bed, and said very seriously, "0, ask for flowers." Bowing her head, Erica, who was originally somewhat restrained, heard Suhai's words. He also raised his head for a while, looking at Suhai in surprise. "King, allow me to be your knight." Immediately afterwards, Erica seemed to make up her mind and solemnly said with a standard knightly manner. Obviously, Erica has gradually returned to her usual appearance at this time, but her name for Suhai has not changed. Right? Isn't this what we agreed on long ago? Or does Erica feel that I am not qualified to accept you as a knight and want to leave me? Looking at Erica who was waiting for her answer, Suhai said it as a matter of course. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. This made Erica, who was very serious, unable to react. Erica also didn't expect that a joke a few days ago has now come true. Ah, Adu. My concubine really saw a historic scene. At this moment, a very tempting mature voice suddenly came from the door. I saw at the door a mature woman with long orange hair, wearing a black gauze coat, with looming skin, smiling and watching everything. Facing the woman who suddenly spoke, Suhai looked up with interest. There was a powerful magic in this woman's body. Although it is far from reaching the level of a god, but it is not inferior to Erica, an Italian genius girl, and even in terms of magic power, it is even higher than Erica. King, this is Ms. Horatia Zola, known as the Witch of Sardinia. When I found you 3 days ago, because Wang Cheng was down, I brought Wang here to rest. Perhaps she also saw Suhai's exploratory expression, so Erica explained slowly. It turned out that 3 days ago, Erica, who came from behind, caught Suhai who fell from the sky, and then brought Suhai in a comatose state to the nearest, Lucrezia, who is also an Italian witch. Zola's home. 2. Chapter 71. And Suhai was in a coma for 3 full days. After learning that he had been in a coma for 3 days, Suhai also had a stunned expression on his face. After all, Suhai only felt that less than a stick of incense had passed in the dark world, but he did not expect that in the real world, he had already. It's been such a long time. Lucrezia has seen His Majesty. Seeing such a scene, Lucrezia Zola, who had been standing at the door, also saluted Suhai who just got up with a smile on her face. Looking at Lucrezia Zola's reaction, Suhai just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. At the same time, he walked out of the room, and after a while Suhai came to the courtyard of the villa. Lucrezia and Erica naturally followed behind them unhurriedly. Feeling the 210 sunlight shining down in the sky, Suhai couldn't help but soothe his body a little stiff. After all, after lying down for 3 days, and the grey space of the world, Suhai was really not used to it. Now, under the sunlight, it seems that all the turbid air has been spit out. King, the red copper and black cross is willing to be loyal to the king. Looking at Suhai who was in a good mood, Erica suddenly spoke up from the left rear. Indicates that the copper-black cross wants to collectively pledge allegiance to Suhai, and from now on will be dominated by Suhai. Is that what your uncle meant? Facing Erica's words, Suhai was not surprised at all. Now in the original work, Kusanagi Godu, the protagonist, just killed Veleslana, the god of disobedience, and the red copper and black cross did not. Hesitantly chose to surrender. Now Suhai not only successfully tried to kill Veleslana, but also solved the king of the gods Merkel, becoming the only one who killed 2 gods at the same time and became a god's lair. There is no reason why the red bronze black cross should not choose to submit. After all, a magical guild with god testers and a magical guild without god killers are completely different existences. Although each god's lair does his own way, it is troublesome to serve, but in terms of the benefits, this trouble is not worth mentioning at all. Looking meaningful, he did not give an accurate answer, but instead asked his own Suhai. Erika's eyes widened for a while, looking a little surprised. Obviously there is some doubts about how Suhai knew. After all, Erika herself only got the order from her uncle Paul Browntree after reporting the situation 2 days ago. For your sake, I promise the allegiance of the Red Copper Black Cross, but the corresponding Red Copper Black Cross will also do something for me. Looking at Erika with a surprised face, Suhai did not stop, and directly agreed to the request of the Black Cross for allegiance. Thank you for your kindness. Just don't know what the king said. Seeing Suhai's agreement, Erika was also a little happy, but she was just a little confused about what Suhai wanted the Red Copper Black Cross to do. Activate all the power of the Red Copper Black Cross, help me find the mythical relic that can summon the god of disobedience. Now, with Suhai, who has perfected the turning ceremony of the gods, the way to improve his strength is undoubtedly to kill more gods. If he passively waits for the god of disobedience to come, the chances will be quite slim. Suhai thinks about it, and it is more reliable to take the initiative to attack. In this world, there are some existences like the Hela Stone Pillar, the Gorgon Stone, etc., which can pull the gods in mythology into reality as a god of disobedience. Although these mythological relics are still available, they are far more hopeful than waiting quietly for the god of replenishment to come. Finding these things requires huge forces and a lot of manpower. It is undoubtedly the most suitable for the huge magic associations with these forces all over the world to do this for themselves. This is one of the main reasons why Suhai would agree to allegiance to the Copper Black Cross. Wang, I'll pass the news to my uncle, and let him use the power of the Red Copper Black Cross to help you find what you want. At this moment, Erika finally understood Suhai's purpose, and at the same time, she quickly passed Suhai's request to her uncle who is the leader of the Red Copper Black Cross. Rather than passively waiting, is it better to take the initiative? What a brave and prudent king! Looking at Suhai's performance of making a plan, making plans and then moving, Zola, who has been standing by the side to watch quietly, can't help but sigh with emotion in her heart. At this moment, Zola deeply understands that Suhai has a courageous and resourceful existence, strong strength coupled with a rational mind. He is undoubtedly a very terrifying person. Looking for ancient relics. Our new Xiangxia will really give us a problem. But it's all worth it compared to the benefits. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Bronze Black Cross in Rome, Paul Browntree, the chief teacher, was sitting at the desk, watching the news from Erika in his hand. Muttered to himself. At the same time, at the moment of reading the news, Paul Browntree did not hesitate at all, and immediately handed the order to a waiter next to him, letting him spread the order quickly. On the other side, in a huge conference room of the Council of Sages in London, England, a dozen or so old, young, male or female people sat around a long table and looked at each other. Just received news that the 7th Campione to rule the world was born in Sardinia, Italy. And this king is very extraordinary. He directly killed the war god Veleslana and the king of the Mediterranean gods Mikkel. At present, the powers acquired are unknown, but undoubtedly very powerful. A middle-aged man sitting in the main seat with a very serious face suddenly said. The moment they finished speaking, the people below started to talk a lot. Some were surprised at the emergence of the 7th king, and some were surprised that Suhai killed 2 gods of disobedience at the same time. All right. We need to think carefully about the title that this person has swayed. It turned out that the Council of Sages also undertakes the work of recording every god's lair. At the same time as the records are recorded, a title will be given to each king. Just like Salvatore Toni, the King of Swords, Luo Yang, the King of Martial Arts, etc. At this time, the Council of Sages is cautious and cautious. After all, it has the character of a godlike person to go his own way. If you take a title that does not meet or is not good, you will inevitably have trouble at that time. Just one day later, the title of Suhai King of Light spread to the mysterious side of the world. Chapter 72. The King of Light. Suhai, who is located in the Villa Zola in Sardinia, Italy, flashed a helpless look on his face after hearing the title. which seemed to be a bit of a middle school. Needless to say, on the day of the battle, it was obvious that Suhai used the Cun victory sword, carrying the endless brilliance to kill Veleslana, so the title of King of Light was a bit outrageous. Master, the seventh king is born. The name is Suhai. It seems that I am also a person from the east, who tried to kill two powerful gods of disobedience in Italy, Veleslana and the King of the Gods, and successfully crowned them. The title is the King of Light. On the top of Mount Lushan in Daxia, there is a quiet and secluded place at first sight. A young man wearing a black training suit is kneeling outside a courtyard. With a hint of fear on his face, he returned to the courtyard. Yeah? It's really interesting. My compatriots in the east. It's a pity that one mountain does not allow two tigers, and my land of Daxia does not need two kings. In the very center of the courtyard, there is a pavilion covered by layers of veils. Through these veils, one can vaguely see a peerless person in the pavilion. In the voice, there are 4 points of beauty, 3 points of clarity, 2 points of domineering, and 1 point of shock. Hope you are an interesting person. On the other side, on a flight from Greece to Italy, a handsome young man with blonde hair also looked in the direction of Italy with interest. It was as if through the occlusion of the plane and the endless space, I saw the person I wanted to see. The most interesting thing is that next to this young man, there is a long object wrapped in black cloth quietly placed. After the news of Suhai, the King of Light, was completely spread, it caused a sensation on the mysterious side. Including the other 6 Shikigami, everyone noticed Suhai, a person who could change the situation of today's world. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another few days passed quickly. Wang, is there something wrong with the concubine's hospitality? You are leaving me. On this day, at the entrance of Zola's villa in Lucuratia, Sardinia, Zola, who was wearing a long purple dress, looked a little weak and looked at Suhai with a look of crying without tears. Like a girl who is about to be abandoned. It's a pity that such an image doesn't match his mature, succubus-like appearance at all. Cut. Vixen. This also caused Erica, who was standing behind Suhai to the right, to be a little dissatisfied. Okay, stop pretending. Zola, since you are so reluctant to part with me, then leave with me. Looking at some pretentious Luculazia Zola, Suhai rolled his eyes helplessly, and then said a little casually. Okay. Suhai just said it casually, but did not expect Luculazia Zola to agree directly. And looking at the smug expression on his face, it is obvious that he has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. At this moment, let alone Erica, even Suhai was a little surprised. After all, during this period of time together, Suhai also learned that Lucura Kyazala, as a famous witch on Sardinia, has not left the island for nearly 10 years. She can be regarded as a real hidden witch, but now she suddenly wants to leave Sardinia, which is naturally a little surprising. I've spent enough time on this island, and it's time to get out and about. I feel that as long as I follow Wang's side, very interesting things will happen. Of course, the most important thing is that you are very attractive, Wang, and I find that I seem to have a crush on you. Looking at the surprised two, Luculazia Zola said in disapproval. It's as if he's just doing something he's used to. Seeing this, Suhai didn't say much, but the people who left the villa changed from 2 to 3. In fact, what Luculazia Zola did is understandable. As long as there are intelligent creatures, loneliness is often a powerful enemy. Even a strong person can't endure long-term loneliness. The pursuit of fun is the nature of people and all living beings. Even witches are no exception. As for what Lucura Kyazala said about being infatuated with Suhai, it's mostly a joke, maybe it's the only reason to find more fun with Suhai. After all, during this period of time, after Luculazia Zola figured out Suhai's character, she would often do something to tease Suhai. King, our flight of the Copper and Black Cross is not far away. As long as you get on the plane, you can reach the headquarters in Rome in less than an hour. Uncle has already prepared what he found, and Wang can get that ancient relic when he gets off the plane. On the way to the private airport, Erica said to Suhai, who was sitting in the back while driving. As for Luculazia Zola, she was sitting next to Suhai and leaned her upper body on Suhai's shoulders, intentionally or unintentionally. While doing so, he also used his own eyes to observe the rearview mirror of the car to observe Erika's expression. Apparently, a large part of Lucura Kyazala's reason for doing this was to tease Erika. Facts have proved that Luculaziazola does this very well. Erika will always stare at Luculaziazola in the rearview mirror inadvertently and viciously. It can only be said that Zhang is still old and spicy. Erika is also a very smart, mature person with a unique aura. It's a pity that the strong has its own strong middle, in front of a senior like Luculaziazola. After all, it is a little worse. The reason why Suhaya will leave Sardinia this time is to head to the headquarters of the Roman Copper and Black Cross. The reason was the ancient relic that Erika mentioned. It turned out that 2 days ago, the Red Copper Black Cross was very fortunate to find a unique and mysterious ancient relic. Although the obtained thing was very dilapidated, after some research, it was finally determined that this ancient relic was a sacred corpse cloth, and it was guessed that it should be something of an archangel. Of course, whether the guess is true or not can only be confirmed after successfully summoning the god of disobedience. Paul Browntree, who was originally the head coach of the Red Bronze Black Cross, had to deliver it himself, but Suhai said that he had to get it himself, which is why this scene is now. Erika, you go to the airport with Zola first. Just when there was a faint expectation in his heart, Suhai suddenly looked out of the car window, as if sensing something. Chapter 73. While letting Erika arrange it, he opened the car door and walked out. Wang, what's wrong? Seeing Suhai who got out of the car suddenly, Erika and Zola immediately felt something was wrong, and asked quickly. Here comes a funny guy. It should have come to me. After all, this snow-rushing sword intent is very provocative. If we don't solve it, I think we won't let us leave. Feeling the sharp sword intent not far away, Suhai said slowly with a smile on his face. Although he didn't see the other party, Suhai also knew that this person must be looking for him, because this sword intent, like a gauntlet, couldn't be more obvious. A sword intent that can make the king care. Could it be that one? Although the two did not sense the sword intent in Suhai's mouth, Erika didn't think Suhai was lying. On the contrary, after pausing for a while, he seemed to have guessed something, and half said in shock. After all, in the whole world, there may be many people who use swords, and there are also many creative people. But the advice that came out could make sense to Suhai, a god killer, but only a few. It should be the guy you guessed. Seeing Erika's reaction, Suhai also nodded slightly. Then he turned into a thunderbolt and rose into the air, heading towards the direction of the sword intent. Although it has not been long since he obtained the power of the sky and the power of the earth have completely become a part of Suhai's body under the action of the perfect god-killer reincarnation ceremony. Little tricks like turning into a thunderbolt are undoubtedly something that can be easily captured. Don't worry, our king is someone who has created miracles. Absolutely not to lose. Sitting in the car, Lucura Kyazala watched Suhai transformed into a thunderbolt and left. As if seeing Erika's worried look, she changed her usual black-bellied face, and comforted her in an unusually serious manner. Late, are you here? On the other side, on a huge plain a few kilometers away from Erika and the others, a blond man with a rectangular box waited quietly. At a certain moment, the man suddenly raised his head and looked at a blue lightning bolt coming from the sky, smiled and muttered to himself. Sword King Salvatore Toni. The blue thunderbolt landed on the ground and smashed a deep hole into the ground, then turned into the appearance of Suhai. The moment he walked out of the pit and came to the blond man, Suhai directly revealed the identity of the blond man. It turned out that this blond young man who was looking for fun and holding a strange box in his hand was the King of Swords, Salvatore Toni, one of the 7 god slayers in the world today. Since you know my identity, then you should also know my purpose. Otherwise you will not accept my gauntlet either. Salvatore Toni, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses on his forehead, was not surprised at Suhai's behavior of calling out his name directly, but said very cheerfully. It seemed that he couldn't wait for what happened next. Change place. This island is not big enough to be our battleground. Seeing this, Suhai did not hesitate at all, and after saying a word, he once again transformed into a thunderbolt and headed towards an isolated island overseas. In fact, after discovering that the person who came was Salvatore Toni, Suhai already knew the origin of the other party. After all, Salvatore Toni goes his own way and loves to find strong enemies to fight in the entire mysterious test. Although this guy has a bright smile all the time, he is a full-fledged fighting maniac. He can even slash people with a sword while smiling in the sun. Seeing Suhai so decisive, the smile on Salvatore Toni's face became even deeper. He hurriedly ran with the wooden box in his hand at a very fast speed. It didn't take long for Suhai, who turned into a thunderbolt, to reach an isolated island more than 10 kilometers away from Sardinia. Although this isolated island is not as big as Sardinia, it should be several kilometers long and wide. At this time, on the sea several kilometers away from the isolated island, there was a figure running towards the isolated island at an extremely fast speed. Apparently, that person was Salvatore Toni, who was chasing Suhai. Although this guy does not have the ability to fly, he runs with his strong physical fitness, and his speed is not slow at all. It is even more able to do such absurd things as running wildly on the sea without falling into the sea. Of course, this is not his patent alone, everything in this world can be done. This is also the reason why only gods and gods of disobedience can harm the god's lair, because the body of the god's lair has long been strong to the point of a kind of perversion. Even the most powerful magician or knight in this world cannot harm the gods from the outside at all. Ha ha ha! Take my sword! The moment he came to the island, Salvatore Toni jumped into the air, took out the long sword in the wooden box, and slashed towards Suhai at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, Salvatore Toni, who had been chasing after him for a long time, was already a little impatient to start a battle between the powerhouses. Facing this seemingly ordinary sword, Suhai had the illusion that he could not dodge. I have to say that Salvatore Toni is worthy of being the king of swords. If only the swordsmanship is concerned, perhaps only the martial arts king in Jiangnan can compare with him. Although Suhai also learned some swordsmanship through the golden egg, it is a mortal thing after all, and now it is not on the table at all. Okay. Facing such a situation, Suhai frowned slightly, and at the same time directly activated the crystal representing the power of the earth under the purple magic circle in his mind. In an instant, countless earth forces were transmitted into Suhai's body through the soles of his feet. It makes Suhai reach a whole new level in terms of physical strength and all aspects of quality. At this time, Suhai even had an illusion that as long as he stepped on the ground, he was an undefeated existence. With the blessing of the power of the whole island, Suhai raised his right hand without hesitation and punched upwards in a very arrogant way. And the goal of the fist is the extremely sharp long sword in Salvatore Toni's hand. Suhai's idea is also very simple, since it is not comparable to swordsmanship skills. Then use strength to crush. As long as you have the power to crush the opponent absolutely, then all skills will be destroyed like a destructive force. Chapter 74. In the next instant, the pure and jade-white right fist and the indestructible blade collided fiercely. A terrifying storm swept the entire island in an instant. Countless sturdy trees were broken by the waste, and some were even uprooted, and they were thrown to nowhere. The aftermath of the attack caused a huge deep pit to appear around the two of them. The powerful force caused the entire island to vibrate endlessly, and the originally calm sea area around was also turbulent, and the wind and waves were rising one after another. Relying on the intuition of wild beasts, countless marine creatures sensed the danger and fled around, away from the island at an extremely fast speed. A power of the body protection type. It has such terrifying power and physical strength. Under the powerful force, Salvatore Toni, who held a sharp sword in his hand, was at a disadvantage at the moment of the confrontation. With the terrifying force coming from the blade, Salvatore Toni, who was already in mid-air, quickly flew backwards. When it landed, it slid on the ground for a distance of several hundred meters before it stopped. Looking at the two pits under his feet that he slid out of, Salvatore Toni moved his slightly sore palms, looking at Suhai opposite him and said with interest. It was as if he had found some interesting playmates. The blood of the evil dragon Fafnir, grant me the fate of immortality. Man of Steel. In the next moment, it may also be known that Suhai now possesses far more power than himself. Salvatore Toni did not hesitate to use the power of the Blessing of Steel. The power of Man of Steel is the power that Salvatore Toni usurped from the Nordic hero Siegfried. It can give the body the hardness and weight of steel, which can greatly enhance its own defense, strength and physical strength. At the moment when the protection of steel was completed, Salvatore Toni did not hesitate to attack Suhai again. A slash that slashed the mountains and the sea started, and Salvatore Toni followed closely. In this way, Suhai and Salvatore Toni, two divine beings, one under the protection of the power of the earth and the other under the protection of the steel, Adake, are like two berserkers. As well as its savage ways to melee up. It can be said that it is a fist to the flesh. Although Salvatore Redtoni has the protection of steel, his physical fitness and strength are still inferior to Suhai, who has exerted the power of the earth. But Salvatore Toni's superb swordsmanship is far above the half-baked Suhai. Therefore, at one time, one person relied on the exquisite swordsmanship, and one person relied on the arrogant power to fight back and forth in a short time. Ha 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 ha! It was so much fun! You are really interesting and a respectable opponent. Hope you don't die next time. Swear it here. I don't allow anything that I can't cut. And this sword is an invincible blade that can cut and cut through everything on the ground. Silverarm the Ripper. The two fought for a long time, and Salvatore Toni took advantage of a gap to jump and spread a distance. With a smile on his face, he looked at Suhai admiringly and said, "With the help of the fight, Salvatore Toni has clearly endorsed Suhai." As a word of speech slowly came out of Salvatore Toni's mouth, Salvatore Toni's entire arm and the long sword in his hand all turned silvery white. Needless to say, this is Salvatore Toni's strongest power, usurped from the place of the Celtic god Nuada, scary and unpretentious. The reason why it is said to be unpretentious is because this power has only one function, that is, to turn any object into a magic sword. The scary thing is that it is extremely scary because of its simplicity. This magic sword can open anything, the ocean, the sky, the earth, and even the intangible gas, liquid, spiritual body, etc., can be easily cut off. At the moment when the magic sword was formed, Salvatore Toni locked it on Suhai without hesitation, wielding an extreme black sword energy. Headed towards Suhai at such a fast speed that Suhai didn't even have time to use the power of the earth to dodge. Due to the incarnation of Fengtu, as long as Suhai's feet stand on the ground, he can actually use the power of the ground to use the power similar to shrinking the ground into an inch. It's a pity that Suhai didn't have time to start now. In a single thought, he only had time to turn his body into a thunderbolt. But even so, Suhai's body of thunder was directly cut in half by this sword energy. And in the wound, there are also black magic flames preventing Suhai from recovering. It turned out that when turning an object into a magic sword, the torn Silverarm the Ripper can also endow the magic sword with different properties, and this black flame is obviously one of them. Feeling the pain coming from the wound and the constant erosion of his own strength, Suhai frowned slightly. At this time, Suhai was really angry. He has never been hurt like this since he traveled through time. After looking at Salvatore Redtoni with sharp eyes, Suhai let the black flames burn his body, and the whole body turned into nothingness in an instant. Looking at such a situation, Salvatore Toni was also stunned. In his calculations, Suhai would suffer huge damage from his sword, and he would not be able to fight in the end. However, with the power of the God Killer, as long as you mobilize the massive magic power in your body, it will take some time to completely dispel the magic flame. Salvatore Toni never imagined that Suhai would simply give up his resistance to the magic flame. The whole person was burned to ashes. Is that so? Is this the power of resurrection? But in the next instant, Salvatore Toni understood everything. Because at the place where Suhai was burned to ashes, under the action of a strange force, Suhai recovered in an instant. Apart from the gloomy expression on his face due to his anger, he couldn't see any injuries at all. It turned out that the reason why Suhai gave up resistance at that moment just now was to activate the 12 trials. Today's Suhai is constantly reborn, and the whole person has returned to the peak state. But the feeling of death at that moment made Suhai very uncomfortable. This also made Suhai determined that he would never experience this feeling again unless he had to. Chapter 75. For victory, come before me. Immortal Son. Suhai is not a person who will not fight back after taking a loss. In the moment of recovery, the whole sky is covered with dark clouds in an instant. The entire isolated island has a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and all of them have changed from clear sky to dark clouds, and it looks like a storm is coming. At the same time, several giant storms comparable to 12-level tornadoes rose up in the ocean, forming a spectacular scene of countless dragons absorbing water. For a while, the sea water flowed back, and the sea rolled over to form thousands of feet of waves that beat the isolated island. Thousands of thunders pierced the sky and turned into silver dragons illuminating the gloomy sky. Countless dull roars also broke through the sky. This is the scene of Suhai activating the power of the sky. After a speech, a white horse broke through the clouds, and in a loud cry, carrying the sun's brilliance shone over the entire island. In the process of descending, it turned into a huge sun burning with raging flames. The moment the sun appeared, it locked Salvatore Toni. Immediately after the sun, is the endless thunder. Facing the attack of the real fire of the sun and the silver furious thunder, the sunny smile on Salvatore Toni's face finally subsided, with a hint of indescribable heaviness. Looking at the brilliant sun that came to the top of his head in an instant, Salvatore Toni did not hesitate, and once again launched the Silver Arm the Ripper. It had to be said that the torn Silver Arm the Ripper was worthy of being Salvatore Toni's most powerful trump card. With a sharp blow, it directly cut the huge sun in half. It was a pity that it didn't help. The sun that split in half was not hindered in the slightest, and hit Salvatore Toni directly. With a violent sound, a burst of dazzling rays of light erupted, and scattered real fires of the sun were scattered over the entire island. What followed was a burst of solar flares carrying intense high temperature. Not only did the vegetation on the entire isolated island instantly turn to ashes, but even the surrounding sea area also rose sharply under this intense high temperature. A large number of marine life exudes rushing heat, floating from the bottom of the sea to the water surface, exuding a seductive aroma. Obviously it is already cooked and can't be cooked anymore. This was just the beginning. After the scorching sun, endless thunder continued to bombard the place where Salvatore Toni was. Under the powerful destructive power of thunder, in less than a cup of tea, the isolated island of tens of thousands of square kilometers fell apart, disintegrating in an instant, turning into pieces of rubble, and gradually sinking into the ocean. Salvatore Toni was also missing, and it must have sunk into the ocean along with the fragments of these isolated islands. But these are not issues that Suhai should consider. When the ground under his feet was about to sink, Suhai turned into a thunderbolt and headed in the direction of Sardinia. With Suhai's departure, the original scene of dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, and strong winds, as if the end of the day was coming, disappeared in an instant. Once again a very peaceful and calm scene was restored. King. At a private airport in the Red Cross of Sardinia, a flight and some staff are waiting quietly. Beside the plane, Zola and Erica were waiting silently, their eyes invariably turned towards the distant sea level, where Suhai and Salvatore Toni were fighting. Place to look. At the moment when the battlefield returned to calm, both of them felt slightly tense. Because they know it means the battle is over. Fortunately, it didn't take long for a thunderbolt to fall from the sky, just slashing right in front of the two of them. As the thunder dissipated, Suhai also appeared in front of the two. Seeing Suhai's return, Erica exclaimed happily. Lukura Kyazala also showed a sincere smile, because they all knew that since Suhai came to them, the result of the battle was also very clear, and there was no doubt that Suhai won the final victory. Defeated Salvatore Toni, the Sword King, who was also one of the God Slayers who led the entire Southern European Magic Society. I am back. Let's go, it's time for us to set sail. Looking at the expressions of the two girls, Suhai also said with a smile. At the same time, he stretched out his hands, and after Zola and Erica held them, they entered the long-standing plane together. 0, ask for flowers 0. Officially set sail, heading towards Rome, Italy. On the other side, where the battle took place, a middle-aged man in a black deacon uniform was riding a small cruise ship. Got there quickly. There was a worried look on his face, as if he was looking for something. After a while, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief, because he was on top of a fragment of an isolated island that had not completely sunk. The middle-aged man found his target, needless to say it was the fainted Salvatore Tony. Is this seventh body actually so terrifying? Even you are not an opponent, and you have been injured so badly. 0. It turned out that this middle-aged man was Andrea Rivera, an old friend of Salvatore Tony and a trusted knight who owned the Deacon of the King. Looking at Salvatore Tony, who was severely burned, scalded, and passed out, Andre Rivera looked very dignified and muttered to himself in surprise. While putting Salvatore Tony on the ship and taking him away, he was secretly surprised by Suhai's strength in his heart. At this time, Andrea Rivera couldn't believe the result. You must know that Suhai has just become a godslayer for less than a month. Logically speaking, he should not be able to use his power flexibly. But this is also normal. Suhai, as a cheater, can't use common sense to judge. As early as the moment the perfect godslayer ritual was integrated into his body, Suhai was no longer an ordinary godslayer in this world. With Suhai and Salvatore Tony, the two kings of sword and light, the battle is over. The final result was like a storm, sweeping the entire mysterious side in an instant, and countless organizations and powerful individuals received the news at almost the same time. Late, did you actually beat that kid in Southern Europe? As a newcomer, it's really surprising. I hope it doesn't get in my way, otherwise. In a deep villa on the Balkan Peninsula in Eastern Europe, an old man with white hair in a black evening dress also received the result of the battle. 2. Chapter 76. There is no doubt that he placed himself among the godslayers, and he was obviously one of the 7 godslayers in this world. It is worth mentioning that under the high platform where the old man stood, there were several nuns and people dressed as knights standing on both sides. However, these people don't look normal. If you have to describe it, it is more fitting to say that they are mummified puppets. In the center of the hall, a girl with silver hair was kneeling on one knee, with a silver saber hanging from her waist. The news about Suhai's victory over Salvatore Tony also came from her. As for organizations like the Council of Sages, after learning this news, they have a new estimate of Suhai's strength. System: golden egg, what the hell is an egg you gave me? On the flight from Sardinia to the Roma Crimson Cross, Suhai used his mind to complain about the system in the sea of 240 in his brain. At this time, there is a golden egg floating in the system space. It is worth mentioning that there are 6 stars on this golden egg. Obviously it is an unprecedented 6-star golden egg, but unfortunately, if you look closely, you will find that this 6-star golden egg is not complete, only about 1/3 of it. Strictly speaking, it's just a broken eggshell with glittering gold. This is also the reason why Suhai seems very helpless and can't help but complain about the system in his mind. It turned out that after defeating Salvatore Tony just now, Suhai got his 5-star golden egg as he wished. With some anticipation, after getting on the plane, Suhai used it directly. But what he didn't expect was a broken eggshell, which suddenly made Suhai feel like riding a roller coaster, falling from the sky to the bottom of the valley. Host: the 5-star golden egg and the 6-star golden egg are a watershed. 6-star golden eggs will hardly give anything below the 4-digit level, and this is exactly 1/3 of a complete 6-star golden egg. As long as you collect 3 copies, you can synthesize a complete 6-star golden egg. In the face of Suhai's complaining tone, only the system of mechanical intelligence will naturally not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Just explain slowly. Ugh. 1/3 is 1/3, and it is better than nothing. It's much easier than collecting all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. Suhai doesn't want to be too entangled with this unchangeable fact. And after listening to the system's explanation, Suhai also understood that as long as he collects 2 more copies, he can get an unprecedented 6-star golden egg. In this way, this seemingly useless eggshell is much better than many rewards. Wong, what's wrong? Perhaps sensing Suhai's mood swings, Lukara Kyazala, who was sitting next to him, turned his head and asked with a strange expression. At this point Luculazia thought that Suhai was injured in the previous battle. In response, Suhai shook his head slightly, saying that it was nothing. In less than an hour, the plane crossed the ocean and came to the sky above the headquarters of the Roman Red Cross. King, we have already arrived. Uncle is also leading all the leaders of the Red Copper and Black Cross to welcome the king below. When the plane stopped flying and was about to gradually decelerate and descend from an altitude of 1,000 meters, Erica, who was sitting on the other side of Suhai, also smiled and reminded. It shows that as long as the plane lands safely, you can see the people with the red copper and black crosses and the mythical relics in their hands. Don't be so troublesome. I'll take you down. Look at the two people sitting next to him, and the plane descending slowly for safety's sake. Suhai suddenly showed a meaningful smile and said slowly. He directly stretched out his arms and hugged Erica and Luculazia, pulled the two into his arms, opened the hatch at the same time, and fell towards the bottom in a free fall. Ah! Faced with this sudden situation, Luculazia and Erica also reacted when they fell from the height of 1,000 meters. Feeling the strong airflow around them, Luculazia and Erica, who had never had such an experience, were also a little panicked for a while. A cute murmur came out of his mouth, and he subconsciously reached out and hugged Suhai tightly. When they were less than 100 meters away from the ground, the two even closed their eyes directly, not wanting to see what was about to happen next. At this time, a not-so-strong hurricane formed zero. In a very gentle way, offsetting the acceleration of gravity of the three in an instant, allowing Suhai and the two girls to stand firmly on the ground. Really, the next time you want to do something like this, Wang, can you let us know first? Let me be prepared. After realizing that her feet were on the ground, Erica's somewhat suspended heart also calmed down, and said to Suhai in a somewhat helpless tone. As for Luculazia, although she didn't speak, the meaning expressed in her eyes was no different from Erica's. With me, nothing will happen. And if you tell it in advance, it would be too boring. At least you can't see Erica and Zora's cute reactions, isn't it? In the face of the two invisible protests, Suhai said in disapproval. And when it comes to the end, Suhai also reenacted the reaction of Erica in the air just now. The meaning of the joke is obvious. Sure enough, even the wise and easygoing god tester is still a king who likes to go his own way. This made Erica and Luculazia at the same time speechless, but also secretly sighed in their hearts. As everyone knows, in the eyes of Paul Browntree and other waiters of the Red Copper and Black Cross, the reaction of the three is no different from flirting. The reaction of the two of them 0.2 is like a playful couple. Cough, cough. Paul Browntree, see your majesty. I am waiting to welcome the King of Light. Although Paul Browntree also likes to think that Erica the Knight and Suhai have a good relationship, but considering the surrounding environment, Paul Browntree was still leading all the people who greeted him, and after Suhai came up to talk, he spoke very respectfully. Are you the Commander-in-Chief of the Copper and Black Cross, Erica's uncle? This time you did a good job, take me to see the mythical relic you found. Of course, Suhai did not forget the purpose of his coming here. Looking at the crowd with their heads bowed, Suhai stepped forward and came to the crowd. He praised without hesitation, and then said slowly. Chapter 77. Because it was something the king needed, I didn't dare to be sloppy, so when I found this mythical relic, I stored it in the treasure house. The king can go to the place I have prepared for you to rest first, and I will immediately go to the treasure house to take out the mythical suitable objects and send them to you. Seeing that Suhai asked about mythological relics when he opened his mouth, Paul Browntree also made a gesture of invitation and said. Obviously, the mythical relic is not on him, but is stored in the treasure house of the Red Copper Black Cross. This is also normal, after all, mythological relics are very rare, and it is something that Suhai, a goddess, needs. Paul Browntree naturally dare not make any mistakes. In any case, it is much safer to store it in the treasury of the Red Copper Black Cross headquarters than to carry it on an individual's body. Looking at Paul Browntree's low profile, Suhai has no intention of embarrassing him. And not in a hurry. So he nodded slightly, and walked towards the headquarters of the Red Copper Black Cross with Erica and Lucura Kayazala. 03 Paul Browntree hurriedly motioned to a waiter, walked quickly to the front of the three, and led the way for Suhai and others. And he himself went in another direction, thinking that he was going to the treasure house to get the mythical relic. Under the guidance of this waiter, Suhai soon came to a very quiet, but the interior decoration is very elegant and gorgeous single-family villa. This single-family villa is located in the deepest part of the Copper Black Cross headquarters, and it is obviously used to entertain distinguished guests. It can be seen that Paul Browntree is well prepared for the arrival of Suhai. "Wang, please have some tea." When she entered the hall and sat down, Erica skillfully brewed black tea and poured Suhai a cup. In fact, in his previous life, Suhai preferred to drink Huxia tea, which he had never drunk in the West. "I wasn't used to drinking it at first, but since I was with Rias, I slowly got used to it after drinking too much. It can only be said that time is a terrifying force that always leaves traces on everything as it passes." After pouring a glass of Suhai, Erica and Luculazia also poured themselves a glass and sat on the sofa to rest leisurely. Due to the relationship that Suhai specifically requested, Erica and Luculazia have gradually become accustomed to returning to their nature in the process of getting along, and will not be too restrained because of Suhai's identity. "I have to say that Paul Browntree's work efficiency is very fast. Suhai just sat down not long ago, and he has not finished the cup of black tea in his hand." From the door came the voice of Paul Browntree talking and a knock on the door. "King, this is the mythical relic you want." After getting permission, Paul Browntree also slowly opened the door and walked in. At this time, he was already holding a beautiful wooden box in his hands. The moment he came to Suhai, he opened the box and offered it with both hands. "Due to the age is too old, although I have done a lot of investigations, I can't accurately confirm the origin of this thing. It can only be guessed that it is probably related to the Christian Bible, and it should be the relic of an archangel." While making this action, Paul Browntree was still talking. Obviously, the Red Copper Black Cross could not accurately tell the exact origin of this thing. "I only know that this thing belongs to the biblical theology." "Very good, put things down. And you go and get all the books about the biblical theology." Looking at the broken white cloth in the box, Suhai nodded with satisfaction. Things may be able to deceive people, but the vicissitudes of life left over after a long time cannot be deceived. There is no doubt that this seemingly inconspicuous piece of rag in the box is the real thing. While letting Paul Browntree put things down, Suhai also asked him to bring all the books of the Bible artifact to read for himself. After all, every god of disobedience is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and it is always beneficial to know more about it. "Yes." After respectfully placing the box in his hand on the table, Paul Browntree turned and left to prepare the mythological tome that Suhai needed. Just when Suhai was about to put away the box, Luculazia eyes suddenly burst into a ray of light, and he groaned. It seems to have entered a strange state. Seeing that Suhai and Erica are a little different, they also know that Luculazia has entered a state of spiritual vision. In this world, among some witches with excellent talents, they possess unique abilities of spiritual vision. Can see some things that ordinary people can't see on some ancient objects and characters. And Luculazia is undoubtedly one of the top witches in the entire world. When he saw this mythical relic just now, he inadvertently triggered his spiritual vision ability. However, just when Erica and Suhai thought that Luculazia could see something, Luculazia suddenly quit this state. His face instantly turned pale, and his body was dripping with cold sweat. Although the ability of spirit vision is powerful, it can see a lot of hidden information, but it is also accompanied by great risks. Looking at Luculazia with a pale face, Suhai frowned slightly, then stood up from his seat and came to Luculazia. Under two pairs of suspicious eyes, he slightly bent down and kissed Luculazia lips. Just as Karaziatzala reflexively wanted to resist, a huge breath of life quickly merged into Lukurachitsola's body. At this moment, Lucura Kyazala also understood that Suhai was helping himself to recover. And the fact is that Suhai is integrating the power of the earth into Luculazizala's body through the protection of the juvenile, helping him to restore the body that was devoured by backlash. When Erica next to her saw this scene, she did not turn her head shyly like a normal girl, but looked at it with interest, as if she was learning something. It's just that the slight red star on her face betrayed her, showing that Erica's heart was not as calm as she showed. In the final analysis, no matter how precocious the character and body are, in a fundamental sense, she is just a 16-year-old girl who has never been recruited. Chapter 78. After a long time, Suhai finally let go of Luculasiazola, and the moment they parted, there was a strand of silver thread. After the continuous healing of the power of the earth, Luculasiazola's body, which should have been very weak, has returned to its peak. Did you see anything? Seeing Lucurakiazola's face returning to normal, even a little flushed, Suhai asked as if nothing had happened. Wang, this is the concubine's first kiss. Breathing slightly, Lucurakiazola rolled a glance at Suhai and said, complaining a little helplessly. Obviously, Suhai didn't expect Suhai to suddenly act like this. But having said that, Luculasiazola answered Suhai's question. A gigantic figure with a Bible. It turned out that after Luculasiazola entered the state of spiritual vision, he only saw the picture for a moment. A stalwart figure, holding a Bible in his hand, stood in a chaotic space. The whole body exudes endless holy light. At the moment when the rays of light erupted, Luculasiazola was directly attacked, and he did not even see the specific shape and appearance of this figure, so he exited the spirit bite state. In fact, when entering the spirit bite state, Luculasiazola was already ready to be attacked. After all, when he was in Sardinia, Lucurakiazola had already had a backlash. That is when I watched Mikkel, the king of the gods, and Veleslana, the god of war, I was attacked once. As long as it is related to people of the level of the disobedient god and the god killer, even the top witches and nuns will be attacked. It's just the size of the degree. Luculasiazola never thought that the backlash this time would be so rapid and serious, but only saw a momentary picture, and the consumption was far more than the one in Sardinia. It can be seen that the identity of the owner of this mythical relic in the mythological system may be higher than that of the war god Veleslana and the king of the Mediterranean gods, Mikkel. With some scruples in her heart, Luculasiazola watched Suhai open her mouth slightly to persuade him, but after thinking of Suhai's character, she swallowed the words that reached her mouth. Apparently, Luculasiazola had already vaguely guessed who the owner of this mythical relic was. After all, in the Bible system, the strength is the king of the Mediterranean gods Mikkel and the war god Velasra. There are only a few of them above Na. Just like that, after this little episode, another month passed quickly. In the familiar living room, Suhai was slowly closing a mythical book about Christianity. On the ground next to it, there was already a hill of books, all of which were apparently read by Suhai during the month. After experiencing that spiritual bite, Suhai also understood that the opponent was definitely not easy, so he did not rush to try to summon, but spent this month reading all the books about the Christian Bible system. I didn't read the last book until today. Erica, you're ready, we'll go to the Vatican later. The moment he put down the book in his hand, Suhai turned to look. Erica, who had been standing beside him, said. As the seat of the Holy See, the Vatican is undoubtedly the center of Christianity. In order to increase the success rate of summoning the god of disobedience, Suhai naturally chose the place with the strongest atmosphere. After nodding slightly, Erica turned around and went out to prepare the vehicle. Since the Vatican is located in Rome, it is not far, and it will take a long time to get there by car. Looking at Erica who was leaving, Luculasiazola silently observed a few seconds of silence for the Holy See of the Vatican. Since ancient times, as the place where the god of disobedience descended, it would not end well, even if the god of disobedience was killed and returned to the myth. As a battlefield, it will also fall apart and be destroyed. Cause immeasurable casualties and economic losses. But this is the world, as far as the gods have decided. No one except the same kind can disobey and resist. Even Christianity, which has the most belief in the world, is no exception. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of people is useless. Riding in the red sports car, Suhai frosted the box in his hand and quietly looked out the window at the rapidly reversing scenery. In less than 3 hours, a group of 3 people came to this country with the smallest territory in the world, only 0.44 square kilometers. Use idlers to disperse, and let all irrelevant people leave. Standing on the ground of the Vatican and looking at the holy white St. Peter's Basilica in front of him, Suhai said slowly. Although Suhai is not a great saint, he doesn't like to involve irrelevant mortals, so he asks Erica and Luculazizala to use the idlers to disperse the enchantment to disperse the surrounding mortals. Stay away from here. In response, Erica and Lucraziazola looked at each other and acted immediately. Both of them are very talented people in the mysterious side of the world, maybe not the pinnacle of mortals, but they are also very good. There is no pressure on the two of them to dispel the enchantment by idlers. After all, this is a common trick in the magic world, and it is a required course for a qualified magician. Under the combined force of the two, a strange wave centered on the two quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, a distance of more than 10 kilometers was covered. People within this range, whether tourists or residents, as long as they are mortals, after being swept by this wave of fluctuations, they all turn around and stay away from this place as if they are possessed. I've been waiting for a long time to meet the King of Light. Did you fight? I'm still waiting for the atonement. I wonder what your Majesty's order when you come to our Catholic Church. Perhaps sensing the existence of the idlers dispelling the barrier, a group of people suddenly walked out of St. Peter's Cathedral. The leader was the Catholic cardinal, and behind him were a few people who were dressed in white and shrouded in white cloaks. These people are obviously not ordinary people, and the cardinal saluted very respectfully when he saw Suhai. At the same time, there was a trace of worry on his face, and he seemed to ask cautiously. For the mysterious side of this world, the gods are tyrants, supreme beings, and troublemakers. Wherever you go, there will be boundless storms. The red-clothed sect leader at this time was obviously worried that this small Vatican would not be able to withstand the tossing of the god's lair. That's why I was eager to know Suhai's purpose. Chapter 79. Wang, all the ordinary people have been dispersed. Just when the cardinal seemed a little nervous and asked, Erica and Luculaziazola, who had completed everything, returned to Suhai's side and said. Under the action of the idlers dispelling the barrier, the people around a dozen kilometers have already left one after another. Ah, very good. You guys should step back first, otherwise, I may not be able to take care of you when we fight. Suhai also sensed it with his own perception, and found that there were no ordinary people around, and then nodded in satisfaction. Said quietly with a smile. Fighting. Your Majesty the King of Light, are you? Don't do it, this is the place where my lord worships, if it is damaged, it is an art reading for my lord. Originally, the cardinal already had a bad premonition in his heart when faced with Erica and Luculaziazola's actions. Now that he heard Suhai turn this place into a battlefield, he immediately seemed very excited. Obviously, this cardinal was an out-and-out fanatic. In addition to being excited, the cardinal obviously forgot the identity gap between the two, and even wanted to reach out and touch Suhai. What I want to do, you are not qualified to stop it. Leave quickly if you don't want to die, 243 if you want to be buried with the god you believe in, I won't stop you. Facing the behavior of the cardinal, a majestic magic force burst out from Suhai's body, and when the cardinal was about to touch him, he directly bounced it out. If it wasn't for the few church deacons in the back to catch it quickly, it would inevitably have to slide a certain distance on the ground. Although it would not be seriously injured, it would be unavoidable to be disheartened. In order to make the cardinal who is a fanatical believer understand the current situation, Suhai also looked extremely sharp and cold. As if he was a ruthless dictator, feeling the ruthless gaze in Suhai's eyes, the cardinal who had not stabilized his figure finally came to his senses. Recognized what kind of existence the person in front of him was, and gradually regained his rationality. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your tolerance. If possible, I hope that the King of Light, His Majesty, will be merciful. If you can keep St. Peter's Cathedral from being destroyed, the Catholic Church is grateful. The calm cardinal, with helplessness on his face, also accepted this cruel fact. With a few deacons behind him, he turned around and left with a bit of loneliness. It's just that the cardinal still held a bit of luck when he left, and said with some begging. Looking at the departing cardinal, Erica and Zola never felt the slightest surprise from beginning to end. Because this is the authority that the God's lair has in this world, and the strength at the top of the world naturally has the right to be at the top of the world. In the face of such strength, no one can say no, not even a Christian cardinal. In addition to feeling emotional, Erica and Kaiazala also looked at each other and returned to the car, driving away quickly in a red Ferrari. In that case, it's up to you. Don't let me down. After everyone left, Suhai entered St. Peter's Basilica alone and looked at the stalwart statue in the center. Suhai murmured to himself in a low voice while taking out the box containing the holy corpse cloth. In fact, even with mythological relics, it may not be possible to summon the god of disobedience. Everything Suhai does now is just a gamble. The moment he opened the box, Suhai stretched out his right hand and slowly took out the broken holy corpse cloth. Put it in the palm of your hand, and a steady stream of huge magic power is quickly injected into it. With the injection of magic power, the broken cloth exudes a holy light and slowly floats into the air. Just when Suhai thought it was successful, there was no movement at all. Although the shrine cloth was still radiating light, Suhai did not sense the slightest sign that the god of disobedience was about to come. Still not working? That's only, Adake, one last try. After a full cup of tea, Suhai had already injected almost half of the magic power into his body, but he still didn't see any other reaction. If Suhai hadn't been able to use the power of the earth to restore his power, he might have used up all his power before starting the fight. Looking at the unresponsive holy cloth, Suhai also stopped the magic power and continued to input, ready to make a last desperate attempt. I saw that I took out the sword of Oath of Victory and grasped the hilt of the sword. Without hesitation, I raised the long sword in my hand and slashed towards the holy corpse cloth in the air. It is already a gesture of wanting to destroy the holy corpse cloth. Patients are presumptuous. However, just when the blade of the sword of victory was about to touch the cloth, an ethereal, illusory and majestic voice, as if the voice of the ruler of the world, sounded throughout St. Peter's Basilica. A strong holy light erupted from the broken cloth, resisting the blade of the sword of Oath of Victory. At the same time, the god statue, which was originally just a dead thing, also opened its eyes. Floating in the air, the holy corpse cloth that burst out with strong holy light, as if being pulled by some mysterious force, quickly flew towards the statue of God. At the moment when the two touched, a more intense light burst out. This kind of light even penetrated St. Peter's Basilica, making the entire Vatican more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Under this dazzling light, Suhai didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. He opened his eyes and smiled at all this, as if through the dazzling light, he saw the change in the center of the light. At this moment, Suhai knew that he had succeeded. Obviously this time, he made the right bet. After seeing the gods in various worlds, Suhai found that most of the gods have this one thing in common, that is, they are high above and inviolable. The god of disobedience in this world is especially obvious, so Suhai will do the act of destroying the holy corpse cloth to force the god of disobedience to descend. Facts have proved that the effect of this move is very significant. Looks like the king has succeeded. Erica, who was more than 10 kilometers away, also saw this light like another sun, and said with a complicated expression, "I am both happy for Suhai's success and worried that Suhai is about to face a formidable enemy. Don't worry, our king is undefeated. All powerful enemies will be defeated in the face of this miraculous king. This is the case with the god of war, the king of the gods, and the king of swords." Perhaps seeing Erica's worries, Kaiazala looked in the direction of St. Peter's Basilica and said slowly. Chapter 80. As for the cardinal and the others, they had already stayed on the ground in this endless brilliance, and they kept reciting "My Lord, God," etc., as if the whole person was stunned. This feeling. Looks like I really won a jackpot. As the light faded, Suhai looked at the god of disobedience who descended in front of him, and while somewhat surprised, he muttered to himself with great interest. I saw that at the moment when the light dissipated, the originally motionless stone statue of God had turned into a living person, floating in mid-air. The broken piece of holy corpse cloth also turned into a pure white and complete garment, which was worn on the body of the god of disobedience. I saw this god of disobedience holding a book in his hand and a holy crown on his head. What caught Suhai's attention the most was the erratic appearance of this recalcitrant god. He seemed to be a teenager, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The only thing that didn't change was his aloof and indifferent eyes. It was as if nothing in the world could cause him half a turbulence. Although he has never met the god of disobedience in front of him, Suhai is sure that the guy in front of him is Jesus, or the god of disobedience. The creator and savior of biblical mythology. Patient, you tried so hard to summon me, what do you want? In disobedience, Jesus condescended and stared at Suhai on the ground with very indifferent eyes. As if a god had mercy on mortals, he said slowly. Until this moment, the high god still thought that Suhai was someone who wanted to ask the gods to make a wish. The lock of the sky. In the face of such a god of disobedience, Suhai had no intention of talking nonsense. With a whisper, countless golden chains stretched out from various spaces in St. Peter's Basilica, instantly binding the god of disobedience in mid-air. Became a dumpling. Presumptuous. As expected of a fool, how dare you disrespect me? Perhaps it was the proud god who never thought that an ant in his eyes would dare to offend him. At the moment of being trapped, he was a little surprised and very angry at the same time. With the violent shout of the god of disobedience, a burst of intense light burst out from the body of the god of disobedience and instantly broke the lock of the sky. The historic St. Peter's Basilica naturally suffered a disaster, and it exploded directly in this destructive light. Cough, cough. Are you worthy of being a god who has created the world? In the rubble, a piece of earth and stone suddenly burst, and Suhai walked out of it with a cough. It can be seen that Suhai is a little messy at this time. It has to be said that the strength of a god of the level of god of disobedience is far beyond expectations. Not only did he break free from the shackles of the heavenly chain in an instant, but he almost injured Suhai. If Suhai hadn't turned into thunder in time, he might have been injured. Suhai can be sure that the god of disobedience in front of him has at least 4-digit high level, or even 4-digit peak strength. God said, "Let there be light." The god of disobedience floating in the air keeps speaking the divine words, and the whole world will change with the words of the god of disobedience, as if the words follow the law. What a warm glow! I felt the presence of the Lord, and the Lord responded to me. I am the one chosen by my Lord. At this moment, the northern hemisphere should have been in darkness, and the endless light was like day. Ordinary human beings in the whole world, under the illumination of the light, instantly became mad believers of the God who did not obey. All fell to the ground, crying or laughing, or ecstasy or sadness. The human side was vividly displayed. The only constant is that they have fanatical beliefs in their eyes, as if they are the most loyal fanatics. Even magicians and knights who are not firm in their beliefs. And although Xiang Erica and Luculazia Zola are struggling to support, it is only a matter of time before they are brainwashed under the light that covers the whole world. This weird feeling. Impossible. How could such an existence become a god of disobedience? In Lushan Mountain in the south of the Yangtze River in Daxia, a peerless beauty wearing a white hanfu and black hair like a ribbon also raised her head at this moment and looked towards the sky in the distance. He frowned slightly and said with a very different expression. The whole person disappeared in the pavilion as if moving in an instant, and when he reappeared in the next instant, he was already several kilometers away. 0, ask for flowers 0. And several other god-slayers in this world also made the same reaction as this woman, and they all went to the place where the god who did not follow came. Such existence will come with a body of disobedience. Is the world really going to be destroyed? Countless mysterious people also showed despair at this moment. If this continues, the whole world will be destroyed. Because at this time, the god of disobedience floating in the air is using his ability to change the whole world. Everything in the world is going backwards, obviously not following it. God's purpose is to return the world to nothingness and recreate it to complete its feat of creation. Create a world under his complete control. 0. For victory, come before me. Immortal Son. In this regard, Suhai naturally chose to take action without hesitation, and a round of brilliant sun descended from the sky, heading towards the god of disobedience in the air. God said, "I will be invincible." In the face of such an attack, even a god of disobedience at the level of a god king would take it seriously. But not from God. Facing the fallen sun, his eyes did not fluctuate from beginning to end. Just read the inviolable words in his mouth, and when the sun is close to not obeying, God is like the first snow meets the sun, constantly dying and shrinking. It turned into nothingness in an instant. Suhai couldn't help frowning at this, but luckily the attack wasn't over yet. The sound of thunder came from the sky, and then the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, covering the whole of Rome and the surrounding sky. This also makes Rome and the surrounding area the only place in the world that is not shrouded in brilliance. Countless thunder and lightning and hurricanes are very densely heading towards the god of disobedience in the air. At this moment, Suhai has pushed the power of the sky to the extreme, and all the forces that can be attacked by the storm, thunder, ice, and snow have all been displayed. God said, "I will control all things." But unfortunately, at this moment, the disgusting divine words resounded in the sky again. The attack that originally attacked the insubordinate god from all directions, suddenly half of it was out of the control of Suhai, the caster. 2. Chapter 81. At this moment, Suhai felt that half of his sky power was out of his control. All the attacks turned out to be against each other and eventually cancelled out. The god of disobedience, who was at the center of the storm and attack, was still unscathed. Until this moment, the guy in front of Suhai was another level of existence. If it weren't for the disobedience, God would recreate the world, let the whole world return to his control, and put most of his energy on returning the earth to chaos and recreation. Facing Suhai, who has been on the defensive, Suhai may have lost to the god of disobedience at this time. System: use the temporary character card to go back to his Aoi. Looking at the sky, the god of disobedience who controls half of the power of the sky and fights against himself. A card with 260 suddenly appeared in Suhai's hand, turned into an endless brilliance, and merged into Suhai's body. An incomparably vigorous force quickly emerged from every cell of Suhai. At this moment, Suhai even felt that even the sky could be shattered with a punch, and the boundless sea could be cut off. Under this surge of power, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Suhai's mouth, and he instantly rose into the air. Under the third cosmic speed, Suhai broke through the layers of obstacles in the air in the blink of an eye, and came to the god of disobedience, who held the Bible in his hands and spread his hands out. Smash the gift of heaven and earth. Before the god of disobedience could react, he punched the illusory and real face of god of disobedience. In the confusion, the god of disobedience instantly fell from the sky at a faster speed, hitting the ground heavily. In the sound of the impact, a mushroom cloud formed of dust and smoke rose into the air, and a powerful air wave swept out. Houses collapsed, glass shattered, and the ground ripped apart, and in an instant, the prosperous city on the ground fell into disrepair. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the god of disobedience appeared in the huge deep pit. At this time, the Lord looked very embarrassed, the light on his body dimmed a lot, and his face was also crippled by the terrifying power of the gift of shattering the heavens and the earth. Half face. However, in the wound, there is a holy light, which is healing the wounds of the god who did not obey. Almost in an instant, the somewhat distorted and broken face of the god of disobedience was restored to its original state. It can be seen that although the god who does not obey is very embarrassed, he has not suffered much substantial damage. Do you still have the ability to recover? I want to see if you can always recover. Suhai never thought that he could kill the god of disobedience with a single blow, so he was not too surprised by the state of god of disobedience. The speed broke out again, and in an instant, he came to the front of the god who did not obey. Under the blessing of the gift of shattering the heavens and the earth, the storm-like attacks turned into powerful and fast fist shadows hitting every part of the body of the god who did not obey. God said, "I will be invincible." God said, "The light will judge the wicked." The god of disobedience, who felt offended, was already incensed by his majesty being offended. For the first time, anger appeared in his eyes, and the divine words in his mouth appeared again. Only this time, obviously it didn't work so well. Even the god of disobedience has withdrawn the power used to transform the world, and fully deal with Suhai who dares to offend himself in front of him. Still unable to stop the stormy offensive. During the first few attacks, Suhai could feel an invisible barrier blocking his attack around the body of the recalcitrant god. It is a pity that in an instant, under the attack of 10 punches and 100 punches, this invisible barrier was finally shattered, and the unattainable god of disobedience was also attacked from the outside. As for the light carrying the curse and judgment, although it shone directly on Suhai's body, now Suhai has obtained all the abilities of reversing his Aoi, including a stubborn body that is completely ineffective for the curse and can resist instant death attacks. Under this powerful physique, the holy light of judgment that descended from the sky couldn't stop Suhai's attack at all. Smash the gift of heaven and earth. The power to shatter the gift. After the god of disobedience suffered hundreds of attacks that could shatter mountains in an instant, his body rose up uncontrollably, and his complete body became shattered. After a simple charge, 2 contradictory and powerful forces emerged from Suhai's body, the gift of breaking the heavens and the earth and the power of breaking the gift. It turned into a mysterious force, and the moment it rose into the air, it hit the god who did not obey heavily. With a loud bang in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters, Suhai, carrying powerful potential energy, fell steadily to the ground and stepped into a 100-meter deep pit. And the god of disobedience in the sky, under this contradictory and incomparably powerful force, turned into little rays of light and quickly dissipated, and the god of disobedience disappeared from everyone's eyes after a while. It's just that Suhai, who was standing on the ground, did not relax in the slightest, because the god slayer's reincarnation ceremony had not been activated, and the imagined power and magic power had not been introduced into his body. The holy light that enveloped the entire world and turned the entire world into a white paradise has not disappeared. Everything means that the god of disobedience has not died out. And the fact is also the case, not long after the god of disobedience dissipated, countless rays of light gathered from all over the world, and finally turned into the appearance of god of disobedience. Today's god of disobedience is just like when he just came, not only all the injuries have recovered, but the appearance of some embarrassment has disappeared. Fool, although I don't know why your strength suddenly increased sharply. But this power does not belong to you. I am immortal in this world, and when you are exhausted, you will be judged. The moment god of disobedience 0.2 reappeared, he was looking at Suhai on the ground angrily in the air. In mythology, when has the Almighty God ever been hurt like this? This is unacceptable to a god, especially an arrogant one. Yes. Since you are immortal in this world, then you and this world will be destroyed together. Looking at the resurgent god of disobedience, Suhai's expression remained the same from beginning to end. After all, in the mythological system, God is the existence of the Holy Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Whether it is the legend of the Son or the Holy Spirit, there is a resurrection plot. The power of gods often comes from their own deeds, and it is natural for a creator god like God to have the power of resurrection. Chapter 82. Aurora Pillar. At this moment, the countless third-star particles in Suhai's body quickly converged toward the right fist, and a faint radiance radiated from the right fist. Apparently, Suhai is ready to deliver the final blow to the god of disobedience, with an attack that rivals the simulation of the innovation map, capable of shattering the power of the stars in the night. Looking at such a situation, the god of disobedience finally felt the danger and instinctively wanted to avoid it. But unfortunately, at this moment, countless golden chains were explored again from all directions. Instantly no longer bound from God. Although the lock of the sky can't restrain the gods of the level of God who can't obey, but it can cause a moment of hindrance, and what Suhai wants is this moment's opportunity. At the moment when the lock of the sky appeared, Suhai waved his own group without hesitation, and an aurora that penetrated the heaven and the earth instantly shot into the sky. Although the god of disobedience broke the lock of the sky in an instant and got rid of the shackles of the golden chain, the moment of hesitation 03 made the god of disobedience too late to dodge. In an instant, he was hit by a beam of light that penetrated the sky. The beam of light penetrated the body of the god of disobedience, penetrated the atmosphere, and cut through the endless starry sky. It finally dissipated after smashing a few stars in distant galaxies. Under this arrogant and unreasonable force, the heavenly world constructed by the god who did not obey collapsed instantly. The world returned to its original appearance, and the people who were still on the ground also stood up blankly, a little confused as to why they were lying on the ground, apparently forgetting their previous memories. The body of the disobedient god also dissipated again, and a familiar but more terrifying force merged into Suhai's body. Apparently power and divine power plundered from a god who is not taken from him. Under the influence of the perfect god-killer reincarnation ritual in his mind, Suhai could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, it stopped after a tenfold increase. If the mantra within the body was said to be a lake, it has now become the sea. Immediately afterwards, a familiar drowsiness struck. Needless to say, it was obviously the call of Pandora in the underworld. It seems that even with the perfection-level God-Slayer reincarnation ceremony, he still cannot escape the fate of going to the underworld. This is. On the other side, the God-Slayers who rushed from all over the world to the land where the god of disobedience came, also saw the aurora pillars cast by Suhai. Immediately afterwards, he found that the heaven that shrouded the world and the breath of the god of disobedience had disappeared, and after a little thought, he realized that the god of disobedience had been killed by the master who carried out this attack. Although there are some doubts about who did it, it is a fortunate thing that the crisis in the whole world has been resolved this time. Luo Yang, King of Swords, and others had to go back the same way. Looks like the king has succeeded. As for Erika and Luculazia Zola, who had been watching the battle from a distance, it was obvious that Suhai had succeeded. At the same time I was very happy. I quickly drove to the messy Vatican. What an amazing kid! The gods of the creation level were not supposed to come, but I didn't expect to be summoned by you. What surprised Mom even more was that you were actually able to kill that Yushin. You are really amazing. In the familiar space, Pandora with a surprised face appeared in front of Suhai. Said in a very excited manner. Obviously, this time, whether Suhai successfully summoned the god of disobedience, or killed the god of disobedience, all far exceeded Pandora's expectations. In fact, what Pandora said was pretty good. Even ordinary gods needed to gather enough witches to find items related to the gods before they could summon them, and the success rate was extremely low. It is impossible for a god of the creation level to come into the world at all. The summoning method used by Suhai this time is extremely simple. Whether it is an object or a method, it is destined to be impossible to succeed. But it was miraculously successful, which is really incredible. If the current Suhai renews the god's gift he obtained in the wrong world, he will find that the luck and mystery in his development ability have been greatly improved. It turned out that the reason why Suhai was able to successfully summon the god of disobedience this time was due to the two very rare developmental abilities of luck and mystery. Both of these abilities represent miracles, and to a certain extent, if triggered, some impossible things can be accomplished. Pandora, as I said last time, I don't remember having such a young mother. Looking at Pandora, who had an incredible face in front of him and looked very cute. Suhai unceremoniously stretched out his right hand and touched Pandora's head. He also retorted with a smile. Well, what a naughty kid. But it seems that you really haven't forgotten your memory in the secluded world. Mother is very happy. Pandora puffed out her cheeks, looking a little annoyed, and turned away Suhai's right hand. Like a little adult, he slowly criticized. But after finding out that Suhai really didn't forget himself, a smile appeared on his face. It appears that the time has come. See you next time, Pan 263 Dora. After the two chatted for a long time, the familiar feeling came again, and Suhai's body turned into a little light and disappeared into the world. See you next time. With Suhai's departure, the secluded world, which had no color, once again became incomparably silent. There was also a trace of loneliness in Pandora's eyes, looking at the place where Suhai disappeared and muttering to himself. The moment he woke up, Suhai found himself lying in a deep pit created by a previous battle. Suhai found that this time it was not like the last time. 3 days had passed in a flash. Obviously, the time in the world and the time in the real world are chaotic. If you spend a cup of tea in the world, it may be 3 days or a week outside. It could also be a moment. Name, Suhai, God Killer, Demon King. Strength, 4-digit mid-level peak. Power, God's Gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power, 12 Trials, Spirit of 1,000 Words. Items, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, 6-star Golden Egg Fragment, 1/3, Rias Original Fatty. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. As soon as he came back to his senses, Suhai immediately opened his attribute panel in a hurry. Observe carefully. Chapter 83. A 4-digit mid-level peak? Not bad. Seeing that he had broken through from the 4-digit beginner level to the 4-digit mid-level peak, Suhai also nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps the breakthrough of this small stage seems to be little different, but under this strength, it is actually the difference between clouds and mud. Suhai can clearly feel that now he can hang 10 of his former self, and it is still the kind that is very easy. Just this power. In addition to being happy, Suhai also immersed himself in his mind. He frowned slightly. I saw that in Suhai's mind at this time, in addition to the purple magic circle, the crystals of the power of the sky and the power of the earth, there was another larger circular crystal. The hexagonal crystals formed by the power of the sky and the power of the earth are like satellites revolving around this circular crystal. In the last time he killed the war god Veleslana and the king of the gods Mikkel, Suhai obtained information about their respective powers with great success. But this time, the power of Genesis that was never plundered from the god of God, that is, this round crystal in his mind, Suhai had no idea of the specific information at all, nor how it should be applied, except for a vague feeling. But the only certainty is that this power is definitely not simple. After all, the power of the sky and the power of the earth, after being strengthened, all obediently gave up their positions. The power of this power must be above the rules of the sky and the rules of the earth. Holding the idea that the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, Suhai didn't have too many entanglements. Slowly withdraw his thoughts from the sea of consciousness. King. Coincidentally, Erica and Luculazia also drove in at this time, and the moment they got out of the car, they couldn't help shouting with joy. Clearly happy for Suhai's success. Okay, let's go back and talk about it. Looking at the two beauties standing in front of him, Suhai also showed a smile. Before getting in the car, Suhai looked at the disfigured St. Peter's Basilica and the Vatican, which were all over the place. Although he left like this, there was no problem. But Suhai still activated the power of the earth in his body, and the endless power of the earth instantly covered the entire Vatican. Countless pieces of gravel, as if controlled by an invisible force, floated up one after another. As if going back in time, fast splicing and reorganization. After a while, the dilapidated St. Peter's Basilica was restored to its original appearance. The collapsed statues and the huge deep pits caused by the impact were also repaired and filled up. The entire Vatican was restored to its former appearance, as if it had never been destroyed. Seeing the environment restored to its original state, Suhai nodded with satisfaction before getting into the car, and gradually drove away under Erica's driving. I don't know if it was Suhai's illusion. When he used the power of the earth just now, Suhai felt that the power of the earth was stronger, and the power consumed was less, as if it had been optimized by something. However, due to the unfounded relationship, Suhai did not explore too much, just thought that the power of the earth would be more flexible after the strength breakthrough. In this way, under the driving of the car, the group of 3 quickly returned to the headquarters of the Red Copper Black Cross. 3 days later, after being confirmed by the Council of Sages, the news that Suhai summoned the god who did not obey will kill him successfully, has spread to all the forces. Suddenly, Suhai, the King of Light and the 7th god killer in existence, caused another uproar. Of course, not everyone believed that, due to the special existence of God, as a primitive god at the creation level, most people believed that it was impossible to descend as a non-compliance. Therefore, most people speculate that the god of disobedience who descended on the foundation in St. Peter's Basilica should be an archangel like Gabriel. It can never be God. Of course, other gods also have their own ideas, although they don't think in their hearts that the existence of God will come as a non-compliance. But they can be quite sure that the power that covered the whole world that they sensed at the beginning should not be possessed by an archangel. Although these people have their own ideas, or doubt, or agree, or guess. But what is certain is that Suhaya once again entered everyone's field of vision. Becoming the most well-known god in the whole world, all the forces began to investigate Suhaya's origin and past in order to understand Suhaya's preferences and personality. Unfortunately, after some investigation, the harvest was very small. Except for the investigation that Suhaya suddenly appeared in Italy a few months ago, and then successfully tried to kill 2 gods who did not obey to become the 7th god slayer in Sardinia, there is no trace of Suhaya's life. Clue. This is also normal, who would have guessed that Suhaya was not from this world? But all of this has nothing to do with Suhaya. At this time, Suhaya has already taken Erica, Luculazia Zola, 2 of his own knights and witches, lying leisurely on the beach, enjoy the sea view. It turned out that after returning to the Copper Black Cross headquarters 3 days ago, Suhaya directly took Erica and Luculazia Zola to put down all preparations and went out to play and relax. In fact, this time facing the god of disobedience can be said to be very dangerous. If it wasn't that the god of disobedience did not take Suhaya in his eyes from the beginning, and Suhaya had a character card reversed back to his Aoi's whole card, the result of this battle would have been very dangerous. In the end, although it was successful, Suhaya used a power that surpassed himself but did not belong to him, and was a little tired both physically and mentally. That's why, Suhaya now lies under the umbrella with Erica and Luculazia Zola, drinking juice, eating fruit, wearing sunglasses, and watching the CS Reason. Queen, help us apply sunscreen. Just as Suhaya was eating watermelon contentedly, Lucura Kyazala's voice with a hint of playfulness suddenly came to his ears. Next to Suhaya, Lucura Zola in a purple swimsuit was holding a sunscreen in her hand, pointing at her smooth back while looking at Suhaya and said. And Erica, who was wearing a red swimsuit next to her, was also looking at Suhaya, and it was self-evident what she wanted to express. Of course, no problem, happy to serve 2 beautiful ladies. For this kind of welfare distribution, Suhaya was naturally obliged to put down the fruit bowl in his hand, stood up with a smile, and walked towards the second daughter. Chapter 84. The moment he came to the 2 girls, Suhaya seemed to take the sunscreen message from Lucura Kyazala's hand very naturally. Squeeze out a small amount and spread it evenly on the palm of your hand, then apply it on the smooth backs of Luculazia Zola and Erica. Perhaps it was because of the coolness of Sun Yanyan, which contrasted sharply with Suhaya's hot hands. Erica and Lucura Kyazala couldn't help but murmured from the process of applying. Fortunately, there are no other people around, otherwise people will inevitably be misunderstood. Time turned, and another 2 months passed quietly. In these 2 months, Suhaya did nothing except study the power of Genesis, and only travelled all the scenic spots in Italy with Erica and Luculazia Zola. It was a complete relaxation, and thanks to the 2 months of time, Suhaya not only studied some Genesis powers in his spare time, but also completely recovered the energy spent in the previous battle. Both physically and mentally, they have completely recovered to their peak state. The Gorgon Stone. It was a nice surprise. On this day, Suhaya had just returned to the residence where the headquarters of the Copper Black Cross was located with Erica and Lucura Kyazala, the last scenic spot in Italy. What Suhaya didn't expect was that there was a surprise waiting for him as soon as he came back. Looking at the stone exuding terrifying magic power and ancient aura in his hand, Suhaya smiled and muttered to himself. Reporting to my king, this Gorgon stone was discovered 10 days ago. My subordinates thought that you were still traveling, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Instead, the witch at the headquarters sealed this divine tool, but unfortunately, even if it is a divine tool that is not controlled by a god, it is not something that mortals like me can completely seal. Headquarters more than 100 outstanding witches can only seal for a while with all their strength, and soon the seal will be broken, and the goddess in Greek legends will surely come to hear the news. It turned out that when Suhaya came back, Paul Browntree came to Suhaya with a box without stopping. The box contained the Gorgon Stone, an artifact capable of attracting the god of disobedience. At this time, Paul Browntree clearly had a trace of worry on his face. After all, the real owner of this Gorgon stone was a famous goddess in the Greek Ding, a Dake. Even if he becomes a god of disobedience in the form of a clone, his strength is far higher than that of ordinary gods of disobedience. As long as he hears the news, the entire Red Copper Black Cross and even the whole of Italy will inevitably suffer huge damage. You did a great job. I'll take care of the rest. And prepare a flight immediately, I'm going to Neon in the Far East. In this regard, Suhai is very satisfied, looking at the worried Paul Browntree said meaningfully. At the same time, he played with the Gorgon stone in his hand, and then put it back in the box. Neon, do you want to? My subordinates are going to prepare. Paul Browntree can become the commander-in-chief of the Bronze Black Cross, and naturally he is also an extremely intelligent person. In an instant, it was understood that Suhai was going to bring disaster to the east and lead the battlefield to the Neon Island country in the Far East. Holding on to the principle that a dead friend will not die, Paul Browntree is naturally very willing to turn around and prepare for the flight. In Paul Browntree's mind, as long as the battlefield is not set in Rome, it will be in Italy. Then it is totally acceptable. King, are you trying to fight the goddess of war in Neon? What Paul Browntree can see, Erica and Lucura Chiazzola are not stupid, they can also see it naturally. Looking at Paul Browntree leaving, Erica asked slowly. It's a reason. In addition, Neon has these two very interesting existences, which are also worth a visit. If nothing else, someone might get two interesting abilities this time. Faced with the question from the two, Suhai replied thoughtfully. Suhai didn't forget the two disobedient gods who were sealed and hidden in the Neon. It was a shame for the Huxia gods to be sealed in the Neon, and Suhai also happened to help them get rid of them. As for the old guy hiding in the netherworld, Suhai just happened to get rid of it. Lest it hide behind the wind and engage in the rain. The speed of the Red Copper Black Cross is always trustworthy. In less than a quarter of an hour, Suhai and his 3 master servants boarded the special Neon plane. The plane took off instantly and headed towards the island country called Neon in the Far East. I just got the news that the King of Light in Italy is about to come. And in the hands of the reigning king, there is also the Gorgon stone, the divine tool of the Greek goddess of war. On the other hand, not long after the 3 Suhai took off, Neon received the news. In a hidden meeting room in Neon, Tokyo, among the mountains and forests, representatives of the official history compilation committee of the mysterious side force, as well as all the representatives of the royal family, the King Kaiyuan family, the Jufa family, and the Liancheng family, all gathered together. An urban beauty wearing a pair of glasses, shoulder-length short hair, and professional attire glanced at everyone present, and said with a very solemn tone. Although this woman is very young, her identity is very remarkable. Her name is Saya Yanjing. She is the head of the Tokyo branch of the Official History Compilation Committee, and she is a high-level staff member. Really, damn it, the Lord of Light is clearly trying to move the battlefield from Italy to Neon. Let us bear the loss of the god tester fighting the disobedient god alone. As soon as She Gongzhen's voice fell, as the representative and young master of the Jufa family, Ganyan of the Jufa family immediately seemed very dissatisfied and said angrily. Ugh! This is also something that can't be helped. There is no god killer in our country, and there is no way to resist the decision of the King of Light. The people present were not stupid, and of course they could see the intention of Suhai's move very clearly, but as the representative of the Liancheng family, Liancheng Dongji side, they have no right to refuse at all because of their strength. What did the one in the world say? Facing Liancheng Dongji's words, after a dozen people in the conference room were silent for a while, an old man suddenly asked. In the next moment, everyone's eyes turned to the direction where the King Kaiyuan family was sitting. To be more precise, they looked at the one behind the King Kaiyuan family's head, who was wearing a student uniform, with a great sword on his waist, and with black hair. Girl. Chapter 85. Because under normal circumstances, only this girl named King Kaiyuan Ena can contact the person in their mouth through the Tachi artifact in her hand, or the god. The existence in their mouths will also be conveyed to everyone through this girl when they release news. I'm sorry, Grandpa didn't contact me. I also tried to contact Grandpa, but unfortunately there was no response. King Kyuyuan first looked at the Tadeo Tiankong Yunjian in his hand, and then said helplessly. Obviously, everyone present lives in Japan's famous mysterious side, and each family has its own intelligence network. Knowing that Suhaya was coming, King Kyuyuan accepted the family's order and tried to contact the existence hidden in the world, but got no response. BD, I'm waiting to serve him like this. At this juncture of crisis, he has become silent. As my neon god of war, is he so timid? After hearing this result, many people present had already guessed that the existence of the advantage must be somewhat afraid of Suhai and unwilling to fight with such existence as Suhai. So it is hidden, which is normal, for the existence in their mouth. He doesn't care whether Japan will be destroyed, he only cares about himself. Ugh! Liancheng Patriarch, please be careful, which one exists is not something we can talk about. Although their hearts were full of helplessness, the others hurriedly stopped Liancheng Patriarch from continuing. This is the sadness of the weak, obviously very angry and unwilling in the heart, but as a weak, no matter how big the bitter fruit, in front of the strong, you can only bite your teeth and swallow it into your stomach. It seems that we can only start from this King of Light. I believe that even the new god has his weakness. Or power, or money, or beauty. As long as we can do what we want, we can get through this crisis, and maybe we can pull this King of Light into our side. Since you can't resist, you can only use all means to guide in the good direction. In a helpless silence, an older man spoke, suddenly breaking the peace. Facing the words of this old man, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of all the people in the conference room. After all, the method said by this elder is exactly what they have always been good at. In the next half an hour, after some discussions, all the talents left one after another, and the faces of these people were either happy, solemn, or complicated. On the other side, after sitting on the plane for more than 2 hours, the plane finally landed and stopped at the airport. The moment the hatch opened, Suhaya walked out slowly with Erika and Lucaraziotzala. The subordinate is Tuma Amekasu of the Official History Compilation Committee. He heard that the great King of Light has come to Neon, and he specially received orders to greet him. We prepare a place to rest for your majesty, please get off the bus and get on. It's just that in the airport, there was already a group of people waiting early, watching Suhai's group come out. Standing at the front, a middle-aged man with short black hair and a pair of glasses, with a smirk on his face, bent over and said very humbly. It's just that although Gan Nian Dongma is very humble, there is always a feeling of being beaten. Because his expression is really fake and fake. If that's the case, then take us there. But your smile is ugly and looks disgusting. If you show up in front of me with such a smile again, I don't mind purifying you. For this guy in front of him, Suhai is still a little impressed. As he said, he is a member of the Official Compilation Committee of the Neon National Magician Organization. One of the Black Princes, Alak, was unable to detect his whereabouts. In addition, he is very good at controlling people's hearts, and in the original work, he turned the protagonist Haystack Godu, who was a god, in circles, and he was regarded as a very capable person. However, Suhai did not take Amekasu Dongma in his eyes, because in the face of absolute strength, as long as Suhai was not happy, he could instantly summon a lightning bolt and chop this guy to ashes. On the contrary, Erika looked at Tuma Amekasu with some vigilance. Obviously, Erika also heard about Tuma Amekasu. 0. Ask for flowers 0. Originally, Suhai was going to find a suitable place to buy a place to stay after coming to Japan. But now that everything has been arranged properly, Suhai naturally has no reason to refuse, so he gestured to Erika Ilikaraziotzala behind him. He led the two of them into the black car, but when he passed by Tuma Amekasu, Suhai glanced at Tuma Amekasu with sharp eyes and said lightly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Tuma Amekasu. Under the enormous pressure of this god-killer, Tuma Amekasu, who had a confident face and seemed to control everything in his own hands, froze instantly. A kind of fear from the inside out, involuntarily emerged from the heart. The weather is obviously not too hot, but there is also a lot of sweat on the forehead. 0. The moment he reacted, Tuma Amakusa quickly put away his smile, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and got into the driver's seat. He started the car properly, and at this moment Ganbo Dongma finally knew that Suhai was not an existence he could control. There was a feeling in Dongma Amekusu that if he showed any more expression that made Suhai dissatisfied, he would be destroyed by humanity in the next instant. Erika, who was sitting in the car, frowned slightly as the car drove, because from the view from the window, the car gradually moved away from the downtown area and entered the secluded mountains and forests. "Your Majesty, here we are." In the end, the black sedan stopped in front of a staircase. Ganbei Dongma got out of the car quickly, opened the door, and made a gesture of please. "You actually let the king live in a temple, is this your neon etiquette?" Erika, who was a little dissatisfied, got out of the car and saw the temple at the end of the steps. She instantly understood what was going on, and while she was a little angry, she immediately summoned Reinhardt. Pointing at Tuma Amekusu with the silver western long sword in his hand, "If there is no reasonable explanation, the sharp point of the sword in the next instant will inevitably pierce Tuma Amekusu's body." Suhai didn't mean to stop it, but watched this scene with great interest. Suhai also wanted to see what the hell the neon officials were up to. 2. Chapter 86. Mr. Amakusa. Perhaps the movement at the foot of the mountain reached the temple, and a somewhat puzzled voice came from the top of the mountain. "I saw a beautiful girl holding a broom and wearing a blue and white nun's uniform. She was clearly just a girl, but had a development that did not match her age. She was standing at the top of the steps, looking at everyone below. Obviously, this witch knew Ganbei Dongma." With a hint of doubt, the priestess who was cleaning the temple a second ago turned her gaze to the three of Suhai. It's just that when she saw Suhai, her whole body was shocked, and some shocking images appeared in her mind. An indomitable stalwart giant, carrying endless waves, stood amidst the wind and thunder. As great as the king of gods. With confidence on his face, he turned into a phoenix figure 273 for a while, and then turned into a horse carrying the sun, a boy with 12 incarnations. In the boundless space, there is a person wearing a white divine costume, holding a Bible in his hand, and a crown on his head exuding endless brilliance between illusion and reality. Yuri Wanlagu has seen the King of Light. These images flashed through the witch's mind, and when she came back to her senses, the witch groaned slightly, and said nervously and terrified. Obviously, through the spiritual vision just now, this witch has learned a lot, and someone has already notified Suhai that Suhai is coming. Naturally, the witch recognized Suhai's identity. It turned out that although this witch was very young, she was the manager of this temple and one of Japan's most outstanding support witches, Yuri Wanlaya. She is also one of the heroines in the original novel, and she is a very real person in terms of character. "Your Majesty, this is Yuri Wanlagu, one of the most outstanding high-ranking witches in our country. In the next time, she will become the assistance witch of Akira. Responsible for the life of His Majesty in this country, Xian can ask her any request, and we will do our best to meet it." Looking at Yuri Banlagu who appeared, Tuma Amekusu said at the right time. "Of course, if Akira is not satisfied with this residence, please feel free to mention any requirements for the new residence, and I will prepare a suitable new residence for your Majesty immediately." In addition to the introduction, Tuma Amekusu did not forget to speak. Obviously, a test by the high-level neon, in the eyes of these people, although Suhai is a godslayer who reigns at the top of the world, he is still a young man after all. For young people, beauty is always a good entry point. And Yuri Banlagu is undoubtedly excellent in all aspects. Serving the Demon King, no way. As a kind-hearted neon witch, you don't want our country to sink into the sea. Every god killer is willful and powerful. If we don't stop it, then we, who exist in the sea, the country will inevitably sink under the devastation of the god's lair. Now we have no choice. This time I am here to ask you on behalf of the country and all its people. For Yuri Wanlagu, who had a bad experience once, he was afraid of the existence of the gods. But looking back on the scene before, Ganbei Dongma came to talk to him and put the fate of the whole country in his own hands. The kind-hearted Banlagu Yuri finally did not speak. "Your name is Yuri Wanlagu, right?" The next looks like I'm going to trouble you for a while. Suhai did not give an affirmative answer, but just slowly stepped up the steps and came to the kind-hearted and fearful Banlagu Yuri. Said with a smile. Looking at Suhai in this state, Yuri Wanlagu had a look of astonishment on his face, and nodded slightly subconsciously. In Wanlagu Yuri's heart, the gods have always been their own way and domineering beings. But the Suhai in front of her gave her a different feeling. Facing such a situation, Erika's face flashed a hint of helplessness, and she slowly put away Reinhard in her hands. As for Suhai, who knows Erika very well, although Suhai is more normal than other gods, he is also a person who likes to pursue fun, is not bound by rules, and does whatever he wants. At this time, it was obvious that he was already interested in this girl named Yuri Wanlagu. Lucrezia Zola has been observing Yuri Banlagu from the beginning to the end. As a witch who also has the ability of spiritual vision, she is naturally more interested in the same kind of excellent existence. As for Ameka Sudongma, although he did not get an accurate answer, the scene in front of him has already explained everything. In addition to being happy in my heart, I just wanted to show a smile, but when I thought of what happened at the airport, I quickly restrained myself for the sake of my own life. After bowing towards Suhai on the high platform, he turned around and entered the car, turned around and left slowly. Guess, you won't let us stand here forever, will you? Looking at Yuri Banlagu, who was still in a daze, as if thinking about something, Suhai had no choice but to remind him with a smile. What? The king, please. After being reminded, Yuri Wanlagu, who had regained his senses, also found that he had been rude, and a fleeting panic flashed on his face. While speaking, he quickly picked up the broom in his hand, turned around and led the way. The group entered the backyard of the temple, the living room where Yuri Wanlagu usually lived. Sister Estimation, did you finish cleaning so soon? Yuri Wanlagu poured a cup of tea for the three Suhai who had just sat down, when a small Loli's voice came from upstairs. Then there was the sound of footsteps stepping on the plank, and a little Loli, who was somewhat similar to Yuri Wanlagu, but obviously several years younger, walked down the stairs. From her title, it can be known that the little Loli of 0.2 is the younger sister of Yuri Wanlagu. Sister Estimation, are there any guests? Male. Oh my god! The shy estimating sister brought a man back. Hey, big brother, are you my sister's boyfriend? How did you and my sister know each other? Wanli Gugwang was surprised at the moment after discovering that a man like Suhai was sitting in the living room. As if he had discovered some incredible treasure, he hurriedly ran up the stairs to Suhai, looking very curious and excited to ask again and again. In Wanli Gugwang's cognition, because his sister is too retro and serious, she hardly talks to the opposite sex and has no friends of the opposite sex. Now that he has suddenly brought back a very handsome young man, it is simply a big news. Chapter 87. You're Yuri's younger sister, Xiao Guangchan, right? Your sister often mentions you. I met your sister on a romantic evening, that day. Looking at such an interesting little Loli, Suhai deliberately made fun of it, so instead of denying it, he remembered a fairy tale like Prince Charming saving the princess. It's just that the protagonist in the story has been replaced by himself and Yuri Banlagu. Wow, so romantic, just like a fairy tale. So eldest brother, you are really my sister's boyfriend, that is, my brother-in-law. A little Loli like Wanli Gugwang is undoubtedly very interested in these stories. After listening to it, his eyes lit up and said. Maria Yuri, who had been gradually blackened, was completely unaware that he was standing behind him. Little light. Sure enough, in the next instant, Yuri Wanlagu, who was bubbling with black gas and seemed to have entered the state of blacken, stretched out a hand and pinched the top of Wanlagu Guang's head without hesitation. Obviously, I want to talk to my sister about this 03 and give a good lecture. Brother-in-law save me, I guess my sister is angry. Facing this state of Yuri Wanlagu, the younger sister, Wanlagu Guang, has an innate fear, so she ran to Suhai's back and hid while asking for help. Obviously, it is not the first time that Wanli Gugwang, who usually makes fun of his sister, Wanlagu Yuri, has seen Yuri Wanlagu in this state. Wanli Gugwang, who knew the horror of Blacken's state, naturally hid subconsciously. But unfortunately, even so, Wanli Gugwang still did not escape a reprimand. "Wang, I'm sorry." After teaching his disobedient sister, Yuri Banragani finally returned to her original appearance. At this time, it seemed that he had just remembered the somewhat offensive behavior just now, and he quickly looked a little scared. Suhai is not a person with a small belly. Naturally, he doesn't care about Yuri Wanlago's behavior just now, but is more interested in this kind of setting that seems to be a dual personality. The straight eyes and the interested expression made Wanligu Yuri bow his head slightly for a while. Some did not dare to face this kind of gaze. Wanli Gugwang, who had been sullen because of being reprimanded a second ago, showed a gossip expression after seeing her sister like this. Turning around, it has been a week since Suhai came to Neon. On this day, on the roof of a side hall of the temple, I sat quietly on the tiles, holding an inconspicuous stone in my hand and looking at it. Immediately afterwards, under the mobilization of Suhai, a mantra within the body quickly melted into the stone. In an instant, the sound of a large glass shattering entered Suhai's ears. A deep, dark but incomparably pure incantation emanated from this stone. Apparently, Suhai was completely destroyed by the fragile enchantment on the surface of the Gorgon stone. "Snake, concubine found you." When the aura of this stone was exuding, on a sea area far from the Neon, there was a man wearing a school uniform and a cute hat. His appearance was slightly immature, but he had a lovely face like an angel. The 4-year-old girl suddenly raised her head, looked at the direction of the Neon, and muttered to herself expressionlessly. After finishing all this, Suhai put away the Gorgon stone in his hand again, and disappeared above the roof. "Xiao Guang, go and call Wang Lai for dinner." Early the next morning, Yuri Banragani, who had made breakfast, said to his sister while placing the breakfast. "Brother-in-law, my sister's loving breakfast is ready." Facing his sister's instructions, Wanli Gugwang walked up the stairs very skillfully and came to the door of a room on the second floor. He knocked on the door softly and shouted into the room. After getting along for a while, Wanli Gugwang also found out that Suhai was not his sister's boyfriend. It is one of the 7 kings who reign at the top of the world. However, it is obvious that Wanli Gugwang is more bold and lively than his sister. After a short time together, he found that Suhai is very easy to get along with, so the title of brother-in-law has not been changed. Although Wanligu Yuri had persuaded him several times, it could be seen that his sister had no choice but to accept it after she had no plans to change at all. At this time, in the room, Suhai opened his eyes leisurely, and looked at Erika and Lukura Kyazala who were sleeping in his arms next to him. After a slight smile, he slowly got up. After all, Erika and Lukulaziazola also worked hard last night. "Wang, is it dawn?" But unfortunately, even though Suhai's movements were very subtle, Erika and Lukulaziazola were still awakened by such close contact. After the 2 sleeping beauties rubbed their heavy eyelids, they opened their eyes one after another, yawned, and moved their yayin bodies. Asked confused. Just like that, after getting dressed and taking a brief shower, the 3 master and servant left the room. Under the somewhat surprised eyes of Wanli Gugwang, the little lowly, he walked downstairs. While eating, Wanli Gugwang also used his own eyes to look at his sister for a while, and then on the faces of Erika and Lukulazia 273 Zola. As if comparing something. "Cough, is it finally here? Erika, please keep your house, I'll go out later." After eating the last poached egg, as if sensing something, Suhai suddenly raised his head with some interest and looked towards the sky. At the same time, Erika did not forget to say to the others, "King." Just when the girls in the house were a little puzzled and subconsciously wanted to ask, a strange wave of fluctuations came from afar, covering the entire Neon Island in an instant. When this wave passed by, Erika also immediately felt the stalwart aura in this wave. Suddenly understood everything, no more words, just nodded very obediently. Seeing this, Suhai turned into a thunderbolt without hesitation, came out of the house and rose into the sky, heading towards the horizon. At the lightning-induced flying speed, Suhai flew more than half of the Neon Island country to the point where the eastern side of the island borders the ocean. The moment Suhai appeared in the air, a girl also stood in the air in front of Suhai. There is no doubt that this girl with an angelic appearance is the person Suhai is looking for. And this girl is also waiting for the arrival of Suhai. Chapter 88. There is no doubt that this girl standing in front of Suhai with a blank face covering the entire island country in darkness is Athena, who came as a disobedient patient. It seems that the concubine's snake is on you. No need to do it. The purpose of Athena's arrival is naturally the Gorgon stone. In this world of gods' layers, Athena is the goddess of the earth, the god of darkness who controls the underworld, and the god of wisdom who controls the wisdom of the sky. It is a three-in-one god. It consists of Athena, Medusa, and Métis. The girl in front of her only represents the goddess Athena, the goddess of war, and the Gorgon stone in Suhai's hand only represents the part of Medusa. In order to retrieve the ancient body, the purpose of Athena's trip is naturally the Gorgon stone on Suhai. Just when Athena was about to take back the Gorgon stone, Suhai made a move that surprised Athena. I saw Suhai suddenly took out the Gorgon stone, and threw it to Athena in front of him very casually. Patient, what do you mean? Every god is proud, and so is Athena as one of the 12 Greek gods. When he was at the Gorgon stone, he was not happy but asked with a frown. The god's lair and the god of disobedience are inherently hostile existences, and Suhai's behavior is undoubtedly a kind of charity and mercy from the enemy in Athena's eyes. This is something that Athena, the goddess of war, cannot tolerate. Even if Athena needed the Gorgon stone again, she would only take it back through her own power and in the form of war, rather than relying on the charity of others. Do not misunderstand. I just wanted to have a fun gamble with you. Your purpose is this stone, and this stone is of no use to me. You can use it to restore the power you once had and fight against me again. If you win, you will have everything as the winner. If I win, I want you. Looking at Athena, who was slightly angry, Suhai said slowly with a smile on his face. Judging from Suhai's exceptionally skilled performance, when he obtained the Gorgon stone, he had already thought of the current situation, and he had already planned to do so. It turned out, so, patient, did you actually like the body of my enemy? After hearing the content of the bet, Athena instantly understood everything. Although a little surprised, but not the slightest surprise. As the representative of wisdom, beauty, and strength in Greek mythology, Athena naturally has full confidence in her own beauty. In Athena's heart, Suhai is seduced by her own beauty, which is a matter of course. Looking at the Gorgon stone in her hand, Athena, who had no reason to refuse, did not hesitate to incorporate the stone representing Medusa into her body. After a burst of light, Athena, who was only 13 or 4 years old, instantly turned into the appearance of 18 or 9 years old. He wore a blue wreath on his head, and was dressed in pure white clothes, with a blue silk satin tied around his waist. It's exactly what it looks like when it matures. If the previous Athena is a little immature, but has a peerless beauty embryo with an angelic face. Now that he has regained the power of the underworld, and has gathered the 2 powers of the earth and the underworld, Athena, who has returned to the throne of God, is the incarnation of beauty. If it is only about appearance, perhaps only Freya, who is known as the goddess of beauty in the wrong world, can compare with it. However, the temperament of the two is very different. Athena, as one of the famous virgin goddesses and goddesses of war, in addition to her unparalleled beauty, she also exudes purity and a hint of heroism. For Athena's change, even Suhai, who was already prepared, couldn't help but flash a surprised look. Ordered in the real name of Athena. The dark night appears here, dispel the favor of the sun, and destroy the fire of Prometheus. The sky full of stars and the dark wind, reappear here, the ancient night. Looking at Suhai's distraction, Athena naturally would not miss this opportunity. The dark realm in the power of the underworld was activated instantly. With the ocean below her feet as the center, half of the earth was instantly shrouded in a dark sky. Under the shroud of the sky, all the lights and fires disappeared, all the machinery stopped, and the world was completely plunged into darkness. Obviously, this is a domain skill, and Athena can enhance her strength in this domain while suppressing the opponent's strength. After a favorable battlefield was formed, Athena came to Suhai in an instant. Without hesitation, he hugged Suhai's neck and tiptoed to kiss him. Feeling the softness and coolness on the lips, Suhai has not yet had time to savor it, a huge force of death and passed into the body through the mouth. This huge force of death is enough to kill an ordinary god slayer in an instant. After all, although the body of the god is very powerful, it is only from the outside. If it is from the inside, even the ultimate power of mortals can cause damage. Not to mention a powerful goddess of darkness, with the dark power of the curse of instant death attached. Sadly, Suhai is not an ordinary goddess. Under the transmission of this force of death, Suhai didn't seem to notice it. Instead of pushing Athena away immediately, he reached out and hugged Athena's delicate body from behind, enjoying it and letting Athena's daughter do her best. After a long time, Athena also noticed something was wrong. She immediately fled from Suhai's embrace, returned to her original place and frowned at Suhai-han in front of her. After all, in the period of time just now, Zhao Zhaolai's death can be described as massive. If it was useful, Suhai would have already died. Oops! Looks like it's been discovered. Suhai looked at the empty embrace, and said with a bit of disappointment while having some aftertaste. If you look closely, you will find that there is a faint light coming from Suhai's body at this time. This light seems weak, but pure and terrifying. God said, I am invincible. The faint light suddenly flourished, a strong light burst out from Suhai's body, the darkness was dispelled in the next instant, and the whole world became a white paradise. Suhai also appeared with a new identity, although his appearance has never changed, but at this time Suhai's face has a trace of desire and pure smile. Holding a Bible in his hand, wearing a holy robe and a high crown on his head, he looks like a god. Chapter 89. After groping for a while, Suhai also learned some uses of the power of Genesis. One of the most basic abilities is to follow the law. Of course, this needs to consume the user's power. According to the conciseness, directionality, and difficulty of the user's words, the magic power in Suhai's body is consumed. Words like destroying the world or creating the world cannot be done by Suhai today. But it is relatively easy to resist the death curse cast by Athena. The second ability is growth. This Genesis ability can absorb various rules, constantly improve and evolve according to Suhai's growth. In the end, under the influence of various rules, it is not impossible to evolve into a world completely controlled by Suhai. During this period of time, the rules contained in the power of the sky and the power of the earth in Suhai's mind have been copied and absorbed by the power of Genesis. Now, if you use the power of the sky and the power of the earth, you will be blessed with the power of Genesis. The power of the two Almighty will be doubled, and in all aspects, the power consumption will be reduced. And the power of this blessing will increase with the increase of power. Rule 293. This is Suhai's current understanding and application of the power of this century's creation. As for whether there are other uses, more time is needed to analyze and study. What a pity, won't you continue to hold on? Maybe you will soon succeed. Suhai, who floated in the air like the power of dominance and the founder, carrying endless holy light, looked down at Athena and said with a bit of regret. As if she was sighing that Athena gave up halfway. Fool, are you fooling your concubine? Go on, my fangs. Crush, name, into a mache serpent's word. Medusa's evil eye. At this time, Athena naturally knew that she was being teased, and Suhai's words were undoubtedly a mockery in Athena's heart. Although Athena had already guessed something when she saw Suhai's body, she already knew in her heart that she had no chance of winning. But as the goddess of war and wisdom, she does not allow herself to be defeated without a fight. Immediately burst out all his strength, ready to go all out, the final attack. With the appearance of the spirit of words, the sea surface swelled, and several huge dragons and snakes formed of mud broke through the sea and rose into the air. He opened his huge mouth towards Suhai, who was in midair, and bit it away. In mythology, the dragon and snake has always been the earth goddess, that is, the servant of the earth goddess. As the goddess of the earth, Athena can naturally summon dragons and snakes to fight. Immediately afterwards, a coquettish purple light shot out from Athena's eyes. As far as the eye can see, everything is turned into a stone statue. The ultimate goal of this look is naturally Suhai aloof. Faced with this kind of attack similar to the petrified magic eye, Suhai is no stranger to it. After all, Rider has the petrified magic eye. In terms of personality, Rider's petrified magic eye may not be worse than Athena, but the power is not the same. And words. This was not over yet. When the dragon snake and the petrified attack rushed towards Suhai, Athena did not idle, and directly summoned the shield of Medusa and the scythe of the god of death and rushed towards Suhai without hesitation. Prepare for close combat. As the goddess of war, Athena's melee ability is also one of the places she is proud of. But unfortunately, under the influence of the power of Genesis, Suhai did not dodge in the slightest. Allowing the sharp teeth of the dragon and snake to bite on his body, two beams of coquettish purple light hit Suhai's chest. Athena, who followed closely behind, also swung the huge death scythe in her hand and hit Suhai's waist. But in the next moment, the dragon and snake collapsed, the purple light burst, and Athena also collapsed and flew out under the rebound of a burst of light. Fell into the sea, ocean. When Athena rushed out of the sea again, her hands were still trembling slightly. If it wasn't for a critical moment, Athena would block the shield of Medusa in front of her and meet the first wave of shock. At this time, Athena would not think so easily. God said, "The immortal sun will bring the glory of victory. The roar of the sky will judge the evil." The newfound power tried, and Suhai didn't plan to delay any longer. At this moment, the power of the sky was activated instantly under the blessing of the power of Genesis. Yulun carries the sun of endless brilliance and the violent thunder. It fell from the sky and hit Athena in midair at an extremely fast speed. Since ancient times, the sky has been an existence that the goddess of the earth hates, and the power of the two sides has always been opposed, and whoever is stronger will restrain the other. And now there is no doubt that Suhai said that Shik's sky power is far superior to Athena's earth power. Although Athena used the shield of Medusa and the scythe of death in her hand to make a final resistance at the critical moment, it was of no avail. Under the scorching heat and violent thunder and lightning, the legendary artifacts, the shield of Medusa and the scythe of the god of death, fell apart instantly. The power in Athena's body was also exhausted in an instant, and the whole person fell towards the ocean. Looks like I won. Fortunately, at this time, Suhai cancelled his power in time, came halfway, and caught Athena who fell. At this time, Suhai had obviously changed back to his normal appearance. Looking at Athena who was weak in his arms, Suhai said with a bit of teasing and a bit of success in his tone. "Fool, willing to admit defeat, this time you won, and the concubine will follow the previous agreement. But after the concubine returns to the body of the Trinity, I will definitely challenge you again and achieve the final victory." Athena naturally knew what Suhai wanted to express, so she said it without shyness. The decisions made by gods like Athena will naturally not go back, and since ancient times, the strong have everything, and Athena is well aware of this truth. So Athena has no intention of going back on it, but the unyielding fighting spirit in her heart has never dissipated, and she can only say that she is worthy of being the goddess of war. Suhai didn't hate Athena's strong woman character, and naturally didn't say anything. Of course Suhai didn't think Athena would be able to beat herself when she returned to the Trinity.